Chapter 1, 95-year-old Transfiguration God guarding the Great Mountain. Shannin City, White Dragon Mountain, Mossy Stone Road. An old man with hair like snow walking leisurely. His beard is long and slender, walking orthodox 4 square steps, such as that Taoist real man is dignified and stable. The old man called Su Qing, counting this year, in the White Dragon Mountain when there are 5 years of mountain watchman. This is his 3rd time in 5 years down the White Dragon Mountain. Old sir, you finally come down from the mountain. This is your pension money from the previous year, a total of $30,000. Su Qing's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the forest rangers of White Dragon Mountain, and the rangers hurriedly went into the house to take out the money and sent it to Su Qing. The ranger was curious about Su Qing, a senior old man. Su Qing is 95 years old this year, should be the age of life, but had to be a mountain keeper. An ordinary old man at that age can walk no differently than carrying a boulder on his back. However, Su Qing was able to trek across the mountains, so he was truly a strange person. However, in case you die in the mountains, I'm afraid no one will even know if your corpse stinks. Not interested, the old rules, I'll give it to you. Su Qing stroked his beard, quite unconcerned, and lightly smiled as he took the money from the ranger's hands, before backhanding the money into the ranger's hands. The ranger looked helpless and had to take the money. You know, Su Qing's pension money from previous years could have been given to him for nothing. Did he want him to collect his body for it later? I have good news for you. A while ago, we contacted your family. They will come to you recently. You can go home now. The ranger suddenly remembered something and smiled again. Oh, family? A few colors of reminiscence gradually surfaced on Su Qing's pale cheeks. Su Qing wasn't a blue star person, but rather came from the other world, and was the nameless sect master of the 9 continent, which was incomparably far away from Blue Star. Back then, Su Qing was in a hurry to break through to the transformation god realm, and because of his lack of preparation, he died from the 18th lightning tribulation. I just didn't expect that after death, the soul was not extinguished, and drifted in the universe for 100 years' time, and came to the Blue Star by chance, reincarnated and became immortal, and, again, was named Su Qing. Although he is immortal in this life, Su Qing is not ordinary, and he has made countless meritorious achievements for the country during the war years, and finally retired. At the age of 90, Su Qing's wife died of old age, but Su Qing's grief awakened the memory of his previous life as the master of the nameless sect. Under the strong impact of the memories of his past life, Su Qing's spirit is broken, briefly demented, and even ignored the advice of many children, insisted on leaving home, came to this White Dragon Mountain as a mountain keeper. This time, it was 5 years. Su Qing, who had awakened the memories of his previous life, had long been cold and solid inside and did not value affection, even if they were children and descendants. As long as they didn't have the potential to cultivate immortality, they were basically indistinguishable from strangers to Su Qing, and he wouldn't go looking for his children again. Even if those children came, Su Qing would not meet with them. The only thing he wanted to do now was to recover his previous life's cultivation as soon as possible and return to the 9 heavy continent, which was his hometown. However, Su Qing was now only at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to return to his peak realm. Fortunately, there is a hidden thin spiritual vein within the White Dragon Mountain. With the help of spiritual chi, I believe that it will not be long before the ability will also be improved, and then find another spiritual vein land. Yeah, I heard your children have been looking for you for years, the ranger said. Su Qing laughed, showing a few moments of compassion on his face, but inwardly, he didn't care. Su Qing has 6 children in this life, 4 boys and 2 girls. The boss is an authentic rural man with an uneventful life. The second one serves in the army and is an upright person who is loved by Su Qing. Lao San likes to study medicine and is known as Sai Hua Tua and Heavenly Doctor Goddess in Chinese medicine. At the age of 30, Lao Si saw the world and left her husband and children behind to enter a nunnery. The oldest 5, who had been hanging around abroad, were set upon by traders and a great turmoil abroad at the age of 55, and did not return for a long time. Old 6 is young and talented, and is a famous businessman in Kyoto City. Su Qing's several children each had their own specialties, but nowadays Su Qing didn't want to focus on them. People have their own destinies. I'm used to being alone in the White Dragon Mountain and don't want to be disturbed by too many people. If my children come to me, you let them go back. Su Qing pondered for a moment and smiled lightly, not wanting to be disturbed by the world. The ranger couldn't figure it out and exclaimed, "Don't you miss your family and children, old man?" "Maybe. Want to." Seeing the ranger's surprised look, Su Qing changed his words and laughed amiably. "Ha ha ha, I'll see you in a bit. I'm going to take a walk outside." Su Qing's attitude of not caring about his loved ones made the ranger even more puzzled, but he always believed that kinship would not be easily worn away, and Su Qing would definitely be reunited with his family. And after Su Qing walked around the White Dragon Mountain scenic bazaar, he returned to the mountain once again. White Dragon Mountain has not been developed, and remains in a primitive state, with precious medicinal herbs growing from time to time, and all sorts of large and small beasts surviving. And from what I heard, there was a tiger in the mountain recently, but no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. In order to prevent any scenic tourists from mistakenly entering accidents on White Dragon Mountain, and to prevent wild beasts on the mountain from running amok, Su Qing set up a mist formation on the way up the mountain. However, sometimes the mists would randomly disappear for a day. After all, there was always a chance for someone to go up the mountain, but the mists disappeared at irregular times, making it difficult to guess, which was why the ranger didn't go up the mountain to look for Su Qing the several times he tried to do so. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up in a few days, a day for family reunions. In the morning, at the foot of the White Dragon Mountain stood three old men. Their faces were old, but they all had an extraordinary temperament, and they were people who had been in high positions for a long time. At the same time, behind them stood several strong-bodied people who appeared to be bodyguards. Among the three, the old man standing in the center was dressed in cloth, his eyes cloudy with sadness, and whispered, "You heard what that ranger said just now. Do you still want to go up the mountain?" When they come to White Dragon Mountain to find the ranger, they are told by the ranger that their father does not want to see them, leaving the three of them extremely distressed and confused. "Up, why not?" The old men standing on either side of them said, determination revealed in their eyes. "Why don't you go up to the mountain when this visit is to take your father home?" The three men were none other than Su Qing's three sons in the secular world, who were now in their old age, and had come together to take Su Qing home for the new year. The old man in cloth was Su Qing's eldest son, Su Tianxiong. The remaining two are the second son, Su Tianzheng, and the sixth son, Su Tianhong. The three of them made a quick decision and climbed up White Dragon Mountain with their 5 bodyguards. A simple wooden house was faintly visible at the top of the mountain. That was where Su Qing lived, but they were out of luck, following the route given by the ranger upward, but halfway was blocked by layers of fog. Even the direction markers are not working. The mists were so thick that not even the strong sunlight could penetrate them, and with the tall trees blocking the view, it was all darkness. Pile after pile belonged to beast feces, and the faint sound of the beasts whistling could not help but make the crowd's hearts tremble. The misty formation set up by Su Qing was simply impossible to pass through with a few people. The bodyguard who went to scout the way returned and respectfully said, Chief, the mist is too deep to determine the exact location at the moment. Should we look for Mayor Shanglin to deploy a helicopter?" The second Su Tian was pondering, not knowing what to do, and glanced at his elder brother Su Tianxiong for advice. "Father doesn't want to see us. Forget it, let's go." Boss Su Tianxiong's gaze was deep and his voice was hoarse as he sighed and shook his head. At this moment, old six Su Tianhong frowned and said, "But," eventually, the three brothers made a decision. Even if the father doesn't want to come down the mountain, then he has to meet the father and ask for the reason. While preparing to forcefully break through the misty formation, a magnificent sound like a heavenly chime resounded in the ears of the three brothers, causing their bodies to tremble. "Go back, I'm not in the way in the mountains, and when I have the chance, I'll come down." The three were horrified, surprised, and more than anything else, shocked. Is that father's voice? Chapter 2: Parental Worship and Refusal. It had been a long time since I had heard my father's voice. It's father's voice. He really is on the mountain. But why don't you let us go up the mountain? What does that mean? Forget it, let's go. Maybe father has other considerations. The three brothers were puzzled, but they stopped staying, looked at each other, and turned to leave. They knew their father's character well, and since he had said it, he would not change it easily. At the top of White Dragon Mountain, under the illumination of daylight, Su Qing stood proudly with his arms folded, taking in everything as far as his eyes could see. Seeing the three sons leave, Su Qing slowly raised his head, feeling the blazing daylight, his body emitting white vapor as if his body was sublimating. Near nightfall, rumor has it that 2 old women were seen entering White Dragon Mountain, but soon came out, one dressed in white and the other in gray, giving an extremely eerie feeling. Some people recognized the identity of one of them, and it was Su Tianxiao, the heavenly doctor goddess who was famous in Kyoto, causing people to gasp in shock. The next day, early morning, Kyoto, Cloud Road District, Sanhai Villa area. It was a simple family meeting, with harsh lights in the hall as the 5 old men of the Su family discussed about Su Qing and gave a brief account of yesterday's events. Beside them were some of the descendants of the children and grandchildren, dozens of people. Everyone was very serious, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Father left 5 years ago, but now he is unwilling to return, so there must be a reason, except that he refuses to see us, and there is no way to find out how he is doing. The second oldest, Su Tianzheng, who held a high position, was the first to speak. The oldest, Su Tianxiong, was silent for a moment as he looked at his 6th brother, Su Tianhong. and then his gaze landed on a young woman as his voice hissed, "Yu-yo, you go find your grandfather." Su Yu-yo, the daughter of old Six Su Tianhong, was now 23 years old. A few years ago, Su Yu-yo was one of Su Qing's more favorite grandchildren, and could be said to be a collection of thousands of favorites. When Su Qing left, Su Yu-yo was extremely sad and didn't eat for a few days. Let Su Yu-yo go to White Dragon Mountain to look for Su Qing. Maybe they can meet Su Qing and ask what's going on with Su Qing now, and what they can do to help. Su Yu-yo, who stood in the group of juniors, was undoubtedly extremely bright, with an aura like snow, a tall figure, and a long white dress, and said, "Uncle, I know. I'll go to White Dragon Mountain to find Grandpa in a moment." In Su Yu-yao's eyes, her eldest uncle was a very dignified man, even if the eldest is just an ordinary farmer. As long as it's the words of the eldest uncle, even the very capable uncles and aunts won't easily refute them. Walking out of the villa, Su Yu-yo started booking down the airfare. At noon, Su Yu-yo arrived at White Dragon Mountain and opened her cell phone to broadcast live according to her habit. Su Yu-yo just graduated this year, and besides her work, live broadcasting is one of her hobbies. Just opened the Dujang live broadcast. The number of people in the live room quickly rose. It reached 1,000 views in just 1 minute. Of course, this might have something to do with the fact that Yu-yo has 100,000 followers herself. Soon enough, some of the water users in the live broadcast room noticed the change in Su Yu-yao's surroundings. "What? My Yao, where are you? You went to Dashan for your internship." "Ha, Io went on a trip. I also want to go." White Dragon Mountain scenic spot is known as a tourist place. Just the location is too remote. Many people just look at the scenery on the internet. Seeing the misunderstanding of the people in the live broadcast room, Su Yu-yo hurriedly smiled and explained, "You guys are mistaken. I'm not here to travel. I'm here to see my grandfather, who resides in White Dragon Mountain." "Your grandfather is still alive?" Suggests just kicking the upstairs. "What do you mean you're still alive?" "I don't mean that. Don't kick me. Didn't Io say before that her father is the sixth in line, and her eldest uncle is 75 or 80 years old? So wouldn't Io's grandfather be over 100 years old? Why does your grandfather live in White Dragon Mountain?" Su Yu-yo turned the camera to the scenic area of White Dragon Mountain and said, "My grandfather will be 96 years old after New Year's Eve. He suddenly got Alzheimer's disease 5 years ago and disappeared after that. It wasn't until yesterday that I realized that my grandfather was inside the big mountain of White Dragon Mountain. And yesterday my eldest uncle and my father came to pick up my grandfather to go home, but my grandfather didn't come back. There was no way. Before my grandfather loved me more. Today my family let me come to see my grandfather. But as for why grandpa didn't go home, Su Yu-yo couldn't figure it out." "Io, you're silly. It must be your grandpa who's angry. It's been so many years, and he didn't come to look for it until yesterday. That's not caring about your grandpa at all. You can't say that. Grandpa Io disappeared in his old age with dementia and has been living inside the mountains, so it's understandable that he hasn't been found. The old man must be pissed off that people are fine living alone in the mountains. Let's guess, if Yao goes there, will he be able to meet the old man and invite him down? I see hanging in the balance. After all, the old man's son did not invite out. The grandchildren must be even worse." The live streaming water friends had their own opinions, but they all agreed that the old man was angry. Su Yu-yo didn't think about it that much and went to find the forest ranger of White Dragon Mountain, and was told that Su Yu-yo was lucky this time, and that today was the day when the White Dragon Mountain mists disappeared. After learning the route from the forest ranger, Su Yu-yo went up the mountain and really saw a wooden house standing next to the top of the mountain. There was no mist blocking the line of sight. Everything was clearly visible. There is a trail in the mountains and basic walking is no problem. Su Yu-yo walking alone is a little silent, but with the live broadcast on and looking at the comments, her heart is not too intimidated. After walking for 10 minutes, Su Yu-yo was a bit tired and was ready to rest, but when the camera swept over a pile of hard black feces, someone in the broadcast room said that it was the feces of a wolf. Su Yu-yo was shocked and said, "Wolf feces? You guys don't scare me. How could there be wolves here?" A waterbender on the live feed explained, "I'm from the neighborhood of White Dragon Mountain, and there are rumors of bears and tigers and wolves in the mountain, but they are not true. If there were tigers and bears, they would have been killed by sharp-eyed hunters. The White Dragon Mountain is not fully developed, but the resources have been gripped by the surrounding villagers and hunters, and there may be bugs, but there are really no large carnivores. Yao better be careful. At least there are fewer snakes, insects and rats." Seeing that these knowledgeable waterbenders were giving assurances, Su Yu-yo also relaxed, no longer resting but accelerating her pace as she was getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. The wooden huts gradually becoming clearer and clearer. The surrounding trees were much more heavily foliaged than at the base of the mountain, and the undergrowth was even more overgrown. As she neared the top of the mountain, Su Yu-yo had the sound of a dog barking vaguely in her ears. did you guys hear something? It seems like a dog barking. Su Yuyao clenched her hands tightly, her palms covered in sweat, her heart instantly scared, and she hurriedly asked about her water friends in the live broadcast room. Someone in the live broadcast room had sharp ears and hurriedly typed a response to Su Yuyao. Go down the hill. No surprise. I'm afraid there are wild dogs. I heard the barking, too. It's a wolf, isn't it? Let's run. It's bad luck if we run into one. Run. Whether it's a dog or a wolf. Run first. Safety first. Run. 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 The more Su Yuyao looked at the words of the live broadcast, the more he was scared. The sweat on his palms was thicker, and his white face became bloodless. Not much consideration. Turn and run, but not yet run a few steps. Su Yuyao suddenly stopped, stood frozen, eyes wide open, revealing panic. Chapter 3, The Bloodline Cannot Be Stopped. In the silence of the forest, even the chirping of birds had stopped. The next vertical is a wolf. The next vertical is a dog. Su Yuyao's demeanor stiffened, her body slowly trembling, her legs and feet weak, unable to lift a single ounce of strength. 10 meters in front of Su Yuyao, a wolf with brownish-gray fur stared at her dead-on, a low growl emanating from its mouth. This wolf was more than a meter long, with an estimated shoulder height of 70 centimeters. A male wolf, with scarlet blood at the corner of its mouth, and a scratch mark on its back, looking like it had just finished fighting with other animals, and it had a fierce strength. The live feed blew right up, long-footed and thin, tail perpendicular to the hind limbs, ears erect and whitish underneath. It's a wolf. It's a wolf without a doubt. Who was it that said there were no more wolves in the White Dragon Mountains? Anchor, don't look directly at the wolf. Don't run. You can't run. Where's your knife? The one you bought before you went down? Su Yuyao was not a mediocre person. Under the intense fear was finally remembered the short knife in the backpack behind his body, trembling so much that he drew it out and confronted the wolf. This short knife was bought from a small store under the mountain. People who entered the mountain would often buy one. Being able to put it to use was something Su Yuyao hadn't expected. The wolf was smart. It was a bit drained from the battle it had just fought, and the scratches on its back were hot and painful. When it saw Su Yuyao draw out her short knife, its footsteps slightly retreated by half a point. Because of the tilt of the cell phone, the water friends in the live broadcast room could only vaguely see the wolf, and didn't care if Su Yuyao could see it, so they frantically typed and swiped the screen. The wolf is wounded. He's scared and trying to find a way to run, or else his companions will come in a moment. Yes, you also back up slightly. Don't be afraid. When the distance is almost up, run fast. If a pack of wolves comes, it's certain death. Don't crow about it. Ao is cold. Who's going to sing for us? Su Yuyao likewise sensed the wolf's exhaustion, her nervous to the extreme heart finally relaxing a bit, and after slightly backing off, she realized that the wolf actually had no tendency to attack. In the next second, Su Yuyao quickly ran. However, before she could run a few steps, Su Yuyao stopped once again, her hand holding the short sword trembling non-stop. This time there was real fear, because, in front of Su Yuyao, 3 robust and injury-free gray wolves blocked the way. It's over. A pair of 4s. That's gone. 4 wolves. Special forces come and lie down. Yao. Don't go to the forest in your next life. The live feeds were filled with gasps and wails. Su Yuyao didn't have the courage to run away anymore. Her heart had sunk to a deep valley, and she had no desire to survive. How can a 2-legged one not be able to outrun a 4-legged one? It's better to fight to the death. Speech and holler. The 4 wolves hissed and let out low growls, their stern, bloody eyes disarming. Ouch! A roar loud enough to topple the forest came from afar, and a fierce tiger actually fell from a tree in front of Su Yuyao, with a huge mouth and teeth glowing brightly in a majestic manner. Tiger? Crazy! There are tigers and wolves in this White Dragon Mountain, and all of them are touched by the anchor. That's luck. Absolutely. I'm a dead man. The live stream was once again abuzz, and between passing the word around to each other, the number of viewers had long since surpassed 100,000 people. Su Yuyao's eyes were wide open. I'm afraid that she would die without a burial place, and no bones would be left. However, the tiger unexpectedly turned around and charged towards the 3 wolves in the next second. Its speed was extremely fast, and its thick giant claws instantly smashed the head of one of the wolves, and the wolf's blood splattered. Scoffs! A burst of wolves chirped, and more of them ran from all over the place, more than 30 of them, encircling that mighty tiger and Su Yuyao, their bloodthirsty aura becoming more and more condensed. Su Yuyao realized that there were also several claw marks on the fierce tiger's body, as well as traces of blood. It is evident that this tiger and the wolf have had intense friction before. The tiger was only confronted for a few seconds, and in the next moment, it rushed out like lightning, and with a single grab, it sent a wolf flying a few meters away in a bloody mess. Wolves are like papier-mâché in the face of great power. All the gray wolves, irritated by the blood-scarlet scene, swarmed up to the tiger and tore and pulled at it. The live feed went crazy too and started yelling, "Tiger is awesome! Tiger bull!" As the saying goes, a good tiger can't fight a pack of wolves, and the fierce tiger quickly fell into the wind and was scarred. At the same time, the gray wolf that had been injured was sneaking behind Su Yuyao at some point, but fortunately Su Yuyao reacted quickly and turned around to avoid it. But the cell phone and the short knife were thrown away. As tiger fell into the wind, more and more gray wolves looked towards Su Yuyao, and one had its paws on a cell phone. "First time I've seen a wolf this close. The fur is so soft. I can't see the anchor. It's over. Even a tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. Anchor all the way. Bah." Someone in the live broadcast room began to type the reincarnation scriptures for Su Yuyao. Being stared at by the pack of wolves, Su Yuyao's inner defenses completely collapsed, so frightened that she fell to her knees with a flutter. The corners of her eyes filled with tear stains as she cried and cried, "Grandfather, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again. Father, I will never be able to go back." She was strong enough to last this long in the face of a pack of wolves. Speech and holler. Wolves didn't have feelings, and the injured gray wolf leapt forward, pouncing towards Su Yuyao, who was kneeling on the ground and waiting to die with her eyes closed, her sharp teeth and blades flashing like knives, sharp as hell. And just the second the gray wolf was about to touch Su Yuyao, a golden light came from afar, transforming into a circular barrier that enveloped Su Yuyao, and between the flashes of the golden light the gray wolf was struck as if it had been hit hard, instantly transforming into a pile of white bones scattered on the ground. But the gray wolf had killed the red eye long ago. A head of wolves madly pounced down towards Su Yuyao, only to hear thuds and thuds, a pile of white bones falling in Su Yuyao's surroundings. Extremely eye-catching. Speech and holler. Suffering from the visual impact of the white bones, the gray wolves that surrounded the fierce tiger gradually retreated, staring extremely vigilantly in front of Su Yuyao. And Su Yuyao sensed the change in the situation and opened her eyes instantly to see the white bones all over the ground and froze on the spot. Her eyes were about to explode with fear. Raise his head, but found in front of the body stood a person wearing a white robe edges fluttering in the wind. Extremely ethereal, seems to be the general feeling of the gods, only to see the white-robed man wave his hand. A burst of seven-colored rainbow light flashed by, and the group of gray wolves dissipated out of thin air, without even sending out a cry. The white-robed man turned around and looked down at Su Yuyao, saying with a doting and scolding tone, "Silly child, why did you run here alone? How dangerous! Master! Hearing this voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Su Yuyao's body trembled as she slowly raised her head, and a face full of white hair and kind brows appeared in front of her eyes, and it was clearly her grandfather whom she hadn't seen for many years. She thought this time she would die for sure and never see her loved ones again. Moreover, Grandpa was even older than he remembered, but his spirit was growing stronger. The person who came was none other than Su Qing. Just now, Su Qing had been meditating on the mountain to absorb the spirit veins, not observing the movements of the White Dragon Mountain. Otherwise, Su Yuyao would have sensed it the moment she stepped into the White Dragon Mountain. If it wasn't for the roar of the tiger, Su Qing wouldn't have been able to tell. At this moment, the tiger on the side swung his body, shaking the blood away, and slowly came behind Su Qing. Su Yuyao was so frightened that she hurriedly said, "Grandpa, the tiger." Chapter 4 Anchor Resurrected? Ha ha, it's fine. Su Qing hooked his hand, and Tiger walked forward and lowered his head. Su Qing reached out his hand to touch Tiger's head and smiled gently. At this time the mighty tiger was as well behaved as a puppy. Su Yuyao looked dumbfounded. So it turned out, this fierce tiger was Grandpa's pet. This tiger was met by me when I first entered the White Dragon Mountain. It was still small and was just born. At that time, its parents were killed by hunters, and it almost lost its life as well, and was later adopted by me. Su Qing looked at the tiger and said with a smile, and then he said, "As for the pack of wolves, I don't know which mountain they ran from. My intention was to let Tiger and the pack of wolves sharpen their skills so that they wouldn't lose their beastly nature. But I didn't expect to almost injure you." Su Yuyao smiled bitterly, not realizing that by her grandfather's side, the tiger had become a pet and the pack of wolves had become a chaperone. All of this was simply unimaginable. Su Qing shook his head and laughed. "Since you're here, let's take a rest in the mountains." He originally thought that he could disregard his family's love, but when he really felt Su Yuyao's crisis, he still couldn't help but step in. After all, he used to be so doting on this lovely granddaughter in front of him. Su Qing was always ruthless. "Yes, Grandpa." Su Yuyao immediately agreed. Su Qing led the tiger towards the mountain. Su Yuyao slowly followed behind. Her thoughts began to jump, sneaking a glance back at the white bones belonging to the wolves all over the ground. Her mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. What kind of power is this in the end? The moment he looked at his grandfather again, there was suddenly an extra trace of strangeness. Grandpa seems to have changed a lot, but it was certain that this was her grandfather, Su Qing. Arriving at the top of the mountain, Su Yuyo was finally able to see the wooden house. The cabin was rectangular in shape, and although it was simple and not overly decorated, it was sturdy enough to keep out the wind and rain without a problem. The moment Su Yuyo entered the wooden house, she was shocked by the sight before her. Into the eye is a pot of flowers, colorful, and flower stores in general. Wow, Grandpa, these are the flowers you planted. So pretty. Su Yuyo was already a flower lover, and seeing flowers made her smile like crazy. However, Su Yuyo was puzzled. She surprisingly didn't recognize any of these flowers. Just a few of them seemed to have been seen on the tree. Grandpa, can I pick one? Su Yuyo asked with a smile. Su Qing was still grinding medicinal powder for Tiger to heal his wounds, so he didn't pay attention for a moment, so he casually answered. Su Yuyo gently plucked a purple flower, which looked like a rose, with curved golden lines on its petals. Beautiful. This, reacted Su Qing, secretly distressed on the sidelines. This purple flower is called purple gold velvet, is the 10 seeds that Su Qing searched for only after crossing 7 mountains, and it has the efficacy of nourishing the spirit and clearing the blood, so it's definitely a divine herb. This purple gold velvet hadn't grown to its final stage yet, and being plucked by Su Yuyo as a rose, the medicinal effect was directly halved, but Su Qing didn't need to use it, so he plucked it. Su Qing did not care about healing Tiger's wounds and quickly came to Su Yuyo's side, knowing that not only was there a supreme treasure in this house, but danger also lurked darkly. Grandpa, did you make this calligraphy and painting with your own hands too? So exquisite. Su Yuyo took the purple gold velvet and started to walk inside. Seeing that the walls were plastered with a sheet of exquisite words and paintings, each word seemed to have a divine charm, while the paintings were even more lifelike. Staring at them for a while, it was like they were moving. Wonderful. What a beautiful woman. At this moment, a colorful ink oil painting attracted Su Yuyo's attention. In the painting was a beautiful woman in a long blue dress. She was veiled. Her body was enchanting. Her face had a light smile, especially her eyes, which were like crystal jade, giving people a sense of mystery. Her eyes seem, said Su Yuyo as she stared into the blue-clothed woman's eyes, and was instantly drawn in, her eyes gradually hollowing out. Wake up! Luckily, Su Qing gave Su Yuyo a timely pat on her shoulder, and only then did Su Yuyo's empty eyes slowly transform back to a blank expression. The person in this portrait wasn't a mundane person. He was the patriarch of the flower god sect in Su Qing's previous life in the Xiantian continent, half a step into the incarnation realm, and his strength was only a hair weaker than Su Qing. Each of the paintings here was drawn and completed by Su Qing at the cost of several days, and if an ordinary person were to look at them often, unimaginable accidents would surely occur. Su Yuyo scratched her head, wondering what was going on, and further in, there was a pile of wooden statues. Statues are mostly animals mostly, there are even some rare animals. Even that 5-clawed golden dragon has a few pieces. It is this golden dragon did not point out the eyes, always feel that something is missing. There were also some clay figures made of clay around, wearing robes from ancient times, and they looked like they belonged to the kind of level of dignitaries. There were still some bits and pieces of objects, but Su Yuyo felt a little groggy in the head, so she didn't want to continue looking. Su Qing picked some grass and leaves from behind the house and boiled a pot of tea, placing it in front of Su Yuyo and saying, "Taste the flavor." Su Yuyo rubbed her head and drank the tea in one gulp, and only then did the feeling of drowsiness gradually dissipate, and smiled in surprise. "Good fragrant tea, drink more if it smells good." Su Qing smiled faintly. Suddenly, Su Yuyo's stomach began to gurgle, and she awkwardly glanced at Su Qing. "Grandpa, I have bread in my backpack." Su Yuyo opened her backpack and took out a few bags of bread from it, handing one to Su Qing, saying, "It's delicious, try it. You eat, I'll go get you some food." Su Qing smiled and shook his head, indicating that it wasn't uncommon. At that moment, there was a vibration from outside, and it was Tiger coming in with a large pheasant in his mouth and a gray rabbit on his back. "Tiger can still help with hunting," Su Yuyo exclaimed. At the same time, Su Yuyo also noticed that the scars left on the tiger's body after being scratched by the pack of wolves had disappeared, and its yellow fur was very silky. Su Yuyo knew that something significant must have happened to her grandfather. Whether it's a tiger, or a floral word picture, it's all unusual. Su Qing took the rabbit and pheasant away from the tiger's mouth and laughed softly. "We'll eat these 2 wild game today. Grandpa, I'll help you," Su Yuyo said with a smile. "And you can cook? Just stay." Su Qing waved his hand. Su Qing vaguely remembered that Su Yuyo was tired of cooking when she was a child. Su Yuyo felt bored, so she took her cell phone out. The cell phone had been thrown out earlier, and within a moment it had turned itself off, and the live broadcast was naturally interrupted. Opening Douyin, Su Yuyao found that the account fans had risen from 100,000 to 250,000, directly doubling a big time. When you open past video content, the comments are all rest in peace Anchor and Amit Babuda. Then look at the Douyin hot list, the third most popular headline. Wonderful woman killed going into White Dragon Mountain. Look at Weebly again on the hot list. Su Yuyao's mind exploded, not expecting to be on the hot search. Before he could slow down, the beeping phone began to ring. I have to say the mobile kid did a really good job. The signal was full inside the big mountains. Mom, I'm fine. I saw Grandpa. Dad, false alarm. I saw Grandpa. He was cooking. Hoshi I'm fine. How could I die? Several calls came in, from relatives and friends, and Su Yuyao explained one by one. Then the Douyin livestream was opened and the number of people rubbed off on them. Who's this on the Anchor's number? Anchor is dead and you're still on someone else's number. Have some civility haha. No, you guys, this is the Anchor AO. What the hell? Yo-Yo's not dead? Outrageous. Yao is not dead? How is this possible? See the 30-second commercial resurrection? Chapter 5 Unknown Dance Practice Chart. The live feed blew up straight away and it was impossible to read the comments. Hello everyone, I'm AO. Welcome to the live broadcast. Su Yuyao smiled and greeted the netizens in the live stream. How did you escape from the wolves? Anchor? You can't be fake. I don't believe it. How can a human being escape from dozens of wolves? In the face of skepticism, Su Yuyao sang a few songs directly to prove it. A moonlight song, a serious snow song, a Celadon song. These songs were Su Yuyao's best, and she usually sang them often in the live broadcast, so the old fans directly recognized the Su Yuyao in front of them as the real thing. The live broadcast room exploded again, and all of them felt that their brains were not enough. Running away from the wolves, that's something people can do? Su Yuyao's grandpa's valiant stance appeared in her mind, and with a joyful smile, she said, I was almost bitten to death by the wolves, thanks to my grandpa saving me. Pop-ups were floating wildly above the live feed. Anchor, you've got to be able to speak with evidence. Your grandpa? Your grandpa can run faster than you when he meets a wolf. We're still friends if we don't tell lies. Su Yuyao cried and laughed as she looked at the pop-ups. She wouldn't have believed any of this until she encountered it. A nearly 100-year-old man could have such amazing powers and could take a tiger as his favorite. Su Yuyao smiled and explained, my grandfather stayed in the mountains for many years, and are familiar with all the animals. Even that tiger is a pet my grandfather kept. Anchors brag less than anything else. It's against the law to keep tiger. It's against the law. What the hell is going on? More and more people poured into the live stream, and soon it reached 100,000 views. Ow! A tiger's roar like a mountain blasting down resounded through the forest. The tiger's call was so hot that the fans in the broadcast room could hear it. Ayo, the tiger. I hear the tiger. Hurry up and call your grandpa to run with you, or you'll turn into tiger dung. Su Yuyao took a look at the pop-up screen and revealed a disdainful smile as she said, I've explained it all to you guys. The tiger is a kitty raised by my grandfather. In the next second, only a bang was heard as Tiger directly crashed through the door of the house, holding a few grayish-white wild eggs in his mouth and placing them at Su Yuyao's feet. With a body length of nearly 3 meters and a shoulder height of more than 1 meter, the tiger gave people an extremely strong sense of intimidation, and ordinary people did not dare to stand in front of it. Only this creature can be called king. Let me show you guys something fun. Su Yuyao smiled mysteriously and turned her cell phone lens around, pointing it at Tiger's head. Tiger, real tiger, the anchor is still not running? Crazy, really crazy. The anchor must die. Just as the live broadcast was shouting that he would surely die, Su Yuyao reached out her right hand and touched Tiger's head. With a few low wails, Tiger wagged his tail and walked out. The world has changed and tigers are babysitting now. Yao Zi's words were true. It was unimaginable. Our master is the old god of the mountains, right? Not only can he expel wolves, he can also play with tigers. Su Yuyao looked at the live broadcast and was silent. Is it banishing the wolves? It's a second to kill a pack of wolves, right? But no matter what, Su Yuyao was finally safe and sound. The matter about Su Yuyao quickly made its way onto the Douyin hot search. It even took the heat off of one of the basketball megacons. Woman enters White Dragon Mountain and meets a pack of wolves. Finally escapes miraculously has also become a key topic on Weibo, quickly topping the list. Anchor, that painting behind you is quite tasty. Can you come closer so I can take a look? A waterbender statement caught the attention of the broadcast. Behind Su Yuyao, a landscape picture drawn by black pen and ink hung. In the picture was a palace as high as the sky, and in front of the palace square, a figure was dancing with a long sword in his hand. Every time he blinked his eyes at the picture, the figure's stance would change a little bit, linking the figure's movements together, and upon closer inspection, it seemed that he was practicing his swordsmanship. Su Yuyao didn't dare to look at it more. fearing that she would mistakenly enter it again like last time. Anchor, this painting is good stuff. It's many years old. Is this painting for sale? I'll bid 1,000. Corby still wants to buy the painting, which is worth at least $200,000. Some people are more interested in literal antique paintings and bid on them immediately. Others say the painting is just modern technology, nothing to look at. However, the number of people in Su Yuyao's live room was rising wildly, proving that the painting was not extraordinary. Douyin officials have also been very cooperative, and have been giving Su Yuyao a big wave of traffic boost. At the same time, the appearance of the painting attracted artists who knew what they were doing. Shanklin University. Li Zhou was brushing Douyin and happened to brush into Su Yuyao's live broadcasting room. Li Zhou was a teacher at Shanklin University, usually for calligraphy and painting class have for research, but also in the Huaxia Artists Association holds a key position. Just in the Douyin, has 25 million fans. When Li Zhou saw the painting for the first time, his eyes froze. Li Zhou was experienced in painting and quickly realized the magic in the painting. No, the characters in this painting seemed to be moving, not caused by an illusion. Rubbing his eyes, the next time he looked, the figure turned into a different pose. Li Zhou was puzzled and simply elusive. Only after a long time did Li Zhou slow down and excitedly said, "This painting, exquisite and smooth. The characters are like living creatures, extremely flavorful. The most important thing is that there is a spirit charm attached to it." Spirit charm. It is definitely from the hands of a spirit rhythm realm master. The general painter's painting, exquisite and smooth, can be sold for thousands and tens of thousands even if quality, but there have to be paintings by painters that come with a spiritual charm. The realm of spiritual rhythm is the pinnacle of painting and the end of painting. The spiritual charm of painting is the goal that every painter pursues in his or her entire life. Paintings that possess a spiritual charm will bring good luck, or worse, increase longevity. Now that Li Zhou were 35 years old, he had never been able to capture the spirit rhythm realm. Even in the whole of China, there are not even a handful of painters who can attach spiritual charm to their paintings. Even Li Zhou's master was only able to touch the tip of the spirit rhythm realm. Li Zhou trembled as he opened Su Yuyao's personal homepage. Su Yuyao's personal homepage is just singing and dancing videos, not like a painter. Li Zhou thought for a moment and opened his live stream. With a strong fan base, the number of viewers rubbed off. Why is Mr. Li on the air at noon? Look at Mr. Li's frowning face. He stumbled upon something, isn't he? Things that can make Mr. Li difficult. Normally, Li Zhou would live stream paintings or teach in the evenings. It opens at noon. For the first time in years, I found a beautiful painting for you all to see. Li Zhou frowned. In this modern society, some people, in order to sell their paintings at a good price, add technology on top of the paintings to forcibly simulate the spiritual rhythm of the paintings, which has led to the predominance of fake spiritual rhythm paintings on the market. With that, Li Zhou applied for a connection to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao live, drops, Lucho requests to be connected. Li Chao, a multi-million-dollar anchor? Su Yuyao froze. She didn't know Li Zhou. The sudden connection caught her a little off guard. Su Yuyao clicked OK and said, "Hello, Mr. Li Zhou." Seeing Su Yuyao connect to Li Zhou, the live broadcast room began to boil. MS. Su Yuyao, hello, I'm disturbing you. This time I'm connecting with you, mainly because I want to take a look at this painting of yours. Li Zhou opened the door without a trace of ink. Good lord, Li Chao is looking at this painting. This is a rich man. Ao is going to be rich. The tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room did not visualize this painting with the painting of spiritual rhythm. This shows how rare spirit rhythm paintings are. Sure. Su Yuyao nodded and moved her cell phone closer to the painting. As the camera drew closer, the people in the broadcast room could finally make out a few small words on the painting. In the upper left corner of the painting, it was written Nameless Sect Practice Dance Diagram. Nameless Sect Practice Dance Chart? Li Zhou thought through all of Huaxia's history, never figured out what the Nameless Sect Practice Dance Chart was actually recording what things and events. May I ask who the painter is? Li Zhou asked. Chapter 6, $10 million opening bid. Su Yuyao didn't give it much thought and replied, "This painting was painted by my grandfather's hand." Li Zhou was stunned, then asked, "Which painter was your grandfather?" "Grandpa is not in the calligraphy and painting world. He just makes some calligraphy and paintings in his spare time," Su Yuyao answered. Seeing that Su Yuyao was unwilling to disclose the name of the painter, Li Zhou did not pursue the matter further. "Yuyao, it's time to eat." Su Qing was carrying 2 plates of steaming meat dishes, a plate of 5-spice steamed chicken, a plate of spicy rabbit head. 2 wild eggs were also taken and scrambled. "Grandpa, I'm on live." Su Yuyao smiled. "Live? Something like a newscast kind of thing?" Su Qing quickly figured out what the so-called live broadcast was. The live streaming hotheads have just been rising for the past few years. Having lived in the mountains for 5 years, Su Qing was not familiar with short videos and live streaming. Grandpa, what are you painting inside this one? Su Yuyo pointed to the picture of the nameless practicing dance behind her. Su Qing pondered, saying, this one painting, is called the nameless practice dance. Why, do you like it? You can take it if you like it. No, someone on the air was more interested in your paintings, so I casually asked. Su Yuyo hastily shook her head. Lai Zhou, who was connecting in the live broadcast room, said excitedly, Ms. Su Yuyo, is it convenient for me to have a few words with your grandfather? Grandpa, there's a painter inside the live broadcast who's interested in this painting of yours and wants to talk to you. Su Yuyo said. Could be. Su Qing didn't refuse. This live streaming thing was quite new to him. I go. The old man's face. TSK, 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 TSK. It's an extraordinary person at first sight. If the old man can keep a tiger, he's certainly a tall man. The old man is in the mountains, absolutely reclusive, like an old god. Su Qing's immortal-like appearance immediately caused the Cultivation fans in the live broadcast room to boil over. Greetings, old sir. Your approach to this painting is very subtle. I wonder what your name is. Rizhou spoke rather politely. Ha ha ha, I'm not famous. My last name is Su. My first name is Chung. Su Qing didn't hide his name and spoke it out. Thinking of all the famous figures in the painting world, Lai Zhou didn't even recall the name Su Chung. True to Su Yuyao's words, Su Chang was not from the calligraphy and painting circle. Old sir, at the risk of asking you, are you selling this painting? The more Ri Zhou looked, the more his heart itched, wanted to buy the painting. Boy, art is priceless, Su Qing said smilingly. This nameless practicing dance chart draws the very nameless sect of the Nine Heavy Continent, and when viewed for a long period of time, it can cultivate the voice and enhance the vitality, which is definitely the most precious treasure for mortals. And as Lai Zhou had seen this situation many times, he certainly didn't believe that Su Qing wasn't for sale, thinking that Su Qing was just wanting a higher price. Spirit rhythm paintings were rare, but it wasn't impossible to buy them by spending a lot of money. Old sir, I'll buy this painting of yours for $5 million. Ri Zhou made a direct offer. Someone on the live feed was surprised. This painting's worth that much? Good lord, this is not a painting handed down from ancient times that could be worth so much. I'm rich. $1 million for one painting. If this is a few more, wealth freedom. Su Yuyo opened her small mouth, slightly surprised that she couldn't figure out what the painting was worth. One could only say that even the artist couldn't be sure if it was a spirit rhythm painting, and it would be even harder for ordinary people to recognize it. $5 million? Ha ha ha, lad, it's not the money. Su Qing has no concept of money. Millions and millions, all the same. Does the price not satisfy you? $8 million. What do you think? Ri Zhou was calm, not annoyed, and continued to raise the price. Not for sale. Su Qing still smiled and refused. $10 million. Ri Chao raised the price again. $10 million could buy a spiritual rhyme painting by a foreign master. Buying this nameless dance practice chart is definitely not a problem. Old sir, I am very sincere in wanting to buy your painting. How about you name a price? Ri Zhou was a bit bitter. He had money, but he wasn't a fool. Su Qing's spirit rhythm painting was very good, but it was still a hair behind the stronger spirit rhythm painters. The price was too expensive, and Ri Zhou didn't feel the need to buy it. He could have gone ahead and purchased paintings by foreign spiritually charged painters with more options. The painting, it's not for sale, not at any price. Su Chang once again refused. $15 million. Lai Zhou gritted his teeth. That's the last time he'll raise the price. Not for sale. Su Qing refused. The old man is great. $15 million to sell a painting or not sold. Line of sight money as if it were dirt. I'm not sure I'd want to miss out on that. If it were me, I'd sell. Laughing my ass off. Isn't that the script? What millions and millions? Don't act. Millions for a painting that's not famous. Spicy script. I don't even think you're scripted if you take an ancient masterpiece. Someone on the air brushed this off as scripted. It was Su Yuyo and Lai Zhou who got the script. Hot searching character Su Yuyo and 10 million fans big anchor Lai Zhou teamed up for the script. That's not a normal amount of traffic. Ri Zhou didn't bother to read the comments on the live broadcast, only slightly regretting it. Well, old sir, if there's a chance, I'd like to pay a visit and ask for your guidance. Seeing that Su Qing had no desire to sell at all, Lai Zhou gave up. Fragrant Forest White Dragon Mountain. If you can make it to the mountain, I can consider giving you this painting. Seeing that the other party was quite sincere, Su Qing considered for a moment or two and said, if Lai Zhou could really climb the White Dragon Mountain, it meant that Lai Zhou was indeed capable. It wouldn't hurt to give him this painting. Okay, old man. Thank you in advance here then. Rizhou was polite and then immediately disconnected the connection. Master is fooling around again. There are wolves and tigers in White Dragon Mountain, and Io was almost bitten to death by a wolf. It's just a script. Wolf, tiger, a gun can solve the problem, but where do you get a gun? Mr. Lai Chao. Although I don't know if it's a script or not, you'd better calm down. Don't lose your life because of a painting. Of course Lai Zhou knew about Su Yuyao's encounter with the wolf, but that wasn't going to stop him from going up White Dragon Mountain. Subsequently, Rizhou sends a screenshot of Nameless practicing his dance to his teacher. Zhang Zhongjing, 85 years old, is the president of the Huaxia Artists Association, a famous painter, Titanic level, high status, and also touched a trace of spiritual rhyme realm. Rumor has it that Zhang Zhongjing's teacher and Qi Baisher were old friends. The family also has a painting by Qi Baisher. Yanjing, on a small hill, two old men in tang costumes were playing chess. Wait, there's a good thing. Zhang Zhongjing put down the chess piece in his hand. This one screenshot sent by Rizhou instantly caught his eye. Yo, there's something about this one painting. It has a spiritual rhythm, but not much, but it's better than me. Zhang Zhongjing smacked his lips. Tick-tock. Rizhou called on the phone. Rizhou, where did you get the screenshot from? Zhang Zhongjing asked. Lai Zhou hurriedly said. Teacher, I was about to ask you. This painting is something I saw inside a live broadcasting room. I asked the author of this painting. It's called Su Qing. I don't know if you've heard of his name? Zhang Zhongjing shook his head. Su Qing, let's see. I don't think I've heard of that name. This painting is not ordinary. The demeanor, the technique, are all very special. Moreover, there is a spiritual charm. Zhang Zhongjing continued to observe for a few moments. Even if it's just a screenshot, it feels like the characters in that picture are dancing. Holding his sword up, he stuck it in the ground, and it didn't take long for it to change again. At the same time, Zhang Zhongjing could be sure that the painting was not technology. Technology can't do that to this extent. There's some meaning. Lai Zhou, buy this painting over. Zhang Zhongjing are interested in this picture. If he could study this one painting, he might be able to officially reach the spirit rhythm realm. Lai Zhou sighed. Teacher, this painter's family doesn't sell at all. I offered $15 million, and they rejected it without even thinking about it. What? $15 million and he won't even sell? Zhang Zhongjing couldn't figure it out either. That price, mind you, can be far exceeded. Lai Zhou said, but this painter is strange. He said that if I go to the mountain to find him, he will give me this painting. Chapter 7, Riding a Tiger Up a Mountain. Rizhou and Zhang Zhongjing conferred and decided to head to White Dragon Mountain. They wanted to take a look at just what kind of character this Su Qing was. It's so arrogant. Besides, a painter with the spirit rhythm realm. Even if he couldn't buy Su Qing's paintings, a conversation would surely yield some considerable gains. White Dragon Mountain. Grandpa, why did you say that if you let that Li Zhou come to White Dragon Mountain, you would give him the painting for free, instead of selling it to him directly? Su Yuyao asked in a very puzzled manner. Being able to sell the painting would be $10 million. $10 million? This figure was an astronomical figure for Su Yuyao. Money. Before, I might have cared more about it, but now, it doesn't mean anything to me anymore. The difficulty of ascending the White Dragon Mountain. You experienced it before. If this Li Zhou is really able to pass through that mist, and that pack of wolves, then it means that Li Zhou and I are destined to be together, and will be qualified to talk to me, so there is no harm in giving this painting to him. Su Qing put down the chopsticks in his hands and replied with a light smile. This nameless practicing dance picture was merely a picture drawn randomly by Su Qing. If Su Qing wanted to, he could always draw thousands or hundreds of them. Of course, by allowing Li Zhou to go up White Dragon Mountain, Su Qing had another layer of even more important purpose. That was because he saw Lai Zhou's cultivation talent. Su Qing wants to take Lai Zhou as his disciple. Just now, Su Qing judged through the screen that this Li Zhou possessed excellent immortal cultivation talent. Moreover, Li Zhou's cultivation talent, even if placed in the nameless sect of the previous generation, definitely belonged to the best. Not only did Su Qing need to raise his own cultivation, he also needed to cultivate more forces under him. When his cultivation recovered to transformation god, he would need to break the void and leave the blue star. Perhaps he would still need the help of bystanders. For now, he would first accept some disciples with high talent to plan for the future. Otherwise, even if there was any eye contact with Lai Zhou, it would be impossible to let him go up the mountain. Giving him the painting for free is even more impossible. However, such words would not be said to Su Yuyao. Oh, Su Yuyao didn't quite understand Su Qing's thoughts, but she still obediently nodded her head. Wow, Grandpa, this spicy rabbit head you made is really delicious. This 5-spice chicken is also very good. It smells so good. Why is there a smell of Chinese medicine put inside this scrambled eggs? It's a bit unpleasant, kind of like the smell of stinky tofu. Su Yuyao began to dry rice, and the more she ate, the more surprised she became. These meals made by Su Qing carried a kind of spiritual chi inside, and eating them felt pleasurable all over, and the grade of the meals inside the restaurants outside was too high. Su Qing smiled gently. The meals were laced with all sorts of precious and rare herbs. Each herb is grown over many years and has an extremely high aura, especially that scrambled wild eggs. Long-time consumption can provide beauty effect and relieve aging. After eating, Su Yuyo was ready to brush the dishes, but Su Qing moved faster. I need to move my muscles after dinner. I'm getting old, and if I don't move this handful of bones, I'll be wasted in time. Su Qing stretched and came outside the wooden house. With a light stomp of his foot, the tiger with a brave and tall body ran over from nowhere. In Su Yuyao's surprised eyes, Su Qing rolled over and sat on the tiger's back. Take you for a ride up the hill. Su Qing pointed to the tiger's back, signaling Su Yuyao to come up. At first Su Yuyo was scared. After all, it was a ferocious animal like a tiger. But with Su Qing's encouragement, Su Yuyo bravely mounted the tiger. The tiger was more than 2 meters long and was fully capable of carrying the grandparents and grandchildren for a quick run. The two of them rode the tiger towards the top of White Dragon Mountain. Su Yuyo opened the live broadcast and took a short video. The content of the short video was Su Yuyo riding a tiger, walking quickly inside the forest, as dashing as a character in an anime. When this video came out, the number of likes had already broken 100,000 in just a few minutes. There are even more than 100,000 comments below the video. The tiger is a nationally protected animal. If your grandparents and grandchildren ride it badly, they will have to pay for it. Envious, really envious. People are able to ride tigers. Like when I was a kid, I was only able to ride pigs. This is the pinnacle of life. Riding a tiger through the streets in the wild. Just tell me if this is a script for you. I'm really envious. Reported. Looking at the comments inside the video, Su Yuyao commented, not a script. Grandpa and I are patrolling the mountains, the top of White Dragon Mountain. The sun was blazing as if it were burning in a fire. The grandfather and grandson got off the tiger, and the tiger was smart enough to turn around and slip away. Coming to the edge of the cliff, Su Qing looked at the bottom of the endless abyssal cliff, but there was not the slightest fear in his heart. Su Yuyao didn't dare to approach. She was by nature rather afraid of heights. If you're near a cliff, you could fall right off. Grandpa, be careful, it's so high up there. Su Yuyao was worried that something might happen to her grandfather and hurriedly shouted, don't worry, I've been resting here for 5 years. Su Qing laughed lightly and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. But Su Yuyao was still flustered, her gaze never leaving Su Qing, fearing that Su Qing would fall off the cliff the next second. With nothing else to do, Su Yuyao opened the live broadcast once again. This one had 200,000 viewers. Su Qing just started practicing on the edge of the cliff under the attention of 200,000 people. First, he sat on his knees and adjusted his breath to a better state. Take a branch from the big tree next to you. Remove the tops of the branches, leaving bare sticks. Su Qing used it very smoothly, gently flinging the branch, which was like a sharp sword that kept turning in Su Qing's hand, and with every stroke, a wind-breaking sound whistled. After that, Su Qing began to rehearse the Nameless Sect's sword dance. That is to say, Nameless practiced the sword technique in the dance chart. I'll be damned. The old man is really fierce. Straight to the edge of the cliff, Elder Su Qing practiced using branches as swords. Good lord, is this the hermit sword fairy of the mountains? The old man has a few kung fu skills, and seems to have been a practitioner in his youth. There is something familiar about this sword art. It's not the sword art stance of Nameless practicing dance figure. Su Yuyo looked dumbfounded. Grandpa actually does know the martial arts on the painting. Earlier, Su Yuyo thought that all that swordplay on the painting was fake. Kiki. At some point, a small purple fox ran out of the woods. This purple fox is very small and cute, with slightly yellow fur and none of its teeth are sharp, so I'm afraid it's not long since it was born. Look, you guys, a purple fox. It's beautiful. Su Yuyo immediately shifted the camera of the live broadcast to the little purple fox. Can the anchor come closer and get a closer look at the little fox? Don't. If another big fox jumps out from the woods, aren't you trying to hurt the anchor? What are you afraid of? Give me a close-up of Brother Fox. The little purple fox nestled in the grass, not paying attention to Su Yuyao. Following the little fox's gaze, it was a blue flower on the edge of the cliff. This one was beautifully blue, with flowers that carried a hint of luminescence, and would certainly be extremely bright at night. Someone on the air recognized the blue flower. Ah yow! I recognize this purple flower. This flower is called blue fragrance flower. It seems to have the efficacy of stopping bleeding, healing wounds and clearing toxins. A flower on the market is worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. Crap! The little purple fox is aiming for that blue-scented flower. Ah yow! Hurry up and snatch that orchid flower. It's a good treasure, something that has a price. The blue-scented flower is especially rare and has a price, and in some big mountains, it takes a few years for one to appear. But Su Yuyao didn't dare to go near the cliff at all, not to mention the fact that this orchid is right on the edge of a cliff, so if you're not careful, you can fall off. Not waiting for Su Yuyao to call Su Cheng, the purple little fox took the lead in rushing up to Su Yuyao in order to prevent her from grabbing it, and took a bite of the blue-scented flower into her mouth. But the speed was too fast, and the little fox, due to inertia, stopped unsteadily and fell towards the bottom of the cliff. Kiriko Kirikou, the little fox hissed, but the little fox was fast, and his two little paws clawed hard at a few grasses on the edge of the cliff. It's over. The little fox is going to be over. Dead. The fall will surely be shattered, and not even a whole body will be left. The blue-scented flower is also going to be buried with the little fox. No less. Su Yuyao wanted to go and save the little fox and also wanted the blue fragrant flower. In his heart, however, he was so afraid that he did not dare to approach at all. Within seconds, the little fox finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his paws gave way, falling off the bottom of the cliff. The little fox was so small that if it had been an adult fox, it would have jumped up in a single bound. Ah! Su Yuyao exclaimed. On the other side, Su Qing had long since noticed this scene. Su Qing's gaze flickered, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly jumped off the cliff. Chapter 8, The Old Fox is Interesting. Grandpa. Looking at the cliff that was like an abyss, Su Yuyao flopped down on the edge of the cliff and cried out. She never dared to go near the cliff, but when Su Qing jumped, Su Yuyao overcame the fear in her heart, but Grandpa's figure had long since disappeared. I'll be damned. The old man is crazy. It's not worth jumping off a cliff for a little fox. Anchor or go down the mountain and look for the body. Live and let live. The old man has been in the mountains for 5 years without being victimized by wild beasts, but now it is this tragic end, which is a pity and sad. The live broadcast room was filled with a gloomy mood, not much worse than when Su Yuyao was bitten by a wolf. Su Yuyao wiped her tears clean and was ready to go down the mountain to look for Su Qing's corpse. Ahem! A coughing sound came from the bottom of the cliff, only to see a dry palm grabbing the corner of the cliff. Su Qing rolled over and jumped up from under the cliff. Su Qing was holding the little fox in his hands, and the little fox was holding the blue fragrant flower in its mouth. Grandpa! Su Yuyao stared with wide eyes, which were filled with shock. Grandpa's not dead? Jumping off a cliff and coming out unscathed? Not only was Su Yuyao shocked, even the netizens in the live broadcast room were terrified. This isn't the old man's ghost. The cliff is so high that a fall will surely kill him. How come the old man can still climb up and save the little fox in the process? The old man can't really be an immortal, cultivating immortality in the mountains to become a fairy? The live comments are sent out in a whoosh at an extremely fast pace. Grandpa, Su Yuyao wanted to ask, but didn't know how. Child, there's no need to worry about me. In this world, nothing can hurt me. Su Cheng revealed a confident look. Overbearing, the old man must be immortal. The entire world turned bleak when the old man's words came out. This quote from the old man is so combustible. Little one, take the blue-scented flower and go. Su Qing touched the little fox in his hand, placed it gently on the ground, and pointed to the forest. Kirikou. The little fox looked up at Su Qing and let out a purr. Do any of you understand the beast language? Su Yuyao asked curiously in the live broadcast. Overestimating us? We don't understand dog language, and we don't understand fox language. Anchor can be Baidu. This little fox is telling me that it needs my help. Su Qing laughed lightly. The little fox understood Su Qing's words and nodded its little head. Come on, little guy. Su Cheng once again pointed towards the forest. The little fox wailed a few times and took small steps towards the forest. Follow through. Su Qing followed the little fox, and Su Yuyao followed closely. After walking a few hundred meters, the little fox stopped in front of a pile of rocks. Su Qing saw a pure purple fox in front of the pile of rocks. I'm afraid this is the little fox's parents. This old fox had a mouthful of flesh bitten off his abdomen by an unknown animal, cuts with some branches and leaves, and his eyes were black and purple, poisoned. Su Qing instantly judged it. Obviously, this little fox took the blue-scented flower in order to cure the old fox and get rid of the poison. The old fox reacted slowly due to the poisoning, sensing Su Qing and Su Yuyao's aura and letting out a low roar, trying to scare the two away. Someone on the air identified the poison that the old fox had been poisoned with. From my years of experience with snakes, this old fox was poisoned with snake venom. The old fox has a hard life. If it were an ordinary cat or dog, it would have been cold. The old fox in this situation, even if the use of blue fragrant flowers cannot be saved, the medicinal power simply cannot catalyze. Grandpa, is this old fox still saved? Su Yuyao asked. Of course it's saved. Little fox, be good and don't move. Su Qing snatched the orchid fragrance flower from the little fox's mouth with a single hand, and then used his hand to knead the blue fragrance flower continuously, kneading out some juice. slowly reaching over. Su Qing wanted to smear these juices on the old fox's abdomen, but this old fox was simply too cautious and didn't give Su Qing a chance to get closer. Whenever Su Qing was about to approach the old fox would step back a bit. Kiriko Kirikou. The little fox seemed a little anxious at this scene, and rushed to the side of the old fox, and began to yap and yap and yap. As the little fox explained, the old fox's eyes gradually changed from the cautiousness from earlier to gratitude, thus slowly approaching Su Qing. You two should stop discussing. You'll be dead in a few moments, old fox, Su Qing said with a light smile. After some discussion with the little fox, the old fox also trusted Su Qing at the moment and revealed his abdomen. Normally animals don't expose their bellies because it's their weakest point, and if the other person moves to kill them, this situation can kill them in one blow. It was for this reason that the old fox was so wary. Su Qing applied the orchid flower juice in his hand to the old fox's abdomen, and treated the other wounds one by one. In the end, Su Qing used his own spiritual energy to organize and refine the medicinal power of the blue fragrant flower to heal the wounds on the old fox's abdomen. Su Yuyo looked on in awe. It didn't occur to me that Grandpa could actually understand beast language. It seems that Grandpa has really practiced his skills in the mountains these past few years. It's so unusual. The old fox's original purple-black eyes quickly returned to normal, and those torn injuries quickly recovered, slowly standing up and able to walk independently. The effect of the blue fragrant flower was as terrifying as it was. Holy, who was it that was just saying that blue-scented flowers don't work and that old foxes must die? The old man is a true god. This old fox is obviously not even working. There's a maneuver to this. The live broadcasts were all shot at Su Qing's unique method of refining drugs, praising the divine skill. Go! Su Qing laughed lightly and pointed not far away. The old fox and the young fox let out a twittering sound at the same time, especially the young fox, who laughed exactly like a child laughs, which was very melodious and well-behaved. The old fox nodded slightly with the little fox and walked around Su Qing's feet a few times, seemingly leaving their exclusive scent on Su Qing. Su Qing didn't reject this behavior. After all, it was quite normal. In a short while the old fox left with his young. This fox is just smart enough to know to leave a scent. In my experience of reading web novels, the old fox might return the favor. What do you mean? The old fox will turn into a wonderful girl, and then have an encounter with the old man, and the two of them will have a human fox master-grandson romance? I understand. What the hell is a human fox master-grandson romance? The old man is 95 years old, and I'm afraid the old fox isn't much older. Isn't this a grandfather-grandson relationship? You're equating animal lifespans with human lifespans. The comments in the live broadcast room washed out. Even with a hint of color, Su Yuyo did not even have the face to continue to read on, and did not dare to give Su Qing, for fear that Su Qing would be furious after reading the comments. Su Qing and Su Yuyo once again returned to the mountaintop. At this moment, someone chatted privately with Su Yuyo, saying that they were prepared to buy the blue-scented flower, but the blue-scented flowers were used up by the old fox, and Su Yuyo politely refused. After that, there were constantly people chatting privately with Su Yuyo, wanting to buy the blue fragrant flower. This shows how tempting the blue-scented flower really is. Su Qing sat quietly on the edge of the cliff, after no accidents had occurred, until dusk, getting ready to go home. There was a barking sound from inside the forest, and the old fox came running from the distance with his cubs, with an excited look on his face. What's the matter with you guys? Su Qing didn't see anything wrong with the old fox either, but the old fox had a square piece of copper in his mouth. The old fox barked a few times, seemingly telling, and placed the square piece of copper in front of Su Qing. The copper block was flat and unimpressive. Only the exterior had strange patterns that seemed to be some kind of ancient writing, and it was still a little hot in his hand, with what looked like a burning flame in it. Oh, you were going to give this to me? Su Qing was greatly surprised. It was said that foxes were smart, and it seemed to be true. Helping the fox heal, the fox even turned around and gave him something. Su Yuyo asked curiously, Grandpa, what is this? It looks like an antique. This is, sort of, an ancient token. Su Qing hesitated for a moment and said, a token? What dynasty does this token belong to? How come I've never seen it in a book before? Su Yuyo pondered for half a day, recalling all the books she had read from elementary school to university, and in the end, she was unable to recognize that this was an object from that era. Old fox, where did you get this bronze medal from, and can you tell me where the address is? Su Qing tentatively asked the old fox. I don't know if the other person can understand it either. The old fox sniffed and chirped, as if to take credit. The little fox was also jumping around and getting excited. Chapter 9 Immortal Dan Pavilion. Su Fu, Tiger. Su Qing understood the old fox's meaning and gently stomped the ground, followed by a roar in the distance as the tiger scurried out of nowhere with a light step. The appearance of a beast king caused the old fox and the little fox to be shocked and extremely fearful, not daring to approach. quickly running to Su Qing's feet and staring at the tiger with a scornful face. The tiger also looked suspiciously at the two little foxes at Su Qing's feet and let out a faint low growl. Yo, tiger will take you back first. I have some things I need to take care of with this old fox. Pay attention to safety. If you meet any danger that tiger can't solve, go to the stone cave behind the house. Su Cheng patted Tiger Z's head and instructed Su Yuyao. Okay, Grandpa. Su Yuyao simply nodded without asking why. Sitting on the tiger's back, he was soon out of sight. Su Qing had a premonition that this token might be related to immortal cultivators, and there were a few dangers, so he sent Su Yuyao away. And the other layer of reason was that Su Yuyao was on the air, and it was still best to let the outside world know less about the matters of the cultivators, so as not to invite the unknown. Let's go. Let's see if the two of you can bring me any gadgets. Su Qing laughed lightly. The old fox and the young fox chirped a few times and led the way. That's too slow. I'll take you. Su Qing grabbed the little fox and the old fox with one hand, and his body slowly took off into the air, transforming into a grayish-white stream of light as he flew at breakneck speed through the forest. If an ordinary person were to see this scene, they would definitely be scared straight to death. After flying for roughly 3 kilometers, the old fox reached out its paw to scratch Su Qing's wrist. Is this the right spot? Su Qing slowly stopped and stood on a large tree. Looking around, the environment of this place is unfamiliar. Out of the range of the White Dragon Mountain, Su Qing will release the divine sense. This place has no peculiarities. The only thing that is more different is that there is a deep water pool not far away, and the old fox ran past, aiming for what seemed to be this deep pool of water. The old fox head stretched out his paw, digging a hole in the ground, as if signaling that the copper block he had just dug out of the dirt next to this pool of water. Su Qing slowly approached the water hole and didn't seem to notice anything wrong. It was unlikely that the old fox would tease him for no reason. There would definitely be secrets in this place. Su Qing's divine sense tested the bottom of the deep water pool. Strangely enough, with Su Qing's divine sense at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he was unable to detect the bottom of the water pool. That's kind of interesting. You guys go on back. I'll go down and check it out. Su Cheng nodded his head towards the two little foxes, and jumped down towards the water hole. The two foxes were able to understand Su Qing's words and turned around to slip away. Entering the water pool, Su Qing generated a golden energy light shield around his body and began to slowly dive down. Space sandwich? Su Qing dived down to about 10 meters deep when the water suddenly disappeared. What was presented to Su Jing was a palace. Spatial interlayers, which were formed by the extrusion of space, could generally only be refined into a cave by a strong person above the foundation establishment stage. As an otherworldly immortal cultivator, Su Qing had known that there were some mysterious cultivators in China. Therefore, there is no doubt about such a situation as space entrapment. There was no unified path of cultivation for the cultivators in the country of Huaxia. Most of them cultivate the physical body and refer to them as external strength masters. There were also those who cultivated internal energy, but they were all immature internal energy techniques, but they would generally be much stronger than external energy experts. It was rumored that there were cultivation methods for immortal cultivators in ancient China, but they have all disappeared nowadays. In the light period of Su's youth, when he had not awakened the memories of his past life, in those days several top countries were united in a great war, and there was a lot of gunfire. Aside from some high-tech weapons, those who perform special assassination missions are cultivators. Only after the founding of the country, the traces of the figures of these cultivators gradually disappeared. I heard that the country was trying to stabilize the society by gathering some of the cultivation clans and cultivators and hiding them from the world. The remaining cultivators who were more stubborn were eradicated, so much so that today, decades later, it is almost difficult to patrol the lines of practitioners. Therefore the ordinary people nowadays have no idea about cultivation at all. But from time to time, the country will happen more bizarre and strange things. Are those who cultivate the ghost? Only in the end, all with science to explain clearly. Such as a period of time ago, the city of Tianyang City suddenly red light, because an internal strength practitioner's end of life, dying before the breakthrough failure caused by the heavenly phenomenon is just. Another example is the appearance of the precious purple underworld grass on the Kunlun before, which is exactly what the Kunlun Mountains cultivators' reclusive family got up to. A few days ago when circular flying machines appeared strangely in the skies above various countries, there was speculation as to whether they were aliens, or which country was plotting against them. But in the end, Su Qing recognized that the flying machine was just an old man who had transcended the inner strength experimenting with magical weapons. And this space sandwich in front of me looks like some years of history. Certainly not modern people come up with. Modern people do not have this kind of ability. Must be the ancient Chinese strong refining. To be sure, in ancient China, it was also the absorption of aura as the main cultivation resource, but once there must have been a fault line of cultivators, causing some cultivation techniques to be lost. Otherwise, How come all the cultivators nowadays have switched to physical arts? There were also peaks of physical external strength body techniques that could retrograde beyond those who practiced internal strength and even those who cultivated immortality. But to reach that level, it was more than several times more difficult to cultivate internal strength. But if you use aura to cultivate, you will even leave these internal and external energies behind by 100,000 miles. It was worth mentioning that Su Qing was a peak external force expert when he hadn't awakened his memories. Su Qing no longer pondered on this, but instead looked onto the palace gates. That says Immortal Dan Pavilion. Immortal Dan Pavilion. That's an interesting name. Could it be that Immortal Dan exists here? Su Qing was instantly piqued by the name. One who could come up with such a name must have been a famous and powerful person in ancient times. That's quite a sturdy-looking gate. Su Chang went up and patted the tall stone door, feeling that it would be difficult for a cannonball to blow it open. In the center of this stone door, there was a rectangular seal, so it must have required a specific object to open it. Open! Su Ching condensed spiritual chi in his hands and slapped out a palm. Magnificent powerful light flashed. The strong might of the foundation establishment stage erupted, and the sturdy stone door burst open with a bang. Stepping into the palace, the entire palace suddenly lit up. The view opens up at once. Su Cheng just thought, that seal on the stone door, is not that copper block token needed to open. Walked to the center of the main hall. On both sides of the main hall stood rows and rows of stone statues, probably more than 20 of them, each of which was clad in armor, holding a lance in their hands, with extremely sharp eyes carved like blades, as if they were defending an important figure. In the main hall, at the very front, a statue with colors was erected. The statue was carved in a very heroic manner, wearing a brocade robe, holding a long sword in his hand, and a purple jade pendant hanging at his waist, almost like a real person. Underneath the statue, there was a stone tablet, inscribed with some words that were difficult to discern. Chapter 10, Tiger's Injury. Su Cheng moved closer to watch, only to hear thuds, and those stone statues on both sides of the great hall suddenly moved, the lances in their hands like they possessed a locust to throw themselves frantically towards Su Cheng. Break! For this kind of trick, Su Cheng merely waved his hand casually, and the lance immediately crumbled and disappeared. As for those stone statues, Su Cheng violently shattered them one after another as he raised his hand. This kind of stone statue would be more or less useful in dealing with ordinary immortal cultivators, but in the case of Su Cheng, a transmigrated immortal cultivator, it would appear to be more general. Su Cheng slowly approached the stone monument and took a closer look at the ancient characters inscribed on it. For the ancient texts, Su Cheng had slightly studied them and quickly understood them clearly. This is from the Qin dynasty script, the small seal script. Observing carefully, Su Cheng finally felt it out. This statue is none other than Su Fu, who was sent overseas by Emperor Shi Huangdi to seek the elixir of immortality during the Qin dynasty. The general meaning written on the stone tablet is that back then, Su Fu traveled overseas in search of the elixir of immortality, and indeed obtained the precious medicines, which were refined to become the legendary elixir of immortality. But on his way back to the Qin dynasty, he was stopped by some cultivators. In order to avoid these cultivators, Su Fu went into the water pool and opened up this space mezzanine, and named it the Immortal Dan Pavilion, waiting for Ying Zheng to find it. In order to prevent people from messing around, Su Fu also got carved stone statues that were endowed with power. Only nowadays, because the age era is too long, the power of the stone statue is not as strong as it used to be. Otherwise, with Su Qing's current foundation establishment Cultivation, he wouldn't have annihilated it so easily. One of the most important points, i.e., the elixir of immortality, was indeed not remembered above the stone tablet, without a single record. Su Qing's divine sense scoped out the surrounding subtemple and merely found stone artifacts and broken bronze artifacts. Finally, Su Qing placed his gaze on this statue of Su Fu. There's no place to hide anything but in the statue. Immortal pills, even the 9 continent doesn't have this stuff. I'd like to see what the immortal pills of Huaxia are like. Su Qing reached out, condensed his aura longsword, and under the sword chi, he slashed at Su Fu's statue. Open! Su Qing chopped down with his sword, and the entire palace began to shake violently. Su Fu's statue then burst into pieces completely, and a red beam of light flew out from the shattered statue, transforming into a transparent humanoid. Who are you? You are not His Majesty. The transparent humanoid immediately snapped at Su Qing's first sight. You're Su Fu. Su Qing didn't panic when he saw this transparent humanoid, but said indifferently, this kind of transparent form was just a part of the soul, slightly using some aura to be able to transform into it, and it wasn't really a high-end cultivation method. Not bad. Who are you? Why hasn't His Majesty come? Could it be that His Majesty sent you over to look for me? No, you don't have His Majesty's aura on you. Who are you? Su Fu's soul incarnation didn't hide his identity and directly admitted it. Your Majesty died long ago, and now the bones are flying ashes. Time has changed. The sea has changed, and 2,000 years have passed since your time. Su Qing did not panic, and with a light smile, he slowly explained to Su Fu. Shut up, you old thief, you must be deceiving me. You're one of those alien immortal cultivators from back then, aren't you? Must be trying to obtain the immortal pill from me. But I hid it. You'll never find it. Su Fu's expression was sharp as he thought that Su Qing was those people who had tried to rob him of his immortal pills in the first place. At the same time, he did not believe that Qin Chao had disappeared. Ha ha ha, you're just a broken soul body. How dare you be so arrogant in front of this seat? Su Qing laughed out loud at his words. How many years had it been? From youth to the present day. No one had ever dared to speak to Su Qing in such a manner. This Su Fu's soul body was the first. Evil man, go to hell. Su Fu laughed coldly, and with a movement of his fingertips, a streak of scattered light shot out, stabbing at Su Qing. You died a long time ago. The Qin dynasty has long since disappeared into the river of history. There's no need for this so-called soul body of yours to continue to exist. Disappear. Su Qing coldly grunted, waving his hand to cancel out the scattered light, and instantly carved out a set of circular formations that enveloped Su Fu's soul body. You won't find it. His Majesty will avenge me. With just a bang, Su Fu's soul body shattered right off, and then began to reorganize again, turning into a stream of light and hiding. Immortal pills? I'll find them myself. Su Qing sneered, his divine sense constantly searching and exploring deeper underground. It hollowed out under the stone statue of Su Fu again, almost toppling the entire palace. No? Su Qing was puzzled. It seems that this Su Fu has hidden the elixir of immortality in a very secretive place. Su Fu, I know you can hear me, and you've hidden the immortal pill in such a secretive manner, so I'll just have to refine this spatial sandwich. Su Qing sneered. All that was needed was to refine the space sandwich and everything would be known. Immortal, immortal, I'll give you the immortal pill, but you need to do me a small favor. When Su Fu's soul body heard Su Qing's harsh words, it finally couldn't hide anymore and showed up to appear. You're giving me crap? Su Qing drank coldly. No, 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 you said that His Majesty died a long time ago. Can you send me to His Majesty's grave? If you promise me, I will give you the immortal pill. Su Fu prayed. May. Su Qing agreed. With a wave of Su Fu's hand, the space in front of him ruptured and a medicine gourd emerged. Su Qing's sleeves fluttered, and that gourd was held in his hands. Opening the lid of the gourd, there was indeed a purple golden elixir inside. After Su Qing's budget, this elixir was indeed extraordinary in its potency, enough to support Su Qing's recovery to the Jindan stage. Not to say that it was an immortal elixir, but it was enough to be called a divine elixir. By the Jindan stage, Su Qing would be able to fly for long periods of time, and various kung fu immortal techniques would be able to support the execution, so that he could travel to other countries to plunder divine pills. Divine medicines within China are all taken by the state, only to travel to those top families in foreign countries to look for loot. Anyway, those foreigners do not know how to refine pills. In the hands of foreigners in turn is a waste. Count yourself honest. Su Qing took out the elixir, reached out and grabbed it, forcing Su Fu's soul body into the gourd. I'm too lazy to listen to more beeping from Su Fu. However, thinking about it, Su Qing always felt that something was wrong. There's definitely something wrong with this Su Fu. It was just that they couldn't figure it out nowadays. So Su Qing left the deep water pool. Back on the ground, the two little foxes were actually waiting outside for Su Qing to come out. Are you guys planning to go back with me? Su Qing asked. The old fox chirped and nodded his head. Go. Su Qing grabbed the two little foxes in his hands and prepared to return to the wooden house first. By now, it was dark. Su Yuya was waiting anxiously at the door for Su Qing to return. Next to him, Tiger's breath was unsteady, panting vigorously, his leg wrapped in cloth still whistling and bleeding. Grandpa, Tiger and I were just coming back when we saw 3 hunters, with shotguns, chasing Tiger, who was shot in the leg. Seeing Su Qing finally return, Su Yuyao cried out with tears in the corners of her eyes. Chapter 11, Hunters. Don't cry, little Tiger, he's fine. Su Qing's figure flickered as he quickly arrived in front of Su Yuyao. Grandpa, take a look at Tiger. Su Yuyao stroked Tiger's head with an anxious expression. In fact, according to Tiger's speed, it was completely possible to dodge those hunters and even have the strength left over for a counterkill. But because he was dragging Su Yuyao, his speed naturally slowed down a lot. Otherwise it wouldn't have been shot. Su Qing took out a pot of purple gold velvet from the house. This purple gold velvet had a blood cleansing and nourishing effect. It was even more effective for injuries, and it was more than suitable for treating wounds. Splitting the purple gold velvet into 2 halves, half of it was given to the tiger to eat, half of it was kneaded into a medicinal liquid and applied to the tiger's leg, and Su Qing utilized his aura to force the bullet out. After everything was done, Tiger was able to walk. Tiger's injuries were much lighter than old Fox's, who had been poisoned before but had almost died. Divine sense liberalized. Su Qing began to probe the hunter's whereabouts. Sure enough, a kilometer away from the cabin, 3 hunters in camouflage uniforms with a single shotgun were eating chicken in front of a fire, happily conferring about meeting a tiger. Master, there really are tigers in this White Dragon Mountain. That Su Yuyo live broadcast was all real, not scripted. This is a fortune. A tiger skin is starting to sell for quite a bit of money. This hunter was in his mid-20s. His face was still relatively young, and there was a kind of clear stupidity in his eyes that was somewhat similar to what the internet said about college students. Humph, if you follow Master, you'll get rich sooner or later. The other hunter, also young, licked his lips and said that he was called a skinny ghost because he had a skinny face, just like a ghost. In these two young hunters opposite, there is an old man, a white beard, looks very vicissitudes, smoking a Chinese, spit out a mouthful of smoke. The old hunter shook his head. His hands are a bit rusty, otherwise the tiger wouldn't have been able to run away. One shot would have hit the vitals, but unfortunately, it still ran away. Master, that old man called Su Qing. When are we going to straighten him out? That painting of his is worth $10 million. Compared to the tiger skin, it's so much stronger. The Finn hunter laughed greedily. Senior brother, we can't act rashly. That old man has some kung fu in him. Watching the live broadcast today, he can still jump off the cliff and come back up, old and powerful. The college hunter was a bit intimidated and didn't dare to act. This college hunter is a student of Shanglin Vocational University, called Wang Damon, who happened to see Su Yuyao's live broadcast in the morning, and after knowing that there are tigers in Longbai Mountain, he got greedy and called up his neighbor hunters from his hometown. Wang Damon's old neighbor is this old hunter, called Feng Jingjun, young hunting for a living, a skill, only because of the recent national ban on hunting, and then slowly closed, and then Feng Jingjun is a few years as a gambler, the use of evil ways to earn a lot of money, but also get away with it for a while. In recent years this old hunter Feng Jingjun hand itching to go to other countries hunting, the day before yesterday back home to retire, did not expect to happen to run into Wang Damon to find him. Idle is also idle. Take the disciple and Wang Damon to come up to the mountains to find a tiger to play. Did not think there really is a tiger? And all of a sudden to find the year when the feeling of hunting in the country, only the technique neglected some. Oh, I'm afraid to watch the video you gave me. The old man is a bit of a thing. It is estimated to be an expert in practicing external strength. However, it is still much worse than me. The old hunter Feng Jingjun stroked his beard and said confidently. Feng Jingjun followed an old Taoist to learn Taoism when he was young, and also practiced internal strength heart method. His strength is very strong, and the external strength expert is not really in his eyes. That's natural. Master's ability is not comparable to that old man. That skinny ghost patted his horse's ass. He was counting on the old hunter Feng Jingjun to teach him some Dao magic, so that he could also utilize Dao magic to enter the casino and get away with it. Move in at 3 a.m. Kill the tiger, then grab the painting. The old hunter Feng Jingjun exhaled smoke rings and smiled. That little girl called Su Yuyo is not bad looking either. I think it would be better to log cabin. Su Qing's demeanor was bland, and he didn't put the 3 hunters in his eyes, and Su Qing didn't bother to listen to much of the 3's conversation. In the face of absolute strength, everything was nothing. After finishing dinner, Su Qing smiled. Rest inside that room inside. Whatever happens at night, don't move, just sleep. Su Yuyo had some vague speculations in her heart, but without asking more questions, she went to rest. At night, Su Qing sat cross-legged in the living room, 5 more purple gold pills in his hands. This elixir was given by none other than Su Fu. Su Qing explored his spiritual energy into the elixir and discovered that there was a trace of black substance within the elixir, which emitted a thick ethereal light, like a hypnotic drug. Old man Su Fu, you're lying to me. As soon as Su Qing pulled out Su Fu's soul from the gourd, his aura condensed flames and began to burn Su Fu's soul body, only to hear Su Fu screaming as he stuffed another handful into the gourd, gently taking out a sliver of the black substance from the elixir. Su Qing tried a mouthful, and immediately realized that his mental state was being eroded by a wave of energy. Su Fu is trying to take over Su Qing. Su Qing added a handful of flames to the gourd, removing the black substance from the pills. Su Qing swallowed the 5 pills in one gulp, thick flames rising from his body as he burned the blood and refined the medicinal power. 6 hours later, Su Qing opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A powerful windstorm wrapped Su Qing, and his breath began to climb. Peak early foundation establishment. Middle stage of foundation building. Late stage of foundation building. Peak foundation establishment. The building of the foundation is complete. The medicinal power of the elixir had yet to be fully utilized, and it would take time to slowly digest it, and in about 10 days, he would be able to successfully recover to the early stage of Jindan. It was worth mentioning that nowadays, Su Qing's realm hadn't reached Jindan. but his mental strength had already recovered to the middle Jindan stage, and he was able to use various Dharma decree martial arts initially. Coming, Su Qing's divine thoughts spread out, observing the 3 hunters who were 100 meters away. 3 o'clock in the morning, 100 meters away from the wooden hut, Feng Jingjun was on guard with his 2 disciples. Unexpectedly, the tiger was not visible to them. Master, that tiger is gone. I can't find it, the lean ghost hunter said regretfully. If it's gone, then it's gone. I wanted to get fresh tiger skin coats, but it looks like there's no chance. Let's do this old man first. Old hunter Feng Jingjun coldly said. Master, if you say do it, we'll do it. Wang Damon hemmed and hawed, his eyes filled with greed. Feng Jingjun slowly approached the cabin with extreme caution. Although Feng Jingjun is very capable, but for many years walking around the countries, do everything to be careful, will not be careless, caution is a must-have. As for the other 2 apprentices, it was easier. After all, with master present, they only needed to play the sauce. I'll go fetch that nameless practice dance diagram. You guys keep watch outside. Feng Jingjun made sure that Su Qing and Su Yuya were indeed resting, so he quickly approached Su Qing's cabin, and just in case, he took out another pipe. And once the pipe blew, the thick smoke enveloped all the rooms of the entire cabin, spreading rapidly. This is Feng Jingjun's homemade poisonous fog, which can make people fall into a long-lasting coma, and if they inhale too much of the poisonous fog, they can directly fall into a state of death. You have come after all, and I wanted to leave you alive. Chapter 12, The Three-Winged Angel. Su Qing set a halo of energy on Su Yuyao's body, and his body gradually dissipated and hid. Feng Jingjun made sure that everything was safe and came to the door. His technique was extraordinary. A cloud of smoke popped out of his hand, and the door of the cabin was easily opened without making a single sound. Entering the house, Feng Jingjun was attracted by the aroma of the room. A room full of flowers averts the gaze. Taoist art. Spectral ghost eyes. Feng Jingjun cast an incantation with both hands, and 2 blue seals covered his eyes. Underworld ghost eyes. Can observe everything? Black night as day. It is with the help of this law, when Feng Jingjun was called the god of gambling, in the casino style at large. This, divine medicine. Feng Jingjun came to a bouquet of yellow flowers, which swayed and released this strip of light that was wonderful. This flower is exactly the same as the one master raised back then. It's the yellow flame flower. It has the effect of cleansing bones and transforming blood. Feng Jingjun was a person with insight, and immediately saw that the quality of the herbs in this room was not ordinary. Immediately after that, Feng Jingjun saw the wooden statue of the 5-clawed golden dragon with a proud head in the distance. A 5-clawed golden dragon without eyes is an incarnate higher magical artifact. Feng Jingjun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Nameless practice dance chart. As soon as he grabbed the picture, Feng Jingjun was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, getting rich. I'm hopeful of advancing to the innate level. At this moment, Feng Jingjun's eyes bloomed with brilliance, and for many years, he had never been as excited as he was now. But Feng Jingjun didn't notice in the slightest that Su Qing was standing behind him, watching all his movements. When Feng Jingjun's hand was about to take the pot of yellow flame flower on, a dry hand reached out and took the lead in taking away the yellow flower. Who? Feng Jingjun turned his head in horror and saw Su Qing's pale face. It's you! The shifting charm. Feng Jingjun bellowed, pulled out a talisman, and disappeared with a bang. Master, what's wrong? Outside the door, the 2 hunters, Wang Damon and Skinny Ghost, panicked. Su Qing's pace was slow as he looked at the 2 young hunters and laughed lightly. Your master has already run away. Do you still want to stay? You are. Wang Damon panicked and took a few steps back, his legs going numb. The Skinny Ghost hastily pulled out his shotgun and, without hesitation, pressed it straight down. Bang! A shot was fired, and Su Qing remained standing steadily. The Skinny Ghost's eyes widened and his feet began to tremble. Bullets! Haven't touched one in years. Su Qing revealed a nostalgic color and extended his hand out. A blackened bullet lying on his palm. Wang Damon sucked in a mouthful of cold air and squatted on his butt on the ground, trembling and not daring to move. The Skinny Ghost tried to keep shooting again. Su Qing flicked the bullet in his hand out, hitting the thin ghost's brow. You say how life is so fragile. Su Qing looked at Wang Damon, who was squatting on the ground, and smiled faintly. I think. Wang Damon held a dagger in his hand. Stupidly, however, he saw Su Qing's sleeve flutter. Rainbow light flashed. A bloodstain emerged on Wang Damon's neck, and he lay on the ground with a fluttering sound, his eyes still wide open. Su Qing generated wind under his feet, carrying the bodies of the thin ghost and Wang Damon, and quickly wandered around White Dragon Mountain, his divine thoughts spreading out to find Feng Jingjun's location, before stopping at a large green poplar tree. At this moment, Feng Jingjun was resting under the green poplar tree, still not realizing that Su Qing had arrived. This old guy, what kind of strength is he? I actually didn't detect him when he stood behind me. I'm afraid he's a peak internal energy expert, or even an innate. Feng Jingjun has burned and robbed many times, and this time he is really scared. Hastily running another movement talisman, Feng Jingjun planned to never come to White Dragon Mountain in the future. As for the other two disciples, Die, Taoist art, shift. Feng Jingjun stimulated the shifting talisman, but there was no response. What? Feng Jingjun frowned and instantly returned to his senses, turning around and running. Bang! Wang Damon's corpse fell from the sky and blocked Feng Jingjun's path. Min! Feng Jingjun sucked in a mouthful of cold air, turned around and didn't run a few steps when the body of the skinny ghost fell from the sky and blocked his feet. Run? Want to run where? Su Qing slowly walked out from behind the green poplar tree, smiling lightly as he gazed at Feng Jingjun. Taoism, running thunder mantra. Feng Jingjun linked his fingers together, catching the power of heaven and earth and releasing a beam of thunder. The running thunder mantra, Feng Jingjun's strongest Tao, had defeated 3 peak inner strength experts in one strike back then. The moment he struck, it was a peak martial art. Su Qing's arm stretched out, his dry, slender fingers pointing, and that thunder instantly exploded. Elders, spare my life, I'm willing to offer my greatest treasure. Feng Jingjun's mind was extremely fast, his knees were soft, and he flopped down on the ground and kowtowed. Say, Su Qing instantly moved in front of him and said in a cold voice. Feng Jingjun pulled out a talisman from his pocket, recited an incantation, and took out a round jade pendant from the talisman, which depicted a person carrying 3 pairs of wings. This is the angel seal that I obtained in the second family of the Western Sunset Kingdom, the Conry family, back then, which contained the angel seal. Breaking it would allow me to obtain the angelic technique, but I have never opened it. I will give this seal to Senior, and I hope that Senior will release it. Before Feng Jingjun could finish his speech, he stared at his eyes and bled from the corner of his mouth. One could only see a palm slap on Feng Jingjun's head and take the so-called angel seal from his hand. Angel seal? Su Qing's aura revolved, and he shattered the angel seal jade pendant in his grip. The moment the jade pendant shattered, a cloud of white smoke rolled out. Between the dissipation of the white smoke, a white-robed man with 3 wings on his back levitated, full of smiles, with 3 layers of halos swirling behind his head, indistinguishable from a man or a woman. This is what is known in the West as a 3-winged angel. You're a Chinese. You dare to take the jade pendant of my Conry family? The 3-winged angel asked with a smirk, while it was puzzled as to why Su Qing's face was incredibly pale, but his body's chi and blood were as vast as the sea and elusive. Su Qing didn't reply to the 3-winged angel's words, but instead observed that the 3-winged angel's body contained pure aura fluctuations. Chinese, you are bold. The 3-winged angel's expression gradually turned cold, and his breath was hidden. As a 3-winged heavenly god of the Conry family, it was arrogant in itself, especially since the angel jade pendant had been stolen, making it even angrier. Nameless sect technique, Qiankuan Vajra technique, Su Qing arms holding the ball, in which the golden light flashes between the illusion of a huge golden ball. The hurricane suddenly rose, the forest are roaring, the golden ball as if the flood beast will be swallowed by the 3-winged angel. Damn Chinese, the Conry family won't let you go. Lamentably, that 3-winged angel was too arrogant, and was devoured by the adamantine ball before he could even perform a counterattack. The adamantine ball gradually shrunk and turned into a small golden bead that landed on Su Qing's hand. Su Qing opened his mouth, and a stream of pure white qi from the adamantine ball was drawn into his mouth. This Qiankuan Vajra technique is the town technique of the nameless sect. After devouring a person, it can suck their essence, blood, and aura to strengthen itself, and it is the great killing move of the nameless sect. As the last trace of white qi was sucked up, the adamantine ball ruptured in response. A white halo appeared behind Su Qing, and his body roared as his breath rose at breakneck speed. Chapter 13, The Old Master's Shocking Words. Su Qing's aura elevated to a half-step Jindan, and then slowed to a stop. This 3-winged angel contains a spiritual qi that's even stronger than an elixir, so it seems that in the future, we must go to the Conry clan to find other 3-winged angels in order to absorb them. Su Qing smiled in satisfaction. A flame surfaced in Su Qing's hand, burning the bodies of the 3 hunters. This old hunter still had a few skills, able to break through the misty formation under the mountain, and also able to release Taoist techniques. If he waited for his breakthrough to the innate, he would never be so smooth. Back at the cabin, Su Qing rested as if nothing had happened. The blazing sun is dawning. Su Tianhong called and asked how Su Qing was today. Su Yuyo briefly recounted yesterday's events, explaining that Su Qing was living well in the mountains and was in good health, and didn't need to worry. The only important point was that Su Qing didn't seem to have any desire to go down the mountain and reunite with his loved ones. Su Yuyao could do nothing about it for some reason. Su Tianhong finally explained, let Su Yuyo stay with the old man for a few more days. Maybe after a long time, Su Qing had the original intention to go down the mountain to see dinner. Su Qing shouted, Got it, Grandpa, Su Yuyao answered and then hurriedly came out of the house, opening the live stream in the process. Hi, good morning Ao. Good morning. Ao is so dedicated. She's on the air early in the morning. What's the best thing to eat in the morning? The netizens in the live stream greeted each other. Su Yuyao reversed the camera and shone it at the table. There were 3 plates of greens on the table and a large bowl of green soup. What a dish! Su Yuyao had lived for more than 20 years and had never seen these 3 kinds of green vegetables. This is so green. Who eats such green food in the morning? What do you know? It's called permaculture. There was a lot of chaotic laughter on the air. It's not a dish. It's an herb. Su Qing smiled back. Herbs? Can herbs still be eaten for breakfast? Su Yuyao was all baffled at his words. Herbs for dinner? In such favorable conditions? Herbs? It's outrageous. There's a reason for the old man's longevity. As soon as the live feed heard that it was a herb, they were instantly shocked. The greens are actually similar to the herbs. The herbs are more nutritious, but they need to be blended, and you'll have better skin and mental state if you eat them for a long time. Su Qing explained with a smile. Grandpa, then do you usually eat this herb in the morning? Su Yuyao asked. Every day. Su Qing said smilingly, taking a pair of bowls and chopsticks. You taste the flavor first. It's 100 times better than the green vegetables you usually eat. Su Yuyao would be skeptical. How can herbs possibly taste good? It's not usually a bitter throwback. Su Yuyao picked up a leaf of herbs, put it into her mouth and chewed it for a while. Then the feeling of bitterness came up. She spat it out in a hurry and hurriedly drank a mouthful of water. Her mouth felt better this time. Grandpa, how is this tasty? It's too bitter. Su Yuyao's face was bitter, her mouth numb. You've spit out hundreds of thousands of dollars. Su Qing laughed lightly. Ha 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 ha. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a leaf. The old man can really joke. What kind of herb is this that's worth so much? The live feed was a laugh riot. All amused. Hundreds of thousands? Is this leaf worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Su Yuyao froze again. You think this is a priced medicine? Even more precious than the blue herb before. Su Qing laughed, not looking like he was joking. You? Ask the old man what kind of herb this is. Ask, and by the way, I'll buy some to try. More precious than blue scented flowers. Give me 2 first. As soon as I heard the price, the broadcast room began to boil. This is the leaving herb, a top food grade herb. Su Qing said indifferently. I am a student of the Chinese Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and I can tell you very responsibly that the composition of the herb is extremely complex. Ah Yao! I am an undergraduate student of the Chinese Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and I can tell you very responsibly that the composition of Li Xiang herb is extremely complex, containing various elements that are difficult to explain even by science. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm a member of the Zhejiang University of Medical Sciences, and what I said upstairs is correct and believable. The old man's body is so good. In case you eat herbs to eat unknown, it's better to get a little something normal to eat. Many of the medical school undergraduates came out in the live feed, mostly to discourage it. Grandpa, look, there are tens of thousands of people watching my live stream, and they're all saying that it's not good to eat off vanilla. Su Yuyao handed Su Qing his cell phone, letting him read the comments himself. Su Qing, of course, literate, looked carefully at the comments, disdainfully laughed. Several of you said that Li Xiangju contains unknown elements. Is right. However, the herb oil has a blood-boosting and refreshing effect, and long-term use of the herb can improve physical strength and vitalize the blood. As for why the market does not leave the vanilla for sale, because leave the vanilla is too difficult to breed, and there are not many people will raised also very few people will be made into a meal, so you cannot eat leave the vanilla. If your family has more than 80 years of age and the old man, you ask them, in their youth in that era, from the herb but the rich and noble family exclusive food, those warlords, that is not to eat from the vanilla, is not usually eat just, usually cannot see, is because it is too rare. As for what you say, a variety of factors, are not eat grapes, say grapes sour. There were all kinds of voices in the live room, some against, some for. Not long after, someone on the air replied, the old man is right. I just asked my great-grandfather, who was over 100 years old, and he said that back when the Qing dynasty was still in power, some officials regarded off-herbs as treasures and would often eat. I also asked my grandfather, who was a subordinate of some big official back in the day, and he said that eating off the herb for a long period of time not only strengthens the body, but also slows down the aging process. I asked my dad. My dad is doing business in traditional Chinese medicine. He said that the value of the herb is very high, but almost no one planted. The general use of genetic technology to cultivate 100,000 trees from the herb, and finally succeeded in surviving less than a handful of numbers, is almost a stable money-losing business. A long time, there will be no one to plant, only the mountains will appear from time to time a tree, but as soon as it appears, It will be picked by people who want to. Su Qing looked at the comments and laughed softly into his cell phone. You dirt dogs, you'd better read more. The live feed blew up. Whoa whoa whoa. We're getting yelled at by a 95-year-old man. Dog's head. This is outrageous. The old man is a cow. Willingly, Su Qing smiled and said, you guys are nothing here. Eat. Don't care about these dirt chickens. 666. Shocked. We are indeed dirt. The old man spoke out of turn. A screen full of 666 surfaced in the live room. Su Yuyao, this meal eat extremely disgusting, but think about it, this piece of leaf is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Truly do not dare to vomit. Money is not able to blindly build a. Master, are you still selling this free vanilla? My great-grandfather wants to buy some of yours. Yeah, I'll take it too. No less. Whatever you want to offer. 10 pounds first. Su Qing returned. Yes, if you guys want it, you can come to White Dragon Mountain to find me. But I don't want money. I just want rare items, as long as they're rare. Someone asked, how rare is rare, Gramps, and is it considered rare? Chapter 14, Live Streaming Treasure Appraisal. Rare, but no matter how rare, there is always a degree. Some precious jade, or antiques from the Tang Dynasty or even further back, or various exotic items passed down from your ancestors. These items are at the very least valued at $1 million or more. And then you can come to White Dragon Mountain to find me to exchange for the leaving herb. As for how much off vanilla is redeemed, it is according to the price of the item I have given. But please rest assured that I will not treat you poorly. Su Qing smiled and explained to the crowd in the live broadcast. Good guy, can't be worth less than $1 million. I couldn't even pay that if I emptied my house. Yes, there is, but no expert has been able to assess that it's worth $1 million. How? Yes. My family's ancestors also passed down a treasure. A jade piece that flashes at night, and the old people in the village say it's a treasure. The ones inside the live room each spoke of the status of each treasure. Tell you what, if any of you want to redeem the off vanilla, open a video link with me and I'll have Grandpa appraise the treasure for you. Seeing that there was some confusion in the live broadcast room, Su Yuyo suggested, it's okay. Su Qing also nodded. As for why Su Qing wanted those various antiques from before the Tang Dynasty, and also the ones that were worth more than $1 million, it was because there was more or less some spiritual chi inside these objects, and absorbing these spiritual chi could quickly promote Su Qing's strength recovery. Because of the prolonged absorption of the White Dragon Mountain's spiritual vein aura, the effect was not as great as it used to be. Otherwise, those previous pills and angelic auras wouldn't have been able to achieve such a good effect, allowing Su Qing to continuously advance several levels. Ding! Human quality youth, request video link. Su Qing clicked OK, and a youthful face was revealed on the opposite side of the video. This youth is around 30 years old, wearing a pair of glasses, looks refined. Su Laozi, hello. My family has a piece of wood. Is my father when from the Your Mountain picked up? Even the experts do not know this kind of wood belongs to what material. You see, this young man with glasses took out a piece of dark wood from the drawer, which was about the size of a palm, with many pits and irregularities, and a thin hole, as if it had been torn by insects. Su Qing stared at this piece of black wood in contemplation for a moment and asked, does this piece of black wood of yours have any odor? It has a sour stench, and if I had to go into details, it could be the same flavor as bad stinky tofu, or the same flavor as snail powder. The spectacled young man across the video responded instantly. Su Qing nodded, in which he probably already had a number, and said, I can accept this thing of yours. I can give you 3 Li Xiang Sao. If you feel up to it, you can come to White Dragon Mountain to find me tomorrow, and we'll trade in person under the video. Well then, old man, what do you think this black wood is then? The spectacled youth on the opposite side of the video asked. Su Qing smiled mysteriously. It's a good thing. As for what it is, I'll tell you when you come. The live feeds were screaming. The old man is playing a trick. He knows what the stuff is, but he just won't say it. The old man is called smart. In case the name of the thing will be set out. In case someone in the live room wants to buy, secretly trade with this person, and buy away this black wood. How to do? That's a pretty good way to do it. And anyway, it's best to trade at White Dragon Mountain, where the old man will talk to us afterward. Su Qing cleared his throat and said, the value that I have estimated is absolutely child's play, so you guys can rest assured that I won't take advantage of you guys for this little bit. By the way, I'll tell you the approximate price of this leafy herb. One leafy herb is about $1 million. That's about the price of what you're trading for. For example, the piece of black wood just now would be worth $3 million when sold on the market. Of course, provided that someone knows what this black wood is. Okay, master, my family is not that bad. It's just that my father wants to taste the flavor of the rain vanilla. Tomorrow I will go to White Dragon Mountain to find you to trade. The spectacled young man hung up the video after some thanks. Su Qing was quite happy in his heart, not expecting an open door. The dark wood was Tian Yang wood. Its essence was not wood, but a swarm of black bugs, like ants, but rarer than ants. These black bugs survived in the ore, and after large swaths of them died, the bodies would bond together and eventually form this black thing that looked like wood, definitely belonging to a very, very rare object. If it was utilized properly, it could be refined into a magic treasure in the future. Please invite the next treasured friend. Su Qing laughed on the air. Ding! Icon, request a video link. On the opposite side of the video was a fair-skinned, better-built teenage girl. Hello old man, what I want to show you is a bangle. This bangle was given to me by my husband's mother, saying that it is only passed on to women and not to men. This bracelet is amazing. No matter how much it is dropped, it can't be broken. Even a hammer can't break it. The young girl took out a green plain jade bracelet, then placed it on the table and took out a small hammer from the side and smashed it hard, but the bracelet remained undamaged. Some people on the air were laughing in shame. I say, this pretty girl, don't try to coax the old man with this modern technology. Do you think we're all stupid? I'm afraid this thing isn't even a week old. But no, the eyes of the people are on fire. Su Qing observed the bracelet and said, you fire burn this bracelet, no matter what kind of fire it is. If it doesn't burn, put a little bit of salt on top of the bracelet and finally see the effect. The young girl put the bracelet on the fire and roasted it according to Su Qing's request, and the bracelet didn't have any reaction, and finally put a little bit of salt on it, and it still didn't have any reaction. When a moment passed, there was a golden substance emerging from the top of the bracelet, but it quickly disappeared. Almost no one inside the live broadcast room noticed the change. It was Su Qing's sharp eyes that allowed him to see it clearly. This bracelet of yours, I can give a price of 5 li sheng, so think about it, and if it's okay, come to White Dragon Mountain to find me tomorrow. Su Qing immediately gave the price and said. The live broadcast room was in a state of shock. No one was sure why such an ordinary bracelet could be worth $5 million. Okay, then Master Su, but I don't want to leave Herb. My family is in a difficult situation. Can you give me cash for the deal? That wonderful young girl said. It's okay. Su Qing nodded. Thank you very much then. Goodbye, master. The young girl smiled and waved. Su Qing nodded, really sighing. This harvest is really not small. This jade bracelet is a rare object that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Chapter 15, Old Comrades in Arms. Yanjing City, one of the 8 great families, the Lu family, the second generation of children Lu Haiqing, doubly bored at home, opened the jitterbug, inadvertently brushed an old man in the live broadcast of Treasure Appreciation. There are hundreds of thousands of people online to watch, for all kinds of antiques and curiosities. Lu Haiqing is the most favorite, thousands of collections at home. The price of each collection is astronomical. Seeing the dark piece of wood in the live broadcast, Lu Haiqing didn't understand why Su Qing had collected that piece of wood. According to his many years of experience in collecting antiques, that piece of wood might have some value, definitely not more than $10,000. But when Lu Haiqing saw the back of the green jade bracelet, the heart thumped, and saw Su Qing give price 5 million, has been able to determine that the green bracelet is certainly the ancient times handed down the Qiankuan jade. This kind of jade, rumor has it that only one piece will appear in a mine. Is the essence of a mine's jade? Although the appearance is ordinary, the texture is hard, comparable to diamond. If it is said that the value of the collection, but the real is simply not up to 5 million. As for why Su Qing to collect this jade bracelet, Lu Haiqing engaged in many years of jade, but also do not understand. It's a money-losing proposition. During the time of the war, my dad got a piece of firestone at the hands of Shorty, so let this old man Su Qing take a look at it and maybe he'll be able to recognize what it is. Lu Haiqing remembered that there is a very rare stone at home. 50 or 60 years later, no one can recognize what that stone is. The stone was fist-sized and reddish in appearance. Otherwise it was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary stone. The only other amazing thing about the stone was that it was able to emit flames as long as you rubbed your palm on it. And this flame can keep an hour without extinguishing. And the temperature is also extremely high. Melting gold and silver jewelry is completely out of the question. What experts and professors, almost all have already viewed, but none of them can distinguish the origin of this stone. Over time, the firestone sat in the corner of the cabinet. Lu Haiqing connected to Su Yuyao's livestream and waited for Su Qing's confirmation. Su Qing, who was in the live broadcast room, saw an account name called Old Lu, applying for a live link. Clicking OK revealed the face of Lu Hai, as thin as a straw. When Su Qing took a look at this thin face, he felt like he had seen it somewhere and it was somewhat familiar. Hello, Gramps, I have a red stone here, and I'd like your help to see what it is. Lu Haiqing placed the firestone on top of the table and held the light. Su Qing frowned. This piece of firestone, it was just too familiar, causing Su Qing's long dusty memories. Seeing that Su Qing froze, Lu Haiqing was in no hurry to rush him, and just quietly waited for Su Qing's answer. With this stone, I can give you 20 leaving herbs. After a long time, Su Qing slowly said. The moment Su Qing's words came out, they immediately detonated the live broadcast room. Crap! What kind of treasure is this rock? It's worth 20 off herbs. That's $20 million. Developed, converted to cash 20 million. Straight up rich. Lu Haiqing also froze in front of the screen. His eyes narrowed into a line, really unable to figure out that Su Qing had arrived at the value of this firestone after merely looking at it for such a short while. And, right off the bat, it's $20 million worth of off herbs. $10 million was nothing to their Lu family, but this price was definitely too much more than what Lu Haiqing had imagined. Lu Haiqing gently nodded his head and asked with doubt, then may I ask old master, do you know what this stone is? Or what is the use of this stone and from which dynasty? Ha ha ha, the rules of the live broadcasting room never name the item, only the equivalent exchange of off vanilla. Su Qing shook his head mildly. Lu Haiqing was extremely distressed. After so many years, the origin of this firestone could not be clarified, and now Su Qing saw it and gave a considerable price, but he just did not tell the origin of the stone. Lu Haiqing, after thinking about it, added, Master, let's do it this way. If you tell me the origin and function of this stone, I'll pour you $20 million. What do you think? As soon as the live broadcast room heard Lu Haiqing's words, it once again detonated the comments. Rich people, $20 million, just like paper. The rich and powerful really aren't in the same world as the poor, but the old man should not agree. After all, the old man is not poor. After all, a painting can be sold for 10 million. Su Qing seemed to have anticipated that Lu Haiqing would say this, and smiled again. I'm going to ask you a question. As long as you answer truthfully, I'll send you 20 leaving vanilla, and I don't want the stone. The netizens inside the live room felt their brains explode. That's $20 million. You send me. I'll send you. Nothing could be more outrageous and absurd. You, please. Lu Haiqing was momentarily confused and stammered in reply. This firestone shouldn't be yours. Su Qing asked with a serious expression. Lu Haiqing nodded and said, this firestone belonged to my father. Your father has participated in many large-scale wars, and this stone was acquired during the war? Su Qing continued to ask. Lu Haiqing sucked in a breath of cool air when he heard this. At the same time, he secretly marveled in his heart. This Su Qing's eyesight was really extraordinary. To be able to see even this, he really did have a few skills in him. Lu Haiqing answered truthfully, yes, back then my father took it from Shorty's hands during the war. That's it. Su Qing revealed a bright smile. Lu Haiqing was getting confused and asked, what do you mean? Su Qing didn't answer, but instead went on to ask, looking at your ID, you should be surnamed Lu. Is your father's name Lu Hongtao? Ha, how do you know my father's name? Could it be, said Lu Haiqing, too surprised to speak. Su Qing smiled gently and said, I was your father's comrade in arms back then. This also firestone was given to your father by me. Wow. Once Su Qing said this, the live broadcast room instantly fell silent. After a few seconds, the comments started blowing up again. I didn't realize that Master Su was still a war veteran back then. Disrespectful. The old man is awesome. He really is a real person. I have long seen that the old man's temperament is extraordinary. It turns out that there is also this kind of identity in the body. You are my father's comrade in arms? Ah, this. How could Lu Haiqing not have thought that Su Qing even had this layer of identity? Lu Haiqing's father is 98 years old this year, in his teens on the battlefield, when those comrades, now still alive, almost no number of hands. I didn't expect to run into my father's old war buddy just by identifying a treasure on the air. Su Qing was in a difficult emotional state and asked, is your father still alive? Lu Haiqing nodded frantically and said, I'll go find my father right away. Chapter 16 Lu Hongtao. Lu Haiqing sat on the speeding, fast and furious to Yanjing City, a ring in the border area of a manor. This place is a beautiful mountain and water, is a good place for health and pension. A small pavilion was erected on a man-made rockery. There was an old man wearing a white practice suit. He had a head full of white hair and a thin face. He sat on his knees, and the sound he made when he panted was as majestic as a bull. He was none other than Lu Haiqing's father, Su Qing's old comrade in arms, Lu Hongtao. Dad. Lu Haiqing hurriedly walked up the wigwam, and shouted, you're almost 50 years old. You're panicking about everything and still acting like a hairy child. Lu Hongtao opened those wolf-like eyes and looked at Lu Haiqing with extreme dissatisfaction. Lu Haiqing is Lu Hongtao's youngest son. There is no business talent. The family's property he does not care, just like to collect some antiques, usually do not come to him, this time shouting loudly, I am afraid that something has happened. Father, Lu Haiqing said anxiously. Speak slowly, narrate slowly, Lu Hongtao said indifferently. Father, It's like this, when you didn't put a red stone at home. Now this stone has been recognized by someone who was your old comrade in arms. Lu Haiqing calmed down and said slowly. Lu Hongtao listened to the first few words, just slightly surprised. After all, has been decades that stone has never been able to figure out. But when he heard the old comrade in arms this word, the spirit of the shock, the eyes as if the wolf generally turn. At his age there was nothing left to value, and the only thing that could tickle his fancy were those old comrades and comrades from back in the day. Name it. Lu Hongtao had trouble calming the excitement in his heart and was thinking about who it was. Lu Haiqing shook his head and said, I don't know what the name is either. I asked him to appraise the firestone and he said your name. Then he said that he was your old comrade. Contact him quickly. Lu Hongtao hurriedly said, and then the figure of a person sprang up in his mind. Lu Haiqing once again connected to Su Yuyao's live broadcast. Su Qing clicked OK. Elder Su, my father is here. See if you recognize him. Lu Haiqing said. Lu Hongtao has been squinting his eyes when he saw the live broadcast of Su Qing's pale appearance, overlapping with the figure in his memory. A bang erupted with an indescribable fluctuation of breath. Tao Chan, it's been a long time. Su Qing revealed a long-lost smile and said, ha ha ha, Team Green, it's really you. Lu Hongtao laughed out loud. Back then, Su Qing and Lu Hongtao belonged to a small detachment, the Green Dragon Detachment. The Green Dragon squad had a total of 8 people. Su Qing was the main captain, while Lu Hongtao belonged to the vice-captain. The Green Dragon squad often received all kinds of difficult missions, with deaths and injuries, and the team members were often changed, but the two of him were the ones who stayed in the Green Dragon squad. The two of them worked extremely well together, belonging to the seamlessness. At that time, the war ended. Their squad was officially disbanded. Su Qing returned to his hometown. Lu Hongtao went to Yanjing, and from then on, they gradually lost contact, but it didn't occur to me that they would be able to collide together today. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations on the reunion of the two geezers. Congratulations, 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 congratulations. In order to congratulate the two gents on their strokes, I'm going to go ahead and brush up on 10 Seaborn. Gifts were popping up all over the place inside the live room, and the page kept getting covered with all sorts of gifts, making it hard to see the screen. Don't swipe it, don't swipe it. You guys keep this money for a good meal. Give it to me for what? I'm not missing this. Su Qing felt that these gifts were particularly annoying, making him unable to see Lu Hongtao's face, and said with disgust, Master Su is a cow. Brushing gifts don't even want. Smacking gifts blocking eyes. You could be like this if you had Master Su's skill. Gramps 666. Su Qing was too lazy to read the comments and said, Taozi, it seems like you've had a good life over the years, and your physical fitness has grown further, right? It's not bad. Living to 100 is not a problem. Lu Hongtao said happily. He's 98 years old, and the odds are good that he'll live to be 100. Su Qing observed very carefully and said, I see that your forehead is vaguely black, and there is turbid qi blocking your chest. It's not good when it's cloudy, right? You shouldn't practice that contraption back then. It's too ineffective and it hurts your body more. During the wartime, Su Qing and Lu Hongtao went on a mission together and knocked out a stronghold of the dwarfs, from which they obtained a book of mind, which was cultivated by Lu Hongtao, and although they achieved something, they left irreparable trauma. Whenever it rains on a cloudy day, Lu Hongtao will have debilitating pain at his heart, an after effect of cultivating that book of mind back then. Lu Hongtao shook his head and said, Team Cheng, as you know, I'm getting older. I can't change it now even if I want to. It's almost gone anyway. It's all the same to me. Lu Hongtao had also wanted to change to another heart method, but his body simply couldn't support cultivating a new heart method anymore. Su Qing said, in that case, come find me tomorrow. I'll be at White Dragon Mountain. Good. Lu Hongtao didn't ask Su Qing why he let him go to White Dragon Mountain, but he knew that Su Qing was the captain, and he must listen to the captain's orders, and definitely not ask why. Disconnecting the connection. Su Qing had an idea in mind. Back then, Su Qing's ability was limited and he wasn't able to help Lu Hongtao modify his mind, but now that he had awakened the memories of his past life, modifying his mind was no easier. If he could, Su Qing even wanted to teach Lu Hongtao immortal cultivation techniques. Lu Hongtao's cultivation talent was very, very strong, and back then, he could even be compared to Su Qing in terms of the internal strength realm. Moreover, Lu Hongtao's character is rigid and upright, so he is naturally trustworthy in terms of character. Yanjing, in the manner, Lu Haiqing finally voiced the question he had held in his heart. Dad, you are not at the peak of inner strength, and Elder Su is stronger than you, so what realm does he belong to now? Lu Hongtao shook his head and whispered, can't tell, can't tell. I'm afraid I've already reached above innate. Lu Haiqing exhaled deeply and said, the innate realm? Wouldn't that be able to be compared to the old master of the Wang family in the capital? One of the 8 great families of the capital. The Wang family had an old ancestor with an unfathomable cultivation level that was rumored to be able to step into the air. Wang Taifeng? Oh, let me put it to you like this. Back then, Wang Taifeng wanted to compete with Team Chang for the position of the Green Dragon squad leader, and in the end, he was severely injured by Team Chang's punch, and he rested for half a month before getting well. Lu Hongtao's thoughts flowed, recalling various scenes from the past and said in admiration, back then, Su Ching was too strong and powerful, and if Su Ching were to keep advancing upwards, I'm afraid that he would have long since reached a high position by now. That is, Su Ching is indifferent to fame and fortune. Otherwise people cannot take the turn of those old guys. Lu Hongtao was shocked inside in admiration, saying, stronger than Elder Wang. Elder Su is also too good. However, Elder Su should not have asked you to travel to White Dragon Mountain as simple as catching up on old times. Looking at him he should have something else going on. Ha ha ha, we'll know when we arrive at White Dragon Mountain. Lu Hongtao laughed. Chapter 17, the same gourd as the Supreme Lord. Su Yuyao live. Please invite the next treasured friend. Su Ching said smilingly. The ID, Lightning 5 in a row whip marble pot, has requested a link. Su Ching clicked OK and the video opened. Opposite was a man around 30 years old with a shaved head and earrings. A bit of a black big brother. Hello, what treasure do you have? Su Ching nodded and asked. Master, I have a piece of bronze here, previously estimated by an expert that it is from the Han Dynasty and is worth more than $30 million. I want you to take a look at it for me. The bald man spoke quite politely while placing an ancient bronze sword on the ceramic table. This bronze sword comes with a green patina left over from age, measures around 50, and is in overall good condition with no signs of breakage or repair. Nice guy. Su Ching let out a gasp when he saw this bronze sword. The bronze swords are for sale. Bronze artifacts are not allowed to be sold. It's against the law. It's against the law. Do you understand? Master Su, this is a quid pro quo. No offense. The first time I identified an ancient bronze sword, the live broadcast was still very lively. Grandpa, this kind of bronze sword must be very precious. Su Yuyo was also surprised and curious. That's for sure. If it's real, being worth tens of millions of dollars is definitely not a problem. Su Ching laughed. Any bronze that has survived to the present day is priced sky high, but now that cultural relics are banned from being bought and sold, many of them are traded inside the black market. Bronze swords are the most valuable artifacts among bronzes. The aura contained therein is also extremely strong and full. If he could obtain a real bronze sword from the Han Dynasty period, recovering to the Jindan stage would be a step further. Su Ching said seriously, I'm not going to ask you where you obtained this bronze sword from. Let's just talk about its value and how much of it can be exchanged for leaving Herb. Bao Yu, put the bronze sword on the sofa or put a layer of cloth underneath it. Your tiled table is too bright and keeps reflecting. It will disrupt my judgment. The bald man on the opposite side took the bronze sword in his hand and said, I'll take the sword up and you can see it. Su Ching frowned and said again, No, 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 your tiles are too reflective and will affect my judgment. I suggest you find another background. With that said, the bald man could only helplessly find a red cloth and place the bronze sword on it. Okay, get closer to the camera and move slowly upwards. I'll take a closer look. Su Ching was pumped up. The bald man moved the camera upward towards the bronze sword, and Su Ching pondered for a moment, feeling that he had seen about as much as he could. This is a large open door, barrel-handled bronze sword from the Han Dynasty. Nice appearance, pretty good object, worth 80 trees off vanilla. Of course, I don't really recommend trading because it's a cultural relic, and I suggest you turn it into the museum. Su Ching said slowly. Okay, thank you master. The bald man was obviously a bit excited and thanked him repeatedly. Su Ching tapped his forehead and said, if you have a need, you contact me offline. Well, there's the next treasure friend. Turning the video off, this bald man pulled out another identical bronze sword from inside another table. Live stream. Su Ching didn't want to dwell more on the bronze sword. If this bald man really wanted to sell this bronze sword, he would definitely chat privately in a while. The ID, Life in Years, requested a link. Hello, treasure friend. Su Ching said. The video opened and across the room was an old man in his 60s with white hair that stood all up as if it had been shelled, like a through braid, and by the looks of it, the oldest appears to have some mental problems. This old man smiled, said, older brother. Hello, a month ago I picked up in the antique market, spent $12,000 to buy a purple gold gourd. After buying back I always feel that something is not right. You help me look at it. This old man was in his 60s, and it was indeed no problem to call Su Ching old brother. Only to see this old man take out an arm-sized purple golden gourd from his backpack, which was brightly colored, smooth and glossy on the outside, really beautiful. Su Ching's mouth twitched. Was this old man here to tease him? Laughing my ass off. Boss, you're being punked, aren't you? For this purple and gold gourd, $12,000. I'll give you a warehouse wholesale. Ha 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 ha. The old man thought he was picking up a leak, but in reality he was a leak. Su Qing calmed down and said, "Older brother, this gourd of yours is fake. You've been tricked by someone else." "Oh, but that boss clearly said that this gourd is at the very least 100 years old. And he also said that this purple gold gourd is the same model as the Supreme Lord's, and that it grows in the same garden." The boss didn't seem too convinced, looking at Su Qing rather skeptically. Su Qing was rendered speechless by these two sentences and directly turned the video off. "This is a live treasure appraisal, not an amusing come on. Laughing my ass off, laughing my ass off. Enough laughs to last me a year. Tai Shan Lao Jun same model. His one is female, yours is female. Is this gourd still capable of accepting people? And dare you say yes when I call you?" Su Qing was all amused and said, "Please invite the next precious friend. ID, Super Invincible Beauty, apply for a connection." The video opened, and sure enough, the opposite side as if it were ID, was a young girl, looking at the age of about 18 years old, just coming of age. This beautiful girl came up and spoke directly, saying, "Good day, master. What I would like you to see is a Han Dynasty horse treadmill." Only a horse with a copper-green color was placed on top of the table. The horse was soaring in shape, with two hooves lifted to the sky and a tail that was cocked, and with that layer of green copper on the outside. It might have fooled anyone with bad eyesight. This horse tap swallow was a gift from one of my father's friends, produced in the Han Dynasty, extremely expensive, an unearthed artifact, said to wish my father a successful career. The beautiful girl said with a smile. Su Qing took a look at this so-called horse treadle and almost laughed out loud, saying, "Han Dynasty? This was personally welded out by your father's friend, right? It's also an unearthed artifact, and the real one is now in the Tianshao Museum, so you can take it and compare it." Straight up laugh out loud, okay? Master Su's words were too amusing. "I don't think your dad's friends are sincerely trying to wish your dad well. I don't know what to say, but it's a lot of work." The live room exploded with laughter, a flurry of gifts flying everywhere. Without waiting for the beautiful maiden to reply, Su Qing directly hung up the video. Su Qing said solemnly, "Let's talk about the rules of treasure identification. We are here to identify the treasure. Is formal, not to amuse you. Those things that do not enter the stream do not come out. And, if it is true, what jade, diamond, gold mine and other things, qualification certificates have been determined to be worth more than 1,000,000, and then come out to identify the treasure. Or something is amazing enough, which contains unknown things, can also be taken out to treasure appreciation. As for general collectibles, even if they are genuine, without a value of 1,000,000, I won't accept them." As soon as these words were uttered, the live broadcast gifts began to soar again. Chapter 18. What the hell? What gifts? It's really annoying. Su Qing turned off the gift reward function with some boredom. Senior, 666. What a tough guy. Just shut the gift bounty down. Ask the whole Douyin. Apart from Manhwa and a few others, there are a few anchors who dare to turn off their live broadcasts and reward in this kind of situation with hundreds of thousands of people watching. Alright, have the next treasure friend. Su Qing shook his head. ID, top small icon, apply for a link. ID, bagpipes from afar, apply to connect. ID, demolition money 100 million, application for linking. In just a few moments, dozens of pofos were online and connected. Some held mirrors and said they were the mirrors used by Yang Guifei back then. Someone is holding a fruit plate, which is said to have been used by Emperor Qianlong to eat fruit back in. Either it's an imitation of a fake or a bronze tripod engraved with modern writing. The most outrageous of these is a landscape drawing of Tom Jerry. That's it for today's live treasure appreciation. See you little ones. Su Qing had gradually lost interest, so he turned off the live broadcast. This time, simply put, the harvest was extremely lucrative. Celestial Sun Wood, Green Jade Bracelet, Firestone, Bronze Sword. They are door openers and also some of the best values. The latter is also rewarding, but compared to these four, it's more than 100,000 miles off. As for the Li Zion grass used in exchange, Su Qing used his spiritual power to catalyze the planting, and was able to complete the growth in just one night's time. Afternoon, at the foot of White Dragon Mountain, Lai Zhou and the tang-suited Zhang Zhongjing arrived. They learned from the ranger that the mists on White Dragon Mountain were so thick that they sometimes disappeared randomly, and that if they wanted to go up the mountain, they could wait until tomorrow. However, Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing hoped to be able to see Su Qing, so they were prepared to force their way through that misty formation. It ended up failing. Alas, as expected, those who are capable have big tempers, hiding in the mountains and not coming out at all. Zhang Zhongjing shook his head. Lai Zhou also said, "It can't be helped. If we want to see the new spirit rhythm painting, we have to go up the mountain." Zhang Zhongjing was a titanic figure within the calligraphy and painting world, and Lai Zhou was equally famous, so it wasn't really difficult to really want to watch the paintings drawn by Master Lingyun. But the only few spiritual rhythm masters in the country made paintings that they had long ago observed all over, and there was no inspiration in viewing them again. Su Qing's paintings they had never seen before, and only the first time they sensed a new spirit rhythm painting could they possess great progress. While Zhang Zhongjing wanted to completely step into the realm of spiritual rhythm, Ri Zhou wanted to understand spiritual rhythm initially, and watching other people's paintings and drawing inspiration was an essential item. After Zhang Zhongjing thought for a moment, he said, "If you really can't use the golden pupil, there's absolutely no problem getting through this mist. Golden pupil, see through the barriers, distinguish the real from the fake, and at the same time have the power to kill." It is a unique skill passed down from Zhang Zhongjing's ancestry, and can only be used 10 times in this lifetime, with each use consuming life. Zhang Zhongjing's golden pupil had only one use left, so if it wasn't an important moment, Zhang Zhongjing wouldn't have risked using his golden pupil. "Teacher, you're old. If you use your last golden pupil, it will probably affect your health. Just use my golden pupil." Ri Zhou would likewise use the golden pupil, using it only 5 times. Zhang Zhongjing shook his head and said, "No, no, 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 I'm getting old and won't live much longer. If I can break through to the spirit rhythm realm before I die, my lifespan will be able to be boosted, and it won't matter much. You are still young. There are still many places to use the golden pupil in the future. Don't waste this opportunity. Then let's stay at the foot of the mountain for a night, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow. If we still can't get in, then we'll use the golden pupil." Li Zhou had already made his decision. White Dragon Mountain. Su Qing checked through his divine sense and had already seen Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing. As for the two of them, whether they could come up or not, it would be entirely on their own. It was certain that without Su Qing's special help, ordinary people would definitely not have the ability to ascend White Dragon Mountain. Like the old hunter Feng Jingjun before him, at the peak of the internal energy realm, he was only able to penetrate through the mists and ascend the White Dragon Mountain by virtue of the Taoist spectral ghost eyes. Without the help of the underworld ghost eyes, Feng Jingjun would have to at the very least grope around inside the mists for a day before he could have the probability to penetrate through the blockage of the mist formation. Su Qing returned the cell phone to Su Yuyao and went to meditate and cultivate on the side. Su Yuyao took this opportunity to hurriedly send a WeChat message to her father, Su Tianhong. When Su Tianhong knew that Su Qing had turned on the treasure appreciation mode in the live broadcast, he was likewise extremely surprised. Su Tianhong instructed Su Yuyao to let Su Qing go down the mountain when the time is enough, even if it's only for a day. Before the sun set, several law enforcement officers tried to enter White Dragon Mountain, looking like they should be investigating the 3 hunters. Su Qing didn't stop these law enforcement officers and removed the layer of mist from the mountain. Without the mists in the way, the law enforcement officers soon reached the top of the mountain. The law enforcement officers approached Su Qing and inquired if he had seen the college student named Wang Damon. Su Qing, of course, shook his head. He didn't know anything about anything. Law enforcement officers also certainly understand how Su Qing, an old man in his 90s, could possibly be able to frame a college student. Su Yuyao is also a freshly graduated female college student with no hands. How could an old man, a child, set up strong adults? There was no logic to anything. Law enforcement left, searched for half a day, and ultimately came to no conclusion but to explain it away by getting lost. That's one of the best answers. At night, the yellowing leaves fall as the autumn wind blows. In the morning, Ri Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing were ready to leave. At the same time, it was found that in the morning, the White Dragon Mountain's mist formation was slightly weaker and more suitable for breaking through. Lai Zhou and Lu Hongtao, even with various advanced instruments, were never able to get out of the fog, and were always in a state of ghosts hitting the wall. Golden Pupil. Ri Zhou didn't want to wait and recited the incantation to directly open the golden pupil. Golden streams of light were attached to Ri Zhou's eyes, and with every blink of an eye, he seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, and nothing could stop him. Zhang Zhongjing sighed. Alas, you just don't listen. Li Zhou laughed. Teacher, I still have 4 chances left to use my golden pupil. It's not a waste. As expected, with the golden pupils turned on, Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing finally did not get lost again, singing all the way up to White Dragon Mountain. The maintenance time of the golden pupil was only 20 minutes, and by stepping out of the mist, the effect of the golden pupil completely disappeared. Ri Zhou was happy that they had climbed White Dragon Mountain anyway. Lai Chao. Wait. Zhang Zhongjing, with some feces on his feet, realized that there was some danger coming, and immediately called out to Lai Zhou in front of him. Chapter 19, After the founding of the nation, no animal will be allowed to become a spirit. What's wrong, teacher? Ri Zhou stopped and asked. Zhang Zhongjing looked serious and said, Before I came here, I had already checked on the internet that wolves had recently appeared in White Dragon Mountain. as well as tigers, and this pile of feces under my feet is the feces of wolves, so I feel that we have already entered the wolf circle. In the wild is the most afraid of meeting the wolf, if it is a good, but the wolf, this kind of animal, is in groups. Neat. In addition to run, there is no resistance ability. If there really is a wolf, use the golden pupil again. Rizhou was so determined to make it to the mountain that not even the wolves could stop him. Just as well, although Zhang Zhongjing was helpless, but now that he had come to this point, if he retreated again, wouldn't it be a waste of an opportunity to use his golden pupil? Since they're here, they can't back down. It's just wolves. They can be easily solved by using the golden pupil. Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing did not take a few steps before they heard a wolf howl. The sound of stabbing and stabbing came out from the grass, and one by one, gray wolves ran and soon surrounded Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing. This group of gray wolves were able to find the location of Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing so quickly, naturally with Su Qing's special assistance. Earlier, Su Yuyo had met a pack of wolves that surrounded her, and Su Qing had killed some of them, while also moving some of the other wolves to other places. Now is the time to use these wolves. However, Su Qing hadn't expected that Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing would use such a magical secret technique as the golden pupil. Su Qing's divine sense observed Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing in detail, from passing through the formation mists to the fierce battle with the wolves. The golden pupil undoubtedly had an absolute advantage. This golden pupil, it has a few similarities with that ghostly eye of the underworld, but it's a bit higher grade than the ghostly eye of the underworld, and the one who created this secret method is by no means human. It must be none other than the ancient immortal cultivators. It's truly marvelous, Su Qing analyzed. It seems like this disciple of Li Zhou, I have to take on. As for Zhang Zhongjing, I can consider it. Su Qing smiled faintly. Ri Zhou is only in his 30s, still young and has moldable potential. Zhang Zhongjing was too old, only a few years younger than Su Qing, and no longer had any advantage in cultivation. However, if Zhang Zhongjing's talent was fine, there would be no harm in accepting all of them as master and disciple. In the middle of the mountain, there were all the corpses of wolves in front of Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing. The battle with the wolves just now had consumed one use of Ri Zhou's golden pupil. Even so, Ri Zhou was exhausted. If not for the fact that Li Zhou's physique was strong enough, Zhang Zhongjing would have to open his golden pupils. Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing had just walked out a distance of roughly a few hundred meters when a giant python scurried out of the forest, spitting out its letters and staring coldly at the two. The giant python was nearly 10 meters long, its black scales inlaid with crimson veins, and it made hissing sounds from time to time. I want your eyes. A strange sound appeared in the ears of Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing at the same time. The voice was neither male nor female, and it sounded so harsh that one could not help but be mentally annoyed beyond words. Teacher? Ri Zhou took a few steps back slightly, with some real fear in his heart. It's the voice of this python. This python is talking. Zhang Zhongjing looked sharp. Having lived for so long, it was the first time he had met a python that had become a spirit. Zhang Zhongjing was a titanic figure in the world of calligraphy and painting, and he was naturally clearer about some of the country's hidden events compared to normal people. He knew that there were cultivators in this world, and that there were even immortal cultivators in ancient times. At the same time, he knows that there are animals in the world that can talk, commonly known as becoming fertilized. However, cultivators are usually very well hidden and don't show their faces easily. As for those ghosts and monsters that had cultivated into spirits, they were restricted by the contract and would likewise not touch humans. But this talking python in front of him really shocked Zhang Zhongjing. Zhang Zhongjing coldly shouted, "After the founding of the Chinese nation, no animals are allowed to become essence. This is the contract stipulation made back then." Python, what do you mean by this? Contracts? Regulations? Do I have to abide by them? After decades of slumber, I don't know the rule. The python clearly did not open its mouth, but the sound resounded in the ears of Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing. I mean you no harm, and I really like the golden eyes you just used. I need your eyes, just give me your eyes and I will let you go. Python is very polite, but the words are very cold. The python was also pleasantly surprised, not expecting to meet a pair of precious eyes after awakening. You're going to gouge out our eyes? Ri Zhou sucked in a deep, cold breath. The python still said leisurely, No, 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 gouge out your eyes and I can give you another pair of even more precious snake eyes. Li Zhou, don't talk to this kind of beast anymore. Kill it. Golden pupil. Zhang Zhongjing laughed coldly, and his right hand wiped in front of his eyes, and his golden pupils emerged. Golden pupil. Ri Zhou nodded his head and opened his golden pupils once again. Ha ha ha. This seat has been in seclusion for several decades. Its cultivation has reached the realm of the innate. With the two of you, you still want to fight with the seat? The giant python laughed, his voice filled with endless confidence. Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing stopped talking. Golden light flowed in their eyes, covering their black pupils, while releasing golden beams of light and rushing towards the giant python. However, this giant python was too strong. possessing hundreds of years of cultivation, opening that bloody mouth and devouring that golden beam of light. The giant python swung its tail and threw Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing onto the tree so hard that their body bones shattered. The giant python was too strong, and even the golden pupil could not restore the gap between the two sides. Teacher, I'll stall him, you go first, I'll follow afterward. Li Zhou violently spat out a mouthful of blood, but still managed to stand up reluctantly. Get lost, I don't need your help, little beast, I'll die with you today. Zhang Zhongjing stretched out his index finger and gently clicked it on his forehead as if he had drawn some kind of rune, and a golden vertical eye immediately appeared on his forehead. Master, no! Li Zhou shouted and was about to stop Zhang Zhongjing from continuing his spell. Zhang Zhongjing's ancestral secret method of golden pupil, the last style, the Eye of Heaven. When the Eye of Heaven comes out, it sweeps across everything. However, the Eye of Heaven will absorb the blood energy of the whole body, and you will die after using it. Zhang Zhongjing threw off Li Zhou with one hand. His golden vertical eyes opened and his breath climbed instantly, about to unleash the final blow of the Heaven's Eye. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongjing's heavenly eye inexplicably closed and his breath landed. What's going on? Zhang Zhongjing sensed an inexplicable spiritual force that shut down his heavenly eyes and could not be blocked at all. Hilltop. Su Qing looked calm and collected, and it was him who had closed Zhang Zhongjing's heavenly eye. I didn't expect that this White Dragon Mountain would still have this kind of mang essence in existence, and I didn't realize it before when I was exploring underground. Su Qing lost his smile. It seemed that he had still recovered too little strength from before. Tiger. Su Qing lightly read. The next second, the tiger scurried out of the forest. Nameless sect reinforcement technique. With a flick of Su Qing's fingers, the tiger's body immediately grew larger, more than nearly 3 times larger than before. At this point, the tiger could rival an elephant. With more strength and speed, Su Qing faintly said, "Go, kill the python." Chapter 20 The Whole Snake Feast. How did the eye in the sky fail? Zhang Zhongjing was shocked with trepidation. Both the spells and incantations were the most precious treasures handed down from the ancestors. How could they fail in a critical moment? Teacher, I'll do it. Li Zhou's heart was suddenly relieved, and the heavenly eye in the center of his brow began to slowly manifest. Strangely enough, his heavenly eye was unable to move as well. Just as the duo were still pondering why the heavenly eyes had failed, the python's mouth spat out 2 clouds of black smoke, blinding Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou's eyes. There were millions of small purple and yellow bugs in the black mist, as if they were bloodthirsty bugs, frantically tearing at the eyes of the 2 people, trying to forcibly remove the eyes. Ho, ho, ho! 3 tiger whistles came, and as if they had suffered a nemesis, the purple and yellow bugs quickly withdrew from the 2 men's eyes and drifted in the air with the wind. Who is it? The spell casting was interrupted, and a hissing sound was revealed from the python's mouth as it cautiously looked around. Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing's eyes were bloodshot, looking like they had been poisoned by snakes. If not treated in time, I'm afraid there is no hope of regaining my sight in this lifetime. Just as the duo tried to escape, a fierce tiger like an elephant stepped behind them and blocked them. There was a python in front of them, a tiger behind them, and the heavens were trying to extinguish their path. The strong tiger's body made it impossible to raise the thought of resistance. However, Tiger bypassed Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing, his eyes sharp and deadly, staring at the python as if he would attack the next moment. Seeing this, Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing didn't dare to stay too long for fear of being affected by the battle between the 2 beasts, and quickly headed towards the mountain. As for the tiger that had been strengthened by Su Qing, its strength had long been comparable to the peak of the innate, and that ferocious aura, with its murderous intent, had shocked the giant python by merely releasing its terrifying aura. What mountain are you from? The python let out a question, and in his heart, he stealthily stepped back a few points out of fear. Tiger didn't answer the python. For one thing, Tiger didn't really want to answer. The second is because Tiger can't talk. The tiger had only been fortified with physical strength, and was still an ordinary beast in terms of spirituality. Unsurprisingly, Tiger then has a top-notch battle with the python. Both sides fought back and forth, and if Tiger hadn't been strengthened, he was afraid that he would have been poisoned by the snake venom. A few minutes later, Tiger bit the python's head and headed for the hills, and as Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing walked upwards for a while, they finally saw the simple wooden house. In front of the door of the wooden house, Su Qing sat there quietly, with 2 small bottles in front of his body, containing pills. Master Su. Li Zhou couldn't care about the injury to his eyes and said respectfully. Feeling the arrival of Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing, Su Qing slowly stood up and presented the bottle in his hand to the 2 of them. Eat it and the snake venom will be removed. Li Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing didn't have too much time to understand at this point, so they gritted their teeth and swallowed the pill in one gulp. To one's shock, the pill touched his tongue and instantly melted, becoming a warm current that flowed throughout his body. The injuries on his eyes instantly recovered, and even his eyesight was much better than before. Many thanks, Master Su. Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing said with a respectful clasp of their fists. You're welcome. Su Qing nodded slightly. After a while, Tiger came up with the python in his bite and set it aside, his body gradually shrinking to normal. Su Qing said indifferently, the giant python is presumably a fertilized monster native to White Dragon Mountain, which I hadn't discovered earlier, otherwise, he would have obediently sunk into sleep and wouldn't have woken up easily. Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing nodded their heads and were extremely grateful, so it turned out that this fierce tiger was sent down by Su Qing to receive them. As for why the tiger had become so huge, they who had seen the python spirit earlier were already surprised. Wow, Grandpa, where did Tiger get such a big head of snake? It's 10 meters long. Su Yuyao was live in the house, and when she heard the commotion outside she hurriedly came out. It was a snake spirit that was killed by Tiger, Su Qing said. Su Yuyao laughed and said in the live broadcast, give me a sea brightening moon, and I'll show you guys a 10-meter long boa constrictor. Anchor, just keep bragging. If the old man had said that, maybe we would have believed it. You'd better give your cell phone to the old man, so that he can continue to live stream the treasure appraisal. Most of the people in the live broadcast room questioned where there was a 10-meter long python. However, there were still tycoons who directly swiped a sea life moon. Su Yuyao was very faithful. The gift was already in place, and she directly gave the python a full body portrait with a 360-degree circular shot. I'm going to go. Anchor, you really didn't lie. Cripes, you're awesome. Where did you get such a big boa constrictor that looks dead? It's a real child's play, but I'm still convinced that this python isn't 10 meters. Su Qing laughed lightly. Today, at noon, we'll have a whole snake feast. This is the voice of the old man, right? To drink snake meat, the genus is envied. May I ask if it's too late to go to White Dragon Mountain? Can I get a bowl of snake soup? Those who went to exchange antiques with Master Su today are in for a treat. Su Qing looked toward Li Zhou and said, wait a little. I have another deceased person who will be here soon. Lai Zhou nodded his head. He and Zhang Zhongjing were able to learn that Su Qing was definitely extraordinary just by observing his facial features, as well as that huge tiger, and that magical pill. Su Qing is the legendary god who lives in seclusion in the mountains. At the foot of the mountain, another group of people came. It was the duo from the Lu family, one of the 8 major families in Yanjing, Lu Hongtao and Lu Haicheng. This White Dragon Mountain is truly a beautiful spiritual qi. The Qing team choosing to live here is really a very good choice. Lu Hongtao observed the veins of the White Dragon Mountain and knew that this was definitely a piece of precious land. Lu Hongtao is a cultivator, although he does not cultivate aura. For the natural environment of the aura, there are still a few points of understanding. Lu Haicheng said, Father, I just learned from the mouth of this White Dragon Mountain's ranger that mists will appear on this White Dragon Mountain, and it's usually impossible to get up there. So should we find a guide, or contact Elder Su in advance? If I had known that White Dragon Mountain was so difficult to access, I would have just flown a helicopter over. While Lu Hongtao heard this, he laughed loudly and said aloud, don't bother, go directly. I don't believe that this mist can still stop me from seeing the green team. Lu Hongtao and Lu Haicheng climbed up the mountain together, and halfway up the mountain, they really ran into a thick fog blocking the way forward. Go! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Hongtao directly took a big step forward, but strangely enough, it was as if these mists had met their nemesis. Lu Hongtao slowly disappeared wherever he went the mists, and soon passed through the mist formation. Ha ha ha. Lu Hongtao was not surprised by this. Lu Hongtao, 98 years old, already belongs to the senior age, but the physical quality is very good. Walking the mountain road also did not have the slightest fatigue. On the contrary, it was Lu Haicheng who, after walking only half of the distance, began to cry out of fatigue and suffering, almost unable to walk. If it wasn't for Lu Hongtao's urgent urging along the way, how could Lu Haicheng sit down and eat some dry food before continuing to walk? Finally, they came to the cabin at the top of the hill. In the small courtyard in front of the wooden house, Su Qing slowly stood up, his gaze looking into the distance with a hint of fluctuation in his eyes as he said softly, Yu Yao, follow me to meet my late friend. Sure enough, Su Qing had just stepped out of the confines of the courtyard when he saw 2 silhouettes slowly moving forward in the distance. Tao Chan, Su Qing whispered softly, stepped away, and in the next second, he had reached Lu Hongtao. Ha ha ha, Team Green, your strength is getting more and more unintelligible. Seeing Su Qing instantly shift over, Lu Hongtao was stunned before bursting into laughter. As for Lu Haicheng, he had long ago looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. What kind of person is this? And the legendary teleportation? Does the strongest of the 8 clans, Wang Taifeng, have this kind of strength? There shouldn't be any. It hadn't occurred to me that my father's late husband possessed such power that it was simply unimaginable. Su Qing laughed. Let's go. Go rest inside the house. Lu Hongtao laughed aloud. I've come a long way to get here. The green team, you cannot be stingy. What good things can be taken out? That's natural. Su Qing laughed and led Lu Hongtao and Lu Haiqing into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Lu Hongtao saw Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou standing at the door and asked suspiciously, "Old Zhang, why are you boys here?" Zhang Zhongjing and Yanjing fame cannot be small. Many big shots are recognized. Lu Hongtao and it's also had a few face-to-face. Zhang Zhongjing hurriedly said, "It's Elder Lu. I'm going to buy some things here at Elder Su's place, and it's only just arrived." Zhang Zhongjing was also secretly shocked. Who is Lu Hongtao? That's one of the 8 great families of Yanjing City, controls part of Yanjing's economic lifeline. And Lu Hongtao himself is still the old man of the war, although there is no official position on the body. But even those high officials see Lu Hongtao, but also to be respectful. At this moment, Lu Hongtao was actually talking and laughing with Su Qing, which was enough to see how mysterious Su Qing really was. Lu Hongtao said loudly, "What do you want to buy? Let me take a look too. Maybe I'll be able to help you cut the price." Elder Lu is joking. It's already an extreme honor to be able to purchase from Elder Su's. Zhang Zhongjing waved his hand repeatedly. Lu Hongtao nodded his head. His eyes glanced and saw the python that was thrown on the ground by Tiger. This python's black scales were thick and heavy, and the crimson pattern was extraordinary at a glance. Good lord, this is a rare species. Look at this physique, this material, it's probably already become an essence. Lu Hongtao was shocked. After all, it's hard to see a goblin that's come to life in a more peaceful society these days. Only in the 9th few years, there was a time when there was a fertilized chaos. Lu Hongtao personally took action and killed dozens of fertilized monsters in a row to stop them from moving around. Su Qing nodded his head and smiled. Yes, this giant python has become fertilized and suddenly appeared on the White Dragon Mountain, as well as the lunch I specially prepared for you, a whole snake feast. Good fellow, I think this python is estimated to have reached the peak of internal energy. Even if it's me, I guess I'll only be able to fight a drum fight. Lu Hongtao was cheerful and kinda greedy. Su Qing said, "Almost there, he should have just broken through to the innate. His strength is quite good." According to Su Qing's guess, this giant python should have been in closed-door cultivation for almost 100 years, so it didn't know about the matter of the contract between humans and goblins. It was only that this python's luck was really too bad. Just after breaking out and taking a breath, it looked at the golden pupil and lost its life because of it. Hiss, great guy, Team Chung, you're already able to defeat an innate goblin. Awesome, then this innate python is highly nutritious. I have to eat 3 big bowls first. Lu Hongtao was overjoyed. Lu Hongtao was both surprised and envious in his heart, because after so many years, he had always been the one who had not stepped onto the path of innate. When you step into the innate, your lifespan will also be extended. Lu Hongtao felt that his days were numbered, and that he might be at the end of his rope if he lived to be over 100 years old. If he was able to ascend to the innate realm, he would be able to live up to 150 years old. How could Lu Hongtao not be envious? Su Qing lightly laughed. It's alright, a small python is just a small python. It can't become much of a climate. Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou, who were standing on the side, had a slight movement in their hearts. This once giant python was not killed by Su Qing himself, but by Su Qing's pet, the tiger. With this association, just how strong was Su Qing? It was unimaginable and had long exceeded their realm of perception. Chapter 21, Heavy 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Entering the cabin. There is always a strange feeling. Obviously from the outside this cabin is not big, but as soon as you enter the house it feels very spacious and wide. The first thing Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou saw was the nameless picture of practicing dance hanging on the wall. You guys can take a look first. Su Qing pointed to the dance practicing diagram and said to Li Zhou. Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou naturally wouldn't be polite, and hurriedly walked over to the nameless dance practice diagram to observe it. And after just a few glances, they realized that Su Qing's spiritual rhythm wasn't the same as that of the other masters. Su Qing's spiritual rhythm followed a different path, looking even more subtle and making it even more difficult to comprehend. For a moment the two people actually fell deep into the painting, their eyes gradually becoming mesmerized. Staring at the painting with dead eyes, it was difficult to extricate themselves. It's a bizarre state of enlightenment, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's the sensory timing that painters seek all their lives. If the two were talented enough, they would be able to utilize this opportunity for enlightenment to successfully ascend to the realm of spiritual rhythm. Su Qing didn't disturb the two people when he saw that they were in the middle of their enlightenment. Lu Hongtao, who was on the side, took one look at the nameless practicing dance diagram and felt that it was extremely extraordinary, but he didn't have the talent in this area, so he didn't think about it in depth. And as for Lu Haiqing, when he saw that nameless practicing dance figure, it was as if he saw a woman without clothes. Then Lu Haiqing saw that wood carving in the distance, saw the 5-clawed golden dragon, eyes demented, licking and licking his lips to go over. Lu Haiqing had played antiques for a lifetime, and had never seen a wood carving that possessed such finesse. And what fascinated him was that the wooden carvings seemed to carry a soul. allowing him to deeply feel the wonders contained within. The five-clawed golden dragon did not have eyes. Lu Haiqing at this moment extremely wanted to draw a pair of eyes for this five-clawed golden dragon, but he knew that if he could really draw a pair of eyes, then this five-clawed golden dragon would definitely undergo a different kind of change. Haiqing, no big deal. Lu Hongtao frowned and said irritably. Lu Hongtao usually hates Lu Haiqing's look like a fool who can't walk when he sees antiques. Su Qing laughed out loud. No harm, no harm. It's just a little kid. Let him just watch and play. To Su Qing, Lu Haiqing was still a small child even though he was in his 50s. With Su Qing's words, Lu Haiqing was instantly excited. Not caring if it was polite or not, Lu Haiqing said with a begging face, Master Su, can you let me pick up this five-clawed golden dragon to take a look? I'll just look at it. Definitely not touch it much. I'll just touch the feel of it. This five-clawed golden dragon wood carving, too, let him fascinated. If today is not able to close distance in the hands to play, he Lu Haiqing this life cannot live peacefully. Su Cheng knew the mystery of this five-clawed golden dragon and said, this five-clawed golden dragon, if you are able to hold it, then feel free to look at it, and there is no harm in giving this golden dragon to you. This five-clawed golden dragon had taken Su Qing nearly 3 months, and the soul power contained within it was incomparably powerful, definitely possessing a great allure for those obsessed with antiques. But it was precisely because this five-clawed golden dragon consumed too much effort, which also led to its weight being difficult to control, and it was feared to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lu Haiqing didn't understand the meaning within Su Qing's words. What do you mean you can hold it? It was only a small wooden sculpture, and the wood was so light, couldn't he have picked it up as an adult? Lu Hongtao also came to be interested, close to this five-clawed golden dragon to take a look, sucked in a breath, and marveled repeatedly. Let me try. Lu Haiqing was puzzled at the same time, so he reached his hand towards the five-clawed golden dragon wood carving. Just hold that five-clawed golden dragon wood carving. Lu Haiqing feel just like that, ice-cold feeling, very comfortable, able to influence the mood. The body and mind have become pleasant. However, when Lu Haiqing was about to forcefully pick up that five-clawed golden dragon, he suddenly felt that he couldn't use his strength, and it was as if his entire hand was out of control. What's going on? Lu Haiqing suddenly froze, but favored unbelief and switched to his left hand. But the strange thing is, the left hand is also as if out of control. Generally, no matter how much effort, cannot be this five-clawed golden dragon wood carving to pick up. You know, it's just a piece of wood. How heavy can a contraption be? Lu Haiqing just don't believe in this reasoning. Hands together holding the five-clawed golden dragon wood carving, used all his strength. This five-clawed golden dragon wood carving only slightly moved, but that's about it. Lu Haiqing sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. I go, exhausted. How is this thing so heavy? Simply can't hold it. This is loaded with Xian iron. Xian iron is not so heavy. This wood carving was the most bizarre thing he'd ever seen, bar none. Lu Hongtao let out a sigh, feeling equally surprised. This thing is that heavy? Then I'll try it too. Lu Hongtao stretched out that dry right hand. The strength of his body coalesced in his hands, and he grabbed that five-clawed golden dragon. Only hearing the bones of his hand resounding with the sound of knocking and knocking, the five-clawed golden dragon was slowly taken up, while Lu Hongtao's face was suffocated red, his strength used to the limit. Lu Hongtao put down the wooden sculpture as soon as he could, gasping for breath. I can't, I'm old. Let me be 30 years younger. I'm sure I'll be able to pick this wood up. You have to know that Lu Hongtao is the peak of internal energy and has infinite power. But even so, it still couldn't successfully pick up this wooden sculpture. That's a testament to the magic of this wood carving. Su Yuyo also went up and tried, and the wooden sculpture didn't even move. Lu Haiqing sat on the floor, hand rubbing the floor, suddenly shocked again, alarmed. Wow, Master Su, what kind of wood is the wood of your floor? How to touch the soft and smooth, but step on it and feel very friction, and smell there is a fragrant flavor. This is what stuff you rebellious son, what are you yelling for? So old, you look like you've never seen the world. It's a disgrace to bring you out. Lu Hongtao was angered by Lu Haiqing's yelling and snapped and slapped him on the head. Lu Haiqing cried out bitterly and said, No, Dad, I've been playing for so many years. Antiques what I haven't seen before. But Master Su, this floor is really different. This wood is really strange and precious. It's just that I can't remember what this wood is. Lu Haiqing was really helpless and excited and thrilled at the same time. Master Su's house is full of treasures. As far as that nameless practicing dance figure is concerned, that belongs to one of the lowest grades inside this house. Lu Haiqing shouted again, saying, I go, Master Su, what material is this chair of yours? How does it also look a little familiar? What a Tama shame. Lu Hongtao simply had no face to look at. Lu Haiqing laughed bitterly and said, Gu, Dad, I'm serious. The wood is really very good. Su Yuyo looked dumbfounded on the sidelines, feeling as if this Lu Haiqing was a psychopath. How do you see a thing and say bull? A floor. A wooden chair is just a wooden chair. This thing is just plain. Is there any higher concept? But this thing is wood after all. What good can come from wood? Su Qing shook his head and laughed lightly, saying, this floor wood is Xin Tai wood, and the wood of that chair is Lin Xiang wood. As soon as he heard Su Qing's words, Lu Haiqing's entire body was dumbfounded, staring straight at the ground in deep thought. Only after a long time did Lu Haiqing hiss, Xian iron wood? Forest fragrance wood? Good guy, good handiwork, such a big house. All of them are Xian iron wood? Then I'm afraid the price of this wooden house is at least a few $1 billion. What is basalt wood? This kind of tree had long disappeared 300 years ago, and it was rumored that it only possessed a few trees on the endless barren islands in that south. But now that technology has advanced, the deserted island with the basalt wood has also been overrun by various countries. Why the basalt wood is so valuable? It is necessary to talk about his medicinal properties. This is extremely valuable medicinal material, in the kind of special medicine can see his figure. At the same time it is more fine material, is also the upper class decoration material. In general, even if one has hundreds of billions of assets, one would not use basalt wood on a large scale, and it would be extremely good to get a table. And now, Su Qing's entire wooden house was all Xian Tai wood, a value that was simply incalculable. It's so anticlimactic. It was simply unthinkable to be able to make such a wooden house out of Xian Tai wood, and that forest fragrance wood is several times rarer than Xian Tai wood. The basalt wood is at least able to be encountered on a deserted island, as well as transplanted. But this forest incense wood trees, not only cannot be transplanted, but also extremely short life, probably only 10 years of survival life. Most importantly, this forest fragrance wood tree is restrictive, and only one can grow in a piece of primeval forest. If a second forest fragrance wood is created within this primeval forest, then both will wither at the same time and will not grow again for 100 years. At the same time, the efficacy of this forest fragrance wood was more than 10 times more powerful than Xian Tai wood. Chapter 22 New Golden Pupil. Rumor has it that forest-scented wood has a strong god effect. Under the exhaustion of the day, if you can inhale a breath of aroma of forest incense wood, you can restore the spirit within 5 minutes, and will not produce any after effects. Very suitable for some office workers. Su Ting, on the other hand, used the forest fragrance wood precisely because it was needed for cultivation, and it was also able to enhance his divine sense. Xian Tai wood or Lin Xiang wood, both of which Su Qing had gone through a lot of trouble to find and finally cultivate before being able to cause this precious wooden house today. Lu Haiqing was filled with envy. Master Su, this place of yours is too good to be true. If I can live here for a day, all the dark diseases in my body will disappear. Right, ha ha ha, if you want to live in school, then you can stay for a few more days. Su Qing laughed out loud. Lu Hongtao knew that these woods were so precious, and his heart was mostly in awe. He felt that the green teen was not the same as before, becoming more powerful and mysterious, making it impossible to see through. At this moment, Zhang Zhongjing and Lai Zhou also came back to their senses from the nameless practice dance diagram. A sense of surprise and excitement filled the eyes of both of them, and it looked like they should both have quite a lot to gain. Li Zhou had already managed to touch the edges of the spirit rhythm with the help of the nameless practice dance diagram, and it would only take a year or two to successfully enter the spirit rhythm realm, and the improvement would undoubtedly be enormous. Zhang Zhongjing, on the other hand, even took advantage of this opportunity to directly ascend to the spirit rhythm realm, and the smile on his face simply could not be stopped. Many thanks to Master Su for giving us this opportunity for enlightenment. Zhang Zhongjing and Lai Zhou respectfully bowed to Su Qing. You're welcome. Su Qing gently waved his hand. It was supposed to be just a drawing, and whether or not it could be comprehended depended on the opportunity and talent of the two of them. In that case, Zhang Zhongjing and Master and disciple Lai Zhou belong to the upper class. The two of you will stay behind as well, and have the whole snake feast at noon today, Su Qing said. Many thanks, Master Su. Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing responded again. For this python, Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing were still very disgusted. After all, the two of them almost died at the hands of this python. At the same time they lost a chance to use their golden pupils because of it. There are only 3 times left in Richao. Zhang Zhongjing is completely used up. Fortunately, this time, Zhang Zhongjing had broken through to the spirit rhythm realm and his lifespan had increased. Otherwise it won't live much longer. Su Qing said indifferently. I see that the golden pupil that the two of you are using has some limitations, and it may even be consuming your lives. In a moment I've improved it a bit, and the two of you will be able to penetrate and understand it with a little bit of enlightenment. As a powerful immortal cultivator in Su Qing's previous life, it couldn't be simpler for him to improve a Dao. Zhang Zhongjing respectfully said, Yes, Master Su. The golden pupil can see through the maze of barriers and distinguish between truth and falsehood while having the power to kill. It's a unique skill passed down from my ancestors. A person is only able to use it 10 times in their lifetime. Each use consumes their lifespan. And when I encountered this python on the road, I used it up the last time I had it. Su Cheng nodded, his heart in the right place, and finally picked up a pen and ink from the side and began to continuously draw and rehearse, finally carving out a new book of golden pupils. This version of the golden pupil was equally capable of possessing the power to kill, to see through nothingness and distinguish truth from falsehood. It is also unlimited in the number of times it can be used and does not deplete its life. The only thing that counts as a drawback is that it briefly drains one's stamina when used. Then even so, this new version of the golden pupil is several times stronger than before. Su Qing handed the 2 scrolls of paper to the 2 of them respectively, saying, "The 2 of you will be on the side to properly comprehend. Master Su, this is a great favor." Zhang Zhongjing took the roll of paper, just scribbled a few glances, and was so shocked that he couldn't even close his jaw. Li Zhou was likewise aware of the unusual nature of the new golden pupil Dao inscribed above this scroll of paper. Without any hesitation, the duo directly knelt down towards Su Qing. "Participate well." Su Qing gently waved his hand, and the duo instantly stood up again. Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou knew that they had taken advantage of this time. Money and whatnot was nothing in front of this kind of chance. The only thing they needed to do was to live up to Su Qing's intentions and practice this new version of the golden tier. Lu Haiqing watched from the sidelines and scratched his ears, really moved, carefully asked, "Master Su, is this golden pupil really so magical? Can you also give me a copy? I also want to learn." "What are you learning? This is someone else's Zheng family's ancestral recipe." Lu Hongtao swept a vicious glance at Lu Haiqing. Zhang Zhongjing said repeatedly, "No, no, no, Elder Lu, it's just a Taoist discipline, so of course you can learn it if you want to." Being able to make Lu Hongtao and Lu Haiqing owe them a favor would be extremely helpful in the future. May. Su Qing waved his pen and ink and once again wrote a new version of the golden pupil scroll. "Many thanks to Elder Su. Many thanks to Elder Lu." Lu Haiqing took this volume of golden pupil and excitedly went to one side to sense. He himself was more into the antique category, and there were more fakes of such items, so if he could use the golden pupil, it would be of significant help to him in recognizing the real and the fake in the future. "The 3 of us will sense here. Taozi and I will go outside. If there's anything you can find me outside." Su Qing said flatly. "Yes, Master Su," the 3 responded respectfully. Su Qing said, "Let's go. Taozi, take you to see that giant python." Outside the door, the python still had a trace of life breath that could be extinguished at any time, and there was no possibility of resurrection. Su Qing solemnly said, "In the early days of the founding of the country, a covenant was made that no animal or plant could become a spirit, could not interfere with human society, and could not harm humans at will, and this python violated the covenant, and will be put to death." This giant python wasn't dead through and through. Its soul power still existed, so it naturally heard Su Qing's words. "No, no, no, Grandmaster. I wasn't aware earlier that those 2 were your friends, and I didn't know that there was a contract in place, and I've just been dormant for 100 years of time, so please spare me this time." The python's soul was jumping around frantically, attempting to be able to break through the restrictions set by Su Qing. Lu Hongtao laughed coldly. "Oh, you little snake. Back then, the war god of Huaxia and your demon emperor signed an agreement. All the goblins in Huaxia all know about it. You say you don't know. Who are you cajoling here?" The python was silent. He was indeed asleep back then. But back then, the demon emperor ordered all the goblins in China to sign an agreement, and this matter was indeed clear to him. It was only because he had recently broken through to the innate level, and it felt like there was no one in White Dragon Mountain who could control him anymore. But he didn't expect to run into Su Qing. He was the one who started the attack on the humans first, and he had nothing to say about it. The python prayed, "Spare my life. I can tell you where the earth veins of White Dragon Mountain are located, and I can quickly raise your cultivation levels." The earth vein of White Dragon Mountain was the source of the entire mountain's aura, possessing the purest and richest energy resources. Su Qing laughed disdainfully. "Earth veins? That's not something you need to bother with. Your role is to obediently become lunch." Chapter 23, Heavenly Python Demon Commander. Back then, when Su Qing first came to White Dragon Mountain, he discovered where the earth vein was located, and because his cultivation had not yet recovered to foundation establishment at that time, he did not use the earth vein. In order to use the pure aura energy of the earth veins, one had to reach the Jindan stage. Without the support of a strong fleshly body at the Jindan stage, one would definitely have their body burst by the pure energy of the earth veins. Seeing Su Qing's insistence on eating him, the giant python could only bring out its last backer and said stiffly, Don't kill me. My ancestor is the Kunlun Mountain Heavenly Python Demon Marshal, who is under the Demon King. If you guys kill me, the bloodline will transmit the information of my murder to him, and at that time, my ancestor will surely help me to avenge my death. You can't kill me. otherwise you guys will die too. Goblins are also graded. External strength corresponds to ordinary demons. Inner strength corresponds to demon soldiers, the innate counterpart of the demon commander. The Zonshur corresponds to the demon king. In the Kunlun Mountains, the strongest one is the demon king, with 3 demon marshals under him, and the ancestor of this giant python is perhaps one of the 3 demon marshals. Lu Hongtao laughed out loud and said aloud, Sky Python Demon Marshal? Ridiculous to the extreme, and I will separate you alone in the future as well. The artifact spirit had spiritual intelligence, and its control over the magic treasure was able to be elevated by 1 layer. It was a good thing that Gongzi Gao was willing to help him control the Jade Seal. At this moment, Earthsoul Gongzi Gao, the same little kid from earlier, shouted aloud, No, I'm not willing to control the Jade Seal together with this main body. Even if I have to be an artifact spirit, I want to be an independent one. Su Cheng nodded slightly in recognition. In that case, wipe out your spirit. No, I do. Before Earth Soul Gongzi Gao could cry out a few times, his spirit was erased. Su Qing fused the Earth Soul into the Heavenly Soul body and the Human Soul Tomb Raider Old Ghost respectively. As the Nameless Sex Patriarch, Su Qing possessed rich experience in refining weapons. The Jade Seal and Sui Ho bead themselves were treasures that were hard to come by in 1,000 years, and with the blessing of the Imperial Qi accompanying them, the refining infusion could be accomplished with just a simple drop of essence blood. An hour later, the Jade Seal and Su Ho bead were refined. Both the Jade Seal and the Su Ho bead could be used as standalone magic treasures with a grade at the Earth-level magic treasure. At the same time, being able to fuse into one, the grade would be promoted to a heavenly grade fabric. There are more levels of magic treasures: low level, medium level, high level, earth level, and heaven level. Su Qing, as the owner of the Jade Seal and Sui Ho bead, had naturally learned about the events of the Great Qing dynasty back then. In particular, Gong Zigao's personal history was glimpsed by Su Qing. Gong Zigao's bizarre experience naturally still begins with Hu Hai's rise to power. During the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang intended to put his son Fusu on the throne, but there were changes in the middle. From the first emperor of Qin down to the princes and ministers, they were all satisfied with Fusu. But the bad thing is that Duke Fusu was still out when Emperor Qin Shi Huang died. Qin Shi Huang could only issue a posthumous edict for Fusu to return and succeed the throne. Zhao Gao solicited Prime Minister Li Si to tamper with Qin Shi Huang's posthumous edict. He was elected as the Emperor of Hu Hai. Duke Fusu was later killed by Zhao Gao and others. Hui has no regard for kinship, mutilating loved ones. The 12th son of Ing Zhang, the son of Gong Gong Zhaolu, was arrested and was not guilty of any crime, but was finally forced to commit suicide by Hu Hai. And Gongzi Gao, the 17th son, was shocked to learn that his brother, Gongzi Shuanglu, had been forced to die by Hu Hai. Gongzi Gao knows in his heart that he can't escape, he can't fight, and he will even involve his family. Duke Gao had a plan in mind and took the initiative to submit a letter to Hu Hai, willing to be martyred for Qin Shi Huang. Hu Hai was so pleased that he gave Gongzi Gao a generous burial and also released his family. The few remaining princes and princesses were all killed by Hu Hai, but no one had ever thought that there were Sui Ho beads in the Duke's masters. Before his death, Gongzi Gao temporarily preserved his soul from dispersing with the power of Sui Ho Zhu. At that time, and Chibi to create the Jade Seal followed Qin Shi Huang buried in the main mausoleum of the underground palace. After the burial, Duke Gao utilized the bloodline sensation between him and Qin Shi Huang and managed to get the Jade Seal from the main tomb of the underground palace. However, as a burial spirit, he cannot enter the main tomb of the underground palace, so Gongzi Gao can only risk returning to the burial tomb again. However, the Jade Seal contained a powerful imperial qi, which was safer than the Sui Ho bead, but Sui Ho Zhu's power is limited. In order to keep his soul intact, Gongzi Gao voluntarily fused into the Jade Seal and fell into a 1,000-year slumber. Centuries, millennia, passed. Gongzi Gao awakens. However, Gongzi Gao realized that even though his own soul became stronger and more durable, he was never able to detach himself from the Jade Seal. It turned out that it was the Jade Seal that hadn't absorbed the royal qi for a long time and was frozen, thus resulting in Gongzi Gao not being able to step out of the Jade Seal and being confined within it. It took another 100 years for Gongzi Gao to separate his own 3 souls. The heavenly soul principle sits in the Jade Seal. Earth and human souls were sent out of the Jade Seal. The Earth spirit guards the Jade Seal. The human soul goes out to find someone who can open the Jade Seal. The old ghost of a human soul grave robber lost his memory when he walked into the world. However, the inner subconscious mind continues to save the main body as the main focus, looking for someone who can open the Jade Seal. Thus the old Tomb Raider sought out Su Qing due to Chao Yang's mistake. And there was the previous story, digesting and storing all the memories within Gongzi Gao's mind. Su Qing did think that this Gongzi Gao had some guts. It's just that there are so many limitations that Gongzi Gao has been subjected to, or else he would be a ruthless man. At the same time, Su Qing realized that after placing the jade seal and Suiho bead, the realm quietly rose to recover to the peak of the middle Jindan stage. Su Qing took out the 6 relics and thought to himself, absorbing the Buddha chi from the relics, I think I will be able to ascend to the late Jindan stage. With the right conditions, Su Qing was equally capable of obtaining golden god irrigation. Say it and do it. Su Qing prepared himself and began to absorb the Buddha's chi from the relics. But the bizarre thing is, during the process of absorbing the Buddha chi, Su Qing fell into illusionary divine consciousness. In the illusionary divine consciousness, it was surprising to meet the original owners of the 6 sherds. It was 6 highly respected monks. It was their sitting down that gave rise to the relics. Thus the relics would then contain the underlying consciousness of their 6 high priests. One of these monks was Ganjin, who lived during the Tang dynasty. The identity of the other senior monk is even more astonishing. Chapter 43 Straightforward collection of 10 million antique Lu family. This monk was also a figure from the Tang dynasty, and various versions of the legend about him have been passed down. It's none other than Venerable Xuanzang. Su Qing could use his immortal arts to break the illusion of these monks' relics, but there was no need for that. The Buddhists were all more conciliatory, and Su Qing utilized his insights from his previous life to slightly preach with these high-ranking monks, and convinced them, although these senior monks are dead, the experience left behind in the look at the relics is extremely valuable and rare. Especially the conversation with Venerable Master Xuanzang and Venerable Master Jianjin benefited Su Qing, making the divine sense more and more vast. 3 hours later, Su Qing had absorbed nearly half of the Buddha's chi from the 6 relics. The remaining half of the Buddha's chi will be decided later when the 17 relics are gathered. I thought that the next time I absorbed the Buddha's chi from the Shariputra, I would still be able to run into those 6 senior monks again. We'll have to talk about it then. At the same time, the aura of Su Qing's realm climbed straight up, crossing over to reach Jindan great perfection. Su Qing felt that he had to speed up the progress of collecting antiquities. It's almost time to restore the firstborn. The Jindan restored the Yuaning, and could also rely on the 1,000-year aura hidden in the ancient artifacts. By the time one reaches Yuaning, absorbing these ancient chi auras can be of little use. At the stage of Yuaning to transformation, Su Qing could only go to the deep mountains to search for his inheritance and go abroad to explore the sacred chi. As for Abbot Jin Xian and Su Fu, Su Qing would find them. Grandpa's eating. Su Yuyao's voice came from outside. Su Qing simply ate his meal, and then penned 2 volumes of Gongfu, which carried some detailed explanations. One of the volumes is for repairing the physical body, and is for Zhang Zhongjing. One volume was the monastic law, which was given to Lai Chao. Su Qing didn't have the time to give them an explanation of the Gongfu mind method for the time being, so he was only able to write an analysis for them first. Yu Yao, open a live broadcast, publicize it extensively, start collecting antiques, antique artifacts, antique paintings, all of them. The value must be in the tens of millions, not under 10 million. Also, no payment, just herbs and resources of equal value, Su Qing said flatly. When Su Yuyao heard this, her entire body froze. Zhang Zhongjing and Lai Zhou were also slowed down for a while. Are you crazy? Is this? This is what the trio had in mind. However, under Su Qing's strong request, Su Yuyao still contacted the official Douyin and edited it, spreading the information. Just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of comments appeared under each of Su Yuyao's videos. The top few comments were, "Ayo, are you crazy or am I? Before it was still only antiques that cost $1 million or more. Now it's fine. It only costs $10 million or more. If there are $10 million of antiques, this is still put out for sale. Keep it for yourself. Doesn't it smell good? I'll just bet I'll eat live if I can receive opinions on tens of millions of antiques." The anchor has become obsessed, so please watch with caution. At the same time, there were various anchors who came to Su Yuyao to confirm the truth of the matter. Facing Su Yuyao's affirmation once again caused an uproar. Weibo, Douyin, Slowhand, A-Site, almost all of the major platforms have fallen. All are deliberating on the matter. It went straight to the top of the hit parade. One day later, 12 noon, Su Qing asked Su Yuyao to open the live broadcast and start today's live treasure appraisal. The live broadcast room had just opened and was instantly flooded with tens of thousands of people. Suddenly the live feed closes. There were so many people pouring in for a short period of time that the broadcast room blew up. Douyin officials hurriedly arranged for staff to maintain Su Yuyao's live room alone. The live feed opened again. Another instant influx of more than 100,000 people, but thanks to the timely maintenance of the official staff of Douyin, it did not collapse again. I'll stand here today and see what stupid bird brings out millions of antiques for sale. Ha 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 ha. Watch it online. Watch it online now. There was another old guy earlier who said he'd eat live if he received an antique. Su Laozi said one thing, before the acquisition of antiques he can all fulfill. Maybe this time really want to acquire millions of antiques. Su Yuyao's head was spinning as she stared at the live broadcast of your words. Su Qing appeared from the live broadcast, and the number of online viewers exceeded 1 million. It's only been a minute. Master Su, don't roll over this time. I don't know what Master Su wants with so many antiques. Starting treasure hunting. Anyone in the lead? The live feed started to rise. Su Qing, as if he did not see these comments in general, faintly said, begin to live broadcast treasure identification. There is a need. You can directly apply and I connect. The only requirement is that this antique after special identification, the value of more than 10 million. I don't know what to say, but it's true. How can it be fake? Douyin has officially confirmed it, or else it could give so much heat. Master Su is a professional. I'll go first. I'll apply for a connection. I can't get a connection? Many netizens have noticed that the live stream has been banned from connecting. It turns out that there were too many people connected and staff are working on fixing the problem. Su Qing said flatly, the system is restored. Those who need it can connect with me directly. I won't pay for it, but you can say what you need, or come to me to exchange for something of equal value. Either way, the ID Real Fishless now requests a connection. The video opens. On the opposite side was a youth, whose age was estimated to be no more than 30. In the background behind the youth was a field of antique cabinets with a variety of antiques that were very dated. There are several rare items worth millions of dollars that are a sight to behold. Hello, Master Su. I have a Qilin bone worth $10 million here. Please take a look. The youth said blandly, finally taking out a clean white bone and placing it on the table covered with a red cloth. This bone was as white as jade, and when placed in the darkness, it was found to be emitting a faint fluorescent light. The youth picked up the axe and chopped hard twice. The bones were surprisingly unharmed except for some marks, harder than even adamantium. Miraculously, the axe marks were restored to their original state in just a few seconds. This unicorn bone? It can't be a product of modern technology, can it? Even an axe can't break it? And it can recover itself? And it glows automatically? Modern product is right. I guess the bones are about the age of this young man's child. Su Qing had the youth pick up the unicorn bone and place it under the sun for a closer look. Tell me, what are the needs, or wants something of equal value? Su Qing said after inspecting it. What does Mr. Su mean by this? Does it mean you've passed the test? Master Su was asking the lad what he wanted to redeem. Surely a few hundred bales of free-range herbs would have to come first. Watching the explanation given in the live feed, the youth reacted. It is rumored that you are a reclusive immortal of the great mountain with monstrous skills, but truth be told, I don't need anything of equal value, nor do I need money. The youth said slightly sadly. What's the need? Su Qing nodded in response. The youth said, a year ago, my father suddenly got a strange disease. Every time to the cool place will feel trembling and afraid. Looking for countless doctors and monks, can invite all invited, but in the end there is still no one can be cured successfully. The youth added sadly, if you are able to heal my father, not only will this Qilin bone be given to you, but I will also give you another treasure worth $10 million. Say it like it is. A gentleman does not joke. Healing? Yes. Say the location. You look for me, or I look for you. Su Qing didn't even think about it and directly agreed. No matter what the disease was, as long as Su Qing utilized his aura to forcefully catalyze his life force, he would be able to live for at least a year and a half. The youth said, my father is not able to stay in the shade, and needs Master Su to come to my house in person. Of course, the traveling expenses and all other clothing, housing and transportation are all borne by me. Place, time, Su Qing faintly said. The youth returned. Water North Province, Yamaguchi City. Any time is fine. Su Qing nodded his head and responded. Yu Yao, book a ticket, pack up your things, and go to Shui Bay Province. Su Yuyao didn't dare to dawdle and booked the airfare with the closest time. Su Cheng and Su Yuyao descended the mountain and waited at the airport for an hour and a half before finally boarding a plane to Yamaguchi City. During this time, the cell phone is to be turned off and the live feed is suspended. Get off the plane. Su Yuyao opened the live stream again. Goo, guys, the anchor is on. I remain skeptical. Master Su didn't even ask about the disease. He just agreed to cure it. This is not a script. What is this? A script is a script, and it's a good thing to watch. What's not scripted now? The warrior who charges for love is still a script. Walking out of the airport, a Bentley Flying Spur stopped in front of Su Qing. Two men in black suits came down from the car and said respectfully to Su Qing, Mr. Su, Mr. Lu sent us to pick you up. Su Cheng naturally wouldn't be polite and took a car to an upscale villa area. At the entrance of the villa, there was a woman with an extremely well-proportioned body and white skin. Next to the woman was the very youth who was connected to the live broadcast. The youth is called Lu Kaijun, who inherited his father's industry and grew bigger and bigger, and is now the richest man behind Yamaguchi City. Finally, Lu Kaijun said with great excitement. The woman's name was Lu Jia, Lu Caijuan's sister. Lu Jia was dissatisfied. Brother, this kind of person found on the internet to cure our father, is it reliable or not? She didn't know what had gotten into her brother, that he had found an anchor on the internet and said he was going to cure her father? He was sure his brother was no quack. Could he really believe these charlatans? Lu Kaijun raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you know? Give me some respect, don't give me no big or small. Whether our father can live a normal life in the future. It all depends on this elder Su." Lu Jia had never seen her brother this angry before, and instantly didn't dare to speak. Lu Kaijun didn't believe in anchors like Su Cheng before, but he got the news from a friend. He knew that Su Cheng was the captain of the Green Dragon back then, and he also knew that he was a close friend with Elder Lu in the capital. At the same time, he also inquired clearly. Lu Hongtao Elder Lu went to a trip to White Dragon Mountain and came back to break through to the innate realm. Ordinary people didn't know about cultivation, but Lu Kaijun had touched some edges. Moreover, within a short period of time, Lu Kaijun had successively contacted those people who had traded with Su Qing several days ago. All that was ultimately obtained was that Su Qing was trustworthy, saying one thing and not the other. It was only after getting confirmation from multiple sources that Lu Caijuan dared to invite Su Qing over. "Master Su, please." Lu Kaijun hurriedly greeted Su Qing. Su Qing nodded slightly. "You're welcome. Where is your father? Heal him first." Lu Kaijun froze and hurriedly led the way in front, walking up to the villa. In the live broadcast room, the crowd began to gradually pick up, quickly reaching 2 million views. "It's on, it's on, it's on, it's not scripted, it's obvious." "Script? I have a feeling this is real. Do you know who this young man is? I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me if I told you. This one, I can tell you unequivocally, is Yamaguchi City rich. The Lee family, the #1 richest in Yamaguchi City and #1 on the rich list, can't even compare to his Lu family. Then do you think the Lu family needs to play this scene with Master Su?" The debate rages on in the comments section. Villa's second floor. Inside the sun room, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was lying on the bed, not looking like someone who was suffering from a serious illness. "Dad, Elder Su is invited," Lu Kaijun shouted. The middle-aged man lying on the bed got up in a hurry and looked towards the door. The middle-aged man is Lu Yaozhong, the father of Lu Kaijun. When he started from nothing, he offended a lot of people, and now he is in his prime. But he suffers from such a strange disease, and his days are like years. In severe cases, even the shadows can't be touched. As long as there is no sunlight, Lu Yaozhong feels pain in his body. If you go to a shady place, the condition worsens even more, with trembling and fear. How many people have come and been unable to control this strange disease, let alone cure it? Lu Yaozhong likewise learns Su Qing's identity and knows Lu Hongtao. "Hello Mr. Su." Lu Yaozhong barely smiled and said, not daring to approach the doorway because there was a shaded ground over there. Su Qing just took a few slight glances and already had a number in his mind, saying, "Healthy and with a good breath, not like someone with a strange disease. Stand in the shade and let me take a look at your diseased state." Lu Yaozhong stood up and was ready to go to the shade, but was directly stopped by Lu Jia on the side. Lu Jia crossed her waist, her small stature visible, and loudly scolded, "Hey, I say you old man, you obviously know the condition, and you still want my father to suffer in the shade. You're not a patient, you don't know the pain." As soon as Lu Jia said this, Lu Yaozhong and Lu Caijuan's faces got raw on the spot. On the side of Su Yuyao cannot stand to see, frowned. "I say, you this little girl looks quite good looking. How to say words to know big and small. My grandfather had to beg to come with you to see the doctor?" The live feed is buzzing. It's not like you're begging to come to the doctor's office. It's a fair trade, and is not begging to come to see the doctor. Is a fair trade, even if your Lu family is rich, is not so arrogant and domineering. And the old man? Old man? Master Su is almost 100 years old this year. He doesn't know how to respect old people at all. Help people to cure the disease of course need to look at the specific condition of the situation. Lu Yaozhong now on the body of nothing. Others how to give you a medical treatment? Most of the people in the live room were cynical. One is a hatred of the rich, the other is Ben's justification. Su Cheng wasn't angry or annoyed either. He just looked at Lu Jia flatly and said, "Okay, so are you guys still healing?" Chapter 44, The Curse. Jia, shut up. Lu Kaijun hurriedly pulled Lu Jia to the side and reprimanded. "Brother, what's wrong with me? What I said is the truth." Lu Jia was still dissatisfied and crossed her arms, extremely unconvinced. His brother hadn't been this mean to her since she was a little girl. This time, she even put this kind of face directly on her for this old man. Lu Caijuan's heart was anxious, and he quickly rebuked angrily. "There's no how. Just stay here honestly. Don't even care. Don't ask anything. Okay?" Lu Jiajia shed tears and took big steps toward the stairs. Lu Kaijun changed his smiling face and said, Master Su is really sorry. Jiajia, her temper is not very good. Please bear with me. Treat my father first. Su Cheng nodded, and he wouldn't bother with a small child. Lu Yaozhong slowly stepped away and walked towards the shady ground. The shadow just covered Lu Yaozhong's arm, and Lu Yaozhong trembled. The body was all irrigated by the shadow. Lu Yaozhong sucked in a mouthful of cold air, some fear in his heart, and retreated to the sunlight with speed. Su Cheng nodded slightly, roughly understanding how this bizarre physical state of Lu Yaozhong's had resulted. Seeing Su Cheng nod his head, Lu Kaijun asked excitedly, Master Su, do you have a solution? Su Cheng didn't answer, but instead grabbed Lu Yaozhong's arm and felt it carefully. Already having a solution. Your Lu family has offended someone, right? Someone cursed Lu Yaozhong. Su Cheng said indifferently. What? Curse? Let's see. Lu Yaozhong's heart thumped when he heard it. Lu Kaijun hurriedly explained. Our Lu family has always been diligent. Business never victimizes the other side, and sometimes donations are made to impoverished areas. We have never offended anyone. Su Cheng took out one waking spirit grass, and one evil expelling grass from the backpack Su Yuyo had brought with her, smashed them up, mixed them into warm water and kneaded them together, and had Lu Yaozhong drink them. Lu Yaozhong's head was dizzy and he seemed to see a black chain connecting something in his mind. Get a set of silver needles. Su Cheng instructed Lu Kaijun. Lu Kaijun has silver needles at home, but also to avoid the trouble. Su Cheng consecutively stuck 9 silver needles on various parts of Lu Yaozhong's body. Then with a flick of his fingers, the 9 silver needles began to wiggle. A buzzing sound was heard. 9 needles of returning qi. Use your qi to control the needles. The 9 needles of returning qi. Rumor has it that, once the 9 truths are complete, they are able to return the soul and blood back to the life. The use of qi to control needles is the decidedly needleological way of doing things. I didn't expect that Master Su would still have these 2 lost needles, when it was really powerful. No wonder he dared to condition without asking, and came directly to see the doctor. There were several medical college students in the comment section of the live broadcast who recognized Su Cheng's needlework. Su Cheng held Lu Yaozhong's hand, and the pure spiritual energy broke through a black chain shackle in Lu Yaozhong's mind. It is this black yoke that causes Lu Yaozhong not to be able to accept the shadowy ground. At the same time, this black shackle is also a curse set by someone else on Lu Yaozhong. Lu Yaozhong drank the herbal medicine, and in a daze he was also able to see that one black shackle in his mind, thumping and breaking. In this instant, Lu Yaozhong felt his body instantly revitalized. The whole person became energized and had endless strength in his body. Lu Yaozhong stood up from the bed, feeling his mind incredibly clear. At Su Cheng's gesture, Lu Yaozhong excitedly ran to the shady ground. Miraculously, the itchy, painful sensation was never felt again. No more trembling fear. All right, there. Lu Yaozhong couldn't stop the smile on his face and started laughing. Dad, it's really good. Lu Kaijun was equally elated. Many thanks to Elder Su. Lu Yaozhong and Lu Kaijun respectfully thanked him. It was a great fortune to call Su Cheng for a cure. Su Cheng said flatly, there is no harm in it. You must still pay attention and beware of others placing curses on you, especially your clothing and hair, which could potentially become the medium of someone else's curse. Kaijun, you promised to give Elder Su the unicorn bone earlier. Quickly bring it here. And the unicorn horn, take whatever is useful. Lu Yaozhong greeted Lu Kaijun and took out a piece of treasure from the collection room. With the Lu family, the collection of items less than a few million value. 10 million is more than a few pieces. There's even $100 million supreme treasure. Lu Kaijun opened the red box and took out a qilin bone from it. Then another giant horn was pulled out from inside another blue box. It's the unicorn horn that Lu Yaozhong was talking about. This unicorn horn was like an emerald, presenting a translucent state. Extremely honorable. The unicorn bone and the unicorn horn, which could be a big hit with the audience in the live broadcast room. 666. I've long heard that there are unicorns in the world, and it seems to be true. The unicorn is a variant of the elk, and it is rumored that out of 100 million elk, only one unicorn will emerge. Being able to own a unicorn bone is a sign of getting rich. Rumor has it that the Lu family was able to rise because of the unicorn bone, and someone has stated the reason for the Lu family's rise. The Lu family is really generous. I didn't think that they would really be willing to take out the unicorn bone and give it to Su Lao. Lu Yaozhong looked serious and said, the Lu family says one thing, this is the unicorn bone, and this unicorn horn was gifted to Elder Su. Good. Su Cheng was equally nonchalant, accepting the 2 boxes. Awesome. Just take the needle and cure it twice and pocket 2 antiques worth millions of dollars. That's what it's all about. Script? Those who said script before come forward again. Does a script need such a precious item? Once again, there was an uproar in the booth, once again debating whether or not it was scripted. Lu Yaozhong frowned and said, Elder Su, My family still has a collection of hundreds of millions of dollars. You can take it, but there is an unkind request. Say it. Although Su Qing could guess, he still asked. You said earlier that someone put a curse on me? Do you have any methods to be able to find out the person who put the curse on me? Lu Yaozhong said with a gloomy voice. He, Lu Yaozhong, started from nothing and offended people when he was young, but they all had an ending and were handled perfectly. When the family is rich, Lu Yaozhong is seldom to make enemies with people. He really couldn't think of what kind of person was secretly targeting him and placing such a vicious curse on him. If he finds out who this person is, he must be severely sanctioned. Lu Yaozhong really cannot bear this anger. Su Qing said, yes, but you need to show me your collection first. Lu Yao brought Su Qing to the villa's basement and opened a mechanism door. Midway through, Su Qing shut down the live broadcast, as it involved secrecy. Lu Yaozhong took out a square golden box from the organ path. The box is wrapped in gold, and the wood is fine rainfall wood, which can protect the quality of the collection inside the box. Lu Yaozhong opened the box, a small clear bottle inside. In the vial, there was a drop of crimson blood, Karen blood. Su Qing faintly pronounced the name. Chapter 46. Right, Lu Yaozhong affirmed. Back then, I found a griffin in a mountain pass, and after capturing and killing the griffin, I obtained a drop of griffin blood, and a large amount of griffin bones. I sold unicorn bones in the black market and quickly made a huge amount of money. With the help of this huge amount of money, I became what others consider to be a white-knuckle businessman, and now I have developed into the richest man in Yamaguchi City. I think that the curse I'm under may have something to do with this unicorn. Lu Yaozhong revealed a reminiscent look and slowly recounted the events of that year. When Su Qing heard this, he already had a guess in his heart and said, Qilin blood is the blood of a supreme being. Ordinary people can't suppress it. To be able to possess it and still be able to make it to such a point as you are now, proves that you yourself are not an ordinary person, and that you were born as you should be. What does Elder Su think? Can we find out the cursor? Lu Yaozhong asked tentatively. Su Qing pondered and said, I don't want the Qilin blood. It belongs to you in itself. You should still have Qilin bones. Give me your remaining unicorn bones, and I'll help you find the cursor. There are still 5 Qilin bones. Lu Yaozhong answered honestly. Su Qing said bluntly, I want 3 pieces. Good. Lu Yaozhong nodded. Su Qing and Lu Yaozhong walked out of the basement, and under the sun's rays, Lu Yaozhong felt warm and soft all over. Suddenly, Lu Yaozhong's brows tightly furrowed, his eyes rounded, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Yaozhong started scratching his skin like crazy. It's so itchy and itchy on my body. Lu Yaozhong screamed miserably. In this instant, he felt as if there were 10,000 ants on his body tearing him. The pain was unbearable and his body was strangely itchy. At this time, Lu Kaijun and Lu Jiajia heard the commotion and ran over. Lu Jiajio said extremely angrily, You old man, if you don't have the ability, don't show off blindly. You said you cured the disease, now how come it's relapsed? Jiajia, shut up. Lu Kaijun gave Lu Jiajia a hard stare. That curse is back. Lu Yaozhong cried out in agony. Elder Su, I'm counting on you. Lu Kaijun knew that Su Qing was currently Lu Yaozhong's only savior. All laws are invincible. Su Qing snapped, and a ball of flame in his hand was shoved directly into Lu Yaozhong's heart. The violent flames burned Lu Yaozhong's heart, dispelling the evil energy in his body. Not a moment later, Lu Yaozhong weakly landed on the ground, his heart as hard as if it was on fire. Su Qing took the most forceful measure, forcibly canceling out the strand of curse in Lu Yaozhong's body. This is why it caused Lu Yaozhong's heart to endure pain, which is the quickest and easiest way. Take a drop of your blood, Su Qing said. Su Qing's fingertips moved as he reached out and tapped Lu Yaozhong's arm acupoint, and a drop of bright red blood jumped out from his palm. Blood led. Su Qing pinched the drop of blood from Lu Yaozhong in his hand. The personal experiences about Lu Yaozhong echoed in Su Qing's mind, one at a time, and soon Su Qing discovered where Lu Yaozhong's curse had come from. As expected, Lu Yaozhong was able to achieve what he did today, all thanks to the Qilin, and he was cursed, again, from the unicorn. Lu Yaozhong regained some of his strength and slowly stood up. Elder Su, have you ever discovered anything? Lu Yaozhong wanted to directly eradicate this curse, and really didn't want to suffer from this strange itching pain anymore. Su Qing said, remember, where you first hunted the Qilin in the first place? Lu Yaozhong's eyes had a reminiscent coloring, and he hurriedly said, remember, I will never forget it in my life. That was the starting point of my fortune. Su Qing said, let's go there and take a look. That's where your curse originated from. It's a Qilin bone. Yes, there have been speculations before. Lu Yaozhong fell into a memory and muttered. Su Cheng and Lu Yaozhong's father and son drove to the entrance of a mountain village. This mountain village is called Gozhuang Village, and most of them grow fruit trees for a living. Su Cheng once again took a drop of Lu Yaozhong's blood and used it to conduct a probe, linking it to the breath of the gambler. Strangely enough, Su Qing scouted the entire Gozhuang village once, showing that it was completely normal, with no suspicious targets. The only unusual thing was that there were very few residents inside the village of Gozhuang. Obviously some of the houses were new construction, but there was not a single person inside. It's a dubious point. Nowadays, young people are moving to the cities and the rural population is really small. That seems relatively normal. 2. Su Qing affirmed. The people inside this village are normal, only the population is a bit low, so the target can only be placed at the place where you hunted the Qilin in the first place. An old farmer passed by the entrance of the village and saw Su Qing's trio, stopped and kindly reminded, "Are you three preparing to go up the mountain?" This old farmer wore gray cloth clothes, all sewn and made by himself, and his face carried deep wrinkles, giving him an amiable feeling. "Yeah, man. What? Is there something wrong with this mountain?" Su Qing asked with a smile. "I advise you guys not to go up there. This mountain has not been peaceful lately. Several large animals have died in a row. Even leopards and tigers have died. State workers came to probe, saying that there's some strange species that's more powerful than tigers. The people in the village are a little scared. Some of them went out to the city to take refuge, and old men like us, who have lived here all our lives, aren't afraid of anything anymore," the old farmer said heartily, but always with a smile on his face. This was where the old farmer had been born, had spent his entire life, and didn't believe in any powerful beasts. Su Qing laughed. "Man, don't worry, I'm here to find out what's going on. We'll go up to the mountain now to carry out an exploration, and after today you'll be able to live normally." "Well, that's good. Then, waiting for your good news." The old farmer left with a smile on his face. Su Qing and Lu Yaozhong glanced at each other, already having an answer in their hearts. "I'm afraid, it's the unicorn coming. Elder Su, do we need to go back and get some equipment? This Qilin is extremely ferocious. Its power is stronger than a tiger or a lion. Without equipment, we might be dead if we go." Lu Yaozhong had at least sneak attacked Kirin with a shotgun back then and killed the other party with a single blow, so of course he had experience. "There's no need for that. You guys just follow me and be careful." Su Qing shook his head and refused. Lu Yaozhong and Lu Kaijun still trusted Su Qing. With that, he followed Su Qing up the big mountain behind Gozhuang village. The mountain is not very high, and there are some fruit trees at the foot of it, all of which have already borne fruit. Su Qing casually grabbed an apple off the tree and ate it. Lu Yaozhong and Lu Kaijun were already tense, and when they saw Su Qing in such a bored and relaxed state, they were helpless in their hearts. "At least it's time to go up to the mountains to catch the beasts. Can't we be more serious?" It wasn't that Su Qing looked down on the Qilin, but how powerful could the Qilin be when it was killed by a sneak attack from a shotgun blast? Lu Yaozhong pointed to a mountainside about 300 meters away and said, remember, it was at the foot of that mountain that I found that griffin and shot it down." Su Qing traveled all the way and finally reached the side of that mountain, a place filled with nothing but grass and gravel. On top of that, some of the droppings on the ground were unlike any beasts in the past. Su Qing had been in White Dragon Mountain for 5 years, and had seen the feces of all sorts of beasts, only he had never seen this kind of feces. This should be the feces of that Qilin, which came here, and even this Qilin developed a spirit. It also learned the art of cursing, and cursed you through the air. Su Qing guessed. The Qilin was originally a holy creature, an extremely intelligent species that had lived for a long time and possessed spiritual intelligence, which was not uncommon. Knock knock knock. A series of stomping hooves came. Chapter 47, The Unicorn. Su Qing turned around and saw the moose-like species standing there, with fire filaments in its eyes, staring at Lu Yaozhong. Lu Yaozhong turned around, saw this Qilin. Legs and feet unexpectedly do not listen to the command, thumping back several steps. Fortunately, Lu Kaijun pulled in time. A few more steps back, can fall down the mountain. This unicorn's body was 1 foot 8 inches long and 1 foot 7 inches tall, head like a deer, tail like a cow, with fleshy horns and spiraling purple hair on its head. The eyes were as clear as crystal, the forehead was like white jade, and the body was covered in green scale armor. The abdominal hooves have white fur, and the unicorn's tail is like a wolf's tail, handsome looking. Lin, Lu Yaozhong stammered. "You're the one who killed my mother back then." The unicorn opened its mouth to speak, its voice showing extreme anger, even spewing out a mouthful of fire. It had indeed grown to the point of having a spirit. No, I didn't mean it," shook Lu Yaozhong's head frantically. The sense of oppression that this Qilin gave Lu Yaozhong was simply too strong. It was much stronger than the Qilin back then, and even gave Lu Yaozhong the feeling that it wasn't even a species. Lu Yaozhong had a feeling that the Qilin in front of him was the real Qilin. The unicorn he had hunted before was a deer at best. The Qilin didn't listen to Lu Yaozhong's so-called explanation, spitting out a ball of flame from its mouth and jetting towards Lu Yaozhong. Lu Yaozhong was so flustered that he didn't even know how to dodge. Unbridled, Su Qing drank coldly and reached forward to grab the flame, which suddenly stopped, and with a gentle pinch, the flame exploded. Many thanks to Elder Su. Lu Yaozhong took a few steps back slightly and hurriedly thanked him. The Qilin felt a thick pressure from Su Qing's body. Possessing spiritual intelligence, it was naturally clear that it was not Su Qing's opponent. The strand of purple fur on top of the griffin's head suddenly began to burn. Lu Yaozhong seemed to have sensed something, and his body began to itch again, and the pain was even more unbearable than before. If it was 10,000 ants tearing at its skin before, then this time it was as if 10,000 crows were pecking at his flesh and blood. It's more painful and harder to bear one at a time. The spiritual qi gathered in Su Qing's hands and directly slapped one hand on top of Lu Yaozhong's head, the spiritual qi directly spreading throughout his body, forcibly suppressing that curse. At this moment, the Qilin suddenly attacked, spewing out a streak of flame from its mouth and spraying it towards Su Qing and Lu Yaozhong. Su Qing laughed coldly. Although this Qilin was smart and spiritually intelligent, it couldn't recognize the gap between it and its enemy. The left hand was just lightly waved, and a strip of flame burst into pieces. Su Qing waved his hand again, and flames and thunder intermingled into a chain, binding that Qilin. Hoo! The unicorn roared frantically, as if trying to call the other animals to attention. Soon there were some wolves, insects, tigers and leopards coming this way in a frenzy. Su Qing merely spread his body's aura for a fraction of a second, and those wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards retreated in self-awareness. Hoo! The Qilin roared with extreme unwillingness, and tears even flowed from his eyes. The tears fell to the ground and turned into a ball of black flame. He couldn't figure out why this enemy in front of him was so powerful, couldn't even withstand one of the other's hands. How could such a powerful person appear beside his father's murderer? I'm not convinced. I have to kill you all. The Qilin spoke again, his voice filled with rage. Little one, at that time I was helpless. I didn't expect. Lu Yaozhong sighed. There was nothing more he could say, and even he couldn't refute anything. He was the one who killed the old Qilin back then and used it to gain the wealth he has today. It's all about his opportunity. Now that this griffin had avenged his parents, it made sense. The Qilin roared. Back then, my mother had just given birth to me, and when her body was weak, she was incapable of resisting. And you, this abominable human, took advantage of this opportunity to murder my mother. You must be killed. I must kill you. Su Qing sort of figured it out. It turned out that the unicorn had just given birth to this little unicorn and was weak. At that time, Lu Yaozhong was carrying a shotgun before he was able to easily kill that old Qilin. If the old Qilin was in his normal state, Lu Yaozhong would not even be able to kill the old Qilin if he had an AK. But it has to be said that Lu Yaozhong is a real chance of wealth. The heavens are more favorable to Lu Yaozhong's side. Su Qing said helplessly, your mother is dead. Even if you killed him, your mother wouldn't be able to survive. Besides, you don't even have the ability to kill him today. This sentence completely enraged the Qilin, frantically tearing at the thunder flame chains. Miraculously, the chains were really chewed open by the unicorn, but Su Qing was far too powerful than the Qilin, and whipped out another chain, binding the Qilin once again. This time, no matter how much the unicorn hissed and tried to bite, it couldn't break the chains. Lu Yaozhong asked, Elder Su, what about this Qilin? Su Qing said, well, I'll take it away. You guys can go back. This Qilin won't curse you again in the future. Many thanks to Elder Su, Lu Yaozhong said respectfully. This Qilin was precious, but Lu Yaozhong didn't need to use the Qilin bone to gain wealth nowadays. It was extremely lucky to be able to avoid this unicorn. Moreover, by Su Qing taking the Qilin away, there would be no worries. From now on, he can spend his old age in peace. Lu Yaozhong and Lu Kaijun left. Come with me. Su Qing laughed softly as this little Qilin was included within the Suho bead. Old Tomb Raider, keep this Qilin under guard. Don't let him commit suicide. Su Qing reminded. Unicorns are precious, and some of the bones are just sky high. The complete Kirin even contains the forest spirit. However, due to the current environmental limitations of the blue planet, these wild griffins could not look around for energy sources that could evolve, and their growth was extremely limited. In a different ancient setting in the past, a Qilin might be comparable to a demon emperor. Roger. The old Tomb Raider, as the artifact spirit of the Suiho bead, was invincible within the Suiho bead, walking down the mountain, passing through the village of Gaozhuang, only to see that old farmer and actually waiting. I wasn't too worried about you guys, so I waited at the foot of the mountain for a while, the old farmer said with a smile. Man, you're really welcome. That beast has already been eradicated by me. There are more wolves, insects, snakes and ants on the mountain, so it's better not to go up the mountain if there's nothing going on. Su Qing smiled. The old farmer showed his big yellow teeth to give a smile and said, That's good. That beast has been eradicated, and there's no need to go outside to hide. I'm leaving, man. See you again sometime. Su Cheng patted the old farmer's shoulder before he left, inputting pure aura within his body. In this instant, the old farmer felt that his entire body became lighter, and some of his old injuries from the past quietly recovered. My body and bones are getting stronger and stronger, and I feel like I'm back to my 30s. Immortals, immortals. The old farmer knelt down and kowtowed 3 times fiercely in the direction Su Ching had left. Chapter 48. The little Qilin's blood is gone. White Dragon Mountain. Su Ching released the little Qilin. Let me go. Let me go. I'll get my revenge. The little Qilin hissed angrily, desperately trying to undo the chains binding his body. But the more he struggled, the tighter the chains bound him. Gradually, the little unicorn also ran out of strength and lay down on the ground and began to rest. The two of them, Zhang Zhongjing and Lai Zhou, were originally cultivating, and when they heard the commotion that the little Qilin was hissing, they rushed over. A creature like the unicorn was something that ordinary people had never even seen. It is not even believed that such creatures exist in the world. Zhang Zhongjing carefully observed, curiously said, the unicorn is an ancient legend of an auspicious beast. According to historical records, the unicorn body like a moose, dragon tail horsefeet, temperament as mild as an ox. In front of this unicorn quite good looking, how so grumpy? Li Zhou was also shocked for a long time, said, this Qilin quality is quite good, and the books recorded above exactly the same. Teacher, where did you get this? Regarding the little Qilin's matter, it's not a secret, and doesn't need to be hidden. So Su Ching told the little Qilin's matter. Zhang Zhongjing stroked his beard and said, no wonder this is so. This little Qilin personally watched his mother was killed, and now thinks that he has grown up. Set the curse to mutilate Lu Yaozhong. Did not expect to fail. So cranky, it is justifiable. But how come this little Qilin is a kind of divine beast? How come it would still use such evil ways as curses? Rizhou couldn't figure it out and asked. Su Ching was also quite curious about this. With a slap on the little Qilin's head, he began to read the little Qilin's memories over the years. As expected of Su Ching, this little Qilin's experiences within 10 years were truly colorful. When the little Qilin saw his mother killed, he eventually endured it. The little Qilin searched north and south of the river for all kinds of materials and herbs that could enhance his strength. Over a high mountain, driven by a number of large animals. During that time it was also discovered by humans, but luckily it was fast enough to escape the crisis. There was even a time when the little Qilin ran to the heavenly mountain and met the demon emperor. Only the memories of the demon emperor in the little Qilin's mind were very vague. The demon emperor once wanted to take little Qilin as his disciple, but little Qilin refused. The little griffin's bloodline was noble, and there was absolutely no way he could be in the same boat as a goblin. Strangely enough, in the end, the demon emperor let the little Qilin go for some reason. When it's the little unicorn that's not fully grown, but that whole unicorn bone and unicorn blood are also superior treasures. If one was able to absorb it, their cultivation would also rise greatly. Su Ching was really curious, so he asked, saying, back then, when you went to Heavenly Mountain and met the demon emperor, why did the demon emperor set you free? The little Qilin glanced at Su Ching, and no one had any intention of answering at all. But Su Ching's hand emerged with thunder mixed with flames, about to burn his fur. Seeing this, the little unicorn still meekly compromised. You're talking about that phoenix inside the snowy mountains, that lowly goblin, originally nothing more than a sparrow. With her bloodline, she wouldn't even dare to run wild in front of my eyes. I have the innate holy qi. She wouldn't even dare to forcefully stop me. The little Qilin said proudly. Zhang Zhongjing said, Teacher, I think what the little Qilin is saying is true. The Qilin, as a divine beast, sacred beast, has supreme status in the forest. That demon emperor was once a sparrow. He surely wouldn't dare to be reckless in front of the Qilin. It is rumored that once the unicorn is out, it can summon all things in the forest at will. This move had been used by the little griffin back then in the forest, but this move was almost equal to useless against Su Ching. If Lu Yao were to bring a large force towards the forest interior, facing a siege from the entire forest flora and fauna, he might actually have to kneel under the little Qilin's legs. Su Ching didn't care about this and asked with interest, who did you learn this curse from? How come there's no imprint in your memory? The memories in the little Qilin's mind were clear. Most of them were various scenarios from back then when he had ventured inside the mountain. The most crucial point, where did the little Qilin learn the curse spell from? This is not clearly and distinctly shown in the mind's eye. The only thing that was recognizable was that someone had definitely captured the little unicorn. Or, it was adopted by someone who taught the little unicorn this jutsu. Su Ching's question caused the little Qilin to fall into deep thought for a long time. The little unicorn didn't know how he could have used this curse spell, like they were born to use it. Su Ching looked serious. It seems that someone erased your memories, and I've also discovered one more thing. There's surprisingly no Qilin blood in your body. Kirin blood. which every Kirin possesses in its body. Also a griffin will only have one drop of griffin blood in its body. For example, the old Qilin that Lu Yaozhong killed back then, there was a drop of Qilin blood in the old Qilin's body. When the Kirin meets a crisis, it will use its own Kirin blood to strengthen its defense and attack power. Kirin will automatically disappear when it runs out of its own Kirin blood. After a period of time, new griffin blood will coalesce inside the griffin again. The existence of the Qilin's blood does not determine whether the Qilin lives or dies, but it will determine how strong the Qilin is. Su Qing finally came to his senses at this moment, muttering, "No wonder this little Qilin is so weak, completely failing to exert the power possessed by a Qilin. It turns out that it is because there is no more Qilin blood in its body. Where's my unicorn blood?" The little Qilin's eyes gradually became confused as it was reminded by Su Qing, as if it had remembered something, a buzzing mess in his head, but it seemed to have a strange fascination that prevented him from remembering. Su Qing laughed coldly. It's true that he's been forced to cancel his memories, and he's messing around, raising the Qilin and eating its blood. Su Qing guessed that in recent years, the little Qilin had been captured by humans, but instead of killing the little unicorn, the man raised it. Think of the unicorn as a unicorn-producing machine. Whenever the little Qilin condensed the Qilin blood, it would take it out. This practice was undoubtedly draining the life force of the little Qilin. The little griffin was an adult, but it was so weak, so I guess it must be the reason why it had been sucked on griffin blood for a long time. Su Qing told Zhang Zhongjing and Lai Zhou about the idea, and the two were confused as well. The two of them were not at a low level in society, but they had never heard of anyone who was able to sell Qilin blood for a long period of time. How come my unicorn blood is gone? Did you guys take my unicorn blood? The little unicorn was in a frenzy, roaring madly, and fainted away in a short while. Zhang Zhongjing was thinking of something and frowned. Teacher, there is a rumor in the book that if one is able to obtain Qilin blood, one can create a Qilin army. Of course this is just a fanciful story and there are no actual things to use as proof. Su Qing was shocked, his brows furrowing as he said, "A Qilin legion? You mean, with a single drop of Qilin blood, you can create a new Qilin?" Chapter 49, The Compulsor. It's in the books, but surely no one in this community has seen it before now. Zhang Zhongjing checked the internet. The information on the internet is too cluttered to find out what. Su Qing said, "According to what you're saying, right now, a certain person, or an organization, or a certain country, would presumably have dozens or hundreds of Qilin in their hands. That would indeed be considered an army of griffins. That's not so clear. If someone is really keeping the Qilin, will the other party come straight to the door?" Zhang Zhongjing said with some concern. Ri Zhou grinned. "To find your way to the door, you have to have that ability." Su Qing thought in his heart. Utilizing Qilin blood will be able to create a Qilin once again. Then that drop of Qilin blood in Lu Yaozhong's home is necessary to take back and experiment with it. Soon after, Su Qing contacted Lu Yaozhong to bring over the drop of Qilin blood. Opening the red case, the transparent bottle contained unicorn blood. This drop of Qilin blood was bright red, with strong energy fluctuations within it. What pure energy! Zhang Zhongjing and Lai Zhou were dumbfounded at a glance. If the two of them were to refine and take this drop of Qilin blood, they might be able to directly advance to the peak of inner strength. Ever since worshipping Su Qing as their master, the two had never stopped cultivating. With the effects of various herbs and elixirs, it was now considered an achievement. Zhang Zhongjing practiced the flesh-body-mind technique and had always been at the peak level of the external strength. Lai Zhou cultivated the internal strength method, and now he has reached the early stage of internal strength. The strong cultivation talent is extremely obvious. I believe it won't take long to reach the peak. Sure, the herbs Su Qing had supplied accounted for a great deal of the credit for being able to make such rapid progress today. Without herbs to regulate the body, the progress of cultivation would drop dozens of times. Su Qing's Qilin blood from the bottle poured out. In the hands, the magic is, Qilin blood has the spirit, floating in the air, even want to escape. Suddenly, the fainting little Qilin was awakened and frantically broke free from the chains, only to hear a bang as the chains shattered. The little Qilin seemed to sense something and hurriedly ran towards Su Qing's side. Looking at the drop of Qilin blood in Su Qing's hand, the little Qilin hissed up to the sky. Of course he recognized it. The drop of unicorn blood in front of him was his mother's blood. "Give me the Qilin blood." The little Qilin glared angrily at Su Qing. "It's murderous aura cold. What I've worked so hard to obtain. Why should I give it to you?" Su Qing laughed coldly and turned his hand to hide the Qilin blood. The little Qilin was still about to roar and hiss, when Su Qing slapped the little Qilin unconscious again. "Buzz off. Whoever stole my unicorn, give it back to me quickly." A voice pierced through the White Dragon Mountain and kept reverberating. "Grandpa, Grandpa, it's bad. There's a group of people coming from the foot of the mountain." Su Yuyao cried out and ran in through the door in a panic. Coming, I remember. It's them, they're coming. They're trying to catch me away. It's coming." It's coming, coming, coming. The little unicorn suddenly woke up again and kept shaking his head and purring. Be quiet. Su Qing slapped the little Qilin on the head again, and the little Qilin fainted again. Lai Zhou said, it's here to look for the little Qilin. It seems that this little Qilin was indeed bred and escaped, so the rightful owner has come to the door. Oh, they are also caught. The teacher is also caught. To our hands, that is ours. Zhang Zhongjing hemmed and hawed and laughed, looking rather like that performance for the old. Su Qing cast an appreciative expression toward Zhang Zhongjing. Zhang Zhongjing, this is good. Not afraid of danger. The main thing is that the temperament is quite in line with Su Qing. Oh, there are masters in this group, and 2 Jianghu composters. Su Qing smiled. From his divine sense he was able to sense that the group of people at the foot of the mountain had just pierced through the mist. This group of people were armed with all kinds of weapons. Among them there were even firearms. Of course, all of them were just the kind of backward firearms. The only thing that made Su Qing feel interested was the fact that there were 2 Jianghu compounders among them. Simply by observing from the spiritual power, he was able to conclude that these 2 Jianghu compass masters were the captive little Qilin people. The misty formation in the center of the mountain was broken by these 2 Jianghu composters. Are you interested in going to take a look? And also letting you guys have a long look at what it means to be a Jianghu compounder. Su Qing took large strides forward and said to his 2 disciples. Naturally, Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing both responded in unison and quickly followed Su Qing out. Su Yuyo was a person who loved to watch, so of course she wouldn't miss this kind of good show and hurriedly followed out as well. Grandpa, what is a compulsion? Su Yuyao asked curiously. About compulsion. The source can be long. In ancient China, all kinds of ghosts and demons and monsters wandering around, and the secular world in order to deal with these ghosts and things, also produced a variety of customs, one of which is called compulsion. Compassion is a sorcery based on poisonous insects, ancient and mysterious, and because it made a big fuss during the founding of the country, it has now ceased to be passed down. Su Qing explained. Su Qing remembered that in his impression, during the founding of the country, he had known a compassionate master with exceptional abilities, and had even had a not-so-small conflict with that compassionate master. However, because of the blockage from above, Su Qing recognized himself as being at a disadvantage and had no choice but to turn things over. At that time and age, the use of compulsion by a compounder was extremely useful, and one person's role could be worth as many as 1,000 people. Therefore, for the composters are very valued, usually do not make any major mistakes, will not be punished. But it is because the parasites are so powerful that the state restricts the development of parasites. Of course, in some hidden corners of the world, there are still traditions of the companions that have developed and circulated in the shadows. White Dragon Mountain Road. There were about 20 men, striding swiftly up the hill. At the front of the crowd, there was a bald man in a blue suit with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking like a hooligan. Which son of A dares to steal my unicorn? I will get him killed. The bald man shouted arrogantly. Beside him, there was a big man with dyed yellow hair, with fear in his voice, saying, Boss, I've heard people say that there's a fairy living inside this mountain. Why don't we just don't go up there? What fairy or not? All of you go up together to him. If not, shoot him, and give me what fairy. What era is it now? The bald boss sneered, not believing it at all. Caution is still needed. Standing in the center of the crowd, a woman wearing a red robe said, and beside her, there was a woman in blue. The identities of these 2 women could be extraordinary. They were the legendary Jianghu compass masters. Compassionist is the old society to superstition as a profession. The use of charms and other evil spells for people to arrange good luck and bad luck. But most of them are crooks. Only some of the people can have the essence of the compulsion. But the 2 people have a real skill in the body. It is very dangerous. Yes, yes, yes. Surely be careful. Cautious and cautious again. At that time if there is a problem that can't be solved, I'll ask the 2 of you to take action. Otherwise it's hard for the big boss's side to hold out. The bald boss knew the power of the 2 Jianghu composters and said respectfully, Chapter 50, Mr. 10,000 compulsions in Mr. 1,000 compulsions. Bald head is Linchi province, that area people. 2 years ago or a small punk. Then he met in the mountains by chance a Qilin. Can put him excited bad. At that time, Baldhead thought that even if he couldn't catch Kirin, he had to make a killing with this news. By mistake, Baldhead happens to meet a jungle compounder who is also searching for the whereabouts of the unicorn. The Jianghu compounder promised a very generous reward, and learned from the mouth of this bald man that there was a unicorn right on the mountain. And through some maneuvering, several Jianghu compounders were called in. Kirin was caught. The bald boss, on the other hand, holds a not-so-small position because of his merits. That Jianghu compounder made a fortune with the help of the unicorn, and the bald boss's status rose with it. In Linzi province, there is a Kirin group. Is the boss of the industry? The surface is to do the timber business, but specifically engaged in what work? Few people know. According to some people, the main work done by the Kirin group is in the animal blood dumping business, and exactly where the blood came from and where it was going to be sold was not even clear to the employees within the group. The employees only know that Kirin group has made a lot of money by trading blood. Meanwhile, this bald boss is just the apparent mastermind. Behind the bald boss, the jungle compounder was the one behind the scenes, also known as the big boss. If anything really happens, the two of us will step in. The red-robed female compounder nodded her head and said, after 10 minutes of walking, several figures appeared in front of them. Standing at the front was a very old man. The old man was dressed in white, somewhat fairy-like. To his left, there was another old man with a trimmed beard, looking a little rugged. There was also a young man with wide glasses and a refined manner. On the right, a girl rode a tiger and held two little purple foxes in her left hand and right hand. All hands on deck. It was none other than Su Qing's four men. There's a lot of movement, Zhang Zhongjing said smilingly. The bald boss swept a glance at Su Qing and said in a cold voice, you few should know the purpose of our visit. Hand over the qilin. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Zhang Zhongjing snickered at his words. What kind of a bald head are you that you dare to yell here? Su Qing just watched quietly from the sidelines with a smirk on his face. Old man, if you want to die, Jesus can't stop you. Boss, don't nag with a few of them. It's just two old men and a kid. What's there to nag about? Just go straight up on them. The little brothers beside the bald boss have shouted. After all, the opposite side of the man less vulnerable can fight. Absolutely not much nagging. What then? The bald boss cursed in his heart, knowing that these two old men across the street were not simple characters at first glance. The most crucial thing was that tigers were able to become their mounts, and purple foxes as little pets. This was clearly a level of the gods. A crowd of people is nothing in front of the gods. Wouldn't it be a relief if the other party handed over the unicorn just in case they were scared? They will definitely lose out in a fight. The bald boss screamed. The unicorn was originally raised in captivity by us. You guys took my unicorn. You should give it back to us. You don't need me to teach you this point of reason. Su Qing shook his head disdainfully, his gaze looking behind the bald boss, and laughed. You're not qualified to have a conversation with me. And those two Jianghu composters, aren't you two going to show your faces? These two female Jianghu compassionate masters looked at each other, saw the shock that filled the other's eyes, and hurriedly stood out together. The red-robed female compounder respectfully said, Master, my men don't know their honor and have disturbed you. The two of them hadn't even revealed their breath before Su Qing could see them. With this kind of tactic, the two of them were afraid that they were not a match for this old man. The bald boss couldn't help but step backward when he saw that both of these two Jianghu compound masters were so courteous to Su Qing. If I had known to be polite, I wouldn't have said anything earlier. I would have had to let him be arrogant and bossy first. Well, pretty good. Who sent you guys? Su Qing nodded, quite surprised by the attitude of the two. Linchi Province, Green Pill Village, Old Mr. Thousand Compassion. The red-robed female composter still said respectfully, the real mastermind behind the Kirin group, known to outsiders as Old Mr. Thousand Compasses, whose real name no one has ever known. Su Qing was slightly startled and asked, Thousand Compass? I don't recognize it. What's the relationship between this person and the Thousand Compasses? During the period of the founding of the country, the Jianghu composter Su Qing had known with exceptional abilities was precisely the one known as Mr. One Compassion, 10,000 Compasses. 1,000 Compasses. I'm sure there's a good relationship between the two. The two Jianghu compote masters sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard Su Qing directly name the old Mr. One compote, and at the same time felt that the old man in front of them was very tricky. One of the blue-robed female compote masters reluctantly smiled. Mr. Thousand Compote is the disciple of Ancestor One Compote. Since you know Ancestor One Compote, then for the sake of Ancestor One Compote, return the qilin to us. Su Qing hadn't thought that these compass masters actually did have a relationship with the 10,000 compasses. So saying, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Su Qing laughed in a rare rampant manner and said, ha 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 ha, that old man One Compass used people to practice parasites back then, and he even refined them onto the body of a member of my green dragons. If not for the fact that someone was blocking him, I would have killed him back then, so that I could give him face and tell him to get over here and kneel down on his own. Clearly remembered that back then, during the war period, the Green Dragon Squad was short of members, and had just recruited a member from outside to come in, only to be killed the next day. As the captain, how could Su Qing stand by and watch his team members get killed? After some investigation, it was discovered that it was the brigade's Mr. One Compassion who killed them, and that they were used to make compulsion. At that time, Su Qing became enraged and directly approached One Compass. Under the firefight between the two sides, Su Qing almost killed Wan Gong, but in the end, someone from the top came and just forced the matter to end. Then the explanation given from above was that Wan Ko itself had a grudge against that new crew member. That new team member wanted to use Su Qing's power to resist the One Compass precisely because he had a grudge against the One Compass. But I didn't expect One Compass to strike so quickly, killing that new team member on the second day into the team. At that time, Su Qing was furious, realizing how difficult it was to find a qualified team member in those days. However, that new team member did want to use Su Qing to deal with Wan Gong, and this matter was indeed true. But even so, Su Qing had almost killed One Compass, and both sides had left behind a grudge, and every time they met, they would more or less start some skirmishes. Su Qing didn't expect that the matter at hand nowadays would even be linked to the 10,000 compasses again. Seeing that good words were useless, the red-robed female compassion master simply didn't bother babbling about anything with Su Qing, and directly threatened, "Your Excellency, we know that you are very strong, but the ancestor of the 10,000 compasses is not something that you can easily insult. Quickly hand over the Qilin. If the ancestor of the 10,000 compasses learns of this matter, he might get angry, and things won't be easily resolved at that time. Yes, you old man, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later for stealing. Don't hand over the Qilin yet." The bald boss was also barking at the side of the dog. "What are you?" Su Qing's cold eyes swept, his golden pupils flashed, and the bald boss shivered violently, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Out of breath, the two female Jianghu compassionate masters kept retreating backwards, and the group of juniors behind them were even more scared. This is clearly a god. Mortals still want to fight against the immortals. Isn't this looking for death? Chapter 51 A,000 Compulsions. Su Qing's killing spree, even for ordinary mortals, is still the same. However, Su Qing also had his own standards, and would definitely not just cut people down. This bald boss has a lot of killing on him, and he has at least 3 lives on him. Killing this bald boss wouldn't be a psychological burden for Su Qing. "Senior, we'll take our leave." That red-robed female compounder looked stern and respectfully cupped her fists. "Wait, aren't you going to take this little worm of yours with you?" Su Qing plucked off a snow-white hair and gently shook it, and this white hair turned into a small silver-colored ground bug, which had sharp teeth and crawled on the palm of his hand. "This? A compulsion?" Zhang Zhongjing was surprised. "I've only seen parasites in books before and thought they were amazing. Now that I look at it, it doesn't seem to be much different than a regular bug. The only thing is that the comp is better looking." Su Qing gently pinched. The silver-colored compulsion bang exploded. Outflow of silver-white liquid, along the finger to the ground dripping, corrosive strong, will be melted grass. Those two female parasites didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around, ready to run away. The old man was simply too much for the two of them to handle. Even if the ancestor of the 10,000 compulsions came, I'm afraid it would be difficult to take advantage of Su Qing's hands. "Come and go as you please." Su Qing's sleeves flung out, a jade seal floated in the air, changing into an umbrella-like size in the blink of an eye, and descending a tiny ray of light, landing on top of the heads of the two female compote masters. The two female parasites' bodies were sore and numb, losing their mobility. "Run for your life. Run. Go against the gods at your own peril." Those little brothers brought by the bald boss. Where have they seen this kind of big scene? Their feet are generally wiped with oil, ignoring the female compounder, and immediately slipped away. "Senior, we have something to say to you." The red-robed female compounder trembled. "Not a chance." Su Qing reached down and pressed, and the jade seal descended violently, smashing the two female parasites into broken cakes. A flame appeared out of nowhere and burned the bodies of the two female parasites under the breeze. Su Qing took a step and his figure had already disappeared. Foothills. The minions who had followed the bald boss were fleeing in a panic. Suddenly Su Qing appeared in front of them, blocking the way. "Immortal, spare your life. Immortal, spare your life. We were all forced. Immortal, we have done no evil. We are willing to surrender." About a dozen minions, all of them kneeled down and started kowtowing. "I won't kill you. After you go back, tell your big boss that if you don't want to die, don't come back to White Dragon Mountain." Su Qing said. There was no desire to kill these people per se. "Immortal, we know. We'll be sure to pass it on to the big boss." Of course these juniors didn't know who the big boss was, but Su Qing had even said so it was fine to do as they were told, or else they were afraid that they wouldn't even have a life. Su Qing waved his hand and blew out a mist that enveloped the minds of these juniors. After a day their memories will be gone and they won't remember the day's events. Afternoon. Kirin Group. 40 floors. A man in his 40s, wearing black framed glasses, classic 3/7 hairstyle, very plainly dressed, holding a brush in his hand, practicing calligraphy. The office door was opened. In came a young man, also a compounder, who opened his mouth and said directly, "My lord, the two female witches who went in search of the unicorn are dead, and so is the bald head, and the news from the people below says that there are immortals in the White Dragon Mountain who have captured the unicorn, and that those below have sent word to you that you will not be polite if you travel to the White Dragon Mountain again." This middle-aged man was the last host of the Kirin Group. Thousand Compass. Thousand Compasses seemed to have not heard the words of the year-old male compass master, but kept writing the words in silence. After a while, Xian Companion finished the words in his hand and put down the brush before he slowly raised his head and said, "Oh, immortal, who is it?" Thousand Compasses certainly knew that there were no immortals in this world. Even if there were so-called immortals, they were only cultivators, cultivated to a certain level. The male compounder said, "Not really, but I've already checked online. Recently on White Dragon Mountain there is a very hot netizen called Su Yuyao. Her grandfather is called Su Qing. Back then he was an old man in the war against the war, and I heard that this Su Qing, 4-1, has some skills, and has been called a goddess. Su Qing." Thousand Compass felt that this name seemed to have been heard somewhere, and at the same time, he opened Douyin and looked at the hot searches about Su Qing. "Don't look, don't know, I'll look shocked. 10 million collection of antiques, away from the vanilla, firestone, unicorn bone. My lord, there is one more thing," the male compounder said carefully. Thousand Compass didn't answer, just nodded gently. The male composter master whispered, "This Su Qing from White Dragon Mountain." The people below said that he knows the ancestor 10,000 composter ancestor. Thousand Compass's eyes instantly changed as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Qing on the fighting sound. "Don't act rashly for now. I'll go find the ancestor of 10,000 compasses." Thousand Compass quickly walked up the elevator, and after descending the stairs, he took a car towards the outside of the Qilin group. The car was parked on a hill a few kilometers from the Kirin group, outside the village of Mafong. In China, no matter what the geographical area is, as long as it is at the entrance of a small village, there will be a group of old men and women sitting. There was no set topic for their chats. Sometimes it was east, whoever had a son, and sometimes it was west, whoever's daughter-in-law had cheated on her. A group of old men and women, an oldest old man, even the eyebrows are white, the whole skin is dry and thin. The strange thing is that this old man has 6 fingers on his right hand. He seems to have a sense. Lifting that worn-out walking stick, slowly stood up. "Old man 1, it's not even dark yet. You're in such a hurry to go back. Is there a little daughter-in-law waiting for you?" A fat old man said smilingly. One Compass pointed to the black sedan parked at the entrance of the village, smiled gently and said, "Someone has come to look for me. I always have to go and pick up people." In the black sedan, the Kirin group's Thousand Compass was sitting quietly inside. One Compass opened the car door and sat in it nonchalantly. "What happened that you came to me?" One Compass lost the smiling face that he had earlier chatted with the group of old men and women, and his complexion became icy cold as he said, "The unicorn is lost." Thousand Compass spoke without any more words, very short and direct. "You lost the Qilin?" One Compass obviously froze for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it, just lose it. The unicorn blood on that little unicorn is almost obtained. At most, we can get 2 drops. It's not that bad." In 2 years, they had gotten about 30 drops of Qilin blood from the little Qilin spotty, which was enough for them. Thousand Compass said with a slight smile, "Aren't you curious as to whose hands the Qilin has fallen into? Who did it fall into the hands of? Those top big families, or was it gotten rid of by the state?" One Compass said with a slight guess. After all, having the ability to be able to get rid of the Qilin, and Thousand Compass not daring to go and snatch it back, meant that the other party had a certain amount of power. But the Kirin group was a very strong behemoth now, and Thousand Compasses himself was a superb compass master, capable of competing with even a grandmaster. Chapter 52 10,000 Compulsions. Neither. Chikango grinned. "You this kid still with me to sell what closed? Say it, is encountered what trouble?" One Compass eyes sharp, low laugh. "Su Qing," Thousand Compasses said seriously. "Su Qing, Su Qing, Su." One Compass face changed from a light smile to gloominess. "Yes, the unicorn is in his hands now," Thousand Compass said faintly. "Su Qing, haven't seen him in a while, still alive." One Compass's voice grew cold, even eerie. "Alive, and probably broken through to the sovereign," Thousand Compasses guessed. "Su Qing is worthy of being the captain of the Green Dragon back then, fighting across the border. Rapid Dao cultivation. His talent is definitely top-notch. Not only did he not die at this age, he also broke through to the Zhongshe. Scary guy." One Compass remembered the past, but could not help but feel a lot of emotions. None of the 4 Divine Beast squads back then were simple characters, and as the leader of the 4 major teams, Green Dragon Captain Su Chang was even more of a legend. He had lost that fight with Su Qingqi too badly, almost got killed. If it wasn't for the fact that the higher-ups valued his abilities, he would have been directly buried under Su Qing at that time. "What should we do? This Qilin will be given to Su Qing. Anyway, this Qilin's role is not very useful anymore. The goal can already be accomplished." Thousand Compass laughed. He didn't want to start any major conflict with Su Qing. If he really wanted to compete with Su Qing, Thousand Compasses was not supportive. Giving it to him would be too much for Su Qing. The more One Compass thought in his heart, the less he could do, always feeling that he couldn't just reveal it so easily at this point. Master Ancestor, it's better to forget about it. 1,000 Compasses did not intend to let 10,000 Compasses take the risk. After all, the Su Qing of that year was able to defeat the 10,000 Compasses, and now that the level was higher, wouldn't it be even stronger? Moreover, their mission still required the contribution of one companions, so they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If it wasn't for that old fellow Jin Xian running away to Sunless Land himself, we would have completed the conversion of the Qilin bloodline long ago. One Compass sneered. Jin Xian. It was clearly Abbot Jin Xian of the Tianshan Buddhist sect. 10,000 Compasses and 1,000 Compasses and Jin Xian also cooperated. Only Abbot Xinjian ran away. Just put Abbot Jin Xian up for the task. Kirin bloodline. Their goal is to take their own blood and convert it into Kirin bloodline. The Kirin bloodline was a divine beast, holy beast. Being able to possess the Kirin bloodline, fighting across boundaries and living a long life, those were the easiest things to do. Moreover, the unicorn's ability to summon all things can be acquired. This is an overwhelming boost to itself. I'm going to try Su Qing, One Compass said calmly, then stepped out of the car. Won't anything go wrong? 1,000 Compasses worried. He was afraid that the 10,000 parasites would never return. There will be no bloodshed. One Compass left a message and went back to the entrance of the village to laugh and talk with those old men. Old man, the Qilin bloodline can be in your hands soon. It's just a matter of the last step of experimentation. You don't want to fall into Su Qing's hands. 1,000 Compass looked at One Compass sitting at the head of the village laughing and talking with the old lady and muttered. Chico drove off. Old one, I didn't realize you had friends in the city. It looks like it's quite rich. A couple of the older men laughed and joked. Just a junior. One Compass had transformed into an ordinary old man again at this moment, smiling, not at all like the Compass Master who had slaughtered thousands and thousands of people during the war back then. Not bad. Why don't you get picked up and stay in town? A couple of old men added. Alas, it's not that I'm used to being in the village. I'm over 100 years old. I have to go out to do something. One Compass shook his head, looking less interested in the city. Old age, still comfortable in this village where we have survived all our lives. The city is prosperous, but it is not our roots there after all. A couple of old men were overwhelmed with emotion. However, I do have to go see an old friend in a few days. He's not too young. This year is probably going to be 96 years old. I don't know what has become of him, One Compass said smilingly. At this age, having an out-of-town friend is indeed something to cherish. Yeah, I'm pretty much all that's left of my friends out of town. The more the old men talked, the more energized they became. And there were even a few old women who shed tears. Go back. Go out tomorrow. One companion patted the wind-blown dust on his clothes and took a leisurely pace towards the village. The next day dawned. White Dragon Mountain. Yu Yao, pour the tea. A guest is coming. Su Qing sat down in the living room of the house and put his teacup on. Su Yuyao poured in and out the sun-dried tea leaves outside. Grandpa, who's coming? Why don't we see anyone? Su Yuyao looked left and right, still not staring at a single shadow. Already here, Su Qing said lightly, pouring water for the opposite cup. Su Yuyao's eyes flashed as an old man suddenly sat down opposite Su Qing. The old man lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip of the tea. Nodding slightly, Su Yuyao was so shocked that she took a few steps back. The old man's right hand, with its 6 fingers, startled her. This old man was none other than One Compass, who had come from Mafang village in Linxi province. One Compass was quiet and didn't seem to be in a position to make a move, and Su Qing was likewise adding tea to One Song's teacup. Su Qing was more calm than One Compass. This is? One Compass looked at Su Yuyao and said. Su Qing gazed straight at One Compass and faintly said, my granddaughter. On the side, Zhang Zhongjing and Lai Zhou cautiously looked at One Compass. From One Compass's body, they felt an extremely strong pressure. The pressure was too much for both of him to bear. Ri Zhou's brow was furrowed, and he seemed a bit overwhelmed. Zhang Zhongjing, however, was breathing properly and could barely hold on. These two again? One Compass continued to ask. Su Qing still responded indifferently. It's the new disciple I took in a few days ago. Well, this younger one has good talent and has aura. However, it just doesn't feel good. It's a bit short of flavor. I can't tell. One Compass evaluated Lai Zhou and said. Ri Zhou's eyes were cold, but he couldn't say anything. One Compass placed his eyes on Zhang Zhongjing again. This old man's talent is not good, but his perseverance is fine. He still cultivates the external strength mind technique, and takes the route of a rigid physical body. I think it's fine. Zhang Zhongjing nodded his head slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was really that he couldn't move at all. Only to see One Compass waving his right hand, seemingly retrieving something, Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing could move. Su Qing didn't care about One Compass's movements either, and just took a sip of tea. Just now, One Compass had released 2 compasses on Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing. It was only difficult to find out with the cultivation of the 2 of them. Besides, One Compass didn't make things difficult for the duo, so Su Qing didn't bother to make a move. Where's Kirin? Wanko laughed softly. Su Qing didn't return, but instead pointed to the side, and the Qilin figure manifested. One Compass nodded. Indeed, the Qilin blood is gone. Su Qing said slowly. It was taken by me. I left Kirin alive. He can survive normally. One Compass said without a care in the world. Su Qing questioned. You want to build the Qilin Legion? Chapter 53 Bloodline. Kirin Legion. What the hell is that? One Compass was stunned. He had never heard of a Kirin Legion as a species, but the name sounds like an awesome feeling. But in the next second, One Compass understood what the Kirin Legion meant. Not so much. I'm not so much that I'm going to let the state have a fit of rage and shoot me down. One Compass said leisurely. Using the Kirin to create a Kirin army is not purely and simply provoking the country. Before it could be built, the country lost it in one shell. That's good. If it's true, no need for the state to step in. Su Qing poured more tea for One Compass and said. One Compass laughed. You're very confident. As always. Su Qing stared into Wan Gongdi's eyes. This confidence was like the one that personally suppressed the 10,000 parasites back then. One Compass was too familiar with this look in Su Qing's eyes to forget it for the rest of his life. Also, I got rid of this smelly bug. Su Qing flipped his palm and a small golden insect appeared. The little bug with its tiny wings made a buzzing sound and was gradually burned by the flames. One Compass froze. This was the golden yellow insect he had just released while Su Qing was talking. Gold bug. The body is transparent, almost invisible, only to be caught to reveal the original shape. The gold bug compulsion is very strong. Smell that is sick. Come to death. Even a grandmaster will be disturbed by this golden bug, and at the very least, he will be very sick. However, Su Qing was not only able to sense the presence of the golden yellow bug, he was also able to catch and kill it. There were stronger compels in One Compass, but there was no need for them at this point. Su Qing is stronger than ever. His compulsion means for Su Qing is a juggling act. One Compass finished the tea in one gulp and said, Good tea, then drink more. Su Qing picked up the teapot and poured a pot of water all over the 10,000 compass teacups. The teacups are full and overflowing. One Compass got up and smiled as he disappeared across from Su Qing. Along with the 10,000 compotes disappeared the tea leaves that were drying on the windowsill. Su Qing naturally noticed. Just too lazy to count. If One Compass just stayed honest like this, Su Qing wouldn't do anything to the other party. But if One Compass has to do something fancy, don't blame Su Qing for not speaking of old feelings. The foot of White Dragon Mountain. One companion's figure slowly coalesced, covered his chest, and puffed out a mouthful of thick blood mist. Su Qing, you're ruthless, One Compass said in a cold voice. Su Qing had just poured him tea 4 times. The first 3 times the water. Su Qing had condensed his aura in the water, and the 10,000 parasites could still barely resist. But the 4th time Su Qing poured tea all over the cup, One Compass finally couldn't carry it anymore. As a last resort, One Compass could only leave. He admitted that he and Su Qing had lost the duel. This is an irrevocable fact. Wanko went back, badly wounded. It was a good thing that Su Qing was merciful and didn't take his life. Kirin Group. 10,000 parasites come to the office of 1,000 parasites. You're injured. Badly. Is Su Qing? 1,000 Compass asked in surprise. He was well aware of the ability of the 10,000 compasses. That's an absolute powerhouse. Even the Chinese guardians had trouble injuring One Compass. But Su Qing was able to. Even if he hadn't seen Su Qing, 1,000 compasses didn't dare to think anything more. It's not a big problem. It's not a big problem. You can recover after a day of rest. One Compass said flatly. Forget about the Qilin. Give it to Su Qing. 1,000 Compass said. He was afraid that One Compass would be unconvinced and once again go to Su Qing for the Qilin and accidentally give his life away. Knowing that, I wouldn't be able to fight if I went there anyway. One Compass said helplessly. How about the 2 of us together? 1,000 Compass asked. One Compass laughed. 10 you and me. More or less. 1,000 Compasses had it all figured out in his mind. The Qilin blood has already been processed. Now it's just the Demon Emperor's blood that's missing. 1,000 Compass said. Going the day after tomorrow. Prepare first. The Demon Emperor seems to be about to break through to a land god immortal. We'd better be careful. One Compass laughed. In the past 2 years, in order to create the Kirin bloodline, the Kirin group had collected the blood of all animals. Now the last blood was still missing. That is, the Demon Emperor's blood. There is a lot of pressure. Should we call Jin Xian here? I think Jin Xian has already obtained half of the golden body. 1,000 Compass suggested. One Compass frowned tightly and didn't say anything. Do you know why this old man, Jin Xian, went to the Sunless Kingdom? 1,000 Compass revealed a snort of disdain. There's really no understanding of it. Wang Compass just knew that Jin Xian had stumbled upon a hard case when he was collecting relics, so Jin Xian went off to first search for the Sherpa hidden in Nichibu Nanako. He was scared by Su Qing, and also, that Abbot Xinyu of the Dezhou Monastery in Asing was killed by Su Qing, and the Abbot Xinyu fled in a helicopter and didn't escape. Thousand Compass was somewhat speechless. One Compass was baffled. How could everything be related to Su Qing? This guy obviously just lives in the mountains. Why does he get involved in everything? Why? Does Su Qing want to mold a golden body as well? One Compass questioned. Thousand Compasses helplessly said, not really. The Taixing Buddhist sect had a relic. This Xinyu and Jin Xian killed the abbot of the Taixing Buddhist sect. The abbot of the Taixing Buddhist sect had a female disciple called Su Tianxiao. This Su Tianxiao is Su Qing's fourth daughter. There is such a thing? One Compass were dumbfounded. How can it be such a coincidence? One Compass laughed helplessly. I hope, when we go to seize the demon emperor's blood next, Su Qing won't show up again. This guy, he can be really annoying. Thousand Compass nodded and entered the basement of the Kirin group with 10,000 Compass. In the basement, there was an altar with 20 drops of Qilin blood suspended above it. White Dragon Mountain. Grandpa, is this guy the One Compass you're talking about? I see quite a gentle old man. It's just that there are 6 fingers on his right hand. It looks a bit scary. Su Yuyao laughed as she held the little fox in her arms. This guy is still gentle? Su Qing laughed coldly, then added, but if my strength didn't match his today, I'd probably be lying in bed right now, healing my wounds. Ah! Su Yuyao was shocked. Lai Zhou and Zhang Zhongjing were aware of the power of the 10,000 compasses, being able to fix the two of them directly. This kind of skill, but it was similar to Su Qing's Taoist techniques. Su Qing took out the old Qilin's blood and bones and placed them together. The young griffin sensed the scent of the old griffin and instantly awoke again. This time the little Qilin knew that yelling at Su Qing would only knock him out again, so he held back his anger and said, "Give me back my mother's blood and bones. This is my thing. Why should I give it to you?" Su Qing smiled and stared at the little Qilin. "Please, I'm willing to sign a contract with you and honor you as my master. I only beg you to return my mother's blood return bone to me," the little Qilin whispered. Signing the contract meant that Su Qing would have a loyal Qilin pet. "You think I need to?" Su Qing asked with a smirk. The little Qilin was silent. With Su Qing's strength, he no longer needed the Qilin to augment him. "What do you want?" the little unicorn asked reluctantly. Chapter 54, The Other World. "I don't want anything. I just want to absorb and refine this Qilin bone and Qilin blood directly, to enhance my strength. Is there a problem?" Su Qing blandly said, "I can tell you a secret that only my Qilin clan knows in China, and in the entire world. There are no more than a handful of people who know about it." The little Qilin itself became even angrier after hearing Su Qing's words, but thinking about the consequences, it held back and was ready to take the secret in exchange. Su Qing was energized by this. He had clearly checked the little Qilin's brain memory before, and he hadn't forgotten it yet. The little Qilin said that there was still a big secret, which caused Su Qing to remain both skeptical and curious. A secret that could make the divine beast Qilin treat it as a secret would be worth a lot of money. But your secret can make me interested. Otherwise this blood and bone I will not give you. I speak absolutely count. You can believe. It was nothing for Su Qing to throw out Qilin blood and bone for the sake of the so-called secret. If it wasn't a valuable secret, then don't blame Su Qing for being unreasonable. Yu Yao, Lai Zhou, Zhong Jing, you three go if you have something to do. Su Qing sidetracked the three. The three naturally understood Su Qing's meaning and went about their respective business. "I know the passage to the other world." The little Qilin just faintly uttered this sentence and stopped speaking. Su Qing's complexion changed violently. "A gateway to another world? You're not even done recovering yet, and you're about to find a way in? Say, location." Su Qing gradually calmed down and said, "Give me the unicorn blood and bone first." The little unicorn was smart enough to ask for the terms first. Su Qing didn't care, so he handed over the Qilin blood and bone to the little Qilin. If the little griffin was deceiving himself, then it would have to be open kill. Snow Valley. The little unicorn was hesitant, but eventually spoke up. "Snow Valley, the cave of the demon emperor?" Su Qing was startled. The demon emperor lost the battle back then and ended up staying in the snowy mountain Snow Valley. "I didn't realize that the passage to the other world was in Snow Valley." "What is the other world?" Su Qing asked for the sake of reassurance. "This is from the memories of my ancestors, and has been passed down among the Griffin clan, and every Griffin has it deep in their memories. I don't know what world that was on the other side, but what I can tell you is that my ancestors weren't from this current world. My ancestors came from another world where there are humans too." The little unicorn's tone was steady, not like he was lying, but Su Qing remained skeptical, because the place the little unicorn said was too dangerous. If it was anywhere else, perhaps Su Qing would have believed it, but the demon emperor's cave, That's too dangerous. It was possible that the little Qilin wanted to use the opportunity to make the Demon Emperor and Su Qing fight. I believe you. You're coming with me. Su Qing thought about it and planned to go to Snow Valley to find out more. After all, this was important to Su Qing. If you run into the Demon Emperor, Su Qing can discuss on the discussion. Cannot discuss cannot be blamed. Su Qing take out the skills, and the Demon Emperor to compete. Said to do it, Su Qing intends to go to Tianshan tomorrow. Snow Mountain of View. When the little Qilin saw that Su Qing was finally convinced, it wagged its tail and ran off to the side to study. What's the point of the unicorn blood and bone you have to take? Su Qing asked. Resurrection. The little Qilin didn't bother to say much to Su Qing and continued his research. Su Qing nodded. The old Qilin's Qilin essence blood was still there, as well as the bones. Maybe the little griffin really did have some way to bring the old griffin back to life. Su Qing called Su Yuyo and opened the live stream for treasure appreciation. Observing Su Yuyao's Douyin account, he realized that it had gone from 50,000 followers at the beginning to 30 million followers today. The growth rate is so impressive. Between them, any random video of Su Yuyo is a few million likes. There are hundreds of thousands of comments in one video. Among them were also clips of Su Qing's live broadcasts, all of which were done by Su Yuyao. During this period, there were countless other advertisers who came to contact Su Yuyao, but they were all rejected by Su Yuyao. In itself, Su Yuyao was not short of money, even more so at home. Su Yuyao's live broadcast room opened, and the number of people rose extremely quickly. Can the live stream be fixed somehow? Every live broadcast is so sudden. I'm at work alas, but I came to the restroom to watch the live stream. I'm in class. The teacher's right in front of me. The teacher asked if I was also a fan of Master Su. I said yes. The teacher is also a member of Master Su's fans, but also said to let me watch. A moment after class to tell him about the live content. You're way off base here. I doubt it's a show. Hello everyone. I'm Su Yuyo. Good afternoon. It's been a long time since I've seen you guys. Su Yuyao revealed a bright smile and greeted the netizens in the live stream. In the past, when Su Yuyo said hello, the live broadcast would reply. However, as the fans became more and more numerous, and the age groups became more and more complex, the replies were wooden, and they were all making their own remarks or talking about Su Qing. Let me sing a song for everyone. It's really been a long time since I sang. Su Yuyo laughed. Sing? Sing what? Get out of here. I'm not looking at you. Su Yuyo, hurry up and drag your grandfather here. Just find a place to rest. We're just here to see the old man. If you want to listen to singing, why don't you go to Cool Dog? Hurry up and drag the old man here now. You don't want to dilly-dally. Su Yuyo looked dumbfounded. After playing live for such a long time, this is the first time I've encountered this situation. This is outrageous. She had a feeling that this Douyin account could be given to Su Qing instead. There's not an ounce of room for her to survive. This is. Not long after, Su Qing came over. Hello everyone, I'm Su Qing. Su Qing smiled at the cell phone broadcast. The old man is finally here. I've seen enough of your granddaughter. If you don't come, I'll quit. What's your goal today, master? Are you starting to collect antiques for $30 million? $30 million? Definitely 50 million. As soon as Su Qing appeared in the live broadcast room, it was instantly on the verge of exploding. Luckily there was an emergency maintenance by the Do Sound staff or I could have just quit. Today it's the same as always. Only antiques worth more than $10 million. I won't pay for them. You can exchange items with me or make requests. As long as I can fulfill them, you can exchange them, such as healing, reading feng shui, catching demons and ghosts and whatnot. All of them are doable. Su Qing spelled out the conditions and various needs, and explained the capabilities. Flipped the switch on the live connection and instantly someone came to connect. The ID, Proto-God Heavyweight, has requested to connect with you. Su Qing clicked confirm to connect. The video opened, and on the opposite side was a beautiful woman wearing gold glasses, looking like a female college student, looking very innocent, just with confused eyes. Master Su, I've been stealing my dad's collection of antiques for a long time now. I'm just waiting for you to start the live stream. Come and help me take a look, the girl said excitedly. Chapter 54, Abandoned Chinese Hospital. Live stream. Alright, I'll take a look at the antiques first. Su Qing nodded. The girl took out a bronze mirror. The surface of the mirror has been blurred. The mirror itself is not quite intact. There is a pit, very brittle to the touch. It looks like at any time may break. This bronze mirror of my dad's was bought by him from a friend abroad back then. It cost about $30 million, and it's an item from our Tang dynasty period. The girl explained. This era is really able to make up nonsense on the internet does not act as a consequence. A broken mirror, worth 30 million, this is robbing the money but robbing hang faster than this laughing my ass off. If this mirror is worth $30 million, I'll eat live. The last account that said it was live eating is now cancelled? Dude, Are you going to cancel your 10 fans accounts too? I don't eat. May. Say the requirements. Su Cheng just took a look and made a judgment. The girl was not surprised. After all, she knew the value of the mirror. That's right, my classmate. She was possessed, or saw a ghost, and was possessed by a ghost. Can't say that. Should be scared by a ghost. The girl was organizing her vocabulary. Wheedling. Tell me in detail. I don't quite understand what you mean. You can tell your classmate's story and I can analyze it for you. Su Cheng smiled faintly. The girl nodded and said, you wait a moment. I'll organize a little. Ha 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 ha. Is this really not scripted? Laughing on the floor. This beauty is hilarious. But Su Lao said to let the beautiful woman speak. Does that mean that the bronze mirror is really from the Tang Dynasty period? It looks like this. The girl said slowly. What happened was that 3 days ago, on the weekend, my 3 sisters from the dorm and I went to a haunted house just to have fun and find excitement. I get it. It's haunted house meets ghost. Is it true that you can meet ghosts even in a haunted house? I won't dare to go to a haunted house from now on if you say so. Su Cheng nodded, signaling that he had heard and understood, and continued speaking. The girl said, we went to an abandoned hospital in order to find a more exciting place. That hospital is a famous adventure spot. Some people rumor that there are ghosts somewhere. After we discussed it, we went to that abandoned hospital to explore with fine equipment. A look of fear came over the girl's face as she finished. The live feed instantly exploded again, and someone knew where the girl was talking about. I know. This beautiful woman is talking about the abandoned Chinese hospital in the east of the magic city of vastness. That abandoned Chinese hospital can be decades. There has been no developer dared to take that piece of land. Crap. You guys are really bold. Rumor abandoned Chinese hospital side but really scared to death. Daytime or gloomy. The old scary. 666. 4 girls broke into a Chinese hospital. Bold. Nowadays young people are so bullish? I've guessed the ending. 4 girls meet a ghost in an abandoned Chinese hospital, then get spooked by the ghost. Something happens to someone, and then they come to see Master Su. Su Cheng wasn't surprised and said, continue. The 4 of us were a little scared too, but we got over it, and the 4 of us chose to go into that abandoned Chinese hospital during the day. That abandoned Chinese hospital has 9 floors, and we stumbled upon a white bone on the first floor that looked like it had been dead for a long time. The 4 of us were so scared that I proposed not to continue up there, but all 3 of my roommates said they wanted to continue up to the 2nd floor. In the end, we walked up to the 2nd floor without any problems. There was nothing else on the 2nd floor except the abandoned window doors. There were no accidents in between. The only thing that was wrong was that one of my roommates was coughing continuously. We thought it was a cold, and it didn't take a while for you to stop coughing. Then we went up to the 3rd floor, which was more abandoned clothes, all white nurses' outfits and such, when another one of my roommates had a little problem, a bad headache, but recovered quickly. No big deal. We went up to the 4th floor and there were more discarded instruments. Even some of them were still intact. At that time we felt cold. Very cold. As if someone was watching us all the time. And my other roommate had a small problem. Her palms were sweaty. Her heart was panicky. And she was fine in no time. Although they all had a little problem, it didn't affect them. They all recovered instantly. But I was afraid to walk on. I offered to leave again. But they said there was nothing to be afraid of. I was so scared that it occurred to me that it wouldn't be my turn to have problems on the 5th floor, and I tried my last best to persuade them, and almost got down on my knees, and they were finally planning to leave. It seemed like a long walk down the stairs. It was down for about 10 minutes before I got back to the 1st floor, and my legs were sore and numb, like I had climbed Tarzan. Back at the dorm, all 3 of my roommates started to have the same condition they had before. One started coughing hard, one had a splitting headache, and one had constant sweating on his hands. The 3 of them were taken to the hospital and the doctors were surprisingly unable to treat them. Any means were ineffective. I later informed my dad about it, and my dad said not to have any contact with my roommate, to stay out of it, and was even ready to drop me out of school so I could go abroad for a few years and come back. I'm going to the Sunset Kingdom the day after tomorrow. Today I took advantage of my father to go to a social gathering and found several high priests and Taoist masters, but they went to the hospital and just looked at it and said that they couldn't cure it. I really have no other way out now. So I can only come to find old Master Yu to come, and I hope that you have some method. The girl spoke for a long time, and her body vaguely began to tremble, looking as if she had not yet recovered from the abandoned Chinese hospital. With the ghost this call, it is estimated that the ghost gas has been eroded by the ghost. It seems that this Chinese hospital is indeed not allowed to go. Who goes who cool I went to the same school as this beautiful girl. It's all over our school. It's true. You don't have to doubt it. There were students from the same school as the girl on the live stream who testified to what she said. I'm Magic City Tech, and I can testify to that. I can testify to that as well. I probably understand. You mean you want me to help you heal those 3? Su Cheng said. Yes, I'll pay for this piece of bronze mirror. The girl prayed when she saw Su Qing say this. Su Qing hesitated and didn't say anything. Master, is there nothing even you can do? The girl asked with tears in the corner of her eyes. Su Qing laughed lightly. No, it's because your bronze mirror isn't valuable enough. I go. Old man, you do not how rigid just help the flowers of the motherland. Yes, old man, you have the ability to help people. Our young people who have not been impulsive. Gramps, what else do you need? I can make up some of it. Just help out the pretty girl, and we can watch the fun. Most of the people in the live room are still very kind. But, since you all want to see this hilarity, let's go see it. Su Qing also felt that things were somewhat interesting. Even if the copper mirror was not valuable enough, it was enough. Thank you, master. Thank you. The girl shouted excitedly. Time, place, Su Qing faintly said. The first affiliated hospital of Magic City Medical University. The sooner the better. The girl quickly said. Now that all three roommates were being infested with ghosts, the faster Su Qing came, the better. Chapter 56, Strange Diseases. Alright, I'll leave tonight. Su Qing responded. The girl hung up the live feed. Su Qing looked at the live broadcast and said, well, the live broadcast is temporarily closed. I'm going to pack up and go to the airport in an hour to go to Magic City. Master Su is just speedy and doesn't delay a minute. Go for it and take down the abandoned Chinese hospital. Take down the abandoned Chinese hospital. Su Qing closed the live broadcast. Grandpa, do you really want to go to the Magic City? Seeing that girl say that it seems to be dangerous, Su Yuyo worried. Every time her grandfather traveled, she was worried sick. It's fine, just a simple little task. Su Qing booked his ticket online and went down the mountain with a brief explanation. Recently, Su Qing had been coming down the mountain frequently, 7 or 8 times in half a month. In the past, it was only 3 times downhill in 5 years. Ever since Su Yuyao came, things have changed. Night, 3 o'clock in the morning. Su Qing arrived in Magic City. Magic City was one of the top cities in China, more prosperous than Shanglin City one day at a time. Su Qing planned to call the girl, but thought better of it. Ding ding ding, the cell phone rang. It's the girl. Master Su, you are off the plane. Where are you now? I'm waiting for you on that side of the airport intersection. The girl asked. Just got out of the airport and I saw you. The lights weren't very bright, but Su Qing saw the girl from afar. The girl had short hair, blonde glasses, white short sleeves and blue jeans. Simple and pretty. Grandpa Su. The girl waved and shouted. Su Qing took just a few steps and gradually arrived in front of the girl. Looks like you're in a hurry. Go to the hospital first. Su Qing said flatly. The girl nodded and drove Su Qing to the first affiliated hospital of Magic City Medical University. At this point in time, all 3 of her roommates were sedated and on sleeping pills, asleep and resting. But in the morning, they wake up right on time and the symptoms start to kick in. On the way, Su Qing learned that the girl's name was Fang Yanyan. Her family lived in Linjiang, and she went to school in Magic City, with excellent grades, just like to explore. Fang Yanyan brought Su Qing to the ward of the 3 roommates' place to do a simple observation first. Su Qing casually looked at it for a few moments and realized that it was just a minor problem. Let them rest first, and come for treatment first thing in the morning, Su Qing said. Fang Yanyan asked in a low voice, Grandpa Su, what are the odds that they can be treated? Don't worry, it's all a minor problem. Su Qing laughed. Su Qing went to the hotel to rest, while Fang Yanyan stayed at the hospital. 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Qing received a call from Fang Yanyan, saying that she was hurrying to come to the hospital. Douyin, logging into Su Yuyao's account and opening the live broadcast, Su Qing briefly talked about where he was now. The first hospital of Magic City Medical University. Su Qing came to the hospital room. Dialect speech's 3 roommate sicknesses are back. One of the girls was holding her head in pain. One, on the other hand, had sweat all over his hands, dripping down. One was coughing constantly and felt like it was going to pass. At the moment, a bunch of medical professors and specialists in the ward were talking. I don't think that this belongs to an ordinary disease. It should be categorized under the aspect of Qi Men. Professor Li, should we perform current stimulation? It might help. No, you can't perform medical treatment without authorization if you can't determine the cause of the 3 people's illnesses. A group of people milling about in one piece didn't come up with a result. The 3 were finally categorized as non-diseased and placed on the odd side of the spectrum instead. Grandpa Su. When Fang Yanyan saw Su Qing arrive, she hurriedly said. Su Qing walked through a group of experts and professors and came to Fang Yanyan's side. Help me. The roommate with the sweaty palms said weakly. She had the worst symptoms. Badly dehydrated. And panicky. Glancing at the 3 roommates of Fang Yin, he needed to be the first to heal the roommate with the sweaty palms. Su Qing prepared to cast a spell. At this moment, a young doctor stood out and shouted, Who are you? Who told you to come? Can't you see that the professor is here observing his condition? Get away! The 10 or so professors and experts present naturally didn't recognize Su Qing, but didn't speak out, which didn't fit their status. Su Qing didn't even bother to glance at this doctor, and just as he was about to nod at the center of Fang Yanyan's roommate's palm, he was grabbed by a white-sleeved hand on his arm. Didn't you hear me? Go away! This is a hospital. Who are you? That doctor, seeing that Su Qing had actually defied him, walked over and said in a cold voice, Grandpa Su is the doctor I hired. Don't disturb his healing. Fang Yanyan stood out and spoke with a frown. At this point, the professorial experts on the sidelines couldn't stand still. When did other doctors get to come to the hospital and treat patients without their consent? This old gentleman. What hospital are you from? And do you have a license to practice medicine? An old expert stood out and condescendingly asked Su Qing. This old expert was not tall and his appearance was not occupied, but he had a proud face. Su Qing didn't even bother to pay attention to these silly birds, so he didn't say anything. Without the qualifications to practice medicine, you'll have to be thrown out, the young doctor shouted. Shameful tongue. Su Qing's cold eyes turned and stared at the young doctor. The young doctor shivered and took a few steps back, not daring to come forward any further. An old professor with a white beard wore a smile and said, This old gentleman, you can cure these 3 patients? May. Su Qing saw that the old man had a good attitude, so he returned a single word. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We can't even cure it. And you, a person who doesn't even have the qualifications to practice medicine, dare to speak out of turn. That old expert scolded in a cold voice. Where did this old man come from? Fang Yanyan, you don't want to save your roommate, do you? Another expert coldly said. Grandpa Su is very famous in Douyin, with high medical skills, and has cured rare diseases before, Fang Yanyan affirmed. When these 2 words of Douyin came out, all the doctors, experts and professors present were dumbfounded. Dare I say, this old man is a big internet star now? Netflix for the cure? Is there anything more outrageous than that? Nowadays, young people are really getting more and more courageous, even dare to believe in Netflix. Fang Yanyan, are you nuts? You let Netflix treat your roommate. Crazy you. I suggest you have the treatment as well. That previous old expert pulled Fang Yanyan over and prevented him from getting close to Su Qing. You guys are annoying. Su Qing smiled faintly, not caring anymore, and began to treat the girl. Seeing this, the young doctor immediately prepared to pull Su Qing's hand again. Su Qing swung his arm and touched the young doctor's palm, only to hear a popping crunch as the young doctor covered his hand and cried out, Ah, the hand is broken. The young doctor hissed in pain. You old man, you're so wild. The old expert snapped. Su Qing flung his sleeve, and a strong wind surged up. The wind howled and swept all those experts and professors out the door. The doors slammed shut. The professors and experts standing outside the door were baffled. What's going on here? It's like living in an unreal world. Everything is not so real anymore. Chapter 57. Will be those annoying old things to drive away? Su Qing's fingers pressed on the palms of the sweaty palms of the roommate. The divine sense swept through, can be observed in its hands with a red gas hovering. Su Qing forcefully used the purifying power of his aura to break through that red qi. Fang Yanyan, the roommate, shivered her arms and fainted violently. Su Qing tapped on her brow, and the girl instantly woke up. Nan, you're okay. Fang Yanyan shouted happily. Nan. Fang Yanyan's roommate nodded her head blankly, feeling her hands no longer sweating and her heart not panicking, and reluctantly smiled. It's okay, thank you old grandpa, you saved the other 2 first. Su Qing nodded at his words. The one with the headache was called Winter, and was most beautiful in appearance, but had been suffering from brain pain for a long time, and was now tormented to the point that her eyes were red. In addition, the cough has been called Ruashi. At the moment is not good, has been drinking water to replenish water, but often will spit out the water. Su Qing input aura into Dongdong's brain, and a green aura flame violently dissipated, and let Ruashi eat the herbs Su Qing brought. Ruashi soon stopped coughing as well. Thank you old grandpa, Dongdong and Ruashi said together. The only location the 3 are currently in is that there is an extreme lack of water. Ruashi and Nan, in particular, were extremely pale. The 3 drank a small amount of water and recovered some for the time being, but after a while, the 3 would still feel inexplicably dizzy. This is the same condition that Nan possesses. Grandpa Su, what's going on with the 3 of them? Fang Yin asked. Su Qing said, it's just absorbing the ghost gas. The ghost gas invades the body. It's not a big problem. Fang Yanyan was shocked. In that case, that abandoned Chinese hospital is really haunted. Nan and the 3 of them panicked and didn't know what to do. Now that the 3 of them still have ghostly auras, are they going to be like this for the rest of their lives? There is, according to what you said. I'm afraid there's more than one of them, and in order to completely heal the 3 of them, you need to completely kill the ghosts that made them sick. Su Qing said flatly. Kill the ghost. When the four Fang Yen Yen heard this, they felt incredulous. They couldn't even see the ghosts, and they were still trying to kill them, which was undoubtedly a pipe dream. This thing is so hard to accomplish. I'm afraid I can't do it with their abilities. No harm done. Since I promised to help you, then I will give you all a recovered body. Let's go. Go to that abandoned Chinese hospital. Find it and kill it. Su Qing stood up and headed outside. The four of them, Fang Yen Yen, found it unbelievable that the old grandfather in front of them would also catch ghosts. However, this is the case at the moment. Su Qing had saved them, proving that there was something in the air, and that he might actually be able to subdue demons and catch ghosts. Su Qing was just about to open the door when it exploded with a loud bang. Several security personnel rushed up and surrounded Su Qing. Hands up! A security captain chortled. Su Qing was expressionless and indifferent. Fang Yen Yen stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" Only that old expert jumped out of nowhere and said coldly, "This old man is unqualified to practice medicine and will also use demonic spells. He should definitely be arrested." Nonsense! My 3 roommates have all recovered. How come Grandpa Su is not qualified to practice medicine anymore? Fang Yen said. At that time, a group of experts and professors also noticed Nan Nan's trio. Now the 3 have recovered, only slightly pale, and are in good hands. Many professors and experts froze. Scram! Su Qing said indifferently, waving his hand to knock away the few security personnel blocking in front of him. Those security personnel didn't stop Su Qing anymore when they saw that the expert didn't speak out to stop him. Seeing Su Qing and Fang Yen Yen and the others walk away, that old expert still hadn't reacted. Just a short while, and this is cured? How? That was the query of all present. On the way to the abandoned Chinese hospital, Fang Yen Yen drove the car. Suddenly, a Bentley stopped in the middle of the road, blocking the way. Fang Yen Yen's eyes changed and she wanted to get out of the car. But a rich, middle-aged man came down from the Bentley. He was Fang Yen Yen's father, Fang Fuguo, slightly chubby, with a mustache on his chin, not very tall, and looking like a corrupt official. Yen Yen, you took away my precious mirror, right? You this child against all, and you said, your 3 roommates I have looked for a high person to see. Is the devil in the ghost? You still do not believe. Have to take my treasure to what netroots? Fang Fuguo came to the front of the car window, and began to chatter and talk. Suddenly she looked at the passenger Su Qing, froze, before she had time to slow down, and then saw Nan Nan Ruwashi sitting in the back row of the trio, and suddenly shut up. Dad, pay attention. This is Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su has cured Nan Nan of 3 people. Oh, don't you look down on people. Fang Yen Yen was extremely dissatisfied with her father's lack of trust. If she hadn't snuck the bronze mirror out, how could Su Qing have come? Hello, uncle. Nan Nan shouted. Su Qing didn't even look at Fang Fuguo, staring ahead. It's good to see you guys. It's okay, it's good. Fang Fuguo was dumbfounded and looked at Su Qing again, saying, hello, master, how are you? I've just been offended. Fang Fuguo is a smart man. He had previously asked a high-ranking person to look at the state of Nan Nan's trio at that time. The old masters who were able to tell fortunes in feng shui all shook their heads, saying that there was really nothing they could do. That high man specified that if he wanted to cure the 3, he had to kill those ghosts. Killing ghosts, but it's incredibly dangerous. None of the so-called high rollers in general can do it. The seemingly very ordinary old man in front of him was able to cure the 3 mumble people, so it seemed that he really did have a few skills. Fang Fuguo smiled and said, so you guys are going to go to that abandoned Chinese hospital to kill ghosts? Yes, Grandpa Su has already said that after we go to the Chinese hospital and kill those ghosts, Mumble and the 3 of them will be able to recover. Fang Yen said, Yen Yen, why don't you let Elder Su and your 3 roommates go together? And you shouldn't go. Fang Fuguo suddenly proposed. The abandoned Chinese hospital was so dangerous that Fang Yen was lucky to have gone there once without incident. If we go again this time and meet any danger, it will be a big deal. The old man in front of me can be cured once. Maybe the second time it fails. Dad, you don't have to say anything else. I'm definitely going. Fang Yen said bluntly. She was the one who took her 3 roommates along on the expedition to the Chinese hospital, and she had no excuse for that. It's a must this time. She hadn't had any health problems before, and she was sure she'd be fine this time. What's more, with Elder Su around, surely everything would be fine. Ruwashi said, Yen Yen, why don't you not go? You don't have anything to do anyway. 3 follow Grandpa Su on the line. Yes, it's so dangerous there. It'll be troublesome if anything else happens to you if you go. Nan Nan also said. This shared suffering of Fang Yen Yen moved them, but they couldn't let Fang Yen Yen be in danger. It's okay, follow along if you want. It's just a couple of brats. Su Qing, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up, calmly. Chapter 58, entering an abandoned Chinese hospital. It was clearly just a few brats that he was able to take care of with a wave of his hand. Do you have to go to all this trouble? What sisterhood? With all the time in the world for bull asterisk 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 asterisk, would have been solved a long time ago. Dad, look, Grandpa Su said that nothing will happen, so don't worry. After Fang Yanyan finished speaking, she started the car, stepped on the gas, and quickly left. Fang Fuguo watched the car go far away. His heart was still a little relieved. After getting into the car, he checked the magic ball he got from his friend abroad and drove slowly to follow. Abandoned Chinese hospital. Su Qing had already opened the live stream. A reminder from the staff as they entered the hospital turned off the live stream. It's on. It's on. Master Su, what is this place? At first glance this is the abandoned Chinese hospital. 666. Master Su is really playing for real. Start a live adventure with ghosts to kill and gods to destroy. Su Qing said a few words. Eyes to this Chinese hospital. Simple use of divine sense to check. The heart already have a number. This hospital has a total of 9 floors. The appearance of the ragged. Some of the walls have fallen off the skin, full of green creepers, and the time left behind by the dilapidated traces. But standing from a distance, one could feel a cool aura leaking outward from within this Chinese hospital. Su Qing wasn't afraid and led the way inside the hospital. He's a peak Jindan player and he's still afraid of ghosts? Just entered the Chinese hospital. Su Qing gently frowned. There are a lot of goods to look at in here. The light is filling the entire Chinese hospital, and there is not a single bright spot. Even the sun, which was directly in front of them, had only a faint glimmer. Su Qing took out a night pearl, which he had taken from the old Tomb Raider's treasury earlier. This night pearl was very bright and had a warm light, and was also able to illuminate the 5 or 6 meters in front of it. Somewhat frightened, the 4 Fang Yan looked at the strong glow of the night pearl, and their panicked hearts suddenly felt much better. Master Su is a professional and has long been prepared for anything. I'll go. Master Su's night pearl is really bright. Sell me one. Master Su later engaged in night pearl wholesale got. Certainly a big fire. Su Qing led the way forward on the first level, not bothering to look at the live feed. Without taking a few steps, he saw the white bones that Fang Yan had mentioned earlier. Looking at the degree of weathering of the white bones, this man has been dead for 10 years. Scared. So scared. I'm gonna get my brother to watch the broadcast with me. Scared. So scared. I'm going to get my husband to watch the broadcast with me. Scared. So scared. I'm going to get my veteran grandpa to watch the broadcast with me. Scared. So scared. I'm going to the temple next door to find Big Buddha to watch the broadcast with. The live stream was hilarious and all had a great time playing with no fear whatsoever. Su Qing observed that this white bone had been dead for about 10 years, and surprisingly, there was still a ghost possessed in it. It must be that this man was killed by the severe ghosts of the abandoned Chinese hospital, and his soul was trapped and unable to escape from the hospital. This soul is very weak because it has not been able to leave the Chinese hospital for reincarnation for many years, and I am afraid that after another year and a half, it will go up in smoke. This also shows how horrifying the ghosts of this abandoned Chinese hospital really are. Go! Su Qing flung out a spiritual qi and input it into this white bone. The spirit was immediately awakened, and a gas dragged this spirit and sent it outside the abandoned Chinese hospital. That soul was bewildered, but soon rejoiced, knowing that it was Su Qing who had rescued him from it, and respectfully said, "Thank you, Master Teacher. I'll leave first." Su Qing seemed to sense something and nodded gently at the outside. The 4 Fang Yan were naturally unaware of the act of kindness Su Qing had just performed, and after glancing at the white bones, they hurriedly left. The side of the stairs into the second floor was covered in thick cobwebs and had a wet, earthy odor. It was hard to imagine where the 4 Fang Yan people had gotten the guts to enter the second floor. Second floor. As soon as he entered the second floor, his roommate Ruwashi suddenly noticed that something was wrong and started coughing violently, scaring the crowd. Cough cough cough. Ruwashi coughed continuously and couldn't stop at all, her face reddening. Su Qing gently patted on Ruwashi's shoulder, and Ruwashi instantly stopped coughing. Golden pupils. Su Qing's eyes flashed with golden light, sweeping across everything, checking all the subtle movements on the second floor. He suddenly saw a black silhouette in the distance that had been watching this way. The shadowy figure likewise noticed that Su Qing had spotted him and snapped, "Who are you and how can you see me?" Su Qing's eyes flashed with golden pupils, and 2 channels of golden light rushed out, instantly breaking through that shadow and sending it to ashes without leaving a trace. Ruwashi's eyes immediately became clear and her body was extremely comfortable. "I'm fine," Ruwashi exclaimed excitedly. Fang Yan glanced at Su Qing, knowing that it was the other party who had struck. "Go," Su Qing said indifferently. "Words, wait for me." A voice came from downstairs. It was Fang Yan's father, Fang Fuguo, who followed him. "Dad, why did you come? How dangerous it is here," Fang Yan said anxiously. "Alas, I just came to take a look. Don't worry, I have a treasure in my body. those demons can't harm me, Fong Fugwa said with a big smile, confident that one could only see Fong Fugwa dragging a purple orb in his hands, with a pattern engraved on it, which contained the aura belonging to angels. He was really uneasy about Fang Yanyan, so he brought his magic ball along to subdue the demons and catch the ghosts. Dad, Grandpa Su has just cured Ruashi. We're going to continue toward the third floor, Fang Yan said. Fong Fugwa was obviously stunned, not expecting Su Qing to really have the ability. Let's go. I'll follow you guys up, and when I need danger, I can still help you out, Fong Fugwa said. Fang Yanyan saw that her father had come, in case she went back and met danger. What could she do? It would be better to stay with them. With Su Qing, there would be no accidents. Su Qing didn't care about that. It is extremely difficult for Fong Fugwa to have this heart of love for his son. As for the magic orb in its hand, it did serve a purpose, but it's still a little less sharp for the stern ghosts in this Chinese hospital. If you want to eliminate the severe ghosts in this Chinese hospital, relying on the magic ball won't work. Come to the third floor. Su Qing could clearly detect that the yin qi had become heavier, and there were more or less some little ghosts inside a room, but they couldn't get out and were trapped in it. As for Fang Yanyan's few people, they could only feel it getting more and more gloomy. The magic ball in Fong Fugwa's hand gradually rotated, seemingly expelling ghostly qi. Roommate Winter was really starting to get some headaches. Su Qing healed Dong Dong and then opened his golden pupil to scan and check. There are many little ghosts on each floor, but the one that makes the three of them, Dong Dong Nan Nan Ruashi, sick is only one ghost, and all that is needed is to kill this little ghost, and the condition will be restored. Of course, Su Qing could also choose to kill all the ghosts in the Chinese hospital. It's just too much of a waste of time and aura to do that. Trying to kill a ghost isn't easy. First you have to find the ghost's figure and keep it a one-hit wonder. One hit doesn't kill you, and if the ghost hides, it's even harder to find. Su Qing swept his gaze, and sure enough, he saw a figure in one of the wards. Resumption. This ward, all kinds of facilities and equipment are extremely well preserved, and even on the bed there is not even a trace of soil. It looks like a person with a cleanliness fetish living place. There were several chairs inside the ward, and sitting in the center was an old man in his 80s or 90s. This old ghost's face was withered and thin, with a mass of black gas coalescing in the center of his brow, and the part of his torso that was exposed was light yellow in color. And next to the old ghost, there were a couple of little kids dressed as nurses and doctors. Most of the carapace parts of these brats are white. According to folklore, these little ghosts whose bodies appear white are called white-shirt ghosts, and most of them belong to the category of normal deaths with not very deep grievances. Some of the less fortunate, who have been too unlucky recently, might run into these little white ghosts. Normally white ghosts don't do much damage to people. At best they can confuse them in the dark. The old man in the center, with a light yellow body, is known as the Yellow Pages ghost. I'm afraid that when such Yellow Pages ghosts die, it's not as simple as an ordinary death. This Yellow Pages ghost must have had a property entanglement with someone before he died, like being killed for money, or a job failure jumping off a building. People who are confused and disturbed by money for a long time will have a high probability of becoming Yellow Page ghosts after death. Folklore says that when you see this Yellow Page ghost, you should rush to avoid it and not have any interactions with this Yellow Page ghost. Su Qing guessed that the old man, that is, the ghost of the Yellow Pages, should be the patient in this ward, and finally died. And these doctors and nurses may have been killed by this Yellow Pages ghost. That's why the ghosts of these nurses and doctors stay beside the Yellow Pages ghosts, like a bunch of minions. That Yellow Page ghost of course noticed Su Qing's extreme gaze, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place, possessed as if pouncing madly towards Su Qing's several people. As for Fang Yanyan's few people, they simply couldn't see the ghost. This is why ordinary people can be victimized by ghosts at will, because it's simply invisible. Can't defend it either. There was no way to avoid this kind of thing when ghost energy invaded the body, but there are people who are righteous, and even these Yellow Page ghosts cannot do harm to these righteous people. But the four of them, Fang Yanyan, had been exploring some shady places for a long time, and the ones they paid attention to were all ghosts. This also led to the disappearance of more than half of the positive energy in their bodies, and they would be given the opportunity by these ghosts to have their ghost energy invade their bodies. Su Qing was just about to make a move to settle this Yellow Page ghost when he saw Fong Fugwa move. There's a ghost. Fong Fugwa's eyes glared as he similarly roared. The magic ball in Fong Fugwa's hand grunted and spun, while shooting out a beam of 7-colored light that pierced through the Yellow Page ghost's brow with a whoosh. Fong Fugwa used the energy of the magic orb to see the Yellow Page ghosts and also noticed the white little ghosts. The white ghosts, seeing that the Yellow Page ghosts were all dead, fled in all directions. Fong Fugwa, on the other hand, waved the magic ball in his hand, releasing a beam of 7-colored light, killing all those white brats. Fong Fugwa hemmed and hawed. The magic orb was really reliable, and his friend hadn't lied to him. It really can save your life. With the magic orb in his hand, he wouldn't be afraid of any ghosts. The four Fong Yan Yan didn't know what happened. Anyway, they saw Fong Fugwa holding the magic ball in his hand, scattering a light, and then they saw Fong Fugwa showing his big white teeth and smiling happily. Don't worry, it's fine, with me here. All ghosts and monsters are not a problem, Fong Fugwa said confidently. Su Qing nodded slightly. This Fong Fugwa has some guts. When ordinary people see a ghost, I'm afraid they'll be too scared to get up. Fong Fugwa raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Qing, thinking that he hadn't spotted the yellow page ghost, and said cheerfully, "Old sir, you should also be careful. We should leave when we get to the 4th floor, so don't have any accidents." Su Qing nodded gently and said, "This magic weapon of yours is not bad, it's very powerful." With these words, Fong Fugwa suddenly became even more proud. Reached the 4th floor. There was the same white bone on the ground with a female ghost spirit sealed inside. This ghost's grievances weren't too deep, so Su Qing was a good man to the end. So he helped this ghost to be transcended and reincarnated into the next life. Fong Fugwa's magic orb ability was very limited, so of course he didn't realize that there was a ghost inside this white bone. The only point that can be found in the 4th floor is that it is not as generally shabby as the 3 floors below. The stair railing is intact and shows no signs of vandalism. There was also an old desk-mounted electric fan in it, which might have worked if it had been charged. It was able to find a wall-mounted television set inside each ward, still gray-colored. These old objects are enough to illustrate the history of this Chinese hospital. Bang! A light suddenly came on. The light was muddy, far less so than the night pearl in Su Qing's hand. Is this a solar light? How many years has it been? And it's still bright? Fong Yan Yan had fear on her face. Everything was going as usual. And on the 4th floor Nan suddenly had a panic attack and her palms were sweating. Su Qing's golden pupil opened again, his gaze sweeping, and he instantly spotted a black shadow. This black shadow had dark eyebrows, its body leaning against the staircase railing at another corner, its crimson eyes staring fiercely at Su Qing at this moment. The magic ball in Fong Fugwa's hand suddenly turned again. A gurgling sound rang out. Strangely, this time, the magic ball didn't initiate the attack, but instead turned into a barrier that surrounded the 5 people. Fong Fugwa didn't see the black shadow, and he didn't know that a ghost had appeared. Su Qing reached out and slapped on Nan Nan's hand, expelling the ghostly chi from her body. Ghost! Nan looked across the room and gasped fiercely. She too saw the dark figure. The 3 Fong Yan Yan people immediately panicked and gathered around, pulling their hands together. Fong Fugwa raised the magic ball in his hand and looked around, trying to spot the ghost. "You guys go back." The dark shadow across the street, the black ghost, whispered, and by the sound of its voice, it sounded like a female ghost. "If I don't destroy you, won't this girl child be corrupted by the ghostly aura once again?" Su Qing took a few steps forward and confronted that black shadow. The black shadow felt somewhat wronged and said helplessly, "It was they themselves who broke into the Chinese hospital and inhaled the ghost chi into their bodies. It was the lack of positive chi in their own bodies. There was nothing I could do." The black shadow's words were likewise heard by the 4 Fong Yan Yan. I felt ashamed at once. What this dark shadow said was true. The ghosts on the 2nd and 3rd floors had never actively harmed the 4 Fong Yan Yan when they first came to the Chinese hospital. The righteous breath in their bodies was too weak, which allowed the ghosts to find a chance to take advantage of it. They, the ghosts, just survived in the Chinese hospital and never went out to kill anyone. Most of the people who have entered Chinese hospitals and died in recent years have died on their own, and they have not done anything at all. They were wronged. But it is precisely because of your existence that ghost chi permeates within this Chinese hospital, and without you, they wouldn't have been attacked by ghost chi. Fong Fugwa coldly said, "What does this have to do with us? I merely came here under orders." The black shadow coldly snorted. "Under orders? Whose orders?" Su Qing realized that this matter might not be simple. "Devil King," the black shadow said coldly, "by order of the Ghost King." Ghost King? Su Qing was stunned. There's still a Ghost King in this little place? No one dares to touch this piece of land in the Magic City. It seems that it is because of the existence of the Ghost King that this Chinese hospital has never been eradicated. No matter what, you're going to reincarnation. This is your destiny, Su Qing said indifferently, a blazing flame emerging in his hand and landing on that black shadow. "I was also once an ordinary person. I also want to go to reincarnation. I also want to leave this horrible Chinese hospital. Thank you." The black shadow didn't even resist, turning into a point of light under the burning flames, slowly disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. From the words of this black shadow, Su Qing guessed that the fact that these little ghosts were bound in the Chinese hospital was caused by that so-called Ghost King setting up a domain. Is the Ghost King using this hospital as a long-term base? As the dark shadow disappeared, Nan recovered. Things are going well. These ghosts seem to want to be killed. Getting killed gets you out of the CCH. Get out of the Ghost King's domain. You guys go back first. Su Qing looked toward the 5th floor and slowly said, "Old sir, now that the 3 of them are fine, do you still want to go up to the 5th floor?" listening to this ghost. There are even more bullish ghosts up there. Feng Fuguo was startled by Su Qing's words. The old man isn't crazy. How dare you go upstairs when you know it's dangerous up there? Isn't this a death wish? Feng Fuguo couldn't understand, and don't want to understand. The live feed is still on. Although they couldn't see the ghost, they could hear Su Qing's words, prejudging a wave of what Master Su is going to do. That's hammering the Ghost King first. Elder Su is expected to purge the entire Chinese hospital of all ghosts. Where's the Ghost King brothers? Rumor has it that the bull, Grandpa Su. Now that we're fine, there's no need to continue risking our lives. Nan Nan said worriedly. Yes, Grandpa Su, we'd better leave quickly. If another ghost comes, it won't be good. Feng Yan Yan also frowned in doubt. Mr. Feng, take the 4 of them and go out first. I still have things I need to finish. Su Cheng looked towards Feng Fuguo and smiled faintly. Since old Mr. Su has something to do, I won't say much more. Goodbye. Feng Fuguo was a good judge of character and knew that Su Cheng wasn't joking, so he answered. Go, Yan Yan. Feng Fuguo said. Feng Yan Yan didn't understand why Su Cheng stayed behind, but things were already like this and she had to go. Feng Fuguo led the 4 Feng Yan Yan downstairs. Sensing that Feng Fuguo had managed to walk out of the Chinese hospital, Su Qing walked up the stairs with a light pace. Su Qing took his cell phone out of his pocket and laughed. It's hard to not be able to see anything for such a long time, isn't it? So I'll let you guys have a good show in a while. 666. Lit up. Burn. Burn. Su Qing walked up to the 5th floor. Compared to the 4th floor, the 5th floor wards were cleaner. Inside and out it looked like a new house, with white chairs, white sheets, and the shiny barred windows that didn't look abandoned at all. Su Qing was surprised. Do all high-class ghosts love cleanliness? It's a shame to give this room to a ghost. I've never lived in such a clean place in my life. The ghost who loves cleanliness. Su Qing opened a door. Inside was with 4 or 5 gray little ghosts gathering. At first glance, this is no different from a normal hospital. The only difference is that there are no patients here. Arguably no one. It's all ghosts. Only, there are big ghosts, and little ghosts. Hello, you can see us? Seeing Su Qing open the door, a 15 or 16-year-old girl walked out from the group of ghosts. Technically it should be the little girl ghost. The little girl's eyes were lifeless and her skin was gray, the most common of ghosts. As soon as she got close to Su Qing, the little girl ghost turned into an illusory soul state and floated on the ground. Leave these ghosts alone and these ghosts will all live as normal. Except for the difference in skin color, they were almost indistinguishable from the living. It looks awkward. It's fine. Excuse me. Su Qing revealed a shallow smile. Oh, then you keep spinning. The little ghost nodded blankly. Among the group of ghosts, an old yellow-colored ghost that appeared to be the head of the group shouted at Su Qing. Old man, you're very strong. I advise you to hurry up and leave. This is the land of the ghosts. You're too angry and will easily be discovered by the Ghost King. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Su Qing turned around and smiled. On the 5th floor, Su Qing was not attacked by any ghosts. The ghosts on this floor are calm and a little scary. Some of the ghosts even greeted Su Qing. It seemed like Su Qing was a close friend they hadn't seen in years. One of the ghosts impressed Su Qing. The ghost actually pulled out a Coke. Su Qing could feel it. It was real cola. It just seems to be a bit long in the tooth in terms of years. Climbed to the 6th floor. 6th floor. Brightly lit. Su Qing put away the night pearl in his hand. The brightness here no longer requires a nightshade. It's bizarre that in this abandoned Chinese hospital, the water and electricity have long been cut off, and you can still see the lights. There are wards here as well as a section of mechanical equipment. Some of the mechanical equipment is even still running. Next to the equipment, there was a little kid standing around. The brat didn't care too much when he saw Su Qing coming. What are you doing here, old man? A little kid asked. Come to find the Ghost King. Su Qing replied. The Ghost King is out. The little ghost yelled. Su Qing nodded his head. He felt that the brats on this 6th level were more spiritual compared to the brats on the 5th level. It's almost a 100% replica of the past life before it was born. If not for Su Qing's strong mental power, he would have thought that he had come to a dream world. 7th floor. Clearly a yellow-skinned ghost. The Yellow Pages ghosts are much more cranky than the gray ghosts. However, after Su Qing simply killed a few Yellow Page ghosts, he shocked the other ghosts. 8th floor. This floor is very peaceful. There are only 2 red-clad ghosts. Under Su Qing's maneuvering, the 2 red-clothed stern ghosts gradually dissipated. Ascend to the 9th floor. But there seemed to be a barrier on the 9th floor. This barrier stopped Su Qing in his tracks. With Su Qing's Jindan stage strength, he couldn't even break it. The barrier came with an aura of belonging to a human. It seems that someone has sealed the Ghost King. Su Qing was there to destroy the Ghost King this time, but breaking the barrier open was a bit costly. There's no need. Su Qing went downstairs. Someone deliberately left this abandoned Chinese hospital behind. Su Qing felt that someone was trying to take advantage of the Ghost King. Maybe it's one of the big boys up there who is running this. Since this was the case, Su Qing was not in a good position to make another move. I've told you, the Ghost King is not at home. He's gone out to socialize, so it's a waste of time. The brat who had struck up a conversation with Su Qing earlier mocked him. Su Qing found this little kid interesting and asked him what his name was. The little ghost said, "My name is Koyuki." Su Qing asks him if he wants to leave the abandoned Chinese hospital, but the brat even refused. The little ghost laughed and said, "We are here on a mission. Oh, the lower levels the little ghosts don't understand. We are different." The four mighty ones converge. Su Qing was surprised by this. These ghosts are on a mission in this abandoned Chinese hospital? Su Qing could not understand, but did not ask more questions. Asked again if Xiaoyu would like to leave the Chinese hospital, and Su Qing said that he could help Xiaoyu obtain a body. This extreme temptation is fatal to any ghost. Live a happy life as a normal person from now on. That's extravagant. Surprisingly, in the face of this temptation, you still refused. Su Qing nodded, no longer mentioning this matter. Walk out of the Chinese hospital. Fang Fuguo and the 5 Fang Yanyan people had surprisingly been waiting outside. Go back. Su Qing didn't say much about what was happening inside the Chinese hospital. It seems that someone is deliberately keeping these ghosts in the abandoned Chinese hospital. Su Chang will not get too involved. Since this abandoned Chinese hospital has managed to remain uneradicated for decades, there must really be a big shot behind it. Fang Fuguo was very interested in Su Qing's magical Taoist techniques and invited Su Qing to have lunch with him. Under Fang Yanyan's strong suggestion, Su Qing had no choice but to go forward. During the meal, Fang Fuguo took the initiative to hand over that bronze mirror to Su Qing. After all, this was what Su Qing deserved. After exchanging words with Fang Fuguo for a few moments, Su Qing left Magic City. When he was leaving, Fang Fuguo also asked Su Qing for a few talismans for some reason. Back to White Dragon Mountain. Because of today's delay, Su Chang and Little Qilin were ready to leave for the western region tomorrow. Things were busy and Su Qing had to proceed quickly. Absorb the aura of the copper mirror that was brought from Fang Guofu's hands. Su Qing was only a sliver of a chance away from the Yuanying stage. Daybreak. Su Qing then put away the Little Qilin and boarded the plane to the western region. There is a curious thing. That is, the Little Qilin did not know what kind of secret method to use, but even the old Qilin's soul cohesion of a trace, and now will soon become a ghost type. Su Qing didn't stop the Little Qilin, and there's no need. Even if the Little Qilin really resurrected the old Qilin, and wanted to betray Su Qing in the future, it wouldn't be much of a problem for Su Qing. After a morning flight, Su Qing came to the Heavenly Mountain in the western region. First exit of the airport. Su Qing planned to get to know the Tianshan Snow Valley first, and at the third exit of the airport, a middle-aged man and an old man walked out. It was the 2,000 compasses and the 10,000 compasses. At the same time, they notified Abbot Jin Xian. At this moment, Abbot Jin Xian was on his way here. Abbot Jin Xian had been in the Tianshan Buddhist sect for many years and had set up various formations around Tianshan, so it was finally time to show off his skills. Su Qing's divine sense scanned the entire airport and stumbled upon the 2,000 compasses and 10,000 compasses. Come to Tianshan. Su Qing briefly observed the topography of Tianshan. The plan was to use the Heavenly Mountain spiritual vein to upgrade a wave and officially recover to Yuanying. By the time one reaches Yuanying, a qualitative change will be greeted. What demon emperor, what land god, would not be Su Qing's one-handed enemy? Snow Valley. Snow Valley Underground. It's a city of ice and snow. The area is vast and comparable to a large city. Temple of the Demon God. In the center of the hall, there was a statue of a vermilion bird. This vermilion bird statue was filled with flames and was terrifyingly terrifying. This place was the most sacred place of the Demon Clan, and other than the Demon Emperor, only the Demon Clan's 7 great protectors were qualified to come. The Phoenix Demon Emperor stood, his body dazzling with an endless radiance. A handsome man came from outside the main hall. It was none other than the Heavenly Wolf Protector of the 7 great protectors. The Heavenly Wolf Protector glanced at the Demon Emperor, envy showing in his eyes, and respectfully said, "Your Highness the Demon Emperor, there are 4 experts approaching the Heavenly Mountain. Soon, soon." The Demon Emperor did not answer the words of the Tian Lang Protector, but said strangely. The Sky Wolf Protector's pupils closed and released, and he said in horror, "Congratulations to His Highness the Demon Emperor." "No, congratulations to the Demon God." The Demon Emperor turned around and revealed his face. Those eyes were as light as clear water, in which there was a golden aura coalescing. A head of long blue hair like the ocean was spread out, and a white dress with a light yellow fluttering belt. Not a trace of demonic chi could be seen. Just let them come though. I would like to see just how much energy that old man Jin Xian has from the formation organs that he has set up in the Heavenly Mountain for so many years. The Demon Emperor's voice was clear, like the sound of raindrops on a stone that was so comforting. Tian Lang Protector nodded respectfully and then exited the Demon God Hall. Although His Highness the Demon Emperor wasn't worried, there was still a need to notify the other 6 protectors there. In fact, Abbot Jin Xian over the years often set up formations in the Tianshan Mountain, a thing the Demon Emperor and other senior management has long known, just to avoid the contract, did not act rashly. Now that a number of experts have come, they must have some premeditation. The Demon Emperor was also curious. Could it be that with just these 4 people, they dared to attack her Snow Valley? One must know that there were more than 30 demon kings in the underground city, hundreds of demon marshals, there are tens of thousands of demon generals and countless small demons. With this kind of lineup, unless Huaxia unleashed the ultimate missile, any organization that came would not be able to fight against Shuegu. The ultimate missile in the eyes of the demon race is none other than the nuclear bomb, reaching the demon god. Even if in the end, China really releases the ultimate missile, I'll be able to resist it, the Demon Emperor muttered. The Demon Emperor walked to the vermilion bird statue. A chirp sounded from the vermilion bird statue. Suddenly, the vermilion bird statue moves to the left. Behind the statue was an illusory blue energy gate. The gate was closed tightly, and there was an aura overflowing from it. The purity of this aura was even stronger than a spirit vein, and had even exceeded the scope of Blue Star's aura. The Demon Emperor attempted to open the gate. However, the door was tightly closed, and the Demon Emperor used all his demonic energy before opening a crack. The Demon Emperor greedily sucked in the overflowing pure aura. After absorbing the aura, there was still some unfulfilled desire. When will this gate be opened? I don't want to stay here. The Demon Emperor shook his head inside, whispering, Exit 5 of Tianshan Airport. A monk in a robe stepped out from it. This monk's face is old, but his face is rosy. There is a black mole in the center of his eyebrows. His cheeks are slender, but his ears are fat, and his waist is not bent, and he is spirited, and he does not look old at all. This person was none other than Abbot Jin Xian, the leader of the Tianshan Buddhist sect. Abbot Jin Xian absorbed 8 relics and had gained half of the golden body plastron, turning the golden body on, which was already enough to be comparable to a land deity. But even so, Abbot Jin Xian didn't dare to get tough with Su Qing. Su Qing had defeated the Buddha statues of the 6 heavenly kings, so who knew how strong they were today? Beside Abbot Jin Xian, there was also a red-robed priest with a handsome brow and a smile at the corner of his eyes at all times, looking very kind. Observing that his appearance was around 50 years old, but his true age had long surpassed 100. This is Abbot Jin Xian's old friend, Father Mamba, and the support that was brought in this time. Get out of the airport range. Abbot Jin Xian then saw 1,000 compasses and 10,000 compasses standing not far away. Long time no see, old friend. 1,000 compass held up his glasses and walked forward with a smile. The 1,000 compass kid is as mysterious as ever. I wonder how many layers of Qilin bloodline he possesses nowadays. Jin Xian laughed. It's 5 layers. It's not as good as the abbot's golden body. 1,000 compass shook his head, seemingly very dissatisfied with the 5th layer of the Qilin bloodline. It's still okay. It's a pity. If it weren't for the fact that that old thing Divine Tour was killed by Su Qing earlier, I would have been able to absorb 14 relics today. Abbot Jin Xian spoke in a cold voice. The Demon Emperor is here. At the mention of Su Qing and Divine Tour, Jin Xian had a burst of anger. One's a loser. One's a. It was clear that the matter of the Sherry Sun had nothing to do with Su Qing, but he still had to get involved. Otherwise, he could obtain the golden body irrigation of 14 sherds, and at that time, breaking through to the land immortals would simply be a breeze. Su Qing, the little Qilin has fallen into his hands. 1,000 compass laughed bitterly. What? The little Qilin was also taken away by Su Qing? Abbot Jin Xian simply wanted to curse. Master Ancestor has also competed with him. 1,000 compasses added. Abbot Jin Xian hurriedly looked at one compass and asked, Buddy One Compass, what about Su Qing and you? Are you sure about it? Miserable defeat. Killing me is like killing a chicken. One Compass said with extreme reluctance. Abbot Jin Xian was baffled. It was really hard to figure out what level Su Qing was at. One Compass is the oldest group of old guys. Even One Compass couldn't beat Su Qing and was killed like a chicken. This is the priest. Mr. Mamba, right, I've heard a lot about you. 1,000 Compass looked at the priest and smiled. Father Mamba will often attend the church's various foreign activities. For the language proficiency, the Chinese language will naturally speak. Said, you are welcome. When the time comes, we still need your help. Father Mamba was not here to help the 3,000 compasses against the Demon Emperor for nothing. There was one condition, and that was that after obtaining the Demon Emperor's blood, 1,000 compasses and 10,000 compasses needed to travel to the Sunset Kingdom to help the church deal with the demon god. The Devils, a large organization within the Sunset Kingdom, are dedicated to working against the church. The demon god and demon emperor levels were similar, but probably not as strong as the demon emperor. Father Mamba, is the late 8th level magician, converted into the Chinese realm, is in the great circle of the master, very strong. Abbot Jin Xian was now at the peak of the patriarchate and had obtained half a golden body, and at full strength, he was comparable to an early stage of a land deity. Thousand Compass, now is also the peak of the sect master, obtaining 5 layers of Qilin bloodline. Compulsion is unparalleled. Taoism is even more proficient, is China's top experts in a row. One Compass, on the other hand, was a true patriarchal grandmaster, and now that he had gained the 7th layer of the earth Qilin bloodline, he was even halfway to a land god. With a 4-man combo, this is a top-notch squad. In the whole of China, there weren't many people stronger than them, but even so, defeating the Demon Emperor was still not very certain in his heart. If you only seek to beat the blood of the Demon Emperor, the mission will be considered complete. When will we start moving out? It has to be before it's too late. In case the Demon Emperor finds out and the Demon Emperor hides and doesn't come out, we can't risk entering the underground city. Abbot Jin Xian was worried. He had lived in the Heavenly Mountain for several decades, and he had a slight semblance of knowledge about the strength of the Demon Emperor. It can only be described as unbeatable. I don't know. How did the senior management of the Huaxia country back then defeat the Demon Emperor and force him to sign the contract? I can only say that the hidden strength of the country is unfathomable. At night, the Demon Emperor won't stay in the underground city for a long period of time and will definitely return to Snow Valley to rest. Thousand Compasses judged. The underground city is the habitat of the demon race, and the Demon Emperor would head to the Demon God's temple in the underground city while practicing. After practicing, the Demon Emperor would return to the snowy valley on the ground. The Snow Valley was in the center of the Tianshan mountain range, so they could make an ambush in advance. I have a hunch that the Demon Emperor probably already knows we're here. Suddenly, One Compass said seriously, yes, this kind of powerful creatures, as long as there is a human powerhouse close by, they can sense it. Back then, when the Pope and I traveled to the land of the Demon God, the Demon God had sensed it a long time ago. Father Mamba nodded his head and responded. Abbot Jin Xian sneered. What are you afraid of? The big thing is to run if you can't beat them. After the 4 of them discussed the matter, they headed to the surroundings of the Snow Valley and waited for the Demon Emperor to return. Snow Valley. Su Qing was right here to observe the extent to which the Earth's veins contain spiritual qi. Suddenly, Su Qing felt the aura of the 10,000 compasses. On top of that, there were 3 unfamiliar scents. Each breath was strong, an aura similar to that of the 10,000 companions. One was a Buddhist aura, and the other, even stronger, was the smell of magic. Foreigners? Su Qing was surprised. How is it that One Compass still hangs out with foreign powerhouses? Su Qing hid his own aura and observed from the sidelines. It wasn't long before they saw the 4 One companions spreading out their positions, each standing in a different location. Is that Jin Shen? Su Qing was unable to double-check. With such a magnificent Buddha Chi on his body, and the Buddha Chi of the Sherpa protecting his body, even if it wasn't Jin Shen, it was still very much related to Jin Shen. Father God. Su Qing recognized the identity of the priest. After all, that red dress couldn't fool anyone. These 4 are sneaky, and they don't look like they're up to any good. Looking at the 4 people hiding their forms and breaths, Su Qing could guess some of it. It's probably trying to assassinate the Demon Emperor. That's good. If these 4 people can hold off the Demon Emperor, they'll head to the underground city in Snow Valley to find the passageway that little Qilin spoke of. Su Qing thought. Su Qing didn't intend to keep staying here any longer, so he continued to search for a suitable spirit vein address, preparing to directly absorb it and impact a wave of Yuaning stage. By the time we reach the Yuaning stage, everything will be nothing. It's getting dark. The Demon Emperor still had no intention of coming out of the underground city, but the 4,000 compasses were patient and took their time waiting. Su Qing had also found a suitable spirit vein location and was absorbing it frantically, and as soon as the Demon Emperor's side stirred, he would head to the underground city. Dawn. The Demon Emperor has not yet returned to Snow Valley. Just wait. The Demon Emperor will definitely come back even if she knows we're waiting here. She won't be afraid of us. Jin Xian knew the Demon Emperor's character. The Demon Emperor was a self-improving demon, or else he wouldn't have turned from a sparrow into the phoenix he was today. The Demon Emperor's experience was more exciting than any other. The Demon Emperor will come. It's dark again. 1 o'clock in the morning. A white figure flew out of the ground and stayed in the sky, looking down at the underground. The Demon Emperor is here. That long white dress, bright in the night sky, was like the bright moon. Come out. The Demon Emperor snapped. Even if the Demon Emperor knew that there was an ambush outside, she still came. Just because she's the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor would not fear anyone. Ha ha ha. The Demon Emperor has good guts. Abbot Jin Xian took the lead and flew out, smiling broadly, hovering opposite the Demon Emperor, Buddhist light converging behind him, forming a 100-foot large Buddha body behind him. Priest Mamba flew out from his position behind the Demon Emperor. and lightning raged from the magic staff in his hand, enveloping him as if he were a thunder god descending. Thousand Compass jumped out from the left side of the demon emperor, and a huge centipede emerged behind him, which contained a powerful poisonous aura, with countless arms and legs moving, looking terrifying. To the right, a black, beast-like scorpion climbed up, the pair of pincers clicking and clacking, its tail wagging like a seductive messenger, while one compass stood on top of the scorpion's head. The four faced the demon emperor without any trial and error. Out of the blue is the strongest stance. Strive to take out the demon emperor's blood in the shortest time possible. For petty people, and they also presume to ambush me. The demon emperor snapped, and a blood-red phoenix rose behind him as endless blood aura filled the air. For a while, the snow was melted throughout the snowy valley. Vastness like the sea rose up. Take the blood of the emperor of demons. The veins of the Tianshan mountains. Su Qing's breath continued to climb, just a hair's breadth away from stepping into Yuaning. But what a spiritual vein can bring is minimal anymore. Su Qing sensed the movement of the snow valley, golden pupil peeping. Finally the fight is over and I'm going to do my thing. Su Qing took a step and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, Su Qing had already arrived at the underground city behind the snow valley. With a light step, Su Qing crossed the barrier and directly entered the underground city. Demon kings are quite numerous. Su Qing's divine sense searched, and after being guided by the little Qilin, he arrived at the demon god hall. In front of the gate of the demon god temple, there were two demon kings playing chess. A demon king, in an ordinary mountain, could be a chief, but in this temple of the demon god, one can only look at the gate. From this, it could be seen that this demon god's hall definitely hid a big secret. The two demon kings, one being the leopard king and the other being the mountain penetrating king, had been able to fully transform into human forms. I heard that the demon emperor went to deal with the four human experts in the outside world. This group of humans really don't know what's good for them. It's just a matter of forcing us into this underground city, and now they want to come to our door. It's really abominable. The mountain-piercing king hissed. Humph. Those four people also dared to strike out at the demon emperor. They simply don't know how to die. How could they know that Lord Demon Emperor has entered a higher realm? The leopard king laughed disdainfully. Among humans, the highest realm by far is that of the land immortals. But nowadays, except for the one in Yanjing, no one could fully step into the land god realm. The demon emperor has entered the demon emperor realm decades ago, and now promoted again. If not afraid of the human ultimate weapon, must be half of the world with the human. While the two demon kings were chatting away, Su Qing set up a shielding formation, destroyed the communication system, performed a small stealth technique, held his breath, and tried to sneak into the demon god's hall. But it underestimated the two demon kings that were watching. Who dares to trespass into the demon god hall? The two demon kings instantly spotted Su Qing's figure, and with a flash of light waves within the demon god hall, Su Qing's figure appeared high in the air. Humans, how bold! The leopard king grunted coldly and triggered the alarm system, but the alarm system had just been sabotaged by Su Qing. Nowadays, there were only these two demon kings in the vicinity of the demon god temple. Seeing that he had been discovered, Su Qing's breath rose sharply, and he instantly broke through to the land immortals as two beams of light shot out, killing the two demon kings in one blow. Time was running out, so Su Qing could only go all out. Right now, Su Qing was still able to conceal his aura with the help of his realm crushing. If he waited for the demon emperor and the other demon kings to arrive, Su Qing would have no choice but to fight a bloody battle. Entering the demon god hall, Su Qing saw the vermilion bird statue. Su Qing released the little Qilin and looked at the vermilion bird statue, saying, "The other world is this vermilion bird statue, and this vermilion bird isn't from the blue star. It's from another world. This vermilion bird is a path through other worlds?" Su Qing looked left and right, unable to see the pattern. Bust him. The little Qilin sensed the strange and found the hidden secret and suddenly shouted. Su Qing didn't hesitate and blasted out a fist, but the vermilion bird only trembled, unharmed. More power. The little unicorn was speechless. Nameless sect. Vajra fist. Su Qing's fist transformed into a golden color, as hard as a mountain stone, and his fist blasted out to bring up a wave of golden ripples. A rumble sounded as the vermilion bird statue broke a wing. Su Qing continuously threw out several punches, finally bursting half of the vermilion bird statue's body. At this moment, an illusory blue gate was revealed behind the vermilion bird. That's it. The little Qilin's eyes showed yearning. Su Qing's body trembled as he walked up to the gate and laughed out loud. Finally, hands grasping the door, Su Qing's veins on his arms were exposed. His breath rose like blood pressure, and the door was finally grasped open to a tiny doorway. A Dharma phase coalesced behind Su Qing. The huge palms of the Dharma phase's hands simultaneously raked the gate, opening up an arm-sized space. Su Qing was overjoyed, putting the little Qilin away and turning around into a stream of light to enter inside the gate. Snow Valley. 4 phallic beasts 100 feet tall stood, and in the middle of them was a blood phoenix. The demon emperor was very strong, but limited by the contract. The power he could erupt was limited, and at best, he was only in the middle stage of a land god immortal. The demon emperor stood on the head of the blood phoenix and suddenly frowned in the direction of the underground city. That bastard dared to break into my demon god's hall and spoil my vermilion bird god statue. The demon emperor no longer tangled with the 4 and turned around, ready to leave. Kill. Seeing the demon emperor's mood change, 1,000 compasses seized this opportunity, and the centipede behind him soared up and landed on that blood phoenix's wings, looping up around the blood phoenix's body. Thunder judgment. Father Mamba raised the magic staff in his hand and a thunderbolt fell as if it were a rope, entangling the blood phoenix. The Buddha's light is universal. Abbot Jin Xian pulled out a mantle, which floated in the hands of the great Buddha, and that huge arm pressed the mantle down on the top of the blood phoenix's head like a prime. A golden circle of light fell layer by layer, controlling the blood phoenix. Unbridled, the demon emperor drank coldly, and the blood phoenix roared harshly, its body's blood chi soaring. The centipede began to shatter, one leg and foot crumbling and exploding. Cracks were also gradually showing on that mantle, causing Jin Xian's heart to ache. The thunder rope tied to the blood phoenix was also dissipating. The demon emperor's eyes showed a bloody light, not expecting these few scumbags to be so strong. At full strength, it was surprisingly able to hold her down. One must know that he was a demon emperor, the peak of a land goddess. Surprisingly, he was trapped by 4 patriarchs. Wanko, quick, it can't hold out much longer. Seeing that the mantle was about to shatter completely, Abbot Jinxian let out a stern cry. One compass looked stern, his dry arm moved, and the giant scorpion behind him let out a low roar. The hooks on its tail were like those stretching chains, fiercely stabbing at the back of that blood phoenix. The blood phoenix and the demon emperor were connected. The demon emperor frowned. You dare to take my blood? Clank! The blood phoenix hissed as an aura that had never been encountered before enveloped down. The mantle exploded with a bang. The Buddha statue also turned into a point of light. The thunder went out and the centipede's legs and feet broke. The scorpion was like a blow. The 4 scrambled back, fear showing in their eyes. Demon God Realm. One companion's face turned blue. The Demon God Realm, which corresponded to the first turn of the landing mortals among humans. Currently, in the entirety of China, there was not a single terrestrial immortal first turn. Demon God. Dead. The rumors are true. The demon emperor has really become a demon god. Abbot Jin Xian's complexion crumbled. A demon god-like being? Father Mamba was ashen. At this moment, even with the contractual restrictions, the demon emperor was able to exert his full strength. Madaka! The blood phoenix chirped as monstrous flames rose. Abbot Jin Xian's 4 people didn't dare to fight again and fled frantically. However, the endless flames surrounded the 4 people and they were unable to get out of the trap. That fiery breath quickly absorbed what was left of the internal energy within the 4. All 4 refined their essence blood, begging for a final survival. Mud! I'm really going to die this time. Abbot Jin Xian began to curse angrily. The 10,000 compasses were also desperately trying to catalyze the Chilan's power, but against the demon god, it had minimal effect. Asshole! The demon god coldly glanced at the 4, and unexpectedly turned around and headed towards the underground city, no longer releasing flames to kill them. The Tianyan realm is in chaos. Abbot Jin Xian will be the whole body essence blood are ready to refine against the flame, but saw the flame actually gradually become less, and the demon god even ran away. The demon god ran away. 1,000 compasses froze. The demon god went to the underground city, and it seems that there are people even more excessive than us causing trouble in the underground city. One compass revealed a smile. Stop talking and run, or the demon god will come later. Abbot Jin Xian turned around and ran away, not bothering with 1,000 compasses and 10,000 compasses. As for that priest Mamba, he's long gone nowhere. One compass stretched out his hand, and in his palm was a drop of blood that burned with flames, the blood of a demon god. Although it was an essence blood, a demon god could be much stronger than a demon emperor. This drop of blood fused with the Chilan blood in 10,000 beasts' blood. The 10th layer of the Chilan bloodline was just around the corner. Ha 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 ha. One compass laughed up at the sky and quickly left the snowy valley. Snow Valley Underground City. Someone has broken into the demon god's hall. Look! The Heavenly Wolf Protector was finally the one who realized that the demon god's palace had been invaded. The Heavenly Lion Protector brought 10 demon kings. The Heavenly Tiger Protector also brought his subordinates. The remaining 4 protectors likewise came with a large force. Search, surround the demon god temple. The head earthly Heavenly Elephant Protector commanded. Yes, a group of demon martial demon kings blocked the demon god hall. An ant couldn't get out. Heavenly Wolf, Heavenly Lion, Heavenly Tiger, Heavenly Rhinoceros, follow me into the demon god hall. Heavenly Crocodile and Heavenly Bear guard the gate, and the rest of you guard the outside of the demon god hall. The heavenly elephant's brow crossed as he drank coldly. The 5 protectors entered the demon god's hall and saw the vermilion bird statue shatter. That person has entered the heavenly diffusion realm, Skywolf said in a cold voice. The heavenly elephant protector also found it unbelievable. What kind of person even has the ability to enter the heavenly diffusion realm? The heavenly diffusion realm is the world behind this gate. Even the demon emperor could only open just a crack. The demon emperor is here. It's the demon god. Only a crimson beam of light fell, and the pupils of the Skywolf protector shrank. Demon god. The major protectors were overjoyed, although they had long known that the demon emperor's promotion had been completed, but it was the first time that they had met the power of the demon god that had really been revealed. Demon god. Someone has entered the heavenly diffusion realm, the heavenly elephant protector said coldly. See who it is? The demon god's beautiful eyes knitted. No, when we came in, that person had already disappeared. Tian Lang protector said. All stand guard. Whoever comes out, kill without pardon. The demon god sat down and restored his own earthly aura. He had just broken the demon god boundary and spent quite a bit of power. Otherwise it wouldn't have been much more difficult to kill the 4-1 compasses in a second. Coupled with the fact that the contract more or less restricts her a bit, the demon god doesn't bother with the 4. Later, there's still plenty of time. As time passed and an hour passed, the demon god stood up. In that instant, a sound of a shackle being unlocked suddenly emanated from the demon god's body. It's the covenant that's been broken. Congratulations to the demon god for breaking through the contract restrictions. The 5 great protectors shared their respect. At the same time, in Yanjing, a young man suddenly opened his long-closed eyes, gazed towards the western region, and disappeared between flashes of his figure. The heavenly diffusion realm. This was the world behind the gate inside the demon god's temple. Su Qing passed through countless space-time passages, seeing countless small worlds on his way, a flash of light and shadow. Extremely marvelous. There are various species in the small world, not the least of which are humans, but under the rush of the temporal turbulence, Su Qing didn't dare to act without authorization. An accidental fall into a small world is still lucky. If he was strangled by the space-time turbulence, he would die without a burial place. Following the shuttle settings within the gate, Su Qing flew through the space-time channel for half an hour before he was entangled in a small world by an attractive force. Boom! A thunderbolt fell, smoke scattered, and Su Qing landed on a high mountain. Beside Su Qing, there was an energy light door. Su Qing's divine sense briefly dispersed, realizing that this was a small world similar to Blue Star. Demonic beasts and humans coexisted within this small world, with each side occupying half of the territory. There was a mountain gate just off in the distance called Devil King Mountain. Su Qing took a few steps and appeared in front of the Devil King Mountain gate. The guards were 2 demon soldier-level goblins, a dog and a rabbit. Su Qing extracted the memories of these 2 demon soldiers and briefly checked them. However, the 2 demon soldiers had very few memories and basically moved around. Su Qing entered the mountain gate. Soon, a group of demon soldiers surrounded Su Qing. You humans still dare to enter my demon clan's territory. You're simply looking for death. A tiger-headed demonic marshal walked head-on, looking at Su Qing with disdain. Su Qing laughed. How come humans can't enter your demon race's domain? Ha 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 ha. Your humans' refined void realm powerhouses were all decimated by my clan's powerhouses, and you can still ask these words. That tiger-headed demon marshal laughed coldly. Su Qing's complexion changed slightly. A void refiner? There were actually void refining powerhouses within this small world? Su Qing was at the god transformation stage in the 9 heavens continent, and it was in order to break through to refine void, hence his fall. But now there were void refining powerhouses in this small world. It was hard to believe. Su Qing didn't bother to say much to these little goblins as he gripped the neck of this tiger-headed demon marshal and sucked the memories from its mind. The other lesser demons were directly shocked on the spot, not daring to move. As soon as Su Qing threw the tiger-head demon marshal away, he turned around and left. The tiger-headed demon marshal's brain buzzed. He really couldn't understand what this kind of strong person was pretending to be in a small ravine like theirs when he didn't go to the front line. Absorbing the memories of the tiger-head demon marshal, Su Qing roughly understood the basic situation of this small world. This small world was called the Heavenly Diffusion Realm. The current territory where Su Qing was located was the border, and the aura was thin, no different from the Blue Star. Importantly, the human race and the demon race have recently gone to war. The highest leader of the human race, the Void Refining Realm Powerhouse, was killed. Su Qing kept rushing towards the center area of the Heavenly Diffusion Realm, hoping to pick up a leak. A world with a refined void realm must have treasures in abundance. If he could pick up a spiritual immortal weapon, he would be rich. Su Qing stumbled upon some goblins on the road and learned more after checking their memories. After the demon race killed the human race's void refining realm powerhouses, they attacked the human race in force, and the human race lost miserably. 80% of the human race had been killed, and the strongest were nearly dead, with only a few caramels left. As for the remaining human race, they were driven to the southernmost edge of the small world. Nowadays, Su Qing's location was the western side of the Tianyan realm, not far from the southern side, but he had to fly for more than a day. Su Qing was also too lazy to search the battlefield for treasures. The human race had lost miserably, and the battlefield must have been filled with strong demon race members. With Su Qing's current strength, he would have to walk around when he met a Yuanying expert. In case he met a transformation spirit realm demon race, he wouldn't be able to die. The further towards the center you go, the more dense the aura becomes. The aura was hundreds of times stronger compared to that of Blue Star. Su Qing detected a spirit stone mine nearby, under the jurisdiction of a nearby demon emperor realm great demon. That demon emperor great demon went to the center battlefield to participate in the war. No demon could pay attention to Su Qing. Killing the demon marshal guarding the spirit stone mine, Su Qing set up a formation around it and secretly entered it to absorb the spiritual qi. Jin Dan into Yuanying requires a massive amount of spiritual qi. Although it was one step away from stepping into Yuanying, the consumption of aura was too strong. Su Qing had finished absorbing all of this spirit stone mine, and felt that he was still a hair short. One doesn't do it. One doesn't rest. Su Qing killed all the goblins on this mountain and absorbed all the rest of the spirit stone mines. But even so, entering the Yuanying was still insufficient. Su Qing left this mountain and continued on to the vicinity of the central battlefield, hoping to stumble upon something good. Eagle of the First Heavenly Kingdom, c. 1150 to 1224, the Heavenly Diffusion Realm, Southwest Territory. 8 streams of light flying forward. Look at their clothing and appearance. Is the human race of the cultivators? Mostly young people. Cultivation are all in the Jindan or so. Strength is extraordinary. A few hundred miles away from it, there is a handsome divine eagle soaring at high speed. He is covered with gray feathers with luster. 2 sharp claws are as sharp as a blade. A pair of huge wings will bring up a hurricane every time they are incited, and his body will immediately jump several miles. That speed is really unimaginable. How dare a few of our human race juniors? How dare they take advantage of the war and sneak into my demon race to steal a supreme treasure? Living out of patience, that handsome divine eagle let out a chirp from its mouth, as if it was shaking the sky. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred miles, the 8 humanoids flying in front of them immediately trembled when they heard this voice, and their speed slightly slowed down a lot due to its influence. As they slowed down, they could gradually see the silhouettes in his 8 streams of light. Among them, the head of the young man, head wearing a feather crown, wearing a brocade robe, look with arrogance, extraordinary temperament, is a long time in a high position. The youth said with a cold snort, if you have the ability, keep chasing after them, and when you meet the mighty cultivators of my human race, let's see if you still dare to chase after them. Saying that, the youth turned his hand and pulled out another acceleration charm from his clothes. Under the support of the accelerating talisman, the speed of the 8 people instantly increased by a large margin. But the consumption of spiritual qi was extremely huge, and after flying for thousands of kilometers at most, they would run out of spiritual qi. However, the divine eagle behind him was a mid-Yuanying demon race, and his strength was one of the best in the same realm, so if he was caught by it, it would be certain death. That Yuanying divine eagle's speed also enhanced by a few points at the same time. Laughing coldly, your human race's refined void cultivators have all been killed. What other mighty cultivators can there be? A few of you will hand over your treasures, and you'll still be given a quick death. Catch up with us, that handsome youth disdainfully said, once again pulling out an accelerating talisman to assist. The current realm speed being boosted to the limit. Continuing to add more will only cause the body to collapse. However, the speed of the Yuanying divine eagle behind him did not decrease, and was even getting faster and faster. When the remaining few people saw this, a look of fear surfaced on their faces. The 8 of them belonged to the same clan, the Haotian clan. But unfortunately the Haotian clan was destroyed by the demon clan, so they discussed taking advantage of the fact that the attention of the demon clan was all on the front line, and sneak into the demon clan to steal the most precious treasure. However, he didn't expect that the supreme treasure had been stolen, only to be discovered by a Yuanying figure. There is no choice but to run away from the day. The handsome young man who was conversing with the Yuanying divine eagle was the eldest senior brother of the Haotian sect, and his strength was the Jin Dan Great Circle, just one step away from ascending to Yuanying. 3 of them were at the peak of Jin Dan, and the remaining 4 were all around the middle Jin Dan stage. With a formation like theirs, facing the Yuanying divine eagle, it was only a matter of time before the team was exterminated. Eldest brother, 1. 500 miles to the west, there is a temporary human settlement. Should we send a support signal to them? A well-mannered middle-aged man, who was also the second senior brother, looked at the youth beside him and inquired, 1,500 miles, yes, send out a distress signal and head west. That eldest brother pondered for a moment and immediately agreed. According to their current speed, 1. 500 miles would be a matter of an hour, and their spiritual energy would be able to support them completely. The 8 turned and fled toward the west. Seeing this, the Yuaning Divine Eagle from 100 miles away only hesitated for half a minute before sprinting in pursuit once again. The vicinity was all their demon race's domain, so even if there were cultivators of the human race hiding, they wouldn't be very strong. I'm sure, the strength was at most comparable to his, because the top human powerhouses were almost killed. There were only a few old ancestors left languishing, unable to raise much of a storm, trying to run away with my demon clan's greatest treasure. Delusional, the Yuaning Divine Eagle sneered, a piece of red golden feather on the top of its head spreading an impact. This feather was the feather of a void refining realm powerhouse. It was a top-level spiritual treasure with the effect of speed boosting. With the spiritual treasure's boost, the Divine Eagle's speed once again increased by several points. Catching up with the few remaining members of the Hautian sect was a breeze. Half an hour has passed. The primordial Divine Eagle still didn't give up. At this moment, the 8 remaining members of the Hautian sect were only 10 miles away. The Divine Eagle's wings retracted and manifested a young man clad in gray. The man's eyebrows were horizontal, his hair was gray, his cheeks were thin, and his lips were slightly thin, and 2 gray beams of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the layers of spatial limitations, striking behind the 8 remaining members of the Hautian sect with a loud bang, causing a wave of gray light. The 8-person formation was unbeatable and was instantly broken, falling heavily onto a large mountain with a bang, breaking countless rubble, each to his own defense. Spread out and run away. Hautian sect's eldest senior brother quickly flew up. Seeing that the acceleration talisman was broken by a single blow, it was too late to open the formation plus the talisman again, so he could only let out a cold shout. Seeing this, those few disciples with lower cultivation didn't dare to say anything more. They got up and ran. Senior brother, if we can live, then I'll see you in Dragon Quest Valley. The second senior brother of the Hautian sect shouted in a low voice, instantly opening a talisman and disappearing in place. The Yuaning Divine Eagle following behind him snorted. A few people's acceleration formation had been broken, so how could they still outrun him? The elemental infant god eagle turned his hand and took out a huge tripod, which weighed 10 million pounds, with layers of golden patterns engraved on it, and a xuanwu on top of it, spinning and swaying. This golden giant cauldron is the human big brother's top spiritual weapon, and was later obtained by the demon clan's god realization stage demon. This time to chase, the Yuaning Divine Eagle was afraid of accidents, so he borrowed this giant cauldron. Heaven's End Cauldron. Suppress. The primordial Divine Eagle chirped, and the giant tripod in its hand flew up, quickly enveloping the space within a 10-mile radius, forming an isolating light that was impenetrable. Bang! The second elder brother, who had just used a talisman to escape, was squeezed out of the space. The remaining few disciples were even forced out, with no way to retreat. That eldest senior brother even exerted all of his strength, but he still couldn't break the restrictions of the giant cauldron. Eldest brother, it's a top-grade spirit weapon. It can't be broken. A disciple reminded that using up aura for nothing would only make oneself more dangerous. Damn it, assholes, trash. The eldest senior brother cursed angrily, not knowing who he was cursing. With the help of the giant cauldron, the primordial Divine Eagle floated high in the sky. Run? Why don't you run? The primordial Divine Eagle snorted. Hautian sect combined attack formation. Fight to the death. The 8 Hautian sect disciples performed a combined attack formation and tangled with the Yuaning Divine Eagle. Several lights flashed, and the Yuaning Divine Eagle instantly gained the upper hand. The gap between a realm was especially huge, especially between Jindan and Yuaning. It was a world of difference. In the middle of the entanglement between the Yuaning Divine Eagle and the Hautian sect's disciples, Su Qing appeared out of nowhere. Su Qing was also puzzled. Clearly he was searching high up in the sky for signs of the nearby demon race, but he didn't expect that his body would be uncontrollable, forcibly pulled here by a strange energy. Just as he felt that strange force disappear, Su Qing saw the Yuaning Divine Eagle and the 8th disciple of the Hautian sect fighting. A Yuaning powerhouse? Su Qing was surprised. Dealings. I didn't expect to see a Yuaning cultivator here. However, this Yuaning cultivator should be a demonic beast. At this moment, Su Qing's appearance also caught the attention of the Yuaning Divine Eagle and the others. What human? A Jindan stage human? The primordial Divine Eagle's gaze swept. Who is it? The Hautian sect's senior brother was also startled. Sorry, you guys fight yourselves. I was just passing by attracted by this giant tripod. Su Qing was stunned and said with a faint smile. Su Qing did not wait for the words of the crowd ground, pulled out the Suho bead, topped it on that blocked space. The spiritual energy surged and inspired. The space shattered with a bang, turned around and walked out of the range of the giant cauldron. That giant cauldron was a top-tier spiritual treasure though, while the Suho bead was a heaven-level magic treasure. but the giant tripod is, after all, the supreme treasure of the human race. Su Qing's previous life as a god realization cultivator, for these non-self-ground supreme treasure is very understanding, but also can easily find out where its weaknesses are. The Suiho Pearl is a magic treasure, but the fusion with the Jade Seal is also a spiritual treasure. As long as Su Qing's cultivation improves, the level of the Suiho Pearl will rise in tandem. Otherwise, Su Qing, as an ordinary Jindan cultivator, would need to spend a lot of time to break the giant tripod's restricted space. What? The primordial divine eagle looked dumbfounded. This was a top-tier spiritual treasure, but it was easily broken open by a Jindan. Haotian Sek's elder brother's eyebrows flashed, and he hurriedly shouted, "This old senior, wait, can you save us? I'll send you a top-level spiritual treasure, which contains immortal chi. If the opportunity is enough, it can evolve into an immortal weapon." This top-grade spirit treasure was the one they had just stolen from the demon race. "Asshole, how dare you!" The primordial divine eagle shouted angrily and slapped his palm out, increasing his aura output. The 8 people from the Haotian sect immediately felt the pressure multiply. Su Qing laughed lightly. "Of course you can, but you need to give me your spiritual treasures first, and for the sake of being of the same human race, I can help you deal with this eagle. Senior, I hope you can keep your word." The Haotian sect's eldest senior brother endured the pain and took out a spirit sword, which had an internalized breath and a jade-like appearance, with a long and slender sword body that was extremely bright. This spirit sword was rather like a woman's personal spirit sword. "If you dare, I will break you into pieces." The elemental infant divine eagle's gaze was sinister as it coldly gazed at Su Qing. Hospitable. Su Qing once again penetrated into the confines of the giant cauldron, reaching out and hooking his hand. The spirit sword in the hands of the Haotian sect's eldest senior brother flew up and landed in his hands. Su Qing put away that spirit sword and flipped his hand to take out the jade seal. King's Landing. Su Qing raised the jade seal, and the imperial chi remaining in the jade seal erupted, whooshing a beam of light up into the sky, breaking the restrictions of that giant cauldron. This jade seal was at the side of the first emperor, and the power of the imperial chi in it was simple and powerful, so it could not be compared to the small aura. At the same time, this was also the quickest way to break through the spatial restrictions of the giant tripod. Although he had used up some of his royal chi, it was not bad to exchange it for a spirit weapon with an immortal base. Ha 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 ha, Senior really keeps his word. The Haotian sect's senior brother laughed out loud. "I didn't realize that a random old man picked up on the side of the road could be so powerful. Hand over the spirit sword, or even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll be dead." The Yuaning divine eagle's face flushed red as he coldly rebuked. Su Qing said helplessly, "TSK, this can't be helped, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Su Qing turned around and disappeared. The Haotian sect's senior brother laughed coldly and said, "Divine eagle, now that the spirit sword is in his hands, we'll leave first." The primordial divine eagle slapped out a palm, but it was painless for the 8 people of the Haotian sect, afraid that Su Qing would run away. The Yuaning divine eagle had to release these losers from the Haotian sect. The people of the Haotian sect lost their spirit swords, but they also felt extremely excited as they gained life. Without waiting for the Yuaning divine eagle to go after Su Qing, the 8 people from the Haotian sect cast talismans and ran away. Without any hesitation, the primordial divine eagle chased after Su Qing in the direction he ran. Not long after the Yuaning divine eagle left, the 8 people of the Haotian sect once again returned to their original location. Looking at the departing figure of the Yuaning divine eagle, the Haotian sect's senior brother fell into deep thought. Eldest senior brother, handing over the spirit sword to that Jindan cultivator just now, wouldn't we be working for nothing? Second senior brother hesitated for a moment, but still said, they had taken great pains to sneak into the important areas of the demon race, spent countless spirit talismans, and passed through many dangers before stealing this spiritual treasure, and used up their body's spiritual chi to escape for several hours, and in the end, the spiritual sword even fell into someone else's hands, and they were not willing to do so. Su Qing had saved their lives, but this was a deal. Without the spirit sword, Su Qing wouldn't be able to save each other. If they submitted their spirit swords to the human bigwigs, they might have a chance to travel to other worlds and survive. Now the entire heavenly diffusion realm was almost reduced to a demonic beast world. The only chance to live is to escape this realm, but the number of people who can leave is limited. The spirit sword was the chance for those of them to escape. Not anymore. It was also proof that sooner or later, they would be killed by the demonic beasts. It's just a matter of time. It's really not a good idea. The Haotian sect's senior brother could not bear it in his heart, and gritted his teeth. Slowly follow us up, and let's try to be a fisherman. What do you guys think? Su Qing's apparent realm was at Jindan, but from the fact that Su Qing could easily open the giant cauldron's spatial restrictions, Su Qing was definitely hiding his strength. The exact abilities were unclear, But the only thing that was certain was that Su Qing also didn't have the means to kill the Yuaning Divine Eagle, or else it wouldn't have slipped away so quickly. At most, Su Qing was in the middle Yuaning stage, or a bit lower. I agree, we're all going to die anyway, might as well put up a last fight. The second brother agreed, shouting. The rest of the disciples, seeing the situation, couldn't refute it. Now that the outside was full of demon clans, it was dangerous to walk alone. Might as well be with Big Brother, much safer. The 8 of them combining their attacks were unable to defeat the Yuaning, but a Yuaning that was injured or had consumed too much aura still had a chance to compete. After deciding, the 8 people of the Haotian sect quickly followed, 50 miles away. You can't run away. The primordial divine eagle once again transformed into the state of a divine eagle, soaring between heaven and earth. Su Qing also increased his speed to the extreme. It's also tricky. This divine eagle was not ordinary, with 2 top-grade spiritual treasures on its body, and its strength in the middle stage of Yuaning was hardened to be comparable to the peak of Yuaning. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, it was that he was afraid of attracting the attention of the other demon clan bigwigs. This heaven-diffracting realm was filled with demon clans, so it would be troublesome if he bumped into a demon bigwig. Just don't chase me, you can't beat me if you catch up, so why bother? Su Qing smiled helplessly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're a Jindan, how can the seat not be able to defeat you? The firstborn divine eagle chirped. Before coming out, the Yuaning divine eagle made a guarantee to the upper head that it would be able to bring back the spirit sword, and he was given 2 top-grade spiritual weapons, the giant cauldron and the golden feather. If this was the case, and he couldn't even bring back the spirit sword, and it was taken away by a Jindan stage, how could he still have the face to face the demon clan? Su Qing was just about to say something when he suddenly realized something. Why are these 8 little guys still coming after us? Unsuspicious. Ha! Su Qing's divine sense spread out, and he immediately detected the 8 people from the Haotian sect chasing after him. Chapter 67, Changes at Fengshan Mountain Villa. How dare these 8 assholes come after us, trying to catch a fish? The talent of the elemental infant divine eagle has a superb sense of God, coupled with the golden feathered spiritual treasure on top of its head. In terms of sense of God, it is not inferior to Su Qing by much. These 8 little guys aren't good people. Why don't we join forces to get rid of this little guy first? Su Qing could naturally tell what the 8 people of the Haotian sect had in mind. Ha ha ha, you human race is interesting. Then I'll cooperate with you for a while. The primordial divine eagle laughed coldly, surprisingly agreeing to Su Qing's joining forces. The Yuaning divine eagle couldn't see Su Qing's true strength, but it was definitely not inferior to him. Joining hands with him, he strangled the 8 people of the Haotian sect in a matter of seconds. How about this? The Jindan Grand Circle to you, 3 Jindan peaks to me, and the remaining 4 to be divided in pairs. Su Qing laughed lightly. 3 Jindan peaks could definitely be compared to 1 Jindan Great Circle. Su Qing didn't pit the Yuaning divine eagle in this piece. After all, Great Perfection and Peak were both the same to Su Qing. The rest of the middle and early Jindan stages were just a matter of waving their hands. Humph! The primordial divine eagle snorted, but didn't refuse. Su Qing's figure gradually merged with the rocks next to him, making it impossible to see the trail, and the Yuaning divine eagle's body changed, surprisingly hiding in space. After a few minutes, 8 disciples from the Haotian sect arrived. Eldest brother, how come we can't find any trace of their land? The second senior brother of the Haotian sect asked in doubt. Crap! Before eldest brother could escape, a huge tripod fell from the sky and collected the 3 people inside. At this moment, the remaining few disciples still wanted to run. A jade seal flew up and a curtain of light fell down, encircling the 5 disciples and forming a field. Damn it, Yuaning divine eagle. Old man, you're backstabbing us, that eldest senior brother said angrily. You few assholes still want to be fishermen. Do you have that qualification? The primordial divine eagle appeared and blasted out with a single punch. A disciple burst into pieces on the spot, blood and flesh splattering. On the other side, Su Qing stood proudly. Senior, we just wanted to follow to see if you need help. Absolutely no other thoughts. Senior, spare your life. The second elder brother was close to kneeling on the ground. Then I may have misjudged you guys. Su Qing smiled faintly. That second elder brother's face was delighted as he hurriedly said, Elder, we'll leave now, and definitely not follow anymore. Well, then you will go, and I will send you to the west. Nameless sect immortal technique. Hegemony fist. Su Qing's face smiled as a giant fist through the sky descended from the sky. That second senior brother and a few other disciples were quite happy to hear Su Qing's words in front of them, but the words that followed made them stiffen. That vast giant fist carried the flavor of immortal chi on it, causing several people to not be able to put up any resistance at all. This isn't some kind of Jindan. This is even stronger than a Yuaning. As the fists fell, the 2 early Jindan stages of the Haotian sect were instantly turned into debris. and the remaining 3 peak Jindan stages were smashed into pieces after merely resisting for a moment. Su Qing's gaze flickered as he instantly rushed inside that giant cauldron. At this moment, the Yuaning Divine Eagle held the neck of that Haotian sect's senior brother and grabbed him to death. Su Qing blasted out a fist, ruthlessly smashing it behind the Yuaning Divine Eagle's body. Damn it, how did you get there so fast? The Yuaning Divine Eagle's body fell violently, exploding into a deep pit on the ground. He likewise had the same intention of sneaking up on Su Qing, but he didn't expect Su Qing to take care of the 5 people from the Haotian sect so quickly. You're too weak. Su Qing looked down at the Yuaning Divine Eagle and once again threw a punch. Explode! The Yuaning Divine Eagle was already in a chaotic breath after being sneak attacked with a punch, and knowing that it was not a match for Su Qing, it immediately detonated the single golden feather on top of its head. Golden feathers formed an aperture around its body, revealing a woman wearing phoenix feathers with a graceful and elegant appearance, and then flew away with the Yuaning Divine Eagle. You wait! The voice of the primordial Divine Eagle came out. Su Qing didn't block it. The golden feather belonged to a void refining realm powerhouse, and with Su Qing's current cultivation, he wasn't able to intercept it yet. This Yuaning Divine Eagle was very strong, and if Su Qing hadn't directly used his immortal arts, he wouldn't necessarily have been able to kill as fast as the Yuaning Divine Eagle. This spirit sword is a good thing. It would be quite a pity if it was just refined and absorbed the aura. Su Qing pulled out that spirit sword, not knowing what to do with it. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but still put away the spirit sword. At least there is a possibility of advancing to an immortal weapon, so keep it for now. When Su Qing was a spirit transformation stage cultivator, he was the head of a clan, and the weapon he used was nothing more than a half-immortal weapon. Inspecting the surroundings for a while, Su Qing didn't see any valuable items. Continue to the center battlefield of the Heavenly Diffusion Realm. The walk lasts about an hour. At the moment, it was still far from the center battlefield. Su Qing saw a magnificent and huge mountain villa from afar. This mountain villa covered an extremely wide area, compared to the size of 3 Taishan mountains, and on each of the large mountains, there were several towering buildings, which were spectacular just by looking at their outward appearance. Su Qing could see the stone monument by the mountain gate, on which the words Fengxian Mountain Villa were depicted in large letters. Fengxian Mountain Villa? The third-ranked power of the human race in the Heavenly Diffusion Realm? Su Qing learned from the memories of a few previous demon races. This Fengxian Mountain Villa was powerful and majored in the ceiling array technique. Its villa master was at the half-step refined void realm, similar to Su Qing's realm in his previous life. Underneath them, there were 3 elders of the God transformation stage, and there were nearly 100 of them at the Jindan stage. There were even more outer disciples below Jindan. Just by looking at the number of powerful people in Fengxian Mountain Villa, it was enough to compare it to Su Qing's nameless sect. But even so, Fengxian Mountain Villa was still suppressed by the demon race. Looking at it from a close distance, one could see that the Fengxian Mountain Villa was almost half occupied by the demon race at this time. Outside the mountain villa, they were all trapped by layers of demon clans. In the Fengxian Mountain Villa, some of the disciples were performing array transmissions. In front of the Fengxian Mountain Villa's teleportation array, the Fengxian Mountain Villa's villa master and an elder stood guard. The other 2 Sealshan Mountain Villa's God transformation stage elders were forcibly suppressed by the demon race. The demon race had sent 3 half-step refined void and 5 peak transformation spirit, and were unstoppable. The rest of the forces would have been blown away long ago. It was only because Fengxian Mountain Villa majored in the art of formations that they were able to use formations to forcefully resist those 3 half-step void refining powerhouses. Su Qing cautiously approached Fengxian Mountain Villa, observing the situation within it. In front of the Fengxian Mountain Villa's teleportation formation, quickly, hurry up and fix the teleportation formation. The mountain protection formation won't last much longer. Lord Fengxian Manor commanded his disciples to repair the damage to the formation. Master Shuang, the mountain protecting formation can still be supported for 10 minutes at most. The Grand Elder at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm hurriedly came forward to report. 10 minutes? There are still more than 500 disciples who have yet to escape. 10 minutes is far from enough. One batch of the teleportation array has a maximum of 100 people. It needs 5 minutes to cool down. Lord Fengxian Manor frowned. Even if the essence blood opens the teleportation formation, it still has to last up to 20 minutes. Currently, there is only 1 formation left to be used in the mountain villa, and the rest of the formations have all been destroyed by the undercover agents of the demon race. Or else how could the hundreds of formations in the mountain villa be in such a situation? Lord Fengxian Manor sighed and said, Grand Elder, when the formation breaks, you'll be responsible for guarding the teleportation formation. Don't let the demon race rush in, and I'll fend off the demon race's 3 half-steps of refined void to buy you guys some time. Zhuang Master. In fact, there is no need to be so. The Grand Elder wanted to speak. Chapter 68 Lord Fengxian. There's no need to say anymore. Fengxian Villa is the heart and soul of the successive owners. Growing from a small border force to the third force in the heavenly diffusion realm today has taken countless efforts. The death and injury of 3,000 disciples in the center battlefield before had already put the mountain villa in a dissolution crisis. And now that only these 1,000 disciples are left, how can I still have the face to face the successive generations of villa masters? Lord Fengxian Manor's face sank. When the human race went to war with the demon race, Fengxian Mountain Villa sent out 3,000 formation disciples, and in the end, none of them survived. 1,000 disciples had been teleported away just now, and now there were 500 disciples remaining. No matter what, he had to teleport these 500 disciples away. Now that the demon race was everywhere, it was up to these disciples to decide where to go. Lord Fengxian Zhuang took out 3 talismans. These 3 talismans had been drawn by the successive lords of the manor before their deaths, and they contained the full power of the 3 successive lords of the manor. With 3 talismans, Lord Fengxian Zhuang could be one man against 3. Lord Fengxian Manor took out another scepter, which was blood red all over and came with formation inscriptions. This scepter is a sealing scepter, a half-immortal artifact, and it is the treasure of Fengxian Mountain Villa. Yan Feng, come here. Lord Fengxian Manor called to a youth who was repairing a formation in the distance. Yan Feng is the Fengxian Mountain Village's eldest brother, is also the master's eldest disciple. Talent is amazing. Just spend 3 years. Will Fengxian Mountain Village sealing method and immortal method all will be integrated. 20 years old. The cultivation has been to the early stage of the first baby. It was once evaluated by the first refined void cultivator of the human race as being the next refined void. Yan Feng's cheeks were thin and he was wearing a blue robe, looking extremely inconspicuous. Master, Yan Feng said, this is the sealing scepter. It's a half-immortal artifact. If you take him, a transformation spirit cultivator won't be able to injure you. Take the disciples of the mountain manor and find a good place. The great elder will assist you. Lord Fengxian Manor laughed. How could Yan Feng not know what this meant? And respectfully said, Master, I will not let you down. I will make Fengxian Mountain Resort rise up again and exterminate the demon race in another place. Good, good. Lord Fengxian Manor smiled in delight and did not say much, only patting Yan Feng on the shoulder. Lord Fengxian Manor didn't talk to anyone anymore, just quietly recovering his breath and aura. What followed was a deadly battle. Only death. No life. That transformation god realm elder also began to recuperate and fight to survive. Each disciple used their essence blood to catalyze the activation of the teleportation formation. Bang! The mountain protection formation shattered. Lord Fengxian Zhuang, don't hide it. Your turtle shell is gone. 3 illusory figures hovered in the sky above the mountain villa, and behind them, there were 5 figures with a slightly weaker aura standing, each of which was a peerless powerhouse. 3 half-step refined void and 5 peak transformation spirit. The Fengxian Manor Master's spirit formation hovered around his body, and an illusory formation spirit beast rose under his feet, slowly rising to the same height as the demon race's 3 refined void. King Pai Han, you are nothing more than a defeated general. Lord Fengxian Zhuang sneered. The 3 refined void realm powerhouses of this demon race were all rhinoceros essence, named Pai Cold, Pai Heat, and Pai Dust. This caused Su Qing, who was in the distance, to be stunned. 3 rhinos of the west? Ha ha ha. Lord Fengxian Zhuang, it's not your habit to place too much importance on previous battle results. The pure cold demon king contained a smile. Big brother, don't talk too much with this guy. This guy is just like stalling for time. The heat-shedding demon king reminded. The pure cold demon king nodded his head, knowing that right now was not a situation to chat and talk too much, and said in a cold voice, then, kill. I will not be afraid of you. Lord Fengxian Manor pulled out a talisman, his aura rising violently, and he was only 1 step away from the true refined void realm. The 3 great refined void demon kings and the 5 peak transformation spirit peaks were all blocked out by Lord Fengxian Manor alone, with a strength that was heaven-defying. The battle was imminent. High up in the sky, Tao spirit formations fell, forming a field, and anyone within the field would be weakened. Lord Fengxian Manor was worthy of being the lord of the third power. With every wave of his hand, a formation floated out, and in just a few seconds, those 5 peak transformation spirit were sealed, unable to move or exert their divine sense. Those 3 rhinoceros demon kings were also very strong, and with a single punch, they blew up a spirit formation, and Lord Fengxian Manor could only resist helplessly. After all, he only wanted to stall for time. Go, kill Fengxian Mountain Villa without leaving a single piece of armor. The pure cold demon king shouted. The encircled demon race swarmed up, and roughly calculated, the number of Foundation Establishment small demons was feared to have broken 10,000, and Jean Dan was even more than 1,000. Beside the transmission formation, The eldest disciple Yan Fei and the rest of the Yuaning disciples worked together to fend it off. But the demon race was too numerous and it was no longer something that a few of them could fight against. Luckily, with the Grand Elder, a transformation spirit great circle, present, he was barely able to resist. It's on. I have to slip away as well. Su Qing slowly backed away, not daring to get involved. This demon race's offense was too fierce. That is, Fengshan Mountain Villa was powerful. With a small number of people and strong formations, you don't have to fight to the death to kill the enemy. You just need the formation to protect you. If we do it for real, one sweep and Fengshan Mountain Villa will all become extinct. Originally, Su Qing had planned to wait for the battle to pick up and sneak into the mountain villa to look for the treasures left behind. But now, with this kind of big scene, if he wasn't careful, he would be struck by the aftermath of a half-step refined void cultivators battle, and he would die without a burial place. There's a leak, don't let him get away. Among the 5 demon kings of the demon clan, one of them had his seal lifted, and immediately realized Su Qing's escape. This god transformation stage demon king specialized in divine sense in order to detect Su Qing's movements. Like the 3 great rhinoceros demon kings, they didn't notice. It's a Jindan great round. I'll grab it. Among the demon race, an early stage Yuaning flew out and killed towards Su Qing. This early stage Yuaning was a 9-tailed cat demon with amazing speed, but compared to the Yuaning divine eagle, it was still quite slow. Su Qing laughed bitterly and shouted, "I'm just passing through." Humph, sneaking around and trying to run. The 9-tailed cat demon was extremely fast, running after Su Qing. Su Qing didn't dare to stay longer. In case a god transformation demon race came after him, he would surely die. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing's figure disappeared from the 9-tailed cat demon's line of sight. Damn it, how is this guy so fast? The 9-tailed cat demon stopped, its face grimacing, and could only go back helplessly. Waste stuff, a Jindan can't even catch up. A sea eagle with a great round of Yuaning snorted. The 9-tailed cat demon's face was ugly as she said in a chilling voice, "If you have the ability, you can go after him, but his speed is much faster than mine. It ran far away a long time ago. Chase your sister." Sea eagle sneered. Other side, Su Qing had long since run far away, barely able to see Fengshan Mountain Villa. When the battle is over, then go forward and pick up a piece of trash. Su Qing thought to himself, at least it was the top 3 forces in the heavenly diffusion realm, so it was impossible that there was no treasure left at all. Fengshan Mountain Villa. Master Shuang, stop struggling. The 3 demon kings of peculiar cold and peculiar dust combined with the 5 great goddess transformation demon kings, and with a single strike, they knocked Lord Fengshan Manor down from a high altitude, and the spirit formations on his body burst into pieces. Master Shoji, the great elder called out in pain and misery. The rest of the disciples were as if their hearts were dead. Lord Fengshan Manor once again pulled out a talisman, and his aura once again skyrocketed. I didn't expect you, Fengshan Mountain Villa, to be quite deep, but how long can you resist? The pure cold demon king once again combined his attacks, blasting the Fengshan Manor master with a single blow. The array has cooled down. Quick! Senior disciple Yan Fei had 100 disciples enter quickly. Yan Fei, you go in as well, the Grand Elder hissed. I'll wait for the last batch. Yan Fei shouted heavily. No! The Grand Elder knew that the banker would not be able to hold out much longer, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed Yan Fei and forced him into the middle of the teleportation formation. Chapter 69 Great Defeat of the Heavenly Diffraction Realm. Great Elder, the eldest disciple, Yan Fei, shouted angrily and tried to resist, but where would he be able to block a Grand Elder at the late stage of God transformation? Yan Fei was forced into the teleportation formation and disappeared, not knowing where he had been transported to. Remaining disciples of the land, guard the operation of the formation, and open the formation with your essence blood. The Grand Elder was mighty and invincible, and a set of formations sealed 4 or 5 Yuaning demon clans, fixing them in midair and preventing them from moving. Go, kill that old man. The Pyrrhic Demon King pointed towards the Grand Elder. Yes, the 5 peak transformation god demon kings, together, launched an attack towards the Grand Elder. The battle became more and more intense. Even though the Grand Elder was strong, under the pressure of the 5 people on the opposite side, he was still gradually defeated and was almost split in half. The pure cold demon king said in a cold voice, Master Fengshan Zhuang, goodbye. A heavenly blade light rose up and fell towards Lord Fengshan Zhuang. Lord Fengshan once again pulled out a talisman, and his aura instantly returned to its peak. Separation formation. With every click of Lord Fengshan's finger, a set of formations would float into the air, controlling, exploding, and dissipating that vast earthly heavenly blade. Knock knock. 3 sets of formations fell on the 3 demon kings of Pi Cold Pi Summer Pi Dust. Once again will control them. Blast! The 3 demon kings fought to strike the control formation, which was about to shatter. On the other hand, Lord Fengxian Zhuang turned around and ran to fight on the Grand Elder's side. Killing formation. Lord Fengxian Zhuang's figure was swift, and between his aura movements, a set of formations at his fingertips were stuffed into a transformation demon king. This god-transforming demon king's body instantly stiffened. In the next second, the killing formation within his body began to evolve, absorbing all of the aura and soul within his body, and exploding with a boom. Grand Elder, advance the formation at a fast speed. Lord Fengxian Manor shouted sternly and sent out a spiritual chi into the teleportation formation. The cooling of the formation instantly halved. The Grand Elder got out of the battle with the help of the banker and used all his strength to open the teleportation formation, leading the remaining 100 disciples to disappear into the center of the formation. The formation also went into a prolonged cool-down due to excessive consumption. Up to this point, within Fengxian Mountain Villa, apart from the low-grade ground outer disciples, the inner disciples had all escaped. Only Lord Fengxian Zhuang remained, but Fengxian Zhuang Master's aura was once again depleted, and he no longer had a chance to escape. Bang! The control around the three demon kings of Piken collapsed as they blasted their fists at the teleportation formation, but they still failed to break the formation and could only watch the Grand Elder and other disciples leave. Lord Fengxian Manor, you're guilty as hell. The peculiar cold demon king's gaze was eerie, and on second thought, he didn't kill Lord Fengxian Zhuang, but instead, he took control of him and prepared to bring him back to the demon clan. Search Fengxian Mountain Villa. As long as it's a human, it can't stay. The demon king of Pyrrhic Heat put down his orders. You three, go, patch up the teleportation array, take the brigade, and take care of all the remaining members of the Sealshan Mountain Villa. Also, make sure to bring back the sealing scepter. The peculiar cold demon king said. Yes. The four demon kings nodded their heads and led the demon formation masters to repair the teleportation formation. The three demon kings of peculiar cold brought Lord Fengxian Zhuang back to the demon clan. One part of the demon race repaired the formation, and one part cleared out the remaining human race. After an hour, the four demon kings of the teleportation formation repaired it successfully. One goddess of transformation demon king guarded the Fengxian Mountain Villa, while the remaining three goddess of transformation demon kings brought several Yuaning, entered the teleportation formation, and were teleported away. Another corner of the teleportation formation, on a barren mountain, Yen Feihao was waiting outside with hundreds of disciples. Not long after, the Grand Elder teleported over with another 100 disciples. Elder, Master Teacher, said Yen Fei through clenched teeth. Don't worry, Master Shuang, he is exceedingly capable. I'm sure he will have a chance to escape. Let's go to the cross-world teleportation array left behind by the successive masters. The Tianyan realm can't be stayed in any longer. The Grand Elder immediately sat down and decided, preparing to leave the heavenly diffusion realm with the remaining 1,000 disciples. It was the best decision. The heavenly diffusion realm was now the world of the demon race, and there was simply no chance for the human race to survive. What was the use of the human race occupying a corner of the heavenly diffusion realm? Sooner or later it would be overrun by the demon race. At the command of the Grand Elder, many disciples shouted, "Go west and don't stop for a moment." The Grand Elder yelled and led the way to run towards the western region of the heavenly diffusion realm. The many disciples of the Fengxian Mountain Villa began to accelerate their formations. They really didn't dare to stay in the heavenly diffusion realm anymore. Not far from the Sealshan Mountain Villa disciples, Su Qing was also fighting his way forward. This heaven diffraction realm demon race is simply crazy. It's really slashing at everyone in sight. With the heavenly diffusion realm in such chaos, with the demon race overrunning multiple territories and the human race having nowhere to escape, Su Qing did not intend to continue exploring. In this situation, it's better to run away early. Remembering the previous teleportation location, Su Qing flew towards the initial vicinity of that Demon King mountain. Along the way, Su Qing had seen quite a few demon races. It seemed that after the destruction of Fengxian Mountain Villa, the traces of the demon race's activities had become more and more obvious and expansive. The demon race came to a true peak. There was even a great demon at the early stage of god transformation patrolling the territory. Fortunately, Su Qing's breath was sufficiently concealed, so he carefully passed through. After that, they were all small demons, which Su Qing casually killed. Soon after, Su Qing heard that the void refining cultivator from the demon race had obtained a supreme treasure amongst the strongest of the human race, and after refining it, he was promoted to the late stage of void refining. The Tianyan realm's #1 force, the Wan Yao Pavilion, was destroyed, and no one escaped. The second force of the heavenly diffusion realm, the Divine Pill Valley, was destroyed, and only a few people stayed behind to help the demon race refine pills. The fourth power in the heavenly diffusion realm, the Alchemy Sect, was destroyed, and a few people were likewise left behind to help the demon race refine their weapons. The 100 Flowers Sect, the fifth force in the heavenly diffusion realm, was destroyed, and only the 100 Flowers sect patriarch escaped with injuries. The few remaining forces surrendered and ran. Those who couldn't run were eaten or had their souls extracted and refined. It was estimated that, among the top 10 forces, only Fengshan Mountain Villa had the most people surviving. This made Su Qing even more afraid to stay in the Heavenly Diffusion Realm. Today's Heavenly Diffusion Realm was hell for the human race. In this current situation, it's safer to return to Blue Star. After a 3-hour flight, Su Qing returned to Devil King Mountain. The Devil's King Mountain is a couple miles north of where the teleportation came back from. Someone? Su Qing suddenly stopped and hid his breath. One could only see that Yan Fei, the Grand Elder and Grand Disciple of the Fengshan Mountain Villa, had brought 500 disciples to the vicinity of the Demon King's mountain and seemed to be inspecting things. According to the address left by the banker, this cross-world teleportation array? This is the place. The Grand Elder pulled out a scroll and observed the terrain. Grand Elder, where is this cross-world teleportation array capable of teleporting to? Yan Fei asked. I don't know either. This cross-world teleportation array was left behind by the first person of our Fengshan Mountain Villa, the Villa Master, when he ascended that year, and he traveled to another world, but the exact side of the world, whether it's a great world or a small realm, one can only test it in person. The Grand Elder shook his head. Search all the suspicious places nearby. Yan Fei droned. 1,500 disciples began to search. Eventually the goal was set at Devil's Peak. Su Qing was near the Demon King Mountain. It was a good thing that it hadn't been detected by the people of Fengshan Mountain Villa. Eldest senior brother, there is a deep valley within this Demon King Mountain, in which there is no bottom, and it might be the Transworld Teleportation Formation. Second senior brother Yan Di said. Into the Demon King's Mountain, Yan Fei and a group of others entered the Devil King Mountain. The demon marshal within the Demon King Mountain had been killed by Su Qing earlier, and now the lesser demons below were in disarray. Now that they were intruded by a group of people from Fengshan Mountain, it could be described as a chicken and dog situation. In just a few seconds, the entire goblins of the Demon King's Mountain turned into powder. Sure enough, in the deep valley of the Devil King Mountain, there was a worn-out remnant of a formation. Chapter 70, Transworld Teleportation. But after the judgment of the Grand Elder, the formation could not cross worlds. It's most likely a geographical ground formation that crosses over the demon race, the Grand Elder said seriously. The corner of Yan Fei's mouth twitched. Formation for traveling to the demon race? Happy for nothing. Yan Fei smiled bitterly. Continue searching for the Transworld Formation. While Yan Fei and the others were still struggling to find the Transworld Formation, Su Qing had already found the place where he came from, and sure enough, he found the Transworld Teleportation Formation array table on the side. It's exactly the same as when it came. Su Qing activated the formation, and in the center of the formation, a beam of light landed, and the formation, which had been silent for hundreds of years, began to hum and turn. This scene was just happened to be stumbled upon by the Grand Elder of Fengshan Mountain Villa. Fellow Taoist, wait, we still need to be together. The Grand Elder immediately let out a stern cry, and with a flash of his body, he arrived at the top of the mountain. Fellow Taoist, this formation was left behind by the First Lord of Fengshan Mountain Villa. Please wait a moment. The Grand Elder wore a smile on his face and did not show the slightest bit of hostility. Fellow Taoist, I was here first with this formation, so please let me teleport first. The formation has no cooldown time, so you don't need to panic. Su Qing didn't even bother to stop for a second, and the formation quickly activated. Rumble. The formation accelerated its rotation. Su Qing's body gradually vaporized, and Su Qing negotiation is fruitless. The eldest elders do not dare to unauthorized block interception of the operation of the formation, for fear that the formation will be damaged. Then it would be bad. Grand Elder, who is this person? Yan Fei came with 1,000 disciples. The Grand Elder frowned. I don't know, but this guy knows that the crossworld formation exists, so it must not be simple, and he should be someone from a big power. When Su Qing's figure disappeared for a moment, the formation was suddenly stopped. It was as if a force had forced it to stop functioning. Ha ha ha, the remnants of Fengshan Mountain Villa's land, still trying to use formations to escape. In the air, a flying demonic beast spanning several miles floated in the air, and on top of it stood the 3 major demonic kings, and 3 to 4,000 Yuaning Jindan stage demonic beasts. Dogs! Su Qing cursed. It was basically hopeless to think of utilizing a formation to teleport now. We can only escape from this place first. These guys, how can they be so fast? Yan Fei's heart was like ashes. Don't panic, only 3 demon kings have come, so we can fight, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice. But while his mouth said so, the Grand Elder had no bottom in his heart. Just the 3 demon kings alone were enough to give him a pot to drink. There were only a dozen or so Yuaning left in Fengshan Mountain today. When I thought about it, Fengshan Mountain Villa had several thousand Yuaning, but they all died in the center battlefield. Now that most of the disciples were Jindan Foundation builders, Facing the demon race's crushing numbers, it was almost certain to lose without any surprises. Su Qing tried to sneak out while the two sides were still locked in a standoff. Stop! Not one of the remaining members of Fengshan Mountain Villa can escape. A Yuaning stage demonic beast blocked Su Qing's path. Fellow Daoist, I'm not from Fengshan Mountain Villa. I'm just passing through, Su Qing explained. Kill, whether it's from Fengshan Mountain Villa or not, as long as it's a human, kill without pardon. The three demon kings released their orders, and immediately several thousand demonic beasts came rushing in, a black pressurized piece that covered the entire sky, seemingly about to blow wind and rain. With an extremely strong momentum, open the formation. The Grand Elder commanded the Sealshian Mountain Villa disciples to open the defense formation. With a bang, a turtle shell manifested in midair, enveloping the 1,000 people of Fengshan Mountain Villa in it, and no matter how much the demon race attacked, they were never able to break through, unless a top-tier powerhouse arrived to forcefully break it with extreme strength. Otherwise you can only wait for the turtle shell to disappear on its own. Open the cross-world teleportation array. The defense formation can only resist for 30 seconds. Yan Fei quickly and the others urged the formation to activate. As it happened, Su Qing was also in the turtle hood. The Fengshan Mountain Villa crowd didn't have time to pay attention to Su Qing either. Fortunately, the cross-world teleportation formation had a large capacity, so even a few thousand people could be teleported at the same time. 10,000 demon sons. Seeing that the Fengshan Mountain Villa's people were about to teleport away immediately, the three great demon kings roared angrily. At once, various hissing sounds rang out from several thousand demonic beasts. In the air, a beast combining the forms of several demonic beasts fused, with a sense of four unlike. This beast had a terrifying strength, and even vaguely reached half-step refining void. This foreign beast stepped on the teleportation formation with a rumble, and the teleportation was once again interrupted. Kill! Thousands of demonic beasts swarmed up. Today, there is no way out of the great calamity of my Fengshan Mountain Villa. Follow me and kill. The Grand Elder shouted angrily and took the lead in killing towards the three great demon kings with a majestic momentum. As the eldest disciple, Yan Fei certainly wouldn't retreat by half a step. Waving the half-immortal artifact sealing scepter in his hand to seal one of the three great demon kings in midair, unable to move. This terrible situation, Su Qing cursed, coming to the heavenly diffusion realm, his strength hadn't increased much, but instead, he was repeatedly forced to fight. You old Jindan man, suffer. A mid-Yuaning dog demon tore apart a Fengshan Mountain Villa disciple and arrived in front of Su Qing. Dogs dare to act recklessly in front of this seat. Su Qing flipped his hand and took out the top-grade spirit sword he had obtained earlier, and a sword light was swung out as his figure quickly retreated. Su Qing didn't want to tangle with it. In this current situation, the several thousand people of Fengshan Mountain Villa would surely die. To leave this place first and look for the rest of the cross-world teleportation arrays that can leave. Immortal Art. Flare Moon Decision. Su Qing's breath climbed rapidly, and a streak of aura sword light was released from the top spirit sword in his hand, whooshing out and slashing at the dog demon's head. Yan Fei, open the cross-world formation. The Grand Elder roared, and with a pair of two, he actually did not lose. The cross-world teleportation formation had been restored, and many disciples and the demon race were entangled in the teleportation formation, but it was already great luck to be able to teleport away now, so he couldn't care less. Seeing this, Su Qing hurriedly abandoned the dog demon and came into the teleportation formation. The formation began to operate, and it was fortunate that Yan Fei was holding a half-immortal weapon, blocking many of the Yuan-ing great demons. Whoosh! The formation rotated, teleporting up along with the demon race. Seeing the right moment, the Grand Elder quickly entered the middle of the formation. Those two demon kings were certainly not afraid, and together with the Grand Elder, they scurried into the formation. The formation was successfully activated and the crowd disappeared onto the formation stage. Space Channel. There are roughly 800 Fengshan Mountain Villa disciples, and there were about 1,000 of the demon race. In the spatial channel, no one dared to make a casual move. In case of triggering the spatial turbulence, wouldn't it be asking for death? Su Qing moved along to the blue star, skirting away from the crowd. Yan Fei's crowd didn't know where to go, so they gradually followed Su Qing. Don't you guys follow me? Su Qing said breathlessly. If these experts were to enter the blue star, wouldn't that have to cause a lot of chaos? Especially since there were also two god transformation great demons. Uncontrolled, Yan Fei coldly returned. Su Qing was speechless and could only leave it at that. Remnants of the Fengshan Mountain Villa, running to the great world, you will also surely die. One of the demon kings was still provoking. Even in the spatial passageway, he was aggressive. This caused Su Qing to marvel at the dedicated hearts of the demon race. Blue Star, Snow Valley, Dungeon. The demon god noticed that the gate behind the vermilion bird statue began to shake slightly. That man is coming out. Catch him alive. The demon god shouted. Chapter 71, Coming to the Blue Planet. Transworld Teleportation Channel. Old man, what kind of road are you leading? Where is this going? Yanfei looked towards the leisurely Su Qing and asked with a frown. I'm going home. Don't follow me. Just find a small world and stay there. There's no aura in my world, Su Qing said very seriously. The Grand Elder, however, said, Old man, this teleportation channel has fallen into disrepair over the years and is incapable of world changing. The coordinate points of the world we are currently going to have been molded a long time ago, and it's not something we can change. Su Qing was speechless. This teleportation channel was a fixed location? In that case, wouldn't all these people be entering the Blue Star? 2 of them were demon transformation gods and 1 was a human transformation god. There was also a Yanfei holding a sealing scepter, which was also equal to a transformation spirit. There's going to be more Yuaning and Jindan. This is going to cause a big accident sooner or later if it gets into the Blue Planet. Unless all these people are taken out right in the passage. This is clearly unrealistic. If Su Qing could regain his peak cultivation, he could easily do so. Now that Su Qing had used his entire body, he was only comparable to a peak Yuaning. That's just it. Things are unpredictable. I can't make a decision, Su Qing said in his heart. The matter is really powerless. Perhaps because of the sheer number of people, it took 3 or 4 hours to teleport. It's here, Su Qing said. With so many people entering the Blue Star together and entering the Demon God Temple, I'm afraid that the Demon Emperor would be scared to death. Demon God Temple Teleportation Gate. There was a rumbling sound of breaking wind. The Demon God stood guard in front of the gate with a frown on his face. From within the gate, she detected several extremely strong forces. It was a power that was far too much for her to resist. Back off, all of you. The Demon God snapped, his body flashing rapidly. The rest of the protectors were stunned, but they also hurriedly exited the Demon God Hall. Bang, bang, bang. Su Qing was the first to jump out from within the gate. Such a big battle. Su Qing's divine sense took a look, and the entire Demon God Hall was surrounded. It's you, Su Qing. You dare to barge into my Demon God's Hall. The Demon God's gaze was grim as she recognized Su Qing, having met him before at White Dragon Mountain. Demon Emperor? No. Demon God, long time no see, Su Qing said with a smile. Buzz off. Su Qing hastily dodged. Bang, bang, bang. Several people in a row were sprayed out. The first to land were the many disciples of Fengshan Mountain Villa. It was a good thing that the open space of the Demon God Temple was not small, but even then, it still couldn't fill thousands of people. Fengshan Mountain Villa 800, Demons 1000. Such dry territory, not a trace of aura. There's a stench in the air. It's disgusting. The many disciples of Fengshan Mountain Villa were disgusted. This kind of cultivation environment is really bad. Not long after, the entire Demon God Hall was filled with Fengshan Mountain Villa disciples standing in the floating air inside and out. Thick shock surfaced in the Demon God's beautiful eyes. What's going on here? Moreover, each of them has extraordinary strength. The foundation stage hits the bottom, and the highest is the Yuanying stage. Yanfei stepped out from within the gate and looked around at his surroundings, secretly sighing that it was as Su Qing had said. This place was not suitable for cultivation. The Demon Emperor's figure slightly retreated. From Yanfei's aura, it made her feel a strong pressure. This place, the aura has all dried up, but there are still traces of the aura's existence. So I guess it must have been a cultivation mecca a long time ago. The Grand Elder stepped out from within the gate, his brows furrowed. The Demon God's light flickered and quickly avoided the Demon God Hall range. This old guy's aura was frighteningly strong. The demon clans surrounding outside were also dumbfounded. Where the hell did so many powerful people come from? While the Demon God was sizing up, Fengshan Mountain Villa and the others disliked it. The God Transformation Stage Great Demon within the passageway rang out with complacency and rampancy in its voice. Ha ha ha, I feel the aura of my demon race's emperor. Remnants of the Fengshan Mountain Villa. Even if you run to this world, you still won't be able to escape my demon clan. Of the 2 great demons of transformation, Great Demon Moriboa was the first to step out. However, when the Moriboa Great Demon sensed that the aura of heaven and earth was weak, he also narrowed his eyes. Taking a step back, the giant lizard demon stepped out of the gate. It has the aura of my demon clan's emperor. The grade is not low, the giant lizard demon murmured, his gaze scanning the entire Demon God Hall and seeing the vermilion bird statue. A vermilion bird emperor statue? The Moriboa Great Demon was puzzled. The vermilion bird emperor was none other than a late-stage void-refining cultivator of the demon race of the heavenly diffusion realm. Su Qing took advantage of the fact that the demon race and the people of Fengshan Mountain Villa were still observing the environment, and prepared to take the opportunity to slip away and report this matter to the Huaxia Guardians and their group. However, Su Qing's small movements couldn't be hidden from that forest boa Great Demon. Old man, don't try to run. Whoever runs, dies. The Mori Boa Great Demon laughed coldly. pointing at Su Cheng. Su Cheng was silent and could only stand still. The many disciples of Fengshan Mountain Villa also didn't dare to move around. The Grand Elder was seriously injured, and without the support of a transformation spirit cultivator, it would be difficult for them to fight against the demon race. The local demon race in Huaxia also had their hands shaking in fear. What's going on here? Where did these great demons come from? The aura was several levels stronger than their demon god. The Moriboa Great Demon placed his gaze on the demon god and waved his hand. You, girl child, come here. The demon god's gaze flickered, but there was nothing he could do but slowly approach the Moriboa Great Demon. The Moriboa Great Demon grabbed the demon god's arm and forcibly removed a drop of blood from it. The demon god quickly retreated and coldly gazed at the Moriboa Great Demon. The Moriboa Great Demon and the giant lizard Great Demon looked at each other. Flutter! The two great demons actually knelt down towards the demon god. Greetings, young lord. The voices of the Moriboa Great Demon and the giant lizard Great Demon resounded through the demon god hall. Su Qing sucked in cold air. There's more to this? Su Qing felt more and more that something big was about to happen. Huaxia is going to be a mess. Even the Blue Star is going to be a mess. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically, and Yan Fei seemed to have remembered something as well. You are? The demon god wondered. We are the subordinates of the Vermilion Bird Emperor of the Heavenly Diffusion Realm, and as you are the Vermilion Bird Emperor's orthodox bloodline, you are naturally our young lord, the Moriboa Great Demon respectfully said. Although the demon god in front of him was relatively weak, his bloodline was orthodox, and in the severe class hierarchy of the demon race, an orthodox bloodline inherently contained a powerful force. This was invariably making the two of them feel the pressure. Back then, the Vermilion Bird Emperor was pregnant with 2 daughters, and I'm sure you were one of them, the giant lizard demon said in a deep voice. Back then, the Vermilion Bird Emperor gave birth to 2 daughters, each with a bloodline against the heavens, but the accident happened that day. An imperial daughter was actually stolen from her. This one incident caused an uproar in the demon race at the time. The Vermilion Bird Emperor had traveled across several worlds without finding that great empress. After a long time, the Vermilion Bird Emperor stopped looking. I just didn't expect to meet here. Run! Yan Fei put down the order. At that moment, the entire demon god hall was in complete chaos. The Fengshan Mountain Villa disciples had escaped from the siege, but some of them were also killed and intercepted. Strike with all your might, the Moriboa Great Demon shouted explosively. The giant lizard Great Demon said, Young lord, we will first go and kill the remaining evildoers, and then we will come back to speak with you later. The demon god nodded blankly. In a leap out of nowhere, he himself had become the so-called Vermilion Bird Emperor bloodline. However, the Vermilion Bird statue in this demon god's hall was only built by her according to her final evolution, not realizing that it was none other than her own mother. Not long after the establishment of Huaxia, when the demon race was in turmoil and finally defeated, a pact was set up. The demon god then began to wander with a large force, and finally, with a sense of heart, discovered this teleportation gate and obtained a trace of pure aura from within it. Since then, the demon god resides in Snow Valley and builds underground cities. All of this, it seems, possesses an inexplicable connection. Chapter 72 will be chaotic. Su Qing also took advantage of the moment to run away, heading north. However, Yan Fei, the eldest disciple of Fengshan Mountain Villa, was also coming towards the north. You brat, don't follow me. You've attracted the great demons. Su Qing was quite speechless. Yan Fei was carrying a half-immortal artifact, and was an important target for the transformation spirit great demon to capture. Whoever is with Yan Fei, whoever suffers, whoever is unlucky. Yan Fei bristled and said, Old man, I'm running my race, you're running yours, what's it got to do with you? You too, still trying to run. The 5 peak Yuaning great demons all came at the same time towards the duo of Yan Fei and Su Cheng. 5 peak Yuaning to catch Yan Fei in early Yuaning, extremely overestimated already. Yan Fei was anxious in his heart. At the moment, the Grand Elder was deep in the battle with the 2 demon kings. On the other hand, the rest of the Yuaning stage of Fengshan Mountain Villa was stopped by people of the same realm. Now, one could only rely on one's own instincts to get rid of the 5 Yuaning great demons. Bad luck! Su Qing cursed and rushed toward the other side. But what made Su Qing furious was, one of the 5 peak Yuaning demons actually ran towards him. Su Qing waved a radiance with his backhand and droned coldly. You've been chasing after them since the Heavenly Diffusion Realm, and now you're still pestering them, so I'm going to completely kill you today. Ha 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 ha. A Jindan Perfect also dared to talk to the Sitso, not afraid of GA Big Teeth. This is a water snake demon, in the air like swimming, speed. The next moment in front of Su Qing, a palm wind split down. In the Yuaning stage, under the support of the Yuaning, the body is as hard as iron. Every part is a weapon. Even if it is just the palm of the hand, can be comparable to an ordinary spiritual treasure? killing power is very great. Su Qing's figure flashed illusorily as he backhanded out the top-notch spirit sword. Yes, the Phoenix Emperor's spirit sword. The fish demon was sharp-eyed and saw the spirit sword in Su Qing's hand at a glance. On the other side, for Yuaning great demons were trembling with Yan Fei, presenting an absolute crushing. When the aura of the top spirit sword was felt, one could not help but look sideways. One of the sharks, a Yuaning great demon, rebuked in a cold voice, "The Phoenix Emperor's spirit sword is actually in his hands. Where did this old fellow get it from?" The water snake great demon laughed wickedly. "It's this old man who stole the Phoenix Emperor's spirit sword. A Jindan. What a good tactic." Yan Fei takes advantage of the situation and tries to sneak out. At the same time the mind is shaken. This old man had actually stolen Emperor Feng's personal spirit sword. Su Qing was stunned at his words and quickly figured it out. The Phoenix Emperor is the owner of this spirit sword? Su Qing also quite admired the 8 people of the Hautian sect. Sure enough, it was a human who had the guts to steal an object from a big brother of the demon race. "I don't know what a Phoenix Emperor is. I traded this from someone else." Su Qing laughed softly, explosions continuing as he waved his spirit sword in his hand. This top-level spirit sword was extraordinary in power, and it took the Yuaning stage to initially utilize its power. And only at the transformation stage could the power of the spirit sword be fully utilized. Nowadays, Su Qing, a Jindan, was far from being able to utilize the power of the spirit sword. But even so, it's like a tiger with wings. Humph, a Jindan, also worthy of a top-grade spirit sword. The water serpent great demon, with a longitudinal transformation, transformed into his true body state, 1,000 feet tall, his body unfolded, spanning several kilometers, simply terrifying. Su Qing is accustomed to seeing the small demons of China. Suddenly see this kind of Yuaning big demon. The heart is still quite shocked, but quickly calmed down. After all, in his last life killed countless big demons. "Old man, you're no good either, and you say you're coming at me. You old man stole someone's top-grade spirit sword, and you're here to you up." Yan Fei laughed dryly, but Yan Fei was on the verge of losing his smile. The sealing scepter in his hand was smoking in the face of 4 Yuaning great demons surrounding him. Without the sealing scepter, I don't know how many hundreds of times I've died. Ignoring Yan Fei, this little fellow, Su Qing's breath rose, his head full of white hair gradually turning into gray, temporarily entering the Yuaning stage, melting the sword with your body. Human sword unity. Su Qing slashed out with his sword, and a sword chi that didn't belong to the Yuaning stage spanned out. The 5 great demons present froze when they felt this supreme aura. How can this Jindan guy still unleash the power of the transformation god stage? The water serpent demon was unafraid, his entire body shrinking into a round ball, easily blocking Su Qing's sword. To be able to rely on a water snake bloodline and become a Yuaning, one would have had great abilities. Other people could cross the level and fight. He could do the same. Trouble. Su Qing secretly said that it was tricky. Each and every one of these demon clans were elites. Absolute elites. Every single one of them is a genius. This type of adversary is the most difficult to deal with. Su Qing hadn't truly recovered to Yuaning nowadays and couldn't match him. Farewell. Su Qing didn't care about anything else and leapt forward. If this water serpent great demon did not die and continue to pursue, then it would be a costly effort to kill it. The water serpent demon was too fast, and no matter how much Su Qing ran, he was caught up. Immortal art, blazing sun decree. Su Qing raised his head, his gaze looking toward the sun. At this point, it was just about noon. In the midst of the blazing sun, the fire was raging. A flame seemed to peel away from the sun. The flames fell on the spirit sword, rendering it crimson. It's immortal magic. The water snake snapped and spun in the air, spewing out a thick column of water in an attempt to resist the blazing sun. But how can a column of water be a match for the heat of the sun? For just a moment, the blazing sun scorched the water snake. Su Qing coldly glanced at the other 3 great demons and quickly vanished. Yan Fei's arm trembled, feeling shocked by Su Qing's combat prowess. This old man, is he a real Jindan? Yan Fei gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Damn it, let's kill this brat first and go back to report the Sinboa before making a decision. The shark demon didn't dare to go after Su Qing without authorization. Yan Fei was killed in a series of defeats. It was good that the figure of the Grand Elder appeared in time. Su Qing left the snowy valley and came to Usher. According to what Su Qing had learned, there was a guardian sitting here, on a high mountain. Su Qing met the Tiangui guardian. The Tiangui guardian was the only female guardian, and had also met Su Qing a few times back then. Su Qing briefly informed the Tiangui guardian of the events within the snow valley, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Tiangui guardian immediately called the remaining 6 guardians. 3 of the guardians came and the other 3 patrolled outside. One of Su Qing's best friends, Yu Hong guardian future. However, the strongest Shaker guardian came. Based on Su Qing's judgment, the Shaking Light guardian was estimated to have already broken through to a land deity. or even a higher level, and in terms of combat prowess, or would not be much weaker than Su Qing. Su Chang once again recounted a brief account of what happened, and it explicitly stated the cultivation level of these demonic beasts and the Fengshan mountain villa and the others, shaking the light several people as the strongest cultivators in China. Of course, they knew that in ancient times, there was another kind of cultivation realm called. You said that two great demons at the peak of the God transformation stage came, and a human cultivator at the great perfection of God transformation. The shaking light guardian looked serious. The God transformation stage. It was unknown how many levels higher than the celestial realm among the secular cultivation world, or, the only way to deal with the God transformation stage would be to surpass the celestials. But nowadays, among the realms of the Chinese secular cultivation world, the highest is just the peak of celestials. When the demonic beasts from this outer world came, it brought a huge pressure. Chapter 73, Opening of the General Assembly. Sure. The four guardians talked briefly, and then they each left. Su Qing didn't delay and went back to White Dragon Mountain first. Su Qing informed Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou that they should now cultivate as fast as possible. The two of them didn't understand why Su Qing was saying this, but just do as they are told. Yu Yao, you should go home first. It's going to be chaotic during this period of time. It's safer for you to be at home. Su Qing said. Okay, Grandpa. Su Yuyao knew that her grandfather was not an ordinary person, and she was afraid that something big was going on right now. After sending Su Yuyao away, Su Qing began his deep seclusion. This seclusion was a 7-day period. As for Zhang Zhongjing and Li Zhou, they were also diving into cultivation. Su Qing first contacted the Jade Balance Guardian. Under the guidance of the Jade Balance Guardian, Su Qing arrived in the north, in the Sky Cold City. Sky Cold City is close to the Bear Country, with year-round temperatures around 15 degrees below zero. Su Qing learns that Yu Hong is conducting inspections in the Bear Country, but because of what happened in Snow Valley, Yu Hong had to come back early. What's the situation over there in the Snow Valley now, and how are those great demons doing? Su Qing asked. A group of goblins below the level of a first-generation baby can be destroyed by the state with the use of high-powered weapons, but when one's cultivation reaches transformation spirit, one is no longer a human being in and of itself. It's the leap of life. Thermal weapons can do damage to them, but it's hard to hit them. The Yuaning stage can break space. The transfiguration can map space. With the transformation stage hidden in space, the thermal weapon effect will also be ineffective. The Shaking Light Guardian went ahead and met with that morphic boa great demon and the giant lizard great demon, and the opposite side stated that they could now refrain from killing the humans within the blue star. The Jade Balance Guardian said heavily, "What are the conditions?" Su Qing asked. Since these two great demons would not harm humans, there must be a condition. The conditions are simple, and that is to untie the contract between Huaxia and the local demon race, and to divide the territory near Tianshan Mountain for them to live in. The Jade Balance Guardian had a slight anger. Finally agreed? Su Qing sighed. Yu Hong shook his head. Shaking Light has a strong character. Naturally did not agree. Now it is so deadlocked. Su Qing was silent. However, the state is ready to deploy the most powerful weapon to bomb these great demons, currently still in debugging. Within a few days, if these great demons do not leave the territory of Huaxia, then it will directly open fire to carry out endless forced bombing. The Jade Balance Guardian said in a cold voice. Utilizing a supreme weapon can indeed solve the problem, but the impact on the environment, too, is huge. The state does not want to use it without authorization if it is not at the final stage. I observe your breath climbing quickly. I think you must have had a great opportunity to cultivate an ancient technique. What realm have you reached now? Tamame asked with a smile. Ancient Gong methods, are they the ones these great demons cultivate? I'm currently at the Jindan Great Perfection. Su Qing answered honestly. Good fellow, when did you start cultivating to be that strong? Yu Hong was surprised. You've also attained Jindan? Su Qing laughed. Jindan now. Yu Hong nodded with a smile. It was about 50 years ago when the seven of us reached the peak of the sovereign realm, and we couldn't continue to rise no matter what. Zhang Shang set out the Gong method from an ancient book and ended up spreading it within the senior levels of the warlords of China. It's a pity that the seven of us are foolishly gifted, and we've only cultivated to Jindan in 50 years. Shaking Light is the strongest, and now it's around the late stage of Yuaning. I think. Yu Hong informed Su Qing about the ancient feats. The Zhangshang in Yu Hang's mouth was the strongest person in Huaxia at the moment. Mind Realm Celestial. According to the meaning of Yu Hang's words, nowadays, Zhangshang's ancient Kung Fu realm had even surpassed Yuaning and reached transformation spirit. In that case, it's not too difficult. Su Qing nodded slightly. It seemed that Su Qing had still underestimated the power of the state. At the same time, Su Qing had underestimated Blue Star's depth. Blue Star must have had supreme powers in ancient times. However, Su Qing had never seen any traces left behind by the supreme powerful one until now. Suddenly, Yu Hong received a message. After checking briefly, Yu Hong was surprised. It's someone from the outside world. One called Yan Fei has gone to Yanjing and is now dealing with Shaking Light and the others. It's from Fengxian Mountain Villa? Su Qing said. Yan Fei had unexpectedly escaped from two peak Yuaning great demons, so it seemed that he had an undercard in hand. Yeah, I just applied for you to come along, Tama Ame said. Su Qing said that it didn't matter. He had seen Yan Fei many times before. Shaking Light agreed that Su Qing would follow. Day 2. Yu Hong brought Su Qing to capital Yanjing, Tendu Mansion. This was the place in charge of the cultivation world of China, gathering countless strange people. Su Qing saw a familiar face at first glance. 10,000 compulsions. One compass was still full of white hair, spirited and more vigorous, and a strong blood pressure could even be detected from his body. Towards this bloodline, Su Qing was familiar with it. It's the unicorn. Su Qing thought back to the previous incident where one compass and Jin Xian and the others went to provoke the demon god. I'm afraid that it was to perfect this Qilin bloodline. Miraculously, it really let this old man, one compass, make it work. Nowadays, this fellow, one compass, might even be comparable in strength to a peak Jindan. Su Qing, why are you guys here too? One compass walked slowly, and now that he possessed a tenfold Qilin bloodline, he could no longer feel the oppressive force from Su Qing. This proved that his strength was already similar to Su Qing's. The demon god was lucky he didn't kill you. Su Qing laughed coldly, not caring about One Compass's arrogant demeanor. How do you know? One Compass was shocked that only a few people knew about this incident. How did Su Qing know? Do you know why the demon god suddenly gave up hunting you? Su Qing smiled in a meaningful way. One Compass's heart thumped and he didn't dare to say anything more. However, One Compass still couldn't believe in his heart that it was Su Qing who had lured the demon god away. At the same time, his heart was puzzled as to whether Su Qing had committed a great crime that could cause the demon god to ignore the four of them and instead go back to capture Su Qing. What was most unbelievable to One Compass was that Su Qing was still standing here safely today. Then I'll leave first. See you at the meeting. One Compass smiled and left. Su Qing swept his gaze and saw Abbot Jin Xian, who had met up with One Compass. When Abbot Jin Xian saw Su Qing, but he didn't dare to look at him and turned around in a hurry. Su Qing also didn't want to cause trouble at the Tiandu mansion, so he simply let this old man Jin Xian off the hook for now. At the entrance of the building, Su Qing met many powerful people. There are Taoist real people, Buddhist monk, the patriarch of the compulsion, owners of various strange arts. There's also the rumored undertaker. It could be described as bringing together all the strongest people within China. This is a meeting that could determine the future of China. Nearly noon, there were about 300 or 400 people in front of the gate. An old man stood in front of the building's main entrance. The old man's eyes were deep, and he was dressed in a simple and ancient cloth, standing with his hands behind his back. It is the guardian of the Shaker of the Seven Stars. Come on in, all of you, Shaking Light said lightly, taking the lead inside the building. Mansion Corner. A spacious conference room with rectangular conference tables. The air was crisp and cold. The tables were long enough to seat thousands. Sitting at the far end of the table was a youth. Chapter 74 War. The young man's brow is resolute. Black hair falls vertically, looks solemn, quietly sitting there. Seems to come in thousands of China's top people. For him, like ordinary people. Jiang Shang, you may begin. Shaking Light sat on Jiang Shang's right-hand side, and on his left-hand side was Yan Fei. The youth was none other than Jiang Shang, the person with the highest cultivation within Huaxia at the moment, the only one who might be a god transformation cultivator, and a celestial dual peak realm. Rumor has it that Jiang Shang is not a modern man. Jiang Shang was even less in the same generation as Shaking Light Yu Hong. Jiang Shang had been the teacher of an imperial son since the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. It's a real oldie. Well, all of you summoned here? Things you are clear. The local demon race contract contact. Foreign demon race 2 god of transformation. Do not understand the god of transformation is what? Can ask the people around. Well, publish their views. Jiang Shang briefly said a few words and closed his eyes to listen. As expected, there were still most of the strongest people who were only familiar with the Chinese mind realm. As for the ancient Gongfu inheritance and realm, it was not clear. However, when they realized that even 10 celestials could not cope with the great demon of the god of transformation realm, they were all incredulous. This kind of demonic spirit is really unbeatable. Ordinary Taoist magic has no effect on it. I'm afraid, if we fight, we definitely won't have the upper hand. A Shan Shui master shook his head, not in favor of going to war. A high monk from Qiangtai also sighed. Indeed, back then, we were able to force the demon emperor into the snowy valley because there was not much of a difference in realm. But now that the gap in strength is too great, I'm afraid that there is no other way to solve these great demons for a while. At this time, listening to the crowd's discussion, One Compass was opening his mouth, letting you guys express your opinions, not letting you discuss what to retreat. One by one, when you're old, you know to retreat. In my opinion, why don't we just look for those big demons to do it? Really can't do it. Just place strong weapons. Celestials were the highest realm in China at the moment, and even Celestials couldn't cope with it, so it seemed that they could only activate hot weapons to fight against it. Tianchi Zhang from Longhu Mountain smiled and said, I think one compass has a good point. Disobedience is what it's all about. It's not 50 years ago anymore. The country was just developing then and technology was drastically behind. Today is different. Technology has caught up with several countries. Let a few shells go to test the waters. I also feel that we can't just let the great demons run rampant, or else we can test the waters by releasing a few missiles first. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. The Heavenly Pivot Guardian felt it was feasible. I also think it's better not to start a war without authorization. After all, we are not too clear about the other party's real strength. Why don't we first observe for a while? Observe the strength situation on our side? It's not necessarily impossible to fight. It's been peaceful for so many years. I've forgotten what it's like to kill a goblin. There were hundreds of people there, and it was a mess. The crowd was noisy and everything was said. There was even talk of uniting other countries and coming together to deal with the demon race. Tama-ame, what do you think? Jiang Shang looked at Yu Hong and asked. War. Tama-ame didn't make much of a reply. Grand Elder, how does your Fengshan Mountain Villa plan? Jiang Shang directly skipped over Yan Fei because the Grand Elder was the one who was a transformation spirit. Yan Fei was at best a relatively strong Yuaning. The crowd also placed their gazes on the Grand Elder at this time. Everyone was undoubtedly curious and respectful of this top powerhouse from the outer world. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and said, if Brother Jiang can help, then dealing with those two great demons will still be quite easy. With regards to Jiang Shang, the Grand Elder valued him and also felt that Jiang Shang's talent was overwhelming. With Blue Star's current state of aura, being able to cultivate the ancient feats to Jin Dan would be amazing. But Jiang Shang not only promoted to Jin Dan, he also upgraded to Transformation God. This kind of talent, when placed within the Four Directions realm, was absolutely unrivaled. The Four Directions realm is the four small worlds closest to the Heavenly Diffusion realm, where the power is similar to that of the Heavenly Diffusion realm, except that there are no void refining cultivators in the Four Directions realm. Jiang Shang scanned the circle and finally left at Su Qing, faintly saying, Su Qing, battle. Su Qing laughed lightly. Jiang Shang nodded slightly, his voice heavy and solemn as he said, go to war. The hearts of the crowd were shaken. Was this about to start a war with the demon race? This meeting was so sloppy, and many have not commented. First, he asked Yu Hong, asked the Grand Elder, and finally asked Su Qing, just to understand? However, no one refuted Jiang Shang's decision. Those who come today must be present tomorrow when they travel to the Heavenly Mountain. Jiang Shang said flatly, his figure fading into position. Some smacked their lips, some resented it, some were excited. Su Qing and Yu Hong walked out of the building. That's all there is to it. I'll see you tomorrow. Tama-ame smiled and left. It seemed that Yu Hong wasn't too worried about this great battle. Su Qing didn't think much about it. When the sky falls, there's a tall man to hold it up. Su Qing used to think that he was tall, but he didn't realize that there were people bending over. Snow Valley, Dungeon, Temple of the Demon God, Young Lord. This is the division of the basic Gongfu realms of the Heavenly Diffusion realm, and even the entire world. According to your realm today, it should be around the peak of Jindan. The giant lizard great demon carefully explained the matter of realms to the demon god. The demon god was a bird raised by Emperor Qianlong back then, and he was naturally clear about all this, but he just didn't have the cultivation techniques. Mori Boa, giant lizard, demon god, battle tomorrow and split the victory. Suddenly, a wave of energy light surfaced within the hall, and from it came Jiang Shang's voice. It's Jiang Shang. The demon god's beautiful eyes tightened. Regarding Jiang Shang, the demon god could be said to be more familiar with him than anyone else. She was a beautiful bird before the Qianlong emperor, and Jiang Shang was the emperor's teacher. From a very early age, the two of them have known each other. Moreover, it was Jiang Shang who defeated her in the early days of the founding of the country, and it was also Jiang Shang who presided over the matter of the contract. For Jiang Shang, the demon god hated to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Damn it, the human races in this world are so arrogant. If the Vermilion Bird Emperor is again, he will definitely eradicate all the human races in this world. The giant lizard was violently furious and waved his hand to disperse the light waves coming from Jiang Shang. Let's not talk about those useless things. Right now we can't contact the Vermilion Bird Emperor, and this teleportation gate is in a short cooling down period. Should we fight, or wait for the teleportation gate to finish cooling down and let the Vermilion Bird Emperor come? The Mori Boa Great Demon couldn't figure out what to do. Perhaps you are not aware of the current power of the human race in this world. They have technological weapons that can do considerable damage to you and others. The demon god recounted the history of the war back then. The Mori Boa Great Demon and the Giant Lizard Great Demon also felt tricky after hearing this. Young lord, then you see, to fight or not to fight, the Mori Boa Great Demon said. In terms of normal strength, their demon race was definitely stronger, with a third more demons in the higher realms. Previously, there were around 800 people from Fengshan Mountain Villa, but after the fight the day before yesterday, it was estimated that there were less than 300 people left. The strength of the Chinese natives was just that, with just Jiang Shang standing out. Fight! The demon god hesitated for a moment, still deciding to test the waters. Chapter 75, Starting the War. Knowing that the war will start tomorrow, Su Qing refines his spirit sword and stays awake all night. After melting the spirit sword into himself, he was able to feel his breath climb. Dawn. Su Qing traveled to the west, in the western region of an unnamed high mountain, where people are rare. Heavy mountains wrapped, giving people a sense of coolness and purity. There were already several human experts standing. Su Qing slowly stepped onto the high mountain. It didn't attract the attention of others. Gradually, up and down the high mountain, it was filled with human experts. 1,000 parasites are coming too. Many acquaintances were also present. There were even some old monsters who had been rumored to be dead for many years outside had come out of the mountains. It seems that the battle will eventually be divided. At the top of the mountain, Jiang Shang was suspended in the air. Behind Jiang Shang were the 7-star guardians. On the mountain, there stood a top-tier powerhouse. Su Qing was clearly among them, and every single person here, with their cultivation mostly at the peak of Jindan or Zhongshe, was about 50 people. At the foot of the mountain, there are also many experts. The number of people is much larger than on the top of the mountain. There are 500 people. The realm is generally in the early stage of the internal strength master, or the foundation stage. In the direction of Snow Valley, several streams of light flashed. The sound of whooshing and swishing cuts through space. The Mori Boa Big Demon is the first to step into the air. The Giant Lizard Big Demon is also sprinting to fly. In the middle of the two demons is the Demon God. At the back, a group of Yuaning Jindan Great Demons followed. There was no decrease in number. There were more than 900. As for the more small demons, they were native demon clans. Boom! A light blue formation floated in the air and shone in the void. The cultivators from Fengshan Mountain Villa are here. The Grand Elder was currently with Yan Fei beside him, and behind him was a single disciple, the number of which had been drastically reduced from the day before when he had just come to Blue Star. Most of them were devoured by the Mori Boa demon before they could escape. The number of people is over 300. Just looking at the numbers on both sides, the difference is not that great. The main battleground was in the piece of the god transformation stage. 2 transformation gods of the demon race, 2 transfiguration gods on the human side. One was the Grand Elder, the Great Circle of Transformation. One was Jiang Shang, who could be the middle stage of transformation. Of course, Yan Fei holding the sealing scepter could similarly be comparable to a peak transformation spirit cultivator. The human race of your world is too strong. Although there are no top void refining cultivators, your technology is outstanding. The Mori Boa Great Demon felt that in the endless distance, there was a powerful force that seemed to be locked onto him, making him feel uncomfortable. I don't know what the situation is like in the world you're in, but Blue Star, at the moment, doesn't really need the existence of great demons like you. Since there is already a teleportation channel, you guys might as well leave. Jiang Shang's expression was calm, and he didn't panic at all in the face of the great demon's gaze. Ha ha ha, my request is not excessive. Just hand over this piece of territory to my demon race to watch over, and everything will be safe and sound, and we won't kill innocents indiscriminately, the Mori Boa Great Demon said. Jiang Shang's right hand slashed forward, and behind him, an illusory tree several tens of feet in size gradually emerged and then transformed into a physical object. The large tree looked like a willow, with billowing, crystal-clear leaves. China's national treasure, the tree of all things. The demon god certainly remembered this tree of all things. Back then, she was suppressed by this tree of all things. This tree of all things was likewise related to Emperor Qianlong. Rumor has it that it was a sapling emitting green fluorescent light picked up by Emperor Qianlong while he was out on a tour. So he brought it back to the palace and named it the Tree of All Things. This sapling was taken care of by Emperor Qianlong, gradually absorbing the imperial qi and becoming more and more beautiful, and was later planted in the harem by Emperor Qianlong. After several generations of emperors, this Tree of All Things still does not fall, and has possessed spirituality. During the late Qing dynasty, the army entered the palace and saw the manjusri tree as strange, so they plowed it away, which was later taken back by Zhang Shengshou. With the added cultivation of the Tree of All Things, Jiang Shang's cultivation had risen greatly, and he was valued by many of the higher-ups. It wasn't until recent times that the Tree of All Things was planted within the fence behind the Tenda building. Again, of course, under the care of Jiang Shang, this 10,000 things tree had been cultivated and was itself comparable to a top-grade spiritual treasure. What a strong piece of top-grade spirit treasure. I didn't expect you, a tiny human, to have this kind of ability. There was a hint of demonic strangeness in the giant lizard demon's eyes. Jiang Shang's face was grim as he said, I'll give you one last chance at the end of the day. If you can leave the blue star right now, you can forget about it. Ha ha ha, just by virtue of you being a tiny human, you dare to play the bully in front of me. The Moriboa Great Demon laughed coaxingly and took a step forward, his aura at the peak of his incarnation exploding. Then there's no need to talk nonsense here. Beating you all to death will be able to solve everything. Shaking Light coldly drank. The Moriboa Great Demon and the giant lizard Great Demon directly transformed into their own bodies. The two giant demonic beasts suspended in the air, their auras coming to a peak. The tree of all things behind Jiang Shang erupted with a dazzling green light, stretching out a single green willow branch that grabbed forward like a dry arm. The big battle is imminent. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder threw out several sets of spirit formations, restraining the Moriboa Great Demon and the giant lizard Great Demon, rendering them unable to move for an instant. Jiang Shang levitated high in the sky, spreading his arms wide as the manifestation tree behind him merged into his body, and his realm soared to the peak of the transformation god. On the other side, the demon god and Yan Fei fought fiercely, but fortunately Yan Fei had the sealing scepter in his hands, ruthlessly suppressing the demon god. However, there were soon several Yuaning great demons killing their way towards Yan Fei's side, each with an aura at the peak of Yuaning, and Yan Fei was forced to temporarily retreat. A phoenix had been emerging behind the demon god, and his breath began to climb, standing on top of the phoenix and spitting out a mouthful of thick red flames that burned the entire battlefield. At the same time, there were also top experts coming from the human race's side. It was an old man, crutches in his hands, without a bit of blood on his body, which could be described as skin and bones, but the vastness of the power in his body was such that even Su Qing glanced sideways at it. Who is this guy and why is there another transformation god? The demon clan side was shaken to the core, not having thought that humans still had transformation spirits. The Moriboa Great Demon noticed the situation over here and hurriedly chided loudly, it's just a half-step transformation spirit, and it's about to die. What are you guys afraid of? He, after decades of slumber, I didn't realize that all the demonic spirits are so powerful now. It seems to have changed quite a lot. The old man smiled as he looked towards the Moriboa Great Demon. Jiang Shang frowned, Elder Profound, why have you come out? The old man whom Jiang Shang called Elder Profound laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha, how can I be missing from such an event today? What's the use of slumbering when it's already time to die? It's better to have one last battle with these goblins. The old man, a character of the same period as Jiang Shang, is also a big red man around the emperor. The end of the Qing dynasty, the old man in the multinational war has also made a great contribution. In recent times, Elder Fuchi retired to the mountains because of his lack of health. Jiang Shang had been taught by Elder Yuan when he had entered the mountains and forests to cultivate for a period of time, and the two had a relationship that was both mentor and friend. This time, Jiang Shang didn't call Old Man Yuan over for the big battle because of Old Man Yuan's physical state. As long as he experienced another battle, I'm afraid he would have to directly sit down and melt away. Good, then kill a few more. Jiang Shang laughed and sparred with the Moriboa Great Demon, with Old Man Profound, a god transformation stage. Assisting them, the human race immediately had a huge advantage. The top side of the battlefield was relatively smooth, and it was impossible to tell the difference for a while. Chapter 76 Stalemate. But the middle and lower end of the battlefield this piece, but the fight is a hot, dead, wounded, can be said to be intense to the extreme. Yuaning as a person did not die. Jindan Foundation but fell a large number. 10,000 compasses and 1,000 compasses teamed up to deal with an early Yuaning rhino. Both of them possessed the Qilin bloodline and were extremely strong. However, the Yuaning stage rhinoceros was able to break space and dodge, teasing the two of them as if they were playthings. One compass released a poisonous insect, but it was easily dodged by the Yuaning rhinoceros by utilizing spatial flickering. Angry, one compass cursed, this dog thing keeps using space to dodge. If I can break space, I'll be the first to screw him. Don't take it lightly. This rhinoceros clearly has the ability to fight head-on, but it is one that is fighting in a roundabout way. I'm afraid that there is a premeditation. 1,000 Compass looked serious, carefully observing the changes in the surrounding space. In the piece of Yuaning stage, the local human race in Huaxia was relatively scarce, and the Yuaning of the demon race partly relied on the people of Fengshan Mountain Villa. For the rest of the Yuaning stage, they relied on the combined efforts of 3 or 2 people to deal with it. Su Qing, as the top of the mid-range battle force, was arranged to fight in the battle of the middle Yuaning demonic beasts. This Yuaning demonic beast was a saber-toothed tiger with an extremely powerful attack, hitting Su Qing in a series of retreats, its huge body making it difficult for Su Qing to dodge. The one who worked with Su Qing was Zhang Tiancher from Longhu Mountain. Zhang Tiancher's strength was weak, but he still had a slight disadvantage when facing this kind of powerful demonic beast. Su Chang was the main combatant, while Zhang Tianzhi flung out a sheet of talismans, which was quite useful as a support. Tianzhi Zhang, help me control this saber-toothed tiger for 10 seconds, Su Qing shouted. Yes. Understanding that Su Qing was about to zoom in, Tianzhi Zhang pulled out a talisman with golden light from his waist and turned his hand to ignite it, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Tianzhi's face instantly turned pale as his fingers drew a circle of light out of thin air and landed on that saber-toothed tiger's body. That saber-toothed tiger was just about to attack, but was controlled in mid-air. A jade seal hovered above Su Qing's head, and that imperial aura spread out, shocking many of the experts, many of whom looked this way. The jade seal. It's the jade seal of Qin Shi Huang. Someone recognized the origin of the jade seal. Immortal art, 10,000 swords decision. Su Qing's hands spread out, and his spirit swords floated in midair, transforming into countless spirit swords, forming a sword formation that bombarded the saber-toothed tiger's body. Ouch! The saber-toothed tiger only hissed violently a few times before it was plunged into powder by the 10,000 swords. Good Taoism, Tianzhi Zhang exclaimed. Su Qing gazed to the other side, where Shaking Light was fighting a peak Yuaning water snake. This Yuaning water snake Su Qing was familiar with, having chased him the day before yesterday. Su Qing reached out and pointed, and the 10,000 swords formation formed a spirit sword that charged at the head of that water snake. Seeing this scene, Shaking Light clasped his hands in a circle and rubbed out a golden energy ball of light, leaping violently and smashing it on the head of the Yuaning water snake. The primordial water snake only felt his head faint, and in the next second, a spirit sword ran through his head. Before he could fight back, his head was shattered by Shaking Light's palm. Shaking Light nodded at Su Qing and ran to another battlefield. Suddenly, a voice entered Su Qing's ears. Su Qing, come save me. Su Qing turned around, only to see One Compass, the old fellow, being given a foot on the ground by the Yuaning rhino due to carelessness. And Thousand Compass unleashed the phantom centipede, but it was unable to break the Yuaning rhino's defenses, and instead, it made One Compass's body want to be shattered. Old man, the food is to die for. Between the flickers of Su Qing's body, he arrived beside that Yuaning rhinoceros, and the spirit sword behind him whooshed up, chopping off the huge horns on top of its head with a single stroke. The primordial infant rhino fiercely shouted angrily, and the force of his feet became even more massive. One Compass hissed and yelled in pain. Su Qing, you old boy, you're trying to get me killed. Chop! Taking advantage of the fact that the Yuaning rhinoceros was being held back by the 1,000 compasses, Su Qing swung out his sword and slashed at its legs and feet, knocking and crashing with a sound that sounded like it was slashing at basalt iron. However, no matter how high the defense of the Yuaning rhinoceros was, it could not resist the killing power of a top-level spirit sword. Su Qing inputted his aura, and with a boom, the Yuaning rhinoceros's leg broke. The severed leg and foot exploded as a giant black scorpion rose from the ground. One Compass stood on top of the black scorpion's head. The tail behind the scorpion stretched out and stuck in the root of that Yuaning rhinoceros's broken leg. The toxin was very overbearing, which contained the results of One Compass's years of achievements. Under the spread of the toxin, in a short while, the Yuaning rhinoceros collapsed to the ground and didn't move. Su Qing raised the spirit sword in his hand, and as the sword light flashed, that Yuaning rhinoceros turned into powder. How dare you! Instantly, 2 golden eagles flew in, each erupting a strong light to sneak in. In just an instant, they reached the 10,000 compasses and 1,000 compasses, shattering their illusionary bodies with a single strike, and the centipede and scorpion exploded instantly. The two were seriously injured and could only stand behind Su Qing. One Compass cursed, marred, what's going on? How did 2 late-stage Yuaning come? Did everyone else die? These 2 golden eagles were late-stage Yuaning with extraordinary strength. Relying on Su Qing and the 2 of him, there was no possibility of winning. All dead indeed. Qian Compass looked to the other side, and sure enough, there was a patch of human powerhouses lying on the ground, and a number of them were the Yuaning of Fengshan Mountain Villa. These 2 golden eagles are born together, with a very stable cooperation, comparable to a Yuaning Great Circle. Their strength is naturally not something that can be paralleled by an ordinary Yuaning. Su Qing saw the end. At this point it's up to you. All the other powerhouses of the human race were being held back. Even old man Yuan was temporarily entangled by 2 peak Yuaning. Where's Shaking Light? Where did the old guy go to play? One Compass looked around and didn't see where the Shaker Guardian was. Shaking Light was strong, and this kind of golden eagle should be left to him to deal with. Shaking Light is in that lion's mouth. 1,000 compasses breathlessly pointed at a Genjutsu lion. That Yuaning lion roared, and a roaring sound faintly emanated from its body. It was Shaking Light in the lion's belly. Shaking Light was accidentally swallowed by this lion, and now it was also in the middle of a desperate bombardment. Su Qing wanted to go and help, but with these 2 golden eagles gazing at him, he was really powerless. The two golden eagles transformed into human beings and trembled with Su Qing. Facing the tacit understanding of the two golden eagles and cooperating with them, Su Qing was somewhat overwhelmed. For the rest of the battle circle, the human race was more or less at a disadvantage at this point. The only thing that was still a bit better was that Zhang Shang and the Grand Elder had joined forces to suppress the Mori Boa Great Demon and the Giant Lizard Great Demon ruthlessly. However, if one wanted to kill the two great demons, it was still not too easy to achieve. In no time at all, there were strong people from the human race who died. Elder Profound was very strong, but without his longevity, he couldn't exert his power at all. As for Yin Fei, he was holding the sealing scepter, and facing the demon god and a Yuan in great perfection. He was barely able to block it, but he didn't have an advantage either. The rest of the Jindan demonic beasts were also pressing against the human race's inner strength experts, but it wasn't too bad. Su Qing and those two golden eagles clashed with one another in a strike that ruthlessly smashed through a mountain peak. Kill! The two golden eagles attacked again. Su Qing leapt out of the rubble and glanced at the battle around him. After all this time, it's still up to me. Su Qing's white hair gradually turned black, and his spiritual energy began to flourish. Chapter 77, Upgrade and Kill the Four Directions. A jade seal hovered in the air and landed above Su Qing's head. An invisible imperial chi surfaced from the jade seal, wrapping Su Qing's body. The Suiho bead also flew out from his waist and landed on top of the jade seal, bringing a constant stream of aura support to the jade seal and finally integrating into it. Su Qing's gaze flickered as his aura began to climb. The appearance became more youthful, reverting to his 20s. Boom! Su Qing officially recovered to the Yuaning stage, swinging the spirit sword in his hand. Su Qing's breath rose once again. Middle Yuaning, peak mid-Yuaning stage. Su Qing thought it was okay. Continuing to recover any longer may keep the realm unstable. I'll go. Su Qing, you guy, you're even hiding your strength. What kind of scene is this? And you're still hiding. One Compass was speechless. The corner of Chikango's mouth twitched as well. Many eyes looked this way, but the fight soon continued. A Yuaning was just a Yuaning. Some power, but it couldn't create too much of an impact on the battlefield. However, they had underestimated Su Qing. A Yuaning. Two weedy eagles. Su Qing wiped his left hand on the spirit sword. A strong light flashed, and the sword seemed to cut through space, splitting on the incoming two golden eagles' bodies. Ku! The two golden eagles hissed and shouted at the same time, then changed into human bodies. It was two demonic youths. The original form of the target is too large, easy to be hit by a wide range of attacks, is not with Su Qing. You're strong, the strongest mid-Yuaning I've seen among the human race so far. One of the golden eagles coldly gazed at Su Qing and shouted, "Don't worry, I'm the last one you'll see." Su Qing laughed lightly, waving the spirit sword in his hand. The entire sky was dimmed. A ray of thunder and lightning fell, condensing on top of the spirit sword. Advanced immortal art. Endless lightning. The space in front of him shattered, and Su Qing flickered in, appearing above the heads of the two golden eagles between flashes, stabbing down with a sword. At the same time, endless lightning raged, pouring into the spirit sword. That golden eagle didn't even have time to dodge and was stabbed in the head with a sword. Under the erosion of the lightning, that golden eagle immediately exploded and died. The other golden eagle didn't even expect Su Qing to be so powerful. Ordinary Jindan advancing to Yuaning still needed to slowly understand the power of Yuaning. The skill of piercing through space was even more difficult to understand and required more trial and error. However, Su Qing was different. It was as if he was a Yuaning great perfection, who knew all about spatial transfer and could subsequently break it. Die! The other golden eagle snapped, energy gathering in its fist as it blasted at Su Qing. Su Qing backhanded out his fist and clashed with that golden eagle. With a bang, Su Qing's body was rushed high into the air by Yubo. With the help of this aftershock, the spirit sword in Su Qing's hand became enormous and stabbed at the golden eagle. That golden eagle had nowhere to hide, and it was too late to hide, instantly transforming into its original form. And with the help of its huge body, it released the feathers on its body, forming a protective shield that surrounded it. However, Su Qingdu had already used a high-level immortal technique, and that was something that a protective shield could block. There was a rumble and a bunch of feathers littered the sky. Su Qing gazed at the Yuaning lions in the distant battlefield. This Yuaning lion swallowed Shaking Light. Shaking Light was still pounding frantically inside its body, trying to break it open. But this Yuaning lion dared to swallow people, so it had capital, and its body was incomparably hard, and it simply couldn't be broken from the body. If you are not capable of fighting, you should withdraw from the battlefield first. Su Qing coldly looked at One Compass and Thousand Compass, and with a turn of his body, he disappeared into thin air. Who doesn't have the ability to fight anymore? The old man is just resting slightly for a while. One Compass shouted defiantly, and the scorpion behind him coalesced once again, pouncing on an early Jindan stage demonic beast. Shaking Light, delusional attempt to break through this seat's cage. The Yuaning lion's body was huge, occupying a mountain peak. Su Qing appeared out of thin air underneath the belly of the Yuaning lion, attracting the raging thunder to attach the spirit sword, and stabbing the Yuaning lion's belly with his sword. Before the Yuaning lion had time to react, it felt as if his stomach had been electrocuted. A piercing noise was emitted, and in the next second, his stomach was pierced by a sword. The Jining lion felt bad and wanted to turn around and flee. Shaking light whooshed out of its stomach, and his hands continuously performed sealing decisions. Dao, Star River sinking movement. A palm comparable to a large mountain coalesced and slapped the Yuaning lion down with a bang. An intense light flashed, and the Yuaning lion exploded. Su Qing, thanks. Shaking light looked slightly surprised, as if he didn't understand why Su Qing had suddenly become so powerful, but there was no time to say more to Su Qing now. Instantly drifting towards another battlefield, Su Qing saw that Shaking Light only chose the strongest and went to kill against a peak Yuaning. There weren't many peak Yuaning level demonic beasts in total. This peak Yuaning demonic beast was a black bear fighting a divine monk. This divine monk had a peaceful appearance and didn't seem to be very old. Su Qing vaguely remembered this divine monk. The strength was extremely terrifying. Under Jiang Shang, above Shaking Light, a few decades ago, after the war ended, this divine monk went to the deep mountains of the Blue Sea to cultivate. I didn't expect that this guy had come out of the mountain. At this point, the divine monk was clearly falling into a disadvantage and was constantly being beaten back. The Shaking Light manifested a large handprint that slapped the back of the Yuaning black bear. Another one. The primordial black bear wasn't afraid at all. His body grew bigger and bigger, like he was as powerful as if he was performing the top immortal art, Phantom Heaven and Earth, and every kick made the earth tremble. Su Qing, come, stall this black bear for 5 seconds. Shaking Light shouted towards Su Qing. Su Qing pierced through space and arrived beside the divine monk. Bind. The divine monk took the lead, grabbing the hanging beads around his neck and silently reciting the sutra. The hanging beads whooshed and entangled the Yuaning black bear. Su Qing naturally couldn't lag behind, and with a movement of his fingers, the jade seal above his head grew larger, firmly suppressing the black bear like a Tarzan. A hanging bead black bear can still barely move, but add another jade seal, but it's really hard to move. Lend me your chi. Shaking Light shouted and opened his body, and immediately, a strange energy came out from the endless void and merged with Shaking Light's body. Huge handprints floated in the air, a palm fell, and the black bear exploded. Su Qing gazed at the powerful force surrounding Shaking Light. That was the power of China's chi, and only those who had made a significant contribution to China could utilize this chi power. Obviously, Shaker has the credentials. Shaking Light nodded slightly at Su Qing and the divine monk and ran lengthwise toward the other battle. It really doesn't linger for a second. Ha ha ha, that has good strength. Why don't we cooperate and finish off those two peak Yuaning beside Elder Yuan first? The divine monk invites Su Qing to join him in eliminating demons. That's natural. Su Qing smiled back. The divine monk and Su Qing ran together to the battlefield of Elder Abyss. Elder Profound was struggling a bit against two peak Yuaning wasp demon beasts due to the limitation of his lifespan, making him angry but helpless. The divine monk once again whipped out the hanging beads around his neck, controlling a wasp. Su Qing similarly forced a wasp to be suppressed with a jade seal. Ha ha ha, finally someone is coming. Let's see old me decapitate these two little bees with a single strike. Elder Yuan laughed out loud, finally feeling much more relaxed. Chapter 78 Entering the battlefield of the God Transformation stage, only to see Elder Profound's Tao of the Transfiguration stage being cast. A black hole that emitted a whimpering sound was formed in front of him as it spun around. Suck! Elder Profound reached out and grabbed. His palm became huge and he held the two wasps and shoved them into the black hole. The black hole thumped and thumped chaotically before finally calming down. You two are good, Elder Profound said with a smile, but Elder Fuchi was almost out of strength. After all, with life expectancy almost at an end, it's good enough to keep on living. The aura on the divine monk's body was also slowly decreasing, and it seemed that he had also forcefully used some sort of secret method capable of elevating his realm before. I can't either. The divine monk smiled, and handed Su Qing the hanging beads in his hand. Su Qing nonchalantly took the hanging beads. This hanging bead contains an extremely strong Buddhist chi in it, which can be driven by inputting spiritual chi or internal force, and is very controllable. Su Qing's gaze flashed as he teleported into the distance. This was the battlefield of Yuhang, Tian Shu, Tian Xian, and Tian Gue. The four of them worked together to deal with a Yuaning Great Perfection Great Demon. It was a strong mammoth, with a strength that was considered the strongest in the Yuaning stage. Although the four were not in a high realm, they were barely able to fight with them by utilizing the power of Huaxia's chi. As for the other two guardians, Tian Quan and Kai Yang, together they were able to deal with a late-stage Yuaning. This mammoth is so fierce, it's impossible to fight. Tenguis cursed angrily. but in a moment of carelessness, he was knocked away by the mammoth. Yu Hong hastily cast a Dao technique, but it simply couldn't penetrate the mammoth's defense. This mammoth was not only incredibly powerful, its defense was also one of the best. The four join forces to try and control the mammoth, but some formations are broken up, giving the mammoth a chance to move. Mammoth is looking for a break, and an injured Tamame is the perfect breaking point. The mammoth moved its feet and pierced through the limitations of space, its huge tusks slamming into Jade balance. Yu Hong, go! Tenguai's reminded, but Yu Hong didn't have time to dodge. Moreover, that aura of the mammoth had already locked Yu Hong in place. The only best option now is to put up a fight. Tian Xian, Tian Gui, and Tian Shu worked together to release the barrier towards Yu Hang. Jade Balance also exploded all his strength into an attempt to bring the mammoth under control. Crackle! Several barriers blew up in just an instant. Yu Hong clenched his teeth and was about to make a final impact with his life. Bang! The space in front of him unexpectedly shattered. A hanging bead flew out, putting the mammoth's body under temporary control. One of them stepped out as silhouette, and it was none other than Su Qing. Advanced Immortal Art, Divine Emperor Fist. Su Qing recited silently, his two fists with Imperial Qi attached to them, clashing with the crashing mammoth, the majestic aftermath spreading out and blowing Yu Hong far away. Blast! Su Qing snapped, and the mammoth screamed as two of its teeth snapped off with a bang. Kill! Ten Gui shouted fiercely. Tian Gui, Tian Shu, Tian Xian, and Yu Hong all came together and blew the mammoth to pieces. Let's go! Su Qing laughed lightly, his figure disappearing. As Yu Hong watched Su Qing continue to fight up in other battles, he couldn't help but sigh. This guy, just how strong is he? It's outrageous. It's still you who had a good eye, letting Su Qing join the army back then, or else such a good talent would have been a real waste. Tian Gui laughed. That's natural, Yu Hong said proudly. Back then, he saw that Su Qing had good talent and enrolled him in the camp. What a right choice it was. Whoosh! 3 streams of light flew in. It was Tian Quan and Kai Yang. Shaking light came too. There is still a peak Yuaning mad cow. This is the last peak Yuaning. Let's combine our efforts to kill it. Shaking light said. This peak Yuaning mad cow was too strong, killing several Fengshan mountain villas Yuaning, and his strength was a few points stronger than a Yuaning great circle. Yes, the 6 guardians responded together. Where's Su Qing? Shaking light looked around. With Su Qing's assistance, the speed of the kill would be much faster. Su Qing is probably going to the high-end battlefield. Yu Hong couldn't see Su Qing's figure and guessed. Shaking light's gaze pierced through the void, and sure enough, he saw Su Qing confronting the Mori Boa Great Demon. This guy went to deal with the Mori Boa Great Demon with Jiang Shang. There was an excitement in Shaking Light's voice. The Yu Hong few couldn't help but marvel at Su Qing's ruthlessness. It's a direct battle across major levels. It's time for us to take action as well. Kill that peak Yuaning mad cow and go help Yan Fei. The sealing scepter in his hand won't last much longer. The 7 stars struck together and the battlefield began to reverse. This kid, he's really fierce. Elder Profound also saw Su Qing travel to the battle between the transformation spirit stages inside. Strong, too strong. It's just that I might not be able to keep my hanging beads. The divine monk's words were heartbroken for the hanging bead, but his face wore a thick smile. The human race should all be happy to have such a powerful person. Damn it, when did Su Qing become so perverted? After not seeing him for a few days, he's able to touch base with the god transformation stage. One compass couldn't figure it out. In the void of space, what kind of thing are you that you dare to come to a battle at the transformation god stage? The Mori Boa Great Demon's face was malicious as it stared at Su Qing with a deadly glare. This was because on the arm of the Mori Boa Great Demon, there was an opening cut by the sword, flowing with thick black blood, while a hint of flaming lightning was flickering. The Mori Boa Great Demon couldn't even recover his injuries by using his aura, so he could only wait for time to settle. Don't get excited, there's really no fun over there in the low endgame, and the mid-end battlefield has been pretty much killed off, so there's not much fun left. Su Qing lightly laughed, signaling the Great Demon of the Mori Boa to look at the battlefield below. The Mori Boa Great Demon was stunned, and his divine sense spread out to observe the situation below. The ground was filled with corpses, especially huge demonic beast corpses. Also, as Su Qing said, the mid-range battlefield is all but killed too. There were only 2 battlegrounds left for the peak Yuaning stage and the Great Yuan Man. Yan Fei was being suppressed by the demon god in Yuaning Great Perfection. Mad Cow is about to be subdued by the 7 stars. There were also not many early and mid-Yuaning stages left. There were only 4 or 5 Yuaning demonic beasts fighting. Further down the Jindan demonic beast battlefield, it was not too bad, but it could not strike down a large number of human clans, and there were many stalemates between the 2 sides. Kill. Taking advantage of the Mori Boa Great Demon's loss of concentration, Su Qing executed an advanced immortal technique and stabbed out with his sword. Jiang Shang also erupted with a powerful attack in unison, attacking side by side with Su Qing. Just with you guys, you want to sneak up on me too. The Moriboa Great Demon's divine sense was very strong, and he immediately reacted and blasted out with a fist. With just an ordinary punch, Su Qing felt a great pressure. The power of a peak transformation god could not be underestimated. Bang! Su Qing and Jiang Shang's bodies were shaken as they stormed back dozens of meters away. Just stall this guy. It's too hard and difficult to kill him, Jiang Shang whispered. The strength of the Moriboa Great Demon was still a bit weaker than the giant lizard Great Demon. But even so, it was still at the god transformation stage. A true peak powerhouse. If Su Qing had been in full victory, decapitating this Moriboa Great Demon would have been a matter of waving his hand, not taking any time at all. Originally, I didn't want to use up too much power to get rid of you guys, but the situation down there is getting worse. The Moriboa Great Demon stared at the two in a chilling voice. The Moriboa Great Demon had crimson eyes, as if it was possessed. Chapter 79 Little Qilin's Power. Rumble. Space is trembling, as if something terrible is being born. A crimson glow blossomed in the void. A flicker of flame rose in the eyes of the Moriboa Great Demon. This flame did not belong to the Moriboa Great Demon. Instead, borrow from the side. But even so, the aura of the Moriboa Great Demon was soaring. A thread of tiny flames emanated from the endless void and landed on that Moriboa Great Demon's body. The flames getting stronger and stronger, and the aura getting stronger and stronger. Break his spell casting, Jiang Shang hissed. If the Moriboa Great Demon was allowed to continue absorbing external flames like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Jiang Shang was about to launch his final attack, Su Qing hurriedly pulled Jiang Shang. Su Qing, as a veteran transformation spirit stage, certainly knew what kind of spell this Sinboa Great Demon was doing. Run! Jiang Shang wasn't sure what Su Qing meant. The anaconda is borrowing the power of the void refining demon. We can't beat it. Su Qing transmitted his voice and hurriedly explained. Jiang Shang's face changed greatly, and without any hesitation at all, he brought Su Qing to instantly blink out of space. In another space, the Grand Elder similarly escaped in a sorry state. That's crazy. These two guys borrowed the power of the Vermilion Bird Emperor. The Grand Elder hissed, unable to raise half of his desire to fight anymore. The Vermilion Bird Emperor. That was a late stage or peak refined void existence. This giant lizard demon with the help of this kind of power. That's still a fart. Retreat. Get out of Tianshan as fast as you can. Kang Sung put down his orders. The people who were fighting did as they were told, though they did not know why. At the same time, they also sensed a force slowly spreading out. The force made it difficult for them to take a step. You humble humans, originally you didn't want to borrow the power of the Vermilion Bird Emperor, but you've angered me. The Moriboa Great Demon roared. Cultivators of a lower rank felt their hearts and minds go out of their heads when they heard this sound, and some of the smaller demons flopped to their knees. The demon god froze. From the bodies of the Moriboa Great Demon and the giant lizard Great Demon, she sensed a familiar smell. This is the Vermilion Bird Emperor? She had the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird Emperor in her. Strangely enough, the entire audience was shocked by the aura of the Moriboa and the giant lizard Great Demon. But on the contrary, the 10,000 compasses and 1,000 compasses, whose cultivation was not too high, did not have the slightest feeling. Even the two of them felt a hint of warmth. One compass instantly realized that it should be because they had refined the demon god's blood and the Qilin's blood, causing them to have some of the Vermilion Bird Emperor's blood in their bodies as well. Die! The Moriboa Great Demon didn't have any extra words, and that hand seemed to only be able to break through space as it grabbed one of Fengshan Mountain Villa's Yuaning with one hand. This Yuaning desperately resisted, but was simply unable to get away. In the next second, this Yuaning was forced to self-destruct. A Yuaning wouldn't be able to survive for more than 3 seconds under the Moriboa Great Demon. Su Qing estimated that the Moriboa Great Demon's realm level was feared to have been forcibly raised to between the half-step refined void and refined void realms. If he could break through the refined void, then he would truly be invincible. It may be enough to want someone dead with just a look. Su Qing suddenly sensed something moving in his spatial storage. It's the little unicorn. What? Su Qing transmitted his voice into the storage space. I smelled the Vermilion Bird, and inhaling her scent may allow my mother's soul to recover further, the little Qilin said excitedly. Without waiting for Su Qing to release the little Qilin, the Moriboa Great Demon's tail flung over. With a rumbling sound, it smashed a piece of human experts to death. Luckily, there was a timely block by the Grand Elder in Jiangsheng to prevent more casualties from appearing, but the half-step refined void boa and the giant lizard couldn't block them at all. The various powerhouses of the human race ran and scattered. Even if you die, you'll die less. However, it was ultimately underestimating refined void. The Moriboa Great Demon transformed into its original form, turning into a gigantic snake of 1,000 feet in size, opening that bloody mouth, and every human powerhouse was locked in inexplicable space, unable to move. Even Su Qing felt this way. A powerful attraction exploded out of the Moriboa Great Demon's mouth. The crowd only felt their bodies being slowly sucked in, making it difficult to move. Only Jiang Shang, the Grand Elder, and Yen Fei could barely resist. Even Elder Yuan couldn't carry it. Great Elder, is there any way out? Jiang Shang roared. This is where China's elite are. They can't all die here. There's no way but to break their borrowed power, the Grand Elder said helplessly. Su Qing fought to resist this attraction, pulling out the little Qilin with his backhand. The appearance of the little Qilin immediately caused the Mori boa and the giant lizard's figures to lurch. Woo! The little unicorn was excited to feel the power in the bodies of the boa and the giant lizard. It was a power he didn't know why it was so familiar. All he knew was that it was a force he could mobilize, only to see the little Qilin flying higher and higher, spreading an indescribable power. Suddenly, the Mori boa great demon was forced to change back to its humanoid state as if it was out of control. Even the Mori boa great demon felt the vermilion bird emperor's power fading. Instead of fading, it's more like being drained. Gargoyle, it's a griffin. It's not very cultivated. Bring the griffin down. The Mori boa great demon snapped. Kirin, within this small world, there was actually a Kirin in existence. The relationship between the Kirin and the four divine beasts was hard to tell, and it seemed that some sort of agreement had been made as well, which they weren't sure about. But it was never expected that the Kirin would be able to absorb the power of the vermilion bird emperor. It's a griffin. There's actually one in this place. The giant lizard was just about to lash out, but the power of its own vermilion bird emperor was disappearing. However, it was completely sufficient by its own power. The giant lizard demon reached out and was about to grab the little Qilin. Su Qing took a step forward, and the jade seal on top of his head floated out, blocking in front of the little Qilin, easily knocking the giant lizard demon's hand off course. At this moment, the human powerhouses began to run away. Go! Su Qing didn't dare to stay for long. Who knew what other tricks these two god transformation great demons had up their sleeves? The Mori boa and the giant lizard still wanted to stop them, but they were stopped by the Grand Elder and Jiang Shang. The two great demons just wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by the demon god. There's no need to chase anymore. We're defeated this time, the demon god said with a heavy face. The anaconda and the gargoyle were annoyed, but there was nothing to be done. Yeah, lost. Many of the strongest members of the demon race were killed. More than 1,000 demons. Now only 200 or so were left to be killed. Even if he could catch up with Jiang Shang and the others, his two demons would still be stopped. It ended up being a non-starter. As for using the power of the vermilion bird emperor, I'm afraid that won't work. Suddenly, the giant lizard demon felt an unparalleled force approaching. The power was unbearable for both of them. Not the unicorn. Not the power of the unicorn. Bad. Run. The demon god's gaze pierced through the void and exclaimed. The Mori boa and the giant lizard great demon looked up, only to see three giant iron weapons that looked like meteorites coming towards them with increasing speed. It's the supreme weapon of mankind. The demon god grimaced. Go! The Mori boa great demon waved his arm and flew away with many lesser demons. The giant lizard great demon, on the other hand, quickly left with the demon god. Boom! Countless mountains were blown up. Debris is flying all over the place. Chapter 80, Sunset. The Mori boa great demon landed on top of a flat piece of land with some small demons. Looking at the collapsed mountain peaks in the distance, all of them had some heart palpitations. These humans even have such a powerful secret weapon. It was a miscalculation. I was almost blown to dust. The giant lizard great demon gritted its teeth. Otherwise, why do you think I stayed inside the dungeon for so many years? Humans are the true masters of this world. They have the most powerful technological power. With our physical bodies, we can't beat them at all. As much as the demon god hated to admit this, it was true. The contract with the human lasted for decades and he never wanted to break it. For once the pact is broken, he understands that he will come to a final showdown with the humans. The final result of the duel will be his destruction. The power of man has really grown with the changes in technology over the years. The giant lizard demon sighed. It is indeed rather terrifying. To block this supreme weapon, one would have to come from the vermilion bird emperor himself in order to block it without a sound. Of course, this did not mean that their two great demons were not able to block this supreme weapon. It just takes a lot of power. These are not the most important things. If these humans still bombard us with these missiles next time, once again, we will be able to withstand them by borrowing the power of the vermilion bird emperor. But the only thing that scares us is that there are still unicorns in this world. The Mori boa great demon frowned tightly. The little Qilin seemed to have an innate pressure of suppression against the vermilion bird emperor. This would be too troublesome. The demon god was puzzled. But why is it that I have the bloodline of a vermilion bird, but I don't have any feelings for this little Qilin? Young lord, there's a big possibility that you and this little Qilin survived within the blue star together, causing certain connections between you to be erased. The great gargoyle demon explained. If that's the case, we do need to contact the vermilion bird emperor. the Moriboa Great Demon remembered something significant. I think it's also necessary, the giant lizard demon also said. The two top-tier great demons thought alike and paid the price of more essence blood, so they contacted the heavenly diffusion realm, outside the heavenly mountain. All of the various powerhouses of the human race stopped here to rest. Jiang Sheng especially asked curiously, Su Qing, could that animal you just released be the Qilin? How do you have such a thing? Right, Su Qing said. The Grand Elder laughed softly. The Qilin. As far as I know, the Qilin naturally possesses an innate pressure against the vermilion bird divine beast, or else we would have all died inside the heavenly mountain this time. What I'm very curious about is that there are still griffins in your world. That's a bit hard to understand. A world that possesses a griffin is one that belongs to the higher worlds, but Blue Star was clearly a small world with a depleted aura. Apart from some mountain ranges, the rest of the place was almost devoid of the presence of aura. To be able to feed a small number of cultivators is to have reached the extreme of humanity. It was absolutely inconceivable that a Qilin could be born in such an environment. I'm not sure about that. Things you still need to ask the two people over there. Those two know Kirin better than I do. Su Qing pointed towards 1,000 compasses and 10,000 compasses, who were resting from healing their wounds. 1,000 compasses and 10,000 compasses felt the gaze of Jiang Shang and the Grand Elder and naturally knew what they wanted to ask. Actually, we're not too sure about the origin of this little Qilin. We just found it in the mountain village. However, there is one thing worth mentioning, and that is that the Moriboa Great Demon and the Giant Lizard Great Demon obtaining the power of the Vermilion Bird Emperor doesn't do anything for the two of us. One compass said indifferently. What was said was the truth. They were indeed not sure where the little unicorn came from. The Grand Elder thought carefully and said, as I observed the power in your bodies, you should have acquired the bloodline of the Qilin. Having the bloodline of a Qilin and being able to ignore the power of the Vermilion Bird Emperor is somewhat interesting. 1,000 compasses and 10,000 compasses nodded. Su Qing said somewhat breathlessly, the little Qilin's previous bloodline was drained by the two of them, and the two of them instead practiced their Qilin bloodline and their cultivation sword, while the little Qilin's realm stood still. You two guys, Jiang Shang said without a trace of anger. A good unicorn was so spoiled by two people. Otherwise, they would still be able to counterattack with the power of the Qilin. None of this matters. What matters is that the power of humans in your world is very strong. Those 3 missiles just now have far exceeded the power of the transformation god stage. The Grand Elder was full of praise when he remembered those 3 missiles just now. If this kind of missile could be mass-produced in the heavenly diffusion realm, perhaps the human race wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Jiang Shang shook his head and said with a bitter smile, it's not that simple. These 3 missile materials are very precious. Not only can they control the size of the bombing range, but they can also control the strength of the energy fluctuations, compared to nuclear weapons. For that matter, more precision. If they were to use nuclear weapons directly, not to mention whether or not they could blow up those 2 god transformation great demons, even they, the strongest members of the human race, might be affected, dying faster than those demons. The scope is too vast. There's no way to control it on a small scale. Otherwise, how can we put a few to dampen the fire of the 2 great demons first? All go back. Jiang Shang waved his hand, signaling the various powerhouses to go back wherever they should. This ending is kind of good so far. It's just a bit of a loss. The human race's losses weren't very serious in that scattered battle in front of them. But then the Moriboa Great Demon and the Giant Lizard Great Demon, using the power of the Vermilion Bird Emperor, killed several hundred people in a split second. Otherwise, they could have won this battle in a big way. Since there's nothing else going on, I'll be heading back first. Su Qing excused himself and left. This battle was undoubtedly exhausting for Su Qing. Having used the power of the Jade Seal and the Suho Bead, he had also forcefully raised his own strength. For now, it was necessary to stabilize one's realm and just keep it at the early stage of yuaning. Recovering the realm too quickly was also detrimental to the growth rate afterwards. The arrival of these great demons has given one a sense of crisis, so we need to hurry up and ascend to Transformation Spirit, Su Qing secretly said. To quickly ascend to Transformation Spirit, aura was essential. However, most of the various territories with auras in China are currently occupied by people. The only target now would have to be placed among those in the west. Su Qing arrived at White Dragon Mountain, simply rested for the rest of the day. Just get ready to head to the west. The first stop is the land of the rising sun. As a veteran country, the Sunless Kingdom's heritage was naturally extremely powerful, but it's not too peaceful within the sunset, and in addition to the domestic hierarchy acting up, there are some demons rioting. Abbot Jin Xian's friend, Father Manhwa, is a high-ranking member of the church in the land of the rising sun. The daily task of the church is to exorcise those demons. Su Qing targeted the 15th ranked family in the Sunset Kingdom, the Roman family. 81st Roman family civil unrest. The Roman family, Romanian glorious bastard, held a family meeting. Ing Hao is the new patriarch of the Roman family and the right-hand man of the demon god. To the east of the Sunset Kingdom lies a dark floating city. Above the floating city, there were some terrifying magical beasts that survived. These magical beasts feed on people and ran amok hundreds of years ago. Later on, after the rule of the successive kings of the Sunset Kingdom, all these magical beasts were driven to the east of the Sunset Kingdom. These beasts would fight back at first, and in recent times have been hit by the powerful firepower of the state and have suffered heavily. Gradually, they gave up attacking humans and built a floating city there in the east, and now the owner of the floating city is the demon god of sunset. Rumor has it that the demon god, who was a human being at the time, was later taken away by the demon beast when he became a demon. The demon god gradually rose in status, defeating one old demon god after another, and finally becoming the newest demon god, because this demon god, in the first place, was human. After becoming a demon god, he was sexually aggressive and reckless. As much as vampires love to suck human blood, it led to the Wraith One once again infringing on the Sunset Kingdom. The nationals within the country of the Sunset felt panic to the core. Although there were people from the church to stop them, people were often victimized by the magical beasts and drained of their essence blood. There is no stopping this kind of thing. Not even the Pope of the church can do anything about it. So recently the Pope is organizing his manpower and preparing to break the floating city in one fell swoop. But this is undoubtedly extremely difficult. Everyone is afraid of death. Attacking the floating city is even more of an invasion of someone else's territory, and it's that much closer to death. As for the use of intense fire missiles, it's not as if the top brass of the Sunbelt nation haven't used them before. Ordinary magical beasts would definitely be bombarded to death by missiles, but magical gods really wouldn't. The demon god's abilities are beyond the realm of normal humans. As long as there was danger coming, the demon god would be able to sense it in advance and thus escape the floating city. Remember 30 years ago, the nation of Sunburst passed the use of highly powerful firearms to attack the floating city. In the end, the magical beasts above the floating city were swept away. It's kind of a big win, but soon the devil's revenge came. The demon god slaughtered nearly tens of thousands of people in just 3 days. Even the missiles couldn't catch up to him, and even if they did, they couldn't hurt him. Undoubtedly, the nationals within the Sunset are terrified and are fleeing the Sunset in droves. The economy of that period of time in the land of the rising sun declined rapidly and the level went straight backward. After killing tens of thousands of people continuously, the demon god finally stopped and returned to the floating city. Since then, the Sunset hierarchy no longer dared to bombard with those supreme weapons, but lately there is a lot of fear in the land of the rising sun, because the demon god has made a comeback. The demon god recovered from his injuries back then and is now sucking human blood once again. However, today's demon god is learning to be smart. He no longer goes out looking for blood food. Instead, he had awakened a new skill, releasing a magic seed to control the members of the great families, borrowing their influence to secretly capture some people and send them to the floating city. The demon god had said, "These guys are here of their own accord and have nothing to do with me. Do you still want to attack me? Then I will not be polite." This kind of speech was also extremely difficult for the top management of Sunset. In the long run, the top brass will not bother to manage it. After all, the people the demon god sucked up to were criminals, or people who were at great fault. The patriarch of the Roman family, Roman Inghao, was precisely the one whose body had been eroded by the demonic seed, and using his own power, he didn't know how many normal people he had framed and sent to the floating city. All of these people, without exception, had their flesh and blood devoured by the demon god, become a demon like the demon god. Have all the criminals been apprehended for this month? Roman Inghao frowned as he looked at the younger generation in the family. It's all caught. Of the younger generation, Roman Candy said respectfully, "Where is it? And why didn't you bring anyone here this time?" Roman Ingold asked in disbelief. "Used to just bag people back up. This time it was not. There are more arrests this month, so they're all arranged in vans outside the estate," Roman Candy said. "Oh." Inghao revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Let's go. Go check it out." Kandi nodded and followed him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The rest of the important members of the Roman family also hurriedly followed. The patriarch's mood had changed more over the year. In the past, Inghao was able to be chosen as the patriarch because Inghao's business and magical abilities were both extremely outstanding. But this year, not only did Inghao stop practicing magic, even the business matters were left to others within the clan to manage. This method of management has certainly made some people happy, but the consequence was that the status of the Roman family began to trance and slowly decline. This is an absolute injury to the Roman family, which has been passed down for 100 years. And Roman Kendi was only a few votes away from becoming patriarch in the first place. He certainly didn't want the Roman family to be buried at the hands of inglorious bastards like that. Even Kendi wondered if something was going on with Inho. A total of a few dozen people from the top of the Roman family followed. Outside the Roman family estate, with a big red van parked there, seeing the familiar big van, Roman Inghao gave a smile. Open the door of this van and let me see the goods inside. Roman Ingold was very happy and said with a wave of his hand, "Open the car door." Roman Kendi ordered the men behind him as well. A member of the Roman family rushed forward to open this car door. After the door was opened, a black bag could be seen inside the car. This bag was all filled to the brim with goods, some of which were surprisingly squirming. It looks like it should be that these goods have woken up. Get one out and see. Seeing these goods with very high blood chi, Roman Inghao was very happy and was ready to have one of the bags open to see what kind of quality the goods inside belonged to. Roman Candy, with a slight nod, pulled a bag off the inside of the car with a great deal of effort, and the living thing inside had begun to move, even whimpering. At the sound of that voice, Roman Inho was overjoyed. It's definitely a strong man. That's a guess from Roman Ingold. Roman Candy untied the bag, revealing a dark patch of what appeared to be a person's hair. Roman Inghao had his hands in the air, his head lowered towards the cargo. Suddenly, that cargo surprisingly jumped out from inside the bag, and it was a cargo in red, only to see this red-clothed cargo, holding a scepter in his hand, instantly sending out a laser that shot at Roman Inghao's body. Roman Inghao was a little too scared of this sudden damage, and forgot to use his magic to ward it off, and was directly blasted to the ground by this laser. It left a deep mark on the top of Romain Inglo's chest, but this one mark was quickly repaired by a black smoke that was quickly repaired. 82nd Demon Seed. After his fear, Romain Inglo instantly realized that something was wrong. Mamba, why are you here? Roman Ingold looked at the red-robed priest in front of him with shocked eyes. The priest in front of us is Mamba, the Pope's right-hand man. A few days ago, Mamba had followed Abbot Jin Xian to China to come together to deal with the demon god. Unlike in the past, today's Mamba had been promoted to a 9th-level magician. The strength of the self is greatly increased. Translated into the realm within Huaxia, that would be equivalent to the Yuaning level. In today's world, it is also among the top experts. Well, so you're all behind it. Roman Kendi, you guys are backstabbing me. Roman Inglorious, the eroded demonic seed aside, was definitely an intelligent man in his own right, but he wouldn't have been worshipped as the patriarch of the Roman family. Roman Inghao, there is no need for you to continue your disguise. Aren't you the demon god's demon seed? Have long been investigating you for a long time. Father Mamba's eyes gleamed as he stared at Roman Inghao to death. Ha 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 ha. Roman Inghao suddenly began to raise his voice to the sky. So you guys have long since discovered me, and waited for, now and the Pope's people to come together to deal with me. But do you guys think that I'll definitely lose to you guys? Father Mamba didn't want to babble more about something with this madman, and backhanded as would be as the scepter in his hand struck a bright golden light. After being promoted to a 9th-level magician, his spell casting speed was faster than before. In just a split second, this attack was blasted onto Roman Inghao. The black chi appeared on Roman Inghao's body, blocking this golden light completely, and even Roman Inghao's clothes couldn't penetrate and destroy it. It was surprising that Roman inhabitants' strength had turned out to be so terrifying. I don't know that even though the Romani Inglorious talent at the time was relatively strong, it was at best a 7th-level magician. Now that Father Mamba had been promoted to a 9th-level magician, and none of them were able to injure Roman Inghao, it could be seen just how much power the magic seed had given him. Everyone in the Roman family, Roman Inghao has been taken over by the demon god's demon seed. Join forces to bring him under control. Roman Kendi turned around and said towards the people within the Roman family behind him. At this time, who knew that many of the top brass within the Roman family even backhandedly rushed towards Roman Kendi, taking advantage of Roman Kendi's inadvertence, and instantly sent out a number of light rays, knocking him to the ground. Roman Kendi was certainly not weak, and was also around a 7th-level magician. Facing this kind of sneak attack was still a defense for him. It was quite a moment. Father Mamba, too, was surprised to forget this scene inside the Roman family and how there was a conflict. Wasn't their goal always to destroy the Roman engines and restore the Roman family to its former economic status? Roman Kendi, do you really think I'm stupid? Do you really think I'm just going to sit around and wait for it to happen? I knew that one day I would reveal myself, so I have long since turned all the members within the family into demon seeds all within that time. Roman Kendi, your ideas are still outdated after all. You didn't become the patriarch. It seems that there really are some problems above your intelligence. Roman Inglorious lowered his head and looked at Roman Kendi with arrogance on his face. He was a smart man and had expected this day to come. It's been ready for a long time. It just didn't occur to me that Roman Kendi hadn't been eaten away by the demon seed. I clearly remember placing the magic seed on Roman Kendi's body, and it ended up disappearing. It turns out that Roman Kendi has been in contact with people on the outside, somewhat deeply, lately, especially the red-coated priest in front of him. Roman Inglorious, even these little caramels of your family want to act recklessly in front of me. Father Mamba's body released a stream of refined light, as if he was reciting some sort of incantation. Under a flash of golden light, all of the people within the Roman family, except for Roman Inghao and Roman Kendi, couldn't open their eyes and couldn't see the scene in front of them. Father Mamba, where did you get this divine light from? Is the Pope here? Possibly, absolutely not the Pope. This fellow will never easily come out of the Holy See. Roman Ingold looked around somewhat frantically at the changes, but indeed did not find the Pope. There was this surge of divine light in Father Mamba that he had never seen before, but the demonic seed within him felt fear. The source of the demon seed comes from the demon god. That would prove that the demon gods had been corrupted by the Pope's flash in the first place, and that's why they were fearful. Blade of Sanction. Father Mamba levitated high above the sky like a god, his scepter flicking out a blade of light. The light blade contained all the golden light magic in its body, and Roman Inglorious and some members of the Roman family were unable to move at all. Only Roman Condi secretly twisted and ran to the other side. It's really scary that Father Mamba's attacks are wide-range damage with no target certainty. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The great demon god will surely come over to save me. Pope, you dog, I will definitely get you killed. Roman Ingold was out of earshot before he could finish his sentence. A huge cloud of smoke rose, containing a hint of black mist that was spreading. Father Mamba breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that he had borrowed a touch of God's power through the Pope before he came. Otherwise, this time, facing the Roman Inghao that had been completely eroded by the demonic seed, he really didn't have any way to do anything, and he might have planted himself here as well. Suddenly, Father Mamba seemed to sense something frightening. His face paled and he turned and ran. A dark, black tentacle spread out from that black fog and grabbed Father Mamba's legs with one hand at great speed. Father Mamba only felt himself being controlled, and all of his divine power could not be exerted. In this instant, it was as if he were a vaporized lamb. Demon God, how dare you walk out of the floating city? Father Mamba looked back and saw an incomparably pale face. Roman Inghao's face had changed, and he had clearly turned into the appearance of a demon god. The demon god was human in the beginning, and the current Roman inhabitant is exactly the same as the demon god was in the beginning. Ha 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 ha. Mamba, it's a blessing for you to fall into my hands. Turning you into my demonic seed is truly the greatest blessing you've ever had. Roman Inghao, also known as the demon god, had a rakish smile on his lips. Let the Pope's people become a demonic seed of their own, and then see how the Pope makes his decision. Only the demon god gently slapped his hand on top of Father Mamba's forehead, and a black power quietly eroded his body. In the end, Father Mamba's face became paler and paler, and the blood aura on his body gradually disappeared, replaced by a terrifying demonic aura that emanated black smoke all over his body. Father Mamba has now been completely transformed into a great general of the demon god. Kill me if you have the guts. Even if I blow myself up, I won't become your demon seed. Father Mamba still retained a trace of sanity even now. He was the Pope's right-hand man and had also once gained the power of God, which was why he was able to maintain his sanity for an instant. Chapter 83 God. Mamba, from now on you're the #1 warrior under my demon god. When the demon god uttered these words, Father Mamba completely became the seed of the demon god. Even if he had the Pope's power to stay a god in his body, he couldn't stop the powerful impact of the demon god's demonic seed anymore. The eyes of Father Mamba, whose body had been eroded by the demonic seed, turned black, and a blue light emerged between his pupils, which eventually gradually became normal. Father Mamba's eyes kept changing and he knelt down and respectfully said, Mamba, bow to the honorable demon god. Rise and bring all these people to the floating city. The demon god's voice resounded and finally disappeared into Roman Inghao's body. Roman Inglo shook his head violently, feeling his head sink and faint. Mamba, I want you dead. Roman Inglorious just tried to make a counterattack, but he was kicked to the ground by Father Mamba. Asshole, what are you? If it weren't for the sake of the demon god, I would have been the first to kill you, Father Mamba said coldly. A look of incredulity appeared in Roman Inghao's eyes, and with a violent shiver, he instantly understood. Mamba Demon General. I know, Roman Inghao said respectfully. He instantly understood that it must have been the demon god who had just possessed his body and taken Father Mamba away. Mamba Magic General. Roman Kendi this guy to how to deal with, or directly on the kill it. Roman Inghao said slightly scornfully. Roman Kendi, a man whose intelligence was not below his, even had ambitions that, if not handled properly, might bring him a crisis in the future. Just kill it, Father Mamba said coldly. A knife coalesced with magic in Roman inhabitant's hand, and the last charge was about to stab Roman Kendi in the chest. However, a reddish light appeared out of nowhere, flickering in the night light, and knocked Roman hero to the ground with a single blow. Su Qing's figure passed through space and appeared directly in front of Roman Kendi. Who are you? Not one of the sunbathers. Are you Chinese? Roman Inghao hastily took a few steps back, still cautiously looking at Su Qing. He knew it better than anyone. Su Qing was able to suddenly appear in front of him, the proof of which was feared to have the Upanishadic magic of penetrating space. and possessing such a means was only attainable by the legendary 10th level magicians. Either they were the top powerhouses of Huaxia, and whichever it was, they definitely couldn't afford to mess with them. No one whatsoever. I'm the one who took your life. Su Qing never did things in an abrasive manner. When these words were said, Romaninghe was already lying on the ground with a line of blood showing on his neck, and had long since stopped breathing for life. Moreover, a black beam of light flew out from Romaninghe's head about to escape, but it was directly shattered by Su Qing's grip. Roman Candy got up from the floor and said, "Thank you, there's no need to thank me. There's a price for me saving you, and as for what price, I'll talk to you after I've finished off this person in front of me." Su Qing took a step forward and walked over to Father Mamba's body. A black light flashed in Father Mamba's eyes as he coldly looked at Su Qing. From Su Qing's body he felt a powerful pressure that was difficult to resist. This kind of aura could only spring forth from the body of a demon god. Su Qing said indifferently, "Father Mamba, you've been corrupted by the demon seed. I'm only going to help you once, and whether or not you're able to break away from the demon seed, that's up to your own destiny. I am the great demon god, His Highness Demon General. You must be someone under the Pope. I must kill you." Father Mamba's eyebrows flickered, and he was soon completely mind-eroded by the demonic seed. "Then I'll send you to meet your demon god highness." Su Qing waved a strong light in his hand. An immortal spell coalesced and converged into a strong fist shadow. Father Mamba couldn't resist at all and had an arm blown off in a single punch. Father Mamba was just about to make a counterattack when Su Qing mouthed an incantation. Clear Mind Mantra. Listening to the incantation of the Clear Heart Mantra, Father Mamba's eyes flickered from purple to brown and finally to white. "Ah!" screamed Father Mamba, frantically covering his head, regaining his sanity in a flash. But soon after, the demonic seed had eaten away at his mind again. Su Qing continued to recite the heart-cleansing mantra to help Father Mamba break away from the control of the demonic seed. After a few moments, Father Mamba finally stopped covering his head and screaming, and gasped fiercely, "I know you. You're a Chinese, and you have a grudge against Abbot Jin Xian. I'm not asking you to help me get out of the control of the demon seed. I'm only asking you to kill me." Father Mamba knew better than anyone that this situation could only result in his complete decapitation. After the demonic seed had completely eroded every inch of his body's blood and flesh, he would be exactly like Romaninghe, and would never be able to change back to normal. He was the Pope's right-hand man, the ministry of God. How could he be the demon god's man? He had lived for over 100 years, half of which had been spent fighting against demons, and even if he were to die, he would not become one of the demon god's men. "Understand what you mean." Su Qing nodded slightly. Taking a step forward, Su Qing gripped Father Mamba's head, then exerted a fierce force, about to crush Father Mamba's head. Father Mamba's eyes gradually grew dim again, a sign that the demonic aura of the magic seed was rising again. One could vaguely see a hint of relief among his complexion as well. Suddenly, Su Qing felt a strong pressure coming towards him, and without being able to think too much, he quickly took a step backward. With a bang, Su Qing's body was once again knocked back by an invisible force. Only Father Mamba's body slowly floated up, suspended in mid-air. "Ah, you Chinese, I will kill you." Father Mamba sensed that he was not dead and began to hiss frantically. Su Qing was extremely cautious, constantly taking steps backward as he sensed an invisible energy that seemed to be raging from afar. This power was difficult to deal with even for Su Qing, and if he really wanted to delineate the boundary level of this power, it would be a refined void powerhouse. A thick white light floated from nowhere and landed on top of Father Mamba's head, and in an instant, Father Mamba stopped hissing madly, and his eyes gradually became normal, and his entire spirit changed from just being eroded by the demonic seed all over his body to being enveloped by the power of God, and his body blossomed with a faint light of God. Holy Spirit! Father Mamba came to his senses instantly and fell to his knees with a thud. There was no one to answer Father Mamba, and all was quiet. A hint of prayer appeared in Father Mamba's eyes as he slowly stood up and bowed respectfully to Su Qing. "Thank you very much. Even though you have a grudge against my best friend, you are my savior. If there is any help, I will definitely help you. But nowadays time is limited. I'm going to go back first. See you again." Su Qing didn't say anything more, only nodding gently. Father Mamba picked up the scepter that had fallen to the ground and gently waved it, and his figure slowly disappeared before Su Qing's eyes. As he watched everything fall into place, Roman Candy was finally relieved. Roman Candy bowed. "Thanks, old man, for saving your life. Well, as I said to you before, saving your life isn't for nothing. There is a need for you to pay some price. Of course, then you can also choose and not pay," Su Qing said flatly. Chapter 84. Mr. Jokes, what are your requirements? Our family still has some power in the Sunset Kingdom. Roman Candy barely revealed a trace of a smile out. He certainly knew more than anyone else about the power possessed by the Chinese man in front of him. This kind of person, if you refute him, it's no different from looking for death. Not to mention that Su Qing had saved his life earlier and only wanted something from him. there wasn't any loss to him, it was all just an exchange of equal value. Su Ching laughed lightly. I heard that your family has a treasure trove. I need to go inside and pick out some things. If you think it's okay, go now. Of course, Roman Candy didn't dare to refuse, and hurriedly led Su Ching into the manor. As soon as they entered the manor, Roman Candy and Su Ching saw that many family members were running outward with all sorts of precious items, as if there was a disaster. Roman Candy understands very well that these people have lost their minds. Roman Hao has already laid many eyes. These people have been infested by the devil seed, cannot be saved. Roman Candy said, I also asked the old gentleman to use his means to kill all of these people. Since you don't mind, I'll clean up all those lovers. Between Su Ching's waves of his hand, great avenues of blue light swept by, executing a dozen or so people from the Roman family. Some people's hands also hold a variety of treasures. Su Ching simply looked at a few, feeling that there is no value, and then directly thrown away. At the Jindan stage, these precious items, which contain aura, can also be absorbed to grow the realm. However, now that Su Ching had already reached the early stage of Yuaning, he now completely needed aura to recover his realm. According to Su Ching's knowledge, the idols that were enshrined amongst these top dozens of families in the Sunset Kingdom depended on the origin of each family and where they had developed. In these idols, there was more or less some aura, or divine essence, present. By absorbing these divine origins, one might be able to recover quite a bit of their realm. Roman Candy didn't dare to play it safe and brought Su Ching to a hall at the back of the manor. At the top of the great hall, a statue of an odd-looking human was enshrined. This human seemed to have 3 eyes, and in addition to a mouth on his head, there was another mouth on his chest that looked very strange and even a little scary. Roman Candy looked to the room beside him and said, the treasures of the Roman family are in the room next to it, so if you want to take something, old sir, just take it directly. The door to this room was open, and it looked like it had been pried open. Don't even have to think about it. It must have been stolen by those people from the Roman family. Roman Candy cannot care so much. Now the Roman family is in tatters. Want to reorganize the Roman family. Do not know how much effort to consume. Some treasures are just, usually can't be used. It's gone. It's not cheap to outsiders anyway. Su Ching briefly checked. This room does not have any organs inside, and also went in to briefly check a circle. Found that there is no relatively rare objects. Maybe just set your eyes on the strange human statue. Who is this guy? Su Ching said directly without any concealment. It's the idol that our Roman family worships, but he doesn't serve any purpose anymore, and he didn't show up when there was a life and death crisis in my Roman family. So it seems that the so-called gods and goddesses don't have any relevance to our Roman family either. Roman Candy's eyes showed a touch of disappointment. He had no expectations or aspirations at all for the idol that had been worshipped in his family for hundreds of years. Then what is this human's name? Su Ching asked. Roman Candy explained this. He is a human being, and at the same time he is also a god, called Mantakongming God. You can also just call him Roman God. Of course, these things we all know better. These gods exist or not. It's all fiction. Maybe some people believe it, or maybe some people believe it's fake. By their own heart, Su Ching's divine sense briefly checked, and there was one rather strange thing about it, which was that this statue of the Roman god contained a powerful magnetic field, which was feared to be the powerful field created by the spiritual power that the Roman family had been offering to it for hundreds of years. The spiritual power directly broke through the limitations of this magnetic field, and Su Ching's consciousness came to a place of emptiness and chaos, where a small fire could be seen rising. Being a great cultivator of the god transformation stage in his previous life, Su Ching certainly understood what this meant. This one flame was the so-called soul consciousness of the Mamba god. Now this fire, which is that Mamba god, is still in the growth stage. With the passage of time and the Mamba family's offerings to the Mamba god, the strength of the Mamba god's soul would gradually rise, and in the end, it would manifest into a full soul state. It's the equivalent of being born again. Sure, it would be possible to loot the soul of a random family member. Right now, the Roman god that the Mamba family was offering was just a mass of spiritual energy that hadn't grown up yet, and there wasn't even a divine intelligence born in it yet. Su Ching very simply, when this Mamba god's soul consciousness was put away, which contained a powerful spiritual power, the help for Su Ching was also extremely great. The realm was not able to be raised to transformation spirit, and the fact that the spiritual power was able to be raised to transformation spirit was also a great help to Su Chen. By the time one reached the god of transformation, one could no longer be called a human. Even if Su Ching only used his spiritual power, it was enough to fight against an ordinary transformation spirit. Absorbing the soul consciousness contained in this Roman statue into blood, he was able to clearly feel that he had taken another step towards the mid-Yuaning stage. Of course, to Roman Candy, none of it seemed to be happening. Roman Candy had no idea that in the midst of this statue, the soul consciousness of Roman God was being born. Alright, I'm going back. Good luck. Su Qing laughed softly and took a step before disappearing in front of Roman Candy. At Su Qing's departing back, a hint of despondency appeared in Roman Candy's eyes. The moment Su Qing absorbed the Roman god's soul consciousness, he could feel that the Roman family seemed to be about to completely crumble, as if some spiritual pillar had collapsed. All of this might be inexplicably connected to Su Qing, but of course he didn't dare to find Su Qing in trouble, because it was Su Qing who had given the Mamba family the hope to live. Without Su Qing, the Roman family would have completely become the domain of the demon god. Su Qing briefly checked the rest of the powerful clans within the Sunset Country and found that all of them enshrined the so-called idols. But Su Qing guessed that the gods and immortals shared within these families might have already produced the so-called god's soul consciousness. A real fight might be a bit troublesome for the friendship between the two countries, but in order to be able to recover to transformation spirit early, one couldn't care less. Next stop is the 10th ranked family, the Conleys. Chapter 85, Demon Angels. In a place like the Sunset Kingdom, the Conry family is undoubtedly the second largest family in the country. With its iron-blooded methods and economic resources, Conrich Fei was in his 60s, and as the patriarch of the Conry family, he was a rank 8 magician, but now he was surrounded by a group of people. All of these people were at the top of the Conley family, and now all of them have turned against it. Conriki Fei, don't rack your brains trying to escape anymore. Now that the entire Conry family is all under the control of the demon god, you'll be able to recapture you again even if you run. Conli Fu Kuan is Conli Chi Fei's younger brother, the second oldest in the family. Do not know when the demon god's magic seed to control. After a long time of evolution, the entire Conli family almost all fell. Second, when did you get corrupted by the demon god's demon seed? Conrich Fei said coldly. As the patriarch of the top family in the Sunset Kingdom, Conrich Fei certainly knew much more than the average family. For the demon god to release the demonic seed to invade these big family members, has long received the news passed down from above. Over this period of time, Conrich Fei had already secretly killed not a few members of the Conry family in secret. It caused a small fluctuation, but it was manageable. But defense was not enough. And even though he had been careful over the past few months, he ultimately did not see the change in Conry Peikun. Conry Fukuan is similar to Roman Ianho in that he is a person who has been deeply corrupted by the demon god's demon seed. At the same time, they also possessed the ability to erode others, which was absolutely fatal to some of the lower-level magicians. Conli Fu Kuan lowered his head and smiled. I have long been under the demon god's banner, Conli Chi Fei. I remembered that you are my elder brother. As long as you are under the demon god's banner, then we can share the wealth of the world together. Patriarch, actually we don't want to. We have been controlled by the demon god's demon seed. If we don't follow the demon god's wishes, we definitely won't survive. Just surrender. There's no change in status or identity for us anyway. Why not? Conrithik sighed. Conrithik was Conrithify's third uncle, a big old man. Since being corrupted by the demonic seed, he was only able to help the demon god with his work, but now he was also at his wit's end. He wanted to live, but how could he live if he didn't do what the demon god wanted? Conrich Fei said with a grim gaze. Third uncle, Kong Ridik, you should know that our Kongli clan will not submit to the demon god. Our Conry family is not that simple. Conrithik laughed softly a few times, some self-deprecation in his voice. Kai Fei, I know what you mean, but the family is now facing this danger. The god didn't show up, and now it's already very, very disappointing to them. And what's wrong with me if I just want to stay alive? Since the demon god can let me live, then I can only follow his orders. Conrithik was now the oldest person in status amongst the entire Conrith family, and he knew better than anyone what the Conrith family had underpinnings, but now even he didn't want to continue the confrontation with the demon god. From this, one could imagine how strong the demon god, the crisis that brought him, was. Third uncle, you shouldn't have just given in. I'll still be able to save you if you turn back now, Conrich Fei said with an extremely pained face. With a vicious sigh, Conritik said, it can't be saved. Kifi, just surrender, or else the demon god won't let you go. Conli Fu Koan laughed coldly. Third uncle, you should stop talking to this thing. He's been in the family position for so many years. He's long since gotten tired of doing it. It's better to let me do it, so that I can live the patriarch's addiction too. Kongridik frowned and said towards Conli Fu Koan coldly. Fu Koan, the magic seed controls us, but our mind still belongs to normal. How to say? Kongridik Fei spent a lot of effort for our family. It is the family led by him that climbed to the second position. You can be disrespectful to anyone, even to me, but you can't be disrespectful to your elder brother. The corner of Kongli Fu Koan's mouth hooked out an evil smile and said, Third uncle, if you continue to push the issue here, I will have no choice but to tell the demon god about this matter and let the demon god dispose of you. You, said Conrithik, wanting to retort something, but after thinking about it, he gave up. People have to bow down under the roof. He now belonged to the demon god's ministry and took orders from Konrifu Kuan. It was still relatively easy for Konrifu Kuan to kill him. Conrilo Violet is Conrich Fei's best partner, the steward of the Conri family so to speak, but he too is now infested with the demonic seed and is able to maintain his sanity, but he also counsels surrender. Kong Li Luozi said, Patriarch, you surrendered. Now this era has long been not the country's, now belongs to the world of the demon god. As far as I know, the top 20 families in the Sunset Country, basically half of them are under the control of the demon god. That cannot be resisted. The high level is not stopping it now. The Pope's side cannot beat the demon god now. There is no hope. In that case, there's not much I can do. The people close to him had all become the demon god's lackeys, and Conrich Fei no longer said anything more. Angel, give me strength. With a flat gaze, Conrich Fei slowly raised his body in the eyes of the crowd before 3 pairs of wings slowly emerged. These 3 pairs of wings were as white as jade, setting off Conrich Fei's entire person as if a god had landed. The face of a human form floated behind Conrich Fei, sacred and solemn. Kong Fu Kuan saw these 3 pairs of white-winged angels and did not have any panic. Instead, he was extremely calm and hooked out a smile and said, Kong Li Chi Fei, I knew you had this trick up your sleeve, but what's the point of this to you? If you are able to use the power of the angels, we're likewise able to use it as well. Shi Fi, just don't bother making any more efforts. The family 3-winged angel has already been demonized by Konri Peikun long ago. Seeing that Konriki Fei still wanted to continue resisting, Konri Tik could only say helplessly. Conrich Fei's voice was extremely flat, and his gaze went to the dozens of family executives surrounding him, saying, you will never understand the power of angels, and just as you have seen, angels are so fragile, borrow the power of an angel. Konrifu Kuan sneered, and 3 wings likewise emerged behind him. Only the 3 wings behind Konrifu Kuan belonged to the black color. The hint of black smoke attached to these 3 black wings brought up a windstorm with every shake. Konrithik and Konrirozi were invoked by the 3-winged angels of Konri Peikun, and 3 black wings likewise emerged behind them. Soon, behind each of the various family executives present to surround Konrich Fei were black wings that had each appeared. Some of them still had some white color attached to the top of their wings, which proved that it hadn't been completely contaminated by the demon god's demonic aura. Kong Fu Kuan's gaze gradually became grim as he said, the angels have long since been taken control of by the demon god. Kong Li Chi Fei, since you want to continue resisting, then it will only be possible to demonize all of you and your angels. Demonization. Ha ha ha, just a few of you losers are worthy of the word demonization? Today I'll let you all see what exactly is true demonization. Konrich Fei raised his voice to the sky. The 3-winged angel behind him suddenly also began to hiss up to the sky, emitting a sound that shook people's hearts and lungs, and in the end, the entire body even began to vaguely turn purple-black, and the original sacred 3 wings even turned into a feathered wing as if it were a demonic dragon. Not only that, but that body began to gradually turn black and purple, and the mouth, hands, and feet all began to become alienated, becoming significant and reckless. From just an angel, it turned out to be as if it were a demonic being. This demon angel's body was incomparably tall, almost occupying half of the entire courtyard. 3 pairs of black feathered wings flapped madly, and the huge mouth was like a black hole, revealing a pair of stern fangs on it, spitting out a black smoke, which was 10,000 times more terrifying than the demon god. You guys see clearly, this is the real demon angel. The demon angel behind Konrich Fei gently waved the wings behind him, and the aura on his body gradually became huge. In that instant, it broke through to the limit of a 9th level magician and directly broke through to the 10th level. It even continued to climb towards the state of a divine level magician, eventually stopping its breath after the 10th level magician. But even so, that 10th level magician's aura directly suppressed all the members of the Kongri family altogether. This is a real angel. It's a real demon angel. This is the angelic mystery that only the Konri family, the successive patriarchs, have been able to understand. Only the patriarch can bring the full power of the angels to bear. Demon angel. This is the final form of the Konri family's angels. Konrithik's eyes gradually became agitated. After living almost half a lifetime, this was the first time he had seen a real demon angel. What chilled him was that the devil angel's offering was meant to silence them. Kong Fu Kuan shook his head madly. He simply did not believe that there was even such an existence as demonic angels, saying, what kind of demonic angels are they? Under the demon god's demon seed, all of them are just wastes. Demon angels, an ancient rumor in the land of sunset. Angels are not all good, some are the devil's devil. Even the demon god, I'm afraid, is not as good as the angelic demon. But among the old legends, angelic demons were eventually evolved and turned into pure angels. Kong Fu Kuan raised his head, clasped his hands upward in a circle, and said respectfully, Your great demon god highness, I have to borrow your power before I can completely suppress this demon angel in front of me. How could Conrichfie give him this chance to invite power? The huge palm of the demon angel behind him, gently grasped. Conrichfie was immediately interrupted from casting spells. His body continuously retreated, and smashed down on one of the walls of the courtyard. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Conrichfie covered his chest, only to see that Conrichfie had left a black and dark mark above his chest. Conrichfie knew very well that this was a mark belonging to the angels. Conrichfie, it seems that you've long since had your mind eroded by the demonic seed now, and there's no turning back. In that case, I'll use the power of the angels to purify you. Conrichfie's body slowly floated, his gaze ultimately revealing a divine and a demonic aura. Big brother, said Conrichfie as he tried to say something, but Conrichfie didn't give him this chance at all. The demon behind him gently swung his arm and directly penetrated Conrichfie's chest, ruthlessly pulling out a black heart. The demonic angel crushed the black heart in one direct grip. Uncle San, accept the evolution of the demon angel. The demon angel behind Conrichfie radiated a strong power. Strange waves of light spread out, and the magic seeds on Conrithik and Conrirozi gradually disappeared and purified away. It all comes down to earth. Conrichfie's body slowly landed. Watching his brother, whom he had grown up with, die at his own hands, Conrichfie was in an overwhelmingly sad mood. It was his mistake to be able to realize earlier that Conrichfie would not have paid such a heavy price. Conrichfie looked into the distance and said, "Why has this friend who has traveled all the way from China been secretly watching from afar?" From the moment he had just summoned the demon angel, he had sensed that someone was sneaking closer to the vicinity of the Conri family. Su Qing naturally and graciously stepped out from within the courtyard and said softly, "Patriarch calmly, what a strong-armed tactic. You Chinese, what are you doing here in my Conri family?" Being able to sense that there is even a trace of the Conri family angel's aura on your body as well, Conrichfie said with a slight frown, "The angels of the Conri family can only be summoned by a member of the Conri family. The rest of the people who wanted to obtain the angelic summoning of the Conri family were only able to absorb the energy crystals left behind by the angels." Su Qing made his attitude clear and said, "Of course there's something about coming to your Conri family. I'm going to use some of your family's energy crystals." Conrichfie stared at Su Qing and laughed coldly. "Asking for our Conri family's angelic energy crystals? What makes you think that I will give it to you? And what role do you have that would make me willingly give you angelic crystals?" Su Qing smiled faintly, pointing his finger at Conrichfie on the ground, saying, "For example, it can help you completely resolve this Conrichfie lying on the ground." "What do you mean by saying such things when Conrichfie is dead?" Conrichfie asked curiously. Su Qing laughed lightly. "You said that he's dead. Can you really see that he's dead? If that's the case, then I'm afraid your demon angel is nothing more than that." "You," narrowed Conrichfie's eyes as he contemplated the words. Conrichfie instantly woke up. The demonic angel behind him once again grabbed a handful of Conrichfie. Crazy breath surging, Conrichfie began to cough violently, surprisingly resurrected. Of course, it could be argued that Conrichfie isn't dead at all. "Who are you? My life and death has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Get out of here." Conrichfie snapped his eyes open, staring at Su Qing with a deadly stare. Originally, he could have faked his death and passed on, but Su Qing's arrival broke his plans. Conrichfie frantically hissed, "Conrichfie, you can't kill me at all. I have the demon god's demon seed. If you have the ability, come and try." Conrichfie didn't believe in this at all, and the demonic angel behind him spat out a large avenue of black-red pulp, washing away Conrichfie's demonic seed. It's no different than taking a bath for Conrichfie. The devil seed in his body didn't react at all. The demon angel intensifies his attack, ripping off all of Conrichfie's arms and legs, and immediately reorganizing them the next second. In the sense of the magic seed, Conrichfie was already in a state of immortality. This scene dumbfounded all of the Conri family altogether. "The devil's seed is so strong?" Su Qing smiled faintly and said, "You won't have to continue to bother with your efforts. I can help you eradicate Conrichfie." Chapter 86 Robbery. No one can kill me. After obtaining the demon god's necessity, no one under the sky can hurt me. I am already in immortal existence. Conrichfie raised his voice to the sky and looked at Conrichfie and Su Qing with a face full of disdain. "Kill him and the conditions are as you wish." A strong scorn appeared in Conrichfie's eyes. Conrichfie had now completely turned into the demon god's lackey. If he wasn't eradicated in time, it would definitely be a major disaster for the Conri family. The Conri family has a history of close to 1,000 years, and the ancient secrets of the ancient times of the Sunset Kingdom contained therein. These ancient secrets must never be known by the demon god, otherwise it would be even more difficult to eradicate the demon god. Angelic glory. The demonic angel behind Conrichfie spat out a purple-black flame of glory. These flames fell on Conrichfie surprisingly without any reaction and were quickly extinguished. Conrich Fee could see that there were black particles one by one in the center of Conrich Peikan's brow and heart area, and those particles exuded the power of the demon god, which was the demon god's demon seed. Su Qing saw the black demonic seeds through Kong Li Fu Kuan's body. Conri Peikan is different from the previous mana inhabitants. Conri Fu Kuan's body contained an even greater number of magic seeds. Su Qing discovered that there were about 4 or 5 demonic seeds amongst the man Luoyinghao's body, and I'm afraid that there are 25 demonic seeds in Conri Fu Kuan's body. As a result, the power of the demon god possessed by Kangri Peikan was more than several times stronger than Romaninghao. It is not strange that Kangri Fukuan has the ability of immortality under the enchantment of the magic seed. It was rumored that the demon god already possessed immortality hundreds of years ago, but this is something that no one has ever been able to verify. Now with just 20 or so devil seeds, being able to allow Kangri Fukuan to obtain immortality was simply terrifying. But you said so. Su Qing nodded coldly. Advanced immortal technique. All evil returns to emptiness. Su Qing stretched out his palm, and green light converged in it before grabbing Kong Li Fu Kuan's head. "Ah!" screamed Kangri Fu Kuan violently. "What are you doing to me? How can the demonic seed in my body be disappearing?" Something unimaginable appeared. The demonic seeds in his body were actually extracted out by Su Qing as much as possible. Kong Li Fu Kuan like losing those blood and bones, paralyzed on the ground. The whole person is dying. Looks like it is not long to live. Conrich Fei looked at the black pellet in Su Qing's hand with a tightly furrowed brow. At the same time, he felt how incredible Su Qing's methods were. This Chinese guy, but too strong. The strongest Chinese he had ever seen. It's been resolved. Su Qing casually crushed the black particles in his hand. These black demonic seeds possessed the probability of eroding one's sanity. Some of the top powerhouses were still able to barely resist when they were infested by these demonic seeds. Those with a slightly lower rank couldn't even feel the erosion of the demonic seeds before they were completely controlled. Kangri Fu Kuan was technically a 7th level wizard as well. This was also at the absolute top of the hierarchy in terms of the entire Sunset Kingdom. But the demon god was releasing 25 demonic species to invade his body this time. Kangri Fu Kuan could not resist the demonic seed no matter how strong he was. Conrich Fei walked up to Conrich Peikan and quietly looked at his brother, who he had grown up with. The angelic demon behind him slowly stretched out that one incomparably terrifying black arm and grabbed Kangri Peikan in one hand. "Big brother, I'm just being controlled by the demonic seed." Big brother. Kong Li Fu Kuan's sanity looked like it had been restored, and he bitterly begged Kong Li Chi Fei not to kill him. Conrich Fei's eyes showed a hint of deep bitterness, and the demon angel behind him slammed his arm, strangling Conrich Peikan as soon as he did so. Conrich Fei's face was extremely pained, even if Conrich Peikan was harmful to him, but killing his own brother with his own hands was also a million times more painful and helpless for him. Blame it on the demon god. Trying to see through the secrets of his Conri family, Conrich Fei is the patriarch and has the true heritage of the demon angels. In a way, saved his life. What is it you want? Conrich Fei's gaze was finally a little kinder. The power of a demonic angel. Su Qing said flatly. Conrich Fei was silent for a moment and said, "Demon angel's power? Are you provoking me?" "Not really, just being honest. The Roman family, as you should know, met the same problem as you and were solved by me. Again at such a cost." Su Qing quietly preached. A hint of surprise appeared in Conrich Fei's eyes as he said, "The Roman family? I'm afraid that the angelic souls within their family haven't been fully born yet." Su Qing nodded and said, "No, it was absorbed by me. I will keep my word." There was a hint of helplessness in Conrich's voice. He certainly didn't want to give Su Qing the power of a demonic angel, but Su Qing's ability made it impossible for him to guess and resist. The Roman family was several ranks weaker than his Kong Li family, in which the angel souls were also absorbed by this Chinese man in front of him, thus showing that the Kong Li family did not have the energy to deal with this Chinese man. "But you need to remove all the demon seeds from their bodies." Conrich first stated his request. Su Qing gazed at the dozens of Kong Li family executives and nodded slightly, manifesting dozens of palms that slapped onto each person's heart, randomly pumping hard and drawing out a black pellet. These members who didn't have a very high status among the family. The demon god didn't exhaust his mind in scheming. He just used a magic seed. Extracting it was also extremely effortless, and Su Qing completed the task in a while. "Keep your word." Su Qing stood with his hands folded. Conrich Fei sighed heavily, and the demon angel behind him hissed and yelped, breaking a pair of wings. A pair of wings gradually transformed into 2 jade-like stones that fell into Conrich Fei's hands. Handing Su Qing the stone in his hand, Conrich Fei waved his hand and said, "That should be enough for you. It's fine." Su Qing nodded his head slightly, not wanting to make things too uncomfortable to avoid any accidents. Su Qing thought that he was now invincible under the transformation spirit stage, but it was inevitable that there were some bizarre and strange things in the world. Be careful if you can. It's not good to be too greedy. After leaving the Kongri clan, Su Qing walked inside several more clans one after another. The Aesop family. The Aesop family is the third largest family in the Sunbelt. Strength and the Conley family were almost on a parallel line above. And today the ISO family is extremely lively, opening a grand banquet, because on this day, Patriarch Isomand, in a great display of power, summoned the demon angel and purged all the members of the Isom family who contained the demon seed. This was undoubtedly an extremely bright battle record among the several great clans in the Sunset Kingdom today. Matriarch, I've just gotten the news that the Conry and Roman clans have been almost completely invaded by the demon seed, and I'm afraid that they've all become demon god clan types now, and the remaining few great clans are likewise facing the erosion of the demon seed. Those waste clans, no use at all. Or the Patriarch is truly wise and mighty. The demonic seeds released by the tiny demon god will not grow an inch under your strike. As long as the Patriarch is in our house of ISO, our house of ISO will not suffer from the demon god. A group of family experts such as Ethophil and Ethoridon repeatedly praised respectfully. Isomand, a young man in his mid-20s, was the Patriarch of the ISO family, a rank 9 magician, much more powerful than a rank 10 magician under the demonic angel's augmentation. This is a real top-notch wizard. Isomand revealed a smile and said proudly, "Ha ha ha, what demon god? When our family's demon angel completes its true evolution, that so-called demon god will be nothing more than a small plaything. Ha ha ha, with the Patriarch around, we will be able to settle the town without worry. Now that all the major clans have been eroded by the demonic seed, our opportunity has come. Take advantage of this opportunity now and directly take down these clans, and our ISO clan will once again rise to the next level." Several family members offered their opinions. No, your ideas are too risky. Now that the demon god's demon seed has begun to be released on a large scale, almost all clans can't avoid this kind of thing, and if you're not able to anticipate it ahead of time, the extermination of your clan will only be a matter of time. The country won't just let the demon god be arrogant. I'm afraid the Pope's side has already begun to do the same. I even feel Father Mamba's aura. Isomand, not to mention his young age, is an extremely calm person who thinks very long-term. He did want to completely unify the top 10 or so families in the Sunset Kingdom, but this kind of thing is definitely strictly forbidden for the state. The Sunset hierarchy would not allow him, the ISO family, to control all the family power. Isomand knew better than anyone the control of the Sunset hierarchy. If the ISO family really fully integrated all the clans, then I'm afraid that the ISO family is not far from death. When the state is really angry, it will directly use the most powerful weapons. Then we can only wait and see what happens. Several family executives such as Isophel instantly understood. We have a guest. Isomand suddenly frowned and looked toward the door of the house. At the doorway stood an old man. The old man's hair and beard were white, but his spirit was extremely vigorous, and there was a hint of martial spirit between his eyebrows. Many of the top executives of the Aesop family had moved. Isophil, the ISO family's valedictorian, took a step and stood out, looking coldly at Su Qing. What kind of person are you, trespassing into my Isophil family? Do you not want to live? Phil, be polite. Isomand squeezed his hand. Isomand slowly moved forward and walked to Su Qing's heel. This old gentleman. Our ISO family has some disparity in economic strength compared to the Kangley family, but my ISO family's hard power is much stronger. If you want our ISO family's demon angel's wings, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit difficult. Su Qing was a bit surprised. This Isomand should have sensed the demonic angel wings on him. Su Qing's face was flat. You know where I'm coming from, and don't want to explain anything more. The Kangley family and the Roman family, more or less, have given me some of me. Those two trash families can't compare to my ISO family. The Morgans within my ISO family have all been eradicated. Isomand looked extremely confident. Su Qing nodded slightly. Yes, your demon angel is stronger than the Conry families, but to a very limited degree. The demon angel wings will not be given to you. Isomand didn't want to babble anything more with Su Qing and directly stated his attitude. Su Qing had a smirk on his brow. If I have to, then don't blame us, the ISO family, for striking you down immediately. Isophel, ISO Raiden, ISO Rolling Star, and nearly a dozen other top magicians of the ISO family all came forward. The aura of a 7th or 8th level magician was fully displayed on his body. The number of 7th and 8th level magicians alone was quite a bit more than the Conry family. For all this cast over hostility, Su Qing didn't even look at it more than once, only looking faintly at Isomand and saying, "Do you think they can hold me back? You already have a pair of demon wings. Why do you need to agonize over it? Are you really that confident in your own strength?" Faced with Su Qing's bravado, Isomand naturally developed anger. However, Isomander's vision wasn't bad, and he was able to sense the confidence and that surge of power in Su Qing's body. In a real fight, the Aesop family might have a chance to win, but it was definitely a bad win. He couldn't let the ISOs take the risk with him. It was already extremely difficult for the Aesop family to survive in the midst of today's chaotic world. If it was only because of offending this Chinese man in front of him that the ISO family was in the process of being wiped out, then he, ISO-man, was definitely a sinner of the ISOM family. I'll walk up to every family, and I can give you my assurance that if your family meets a crisis, I can personally step in and help you out. Su Qing made a promise. Patriarch, what exactly are you afraid of? We're not even afraid of the demon god. Are we still afraid of this guy in front of us? Yeah, clan chief, this guy's strength is only around a 9th level magician. Just finish him off directly. This impulsive temper of Isophel's remained unchanged. Su Qing laughed lightly. This guy is a bit cranky. Why don't I kill the dead guy and show you? That's just it. Don't you just want a pair of demon wings? I'll just give them to you. Isoman's face turned green and purple for a while before he finally sighed. A pained look appeared on Isoman's face before he fished out 2 purple crystals and handed them to Su Qing. Without any hesitation, Su Qing directly put the crystal away. Isoman has vigor. Farewell. Su Qing smiled, turned around, and with a single step, disappeared into the ISO family. Isoman puffed out a mouthful of blood, looking at Su Qing's departing back with a slight sense of resignation. Patriarch, why? Why did you give him a pair of demon wings? Isophel rushed forward and angrily rebuked. Isoman spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and angrily shouted. It's hard to believe that you think I want to give him the demon wings. If I don't give it to him, our ISO clan will be completely destroyed. Is he really that strong? There was some fear in Isophel as well. Isoman laughed coldly. He's an absolute powerhouse. No one other than the Loathsome Pond family can beat him off. The Loathsome Pond family, the #1 family within the Sunset Kingdom. Only the Loathsome Pond clan could deal with Su Qing, and it could be seen how scornful Isoman was towards Su Qing. Chapter 87 Reversal? Ranked #1 in the Sunset Kingdom, the Loathsome Pond family. Su Qing briefly understood the historical origin of the Anachi family, and felt that there was a hint of difficulty. In the end, Su decided to skim over the #1 ranked Loathsome Pond family first, and turned to the 10th ranked family, the Meyer family. The Myers family today is similarly confronted with the encroachment of the demonic species. Only unlike the rest of the few clans, the demon angels of the Meyer clan possess the ability to evolve. Definitely a strong coping tool for the demon seed. Therefore the top of the Meyer family had not been corrupted by the demonic seed. However, the middle and lower members of the Meyer family were all victimized by the demon seed. Without the support of these lower and middle classes, I'm afraid the Myers family won't survive much longer. It wasn't that difficult for a top family if part of their top brass died. Just have to pick out one more guy who can hold his own. A brief dalliance with the head of the Meyer family resulted in an agreement. With Su Qing's help, all of those demonized members of the Meyer family regained their sanity, and Su Qing helped them remove the demonic seed from their bodies. It was supposed to be a happy ending for all, with both sides reaching the outcome they wanted. The Myers family should also pay a pair of demon angel wings to pay the reward. But the head of the Meyer family, Miles Guest, was suddenly trying to backtrack, refused to pay a pair of demonic angel wings for a reply. This honorable sir, I know that you have done my Meyer family a great favor, but I hope you can understand that our Meyer family's demon angels only have 2 pairs of wings, not as good as other families. If we lose a pair of demon wings, it's definitely a major trauma for our Meyer family, so I hope that you can understand that, and that I can satisfy any request that you make. Satisfy you. Patriarch Milesk was still very polite in his words. However, these words did cause Su Qing to completely lose interest in dealing with the Meyer family. I'll give you one last chance to deliver according to the original deal. A pair of demon wings for me, and I'll leave your Meyer family right away. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Su Qing's brows were slightly furrowed, and his tone was slightly gloomy as he spoke these words out. Then I can also tell you that our Western demon wings will never be given to you, a Chinese. Even if you help us, that won't be possible. Anything else you want, if you want money, we can give it to you, but only the demon angel's wings won't do. The second head of the Meyer family, Meyer Cadeo, sternly refused. Su Qing simply ignored this so-called second great family. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Meyer clan's patriarch and smiled faintly. Patriarch Meyersker, if this is your answer as well, then I think this should be the end of the deal between us. Miles got mused. He also didn't know whether it was right or wrong to offend Su Qing in this way. After all, fundamentally, it was Su Qing who helped the Meyer family to resolve the root cause of the demonic seed. It was their Myers family's savior. If Su Qing wanted other conditions, then he would really agree. But the devil's wings thing really can't be easily given to someone else. This gentleman, I think we should have a good talk. And if there's nothing we can do at the end of the day, I'll give you the demon's wings, and we can have a pleasant cup of tea together straight away. Meyer Scott didn't know how to respond and just said something nonsense. Su Qing gently shook his head. Su Qing didn't want to go on a killing spree in the West until it was absolutely necessary. This is somewhat detrimental to peace for both countries. Su Qing helped these Western clans by possessing his own agenda, wanting some items that would benefit him. It's a perfect deal. If the Meyer family had explained to Su Qing earlier that they didn't need his help and didn't want to pay for the demon wings, Su Qing wouldn't have been hard on them. Just let them fend for themselves. Afterwards, Su Qing could completely take advantage of the fact that after the Meyer family had been completely demonized, he could enter the Meyer family's shrine and conduct a search for the demon angel's whereabouts. But since he had already promised him, Su Qing had also gotten things done, trying to be cheeky. Then don't blame him, Su Qing, for not being polite. The Romans and Conleys in the front were docile and obedient, even if there was some reluctance. There was no obvious indication that he didn't want to pay for the angel wings. It ended up being a good deal. Now since the Myers family wanted to break the contract, there was only death. Leave our Meyer family. If you meet any difficulties in the future, you can absolutely ask for support from our Meyer family, and we will try our best to help you. Meyer Kadeo sneered slightly. It was an eviction order. Su Qing's brows flashed, and his hands popped out directly out of thin air, grabbing Mercado's neck with the force of thunderous lightning. How dare you! Mercado wants to cast a spell to discuss it, but before he could cast it, he felt a terrifyingly huge force coming from Su Qing's hand. It only felt hard to breathe, and the next moment Mercado was in a state of unconsciousness. Many of the top and bottom levels of the Meyer family immediately panicked. They had already seen Su Qing's skills a long time ago, especially that mysterious means of removing the demon seed. It made them lose their confidence to resist. Even with the presence of Miles K, a 9th-level magician, they didn't dare to easily acquire sex to fight against it. All that could be done was to incompetently start running around. Don't you dare! There was some sharpness in the words on the Meyersker patriarch's mouth, but it seemed that the soles of his feet were greased, and the wind swiftly fled in the direction of the Meyer family's ancestral place. Su Qing didn't stop Milesker's escape, but instead turned his hand and killed a few of the Mac family's top brass. Only when Merskine had run about as far as he could, did Su Qing slowly follow. After following Milesker to the family's ancestral land, Su Qing sensed an aura that belonged to the nature of demonic angels. This demon angel's breath compared to other demons, make to be a little weaker, but overall the strength is still quite strong. To the realm of China, it is estimated that there is also the strength of the middle stage of the Yuaning around. I give you face and you don't want it. Don't blame me for not being polite. Merskine looked coldly at Su Qing. Of course he knew that Su Qing was strong now, but he believes the demon angels in the family will only get stronger. Su Qing's expression was flat, his gaze looking straight at the family's ancestral land behind Myrsk, saying, "Feel free to use whatever means you have. A pair of demon angel wings won't let you suffer, and you had to send me 2 pairs." Miles Guest sneered, gently waved the ball in his hand. A burst of thick black smoke suddenly emerged from the middle of the family's rented land, and a sound like a lion's roar was heard, in which a flash of light jumped out of an angel whose body appeared to be black. This demonic angel looked like a lion with wings. The feathers behind him were as sharp as knives. His eyes were blood red. The dark hair on his body was as if it had been coated with ink, and the demonic aura on his body was particularly heavy, enough to be comparable to that of the demonic angels of the Conley family. By allowing this black demon angel to successfully advance to a 3-winged angel, I'm afraid that amongst the 3-winged angel stage, it would be almost in a state of invincibility. Kill! Myrsk waved his hand and waved for the black demon angels to attack, while he himself hurriedly ran outside. Su Qing didn't bother to pay attention to Merskine, instead placing his gaze on this lion-like black demonic angel. This demon angel has no intelligence and is completely at the mercy of Miles Guest. The order that Miles Guest had put down was for this demon angel to kill Su Qing. Su Qing sensed the powerful energy fluctuations contained in this demon angel, and naturally, he would not be polite in his strikes. Seeing only 3 immortal arts launched, Su Qing easily disposed of this 2-winged angel. Su Qing twisted off the wings of this 2-winged angel with ease, put it away, cremated its body, and waved out a gust of wind to disperse its ashes. Finding out where Merskite was hiding, Su Qing leaped out. The time is now 8 o'clock. In China this time is 4 in the morning. Meyer Scott is very smart and at the same time he is fast. Without any hesitation, and without any scruples, Miles Guest came directly to the Chinese embassy in Britain. Open the door! Open the door! Miles Guest arrived at the front door of the Chinese embassy in Sunset. There are soldiers standing guard at the entrance to the embassy all night long. At the same time they know Myers Guest. After all, the Macs aren't far from the embassy. A Chinese soldier, holding a submachine gun, stepped forward and said, "Matriarch Milesk, may I ask what you need or what assistance you require?" "Hello, hello, there is a man among your Chinese country who robbed my Meyer family by force, killed several members of my Mike family, and is now coming after me." Milesk was obviously a bit flustered, and even his words were a bit of a blur. "Mr. Meyersker, slow down your speech a bit." This Chinese soldier frowned, somewhat confused. It wasn't that he didn't understand the other side's language. It was just that the other side was speaking too fast. There is a Chinese man who is after me. Scott calmed down a bit to make his language smooth, and before he finished, he felt as if his neck was hooked by something, and it was difficult to speak. Seeing that Milsker seemed to be in some sort of anomaly, the Chinese soldier hurriedly pulled the signal, while saying in a slightly calm manner, "Mr. Milsker, please speak carefully, and if any danger really arises, we will be in a position to help you." "Help," said Miles, frowning tightly, finally spitting out the word. "I can help you. I just don't understand what your situation is right now. Or you can come in first," the Chinese soldier said in disbelief. Whimpered the thought from Milesk's lips, never able to spit out a word. In the next instant, Milesk held his neck as if something had jerked it in half, and his body flew backwards with a whoosh, as if being dragged. Many Chinese soldiers rushed out from within the embassy with submachine guns, also saw this bizarre scene of Milesker being dragged. "What's happening? That's not Matriarch Milesk. What's going on with him?" A Chinese soldier who looked like a captain asked in a hurry. The soldier summarized his words and said, "Report, it's not clear. Patriarch Milesker seems to have met something, and he was vaguely heard saying that it seems that there are people from our Chinese country chasing him, and that Chinese nation has killed the Myers clan quite a bit." The soldier captain was obviously a bit surprised. When did the Chinese country have such brave people? Marveling, "What? The Chinese attacked the Meyer family? How could something so ridiculous happen? Let's go. Follow them over and take a look. Please inform the side of the Sunset Kingdom." The captain of the soldiers led a small army towards the Myers family. In the Myers family, Scott was already lying on the ground, with a blood-red line of blood above his neck, and his body had long since turned cold. Su Qing's gaze was cold as he threw out a ball of flame to burn the myrmidon away. At the same time, Su Qing sensed that there were soldiers from the Chinese nation approaching this way. Su Qing didn't want to get into so much trouble, and with a flickering figure, he had left the Meyer family. Zhang Yuanqing, the ambassador to the UK, followed him to the Myers family. Who the hell did this? Zhang Yuanqing's brow furrowed as he saw the bodies all over the floor of the Mike family. Soon there were official troops sent from the Sunbelt country as well. A quick check and an official response from Sunset. The Sunless Army commander explained to Zhang Yuanqing, "Mr. Zhang Yuanqing, the Mike family was invaded by the demon god's demonic seed, thus in causing such casualties, but at the end of this matter, I'm afraid that there is another person who entered the Mike family and started to brutally kill the members of the Mike family, and we need you to help us with our investigation." Of course, Zhang Yuanqing nodded and expressed his willingness to investigate this matter with the Sunless Kingdom. Zhang Yuanqing was ready to leave with his people, and at the same time, he also learned about the person behind this incident. One is a demon god, one is a Chinese. Who on earth is it that has such audacity? Zhang Yuanqing was quite puzzled. Suddenly, the Mike family's second in command, Meyer Kadeo, did not know where to run out of the road, madly shouted, "Chinese is a Chinese. It is he killed my Mike family. Several people, even Meyer's guest patriarch, were killed by this person." The appearance of Milkadeo caused the Sunset Army commander and Zhang Yuanqing to stare. Sundowner asked, "Do you know his name?" Michael Tao hurriedly said, "I heard from Patriarch Mike that his name is Wang Feng." Wang Feng? Zhang Yuanqing felt something fake when he heard this name. This name can be considered to have an extremely high repetition rate among the Chinese nation. Of course, the Sunless Army commander didn't care about this. "I hope Mr. Zhang Yuanqing will help me capture Wang Feng. This is natural." Zhang Yuanqing certainly agreed without hesitation. Through Mercado's simple narration, he was able to get a rough idea of what the other party looked like. It's an old man, full of white hair. His age is estimated to be 90 years old. His means are very powerful, just like an immortal, said Zhang Yuanqing, assembling these words while searching amongst the level of the top masters of the Chinese nation. However, there were too many experts in the country of Huaxia, and there were many that met this condition, so it was impossible to find them. Chapter 88, The Gathering of the Powers of the Nations. It looks like some time off is needed first. At the intersection of a street, Su Qing stood there quietly. He had heard the words of the embassy man and the Sunset Army chief. The people who should be killed are almost killed. For Meyer Kadeo, the second head of the Meyer family, but finally is forgotten. I'm afraid there's no chance of trying to kill Mercado again now. Just let you live a little longer, Su Qing muttered. In a flash, Su Qing's figure had disappeared at the street intersection. It wasn't long before a few soldiers from the Sunset Kingdom arrived with submachine guns, took a closer look, found nothing out of the ordinary, and quickly left. Dawn. Almost all of the top families in the entire Sunbelt exploded. Some clans had faced the infestation of the demon god's demonic species, and now they had all fallen. Some clans had lost heavily in a battle with the demon god's demon seed last night. It's nothing. Rumor has it that a few families have suffered from a demonic species and have met a mysterious Chinese. This Chinese man ended up claiming a pair of angel wings, but no one could give an answer as to who this person was. However, the fact that these top clans of the Sunset Kingdom had suffered such a calamity had caused the eyes of many powerful people from other countries to redden. After all, they all knew that demon angel wings could indeed give a powerful increase. If he could get a pair of angel wings, even if he offended a top family, it would still be a good deal. Many foreign powerhouses had already caught wind of the situation, wanting to capitalize on the might of the demon god and take the opportunity to come and rob a few of the great families of the Sunless Kingdom. Su Qing was in the vicinity of the airport and had sensed the presence of 5 or 6 powerful people within just an hour. The 5 or 6 people all possessed the strength of peak Jindan and around Yuaning. Several people came from different countries and all had completely different skin and hair. Among them, there is a black-skinned race, which is dressed in a black robe like a surplice, with a golden-colored aperture behind it, which looks divine. Su Qing recognized that this blackie was most likely a top-notch powerhouse from Tianzhu. Also found that there is a man in his 30s, that pair of eyes as if the eagle general, extremely sharp. It can be said that he is disabled. His 2 arms are mechanical arms. That strong sense of metal has a kind of led a person's heart to produce a cold panic. Su Qing was able to clearly feel that this man's body contained a very powerful force that could definitely be comparable to the Yuaning stage. This guy could very well be the top cyborg the US is working on these days. Su Qing also saw the expert from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, with a very strange figure, melting himself into the wall and walking with very light feet. Even Su Qing, a few tall and powerful men with muscles as hard as stone, with eyes that were purple-yellow in color, with a ferocious aura, whose bodies likewise contained an extremely powerful explosive force. At a glance, he was able to tell that the men were afraid that they had taken certain drugs, and the one that has the ability to produce these drugs, besides being rice, that's Bear Country. The United States today has all of its goals focused on cyborgs, and I'm afraid it doesn't have time to develop these drugs. In that case, only the Bear Country could have developed such a monster. Somewhat interesting. Sunset Kingdom, I'm afraid that these top few clans won't be able to sustain themselves. Su Qing smiled faintly. Later that evening, several of the top clans in the Sunless Kingdom were likewise sensing the approaching danger. In itself, they had to face the erosion of the demon god's demonic seed, and now they had to deal with the looting of these outsiders. This made their power extremely scattered, fearing that in the end they would both be corrupted by the demon god's demonic seed, and the demon wings within the family would not be able to be preserved. You end up with a double blank and your own life is on the line. This made the top clans within the Sunset Country feel extremely strong pressure. A meeting was briefly conducted. The top 30 clans are coming. The Romans, the Conleys, the Myers, and the top-ranked Loathsome Pawns were in place, especially the number 1 ranked Loathsome Pond clan. The clan was very panicked right now. As the first family of the Sunset Kingdom, the clan's economy and strength were evident to all, and even possessed 2 rank 9 magicians. But in this situation now, 2 9th-level magicians were not enough. With just a simple investigation, he was able to find out that at the very least, there were 10 top foreign experts who had come to Sunset. The purpose of these people is very obvious. It was to take advantage of the moment when they, the clans, were dealing with the demon god demon seed to hold them hostage and rob them. However, what made them, the great families, puzzled was that the Sunset higher-ups surprisingly did not even show a single sign of wanting to stop the arrival of these foreign powerhouses. Were the top brass of Sunset really not afraid of these powerful people messing up the Sunset Kingdom? The widespread erosion of the demon god's demonic seed in front of him was troublesome enough. The country is still not stopping these powerful people. What does that make them? The families? Oh, big guy also don't hide. Have something to take out. All kinds of artillery weapons. Anyway, the above already don't care. We should do what we want. The big deal is to come to one and blow one up. The patriarch of the Hunter family, ranked 6th, was a little bored. Last night, their Hunter family was infested by the demonic seed that eroded several of their top brass, and several senior magicians died as well. If the other foreign powerhouses came back this evening, they, the Hunter family, would not be able to withstand it. When the time comes, they can use whatever weapons they have, and they won't be concerned about the feelings of the Sunbelt nation above them. As to whether or not it will start a panic or not, that's none of their business. It's all going to die already, and whether there's panic in the country or not, it's all the same to them. It seems that this is the only way. The head of the Loathsome Pond clan, Loathsome Pond Bert, said, Aloof Pond Bert is 101 years old, and he looks young as well as spirited, and is one of the 9th-level magicians amongst the Aloof Pond Berts. I think it's better to do this. All of our clans all converge together, and then we'll see if those foreign powerhouses still dare to come. Melchideo said in a cold voice. With Patriarch Myerscott dead, Myerscott Road is the second in command of the family, and will of course go straight to the top as the new patriarch. Patriarch Kadeo's proposal is very good. I feel it's fine, a few clan heads said. After a show of hands, it was unanimously agreed to gather all of the 8th and 9th level magicians right here in the Loathsome Pond family. The Loathsome Pond family also felt it was a safer way to go. The top 30 ranked clans were all coming to his Loath Pond clan, which was extremely favorable for their Loath Pond clan in itself. If the combined efforts of 30 clans couldn't defeat those alien powerhouses, then there was no other way. As for whether we lose or win in the end, none of this really matters. Importantly, they will no longer retain their high-powered weapons. Whether it will cause domestic unrest or not, just leave it to the top. Anyway, the top is so Buddhist now that it's surprising that they don't come to participate in such a big thing, so they don't care. The time came tonight. The Loathsome Pond family, Patriarch Loath Poolbert, and the other 30 or so patriarchs of the top clans were all in the hall, talking about what was coming next. There were a total of over 100 people present, and there were a total of 10 rank 9 magicians, 28th level wizards. The rest of the 70 people were at least 6th level magicians. I'm afraid this is the highest combat power of all the clans in the Sunset Kingdom today. The magicians of the Sunset Kingdom had a different cultivation system than the rest of the country. The magic of these people can be fused to deal more powerful damage. 9th level magicians. The weak ones could be comparable to Peak Jindan, and some of the stronger ones could be comparable to Yuaning. 10 Yuaning, 20 Jindan combined. Even if Su Qing came, he would have to weigh it up. 10 9th level magicians fusing their own magical power might be able to achieve the power of a single blow from the transformation stage. It's extremely scary. Su Qing naturally understood this, and didn't act rashly, only hiding near the Loathsome Pond family, waiting for the rest to arrive. At the same time, Su Qing didn't quite understand what the higher-ups of the Sunset Kingdom meant. The country is now in a state of chaos and there is no indication from above. That's obviously just not right. Su Qing felt that things were too changeable to act easily. As a 9th level magician, Loathsome Pond Bird had sensed the arrival of a powerful person near the family early on, but he was not born, but waited quietly for these strong men to come out. A silky cold wind blew, and finally, someone couldn't hold it in. The first ones to step forward were naturally the cyborgs from Rice. With a calm demeanor, he arrived within the Loathsome Pond clan, only instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. In front of the hall door, Rice, Morcass, seeks a pair of demonic angel wings, Morcass said lightly, directly stating the purpose of his own visit. Patriarch Loath Pond Bird walked out from the hall with a large number of people, looked at Morcass indifferently, and said in a cold voice, Rice, the hand is too long, and with you, a cyborg, you don't have this kind of qualification to come to my Loath Pond family to be arrogant. Morcass laughed softly, his face extremely twisted, and said, of course I know that I don't have this qualification, but I'm only counted as a headstrong person. As for whether or not I have this arrogant condition, it can be seen from those people behind me. What do they say? The people are here, so don't lie there. Step forward. Loathsome Pond Bert's brow furrowed, and his voice rang out as if he were a lion roaring. Immediately, the man in the black robe stepped out, and it was none other than Master Burning Wind from the Tianju Kingdom. Loathsome Pond Bert, truly a good tactic. After not seeing you for a few years, your level has truly risen again, Master Burning Wind said. Master Burning Wind, I didn't expect even you to come. Is one of our demonic angels really that attractive? Loathsome Pool Bert clenched his fists, only to feel the pressure multiply. Tianju Kingdom's Master Burning Wind. Who does not know who does not know? Tianju Kingdom's #1 expert. A truly ruthless person. Even this guy has come. Anorexic Pool Bert felt that I'm afraid that today's battle can't be avoided, and the probability of being able to win is also very low. A Master Windburner was enough to deal with both of their 9th level magicians. Interesting, really interesting. Then I really didn't come in vain this time. Kumogakure Keiho jumped out of nowhere, grinning with his mouth full of teeth. Egu, there are really several old friends, but none of them came out. What's going on? The Torn Kingdom Throtlek dropped down from a high altitude, his face full of teasing. One expert after another came out of nowhere and stood together in the middle of the Loathsome Pond clan. Loathsome Pool Bert felt that there was something about the pressure in front of him that was too much for him to bear. These people, none of them were good, and all of them were extremely powerful. So they were comparable to 9th level magicians. In this situation now, there is almost no other way but to fight with your back against the wall. Hand over a pair of demon wings, no matter what quality they are, and I will immediately leave this place, and I will definitely not participate in the battle between you, Master Burning Wind of the Tianju Kingdom said with a smile on his face. As the #1 expert of the Tianju Kingdom, his strength had reached a bottleneck, and if he could obtain this demon angel's wings this time and absorb the power within it to break through, he would potentially become the #1 person in the Tianju Kingdom for the past 500 years. After that, his lifespan would also increase dramatically, and he might be able to impact a wave of teleportation gates left behind by the ancient monks. Same here. One of the demons doesn't discriminate between qualities. Just take a pair and I'll leave immediately. Milky Morcast said. Since they all want a pair, I'm not greedy. I'll take a pair and I'll leave right away. The Torn Kingdom Throtlek said with a slight smile. Sakura Nation Shadow Wheel. Need a pair of demon wings. Sakura Nation's Shadow Wheel jumped out of nothingness. Hey, they all want it, and I'm stronger than them, so I can't possibly not want it. Xiongguo Kahe grinned. Patriarch Bert, we're all old acquaintances as well. There's no need to start a conflict. I'm on the exact same terms as them. The Holy Mule Horse Country's O'Malley stood on the sidelines smilingly. The Halibut Chicken State Sirocco was likewise expressing its conditions. The man from the Stick Country also came, called Genie Fu, a fat man, who had the same comparable conditions. Ancient Egyptian Master O'Hooker also arrived at the scene, but he didn't act rashly and just watched the scene coldly from the sidelines. Nilkadeo was a bit arrogant and cocky. The corner of his mouth showed disdain as he said, "Ha ha ha, you people, you're quite greedy, but let's put these things on the back burner for now. What I'm most curious about is still whether or not that white-haired guy from last night has come yet. If Su Qing came, then he would be the first to sanction Su Qing. This guy is the culprit." Bear Country card and said, "Oh, maybe he's around, maybe. Let the old lineage take a look." Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Dharma Kingdom closed his eyes, not knowing what kind of Buddhist techniques he had used. Not more than a few seconds later, Master Burning Wind of the Tianzhu Kingdom gazed at the southeast corner and said with a faint smile, "This sure master of the Chinese Kingdom. They're all looking for you. Aren't you ready to come out yet?" The crowd's eyes hastily shifted to the southeast corner. All of them wanted to see what this Chinese powerhouse, who had started robbing the Sunset family yesterday, looked like. However, there was never any movement in the southeast corner. Hee, are all the people in the country of Huaxia so wimpy? You've robbed others and asked you to come forward, but you still don't dare. The one who spoke was a super expert of the Khoi country called Civic Pi. Suddenly, the crowd only felt as if they were being stared at by a powerful beast. In the next moment, a white shadow flashed and instantly rushed out from the southeast corner, gripping the neck of Koi Shioka's thinking horse. It was Su Qing. Su Qing's big hand tightened, and the Khoi country's thinking pie face became more and more hideous. You wouldn't dare." The Khoi country's thinking pie was going to say something else. Swinging out his fist, Su Qing was not polite at all, directly punching out the civic pie and turning it into a cloud of blood mist that drifted away. Chapter 89, The Officials Make Their Move. You want to die. Fulfill you. Su Qing looked indifferent, gently clapped his hands, as if killing the Khoi country civic horse. For him, there is no impact, and even some dirty hands. The various powerhouses from the dozen or so countries present were shocked by Su Qing's ruthlessness. Civic pie. It doesn't seem to have said anything about you. You just killed him like that. Are all of you Chinese people murderous demons? The late Huku of the human waste country was slightly dissatisfied with this. Chi Huku and CC Pai were friends, but C Pai merely mentioned Su Qing. It didn't say anything harsh and painless. As far as we'll be able to kill? Su Qing's brows moved, and the spirit sword emerged in his hand, and between flashes, he had crossed over to the human waste country Chi Huku. Before the human waste Gua Chi Huku had time to dodge, he was cut off his head by a sword. The two people of the human waste country Lei Huku and the Khoi country CC Pai are not considered strong, and at best, they are at the peak of the Jin Dan strength. Be a good boy and shut your mouth. Su Qing had even killed the Yuaning stage as if it were a chicken. Killing these two foreign powerhouses was as easy as a slap in the face. Don't be so grumpy. Everyone make peace. Make peace. The Torn Kingdom's Throtlek said with a smile on his face, but in order to prevent Su Qing from suddenly attacking again, he still slightly stepped back a lot. Su Qing only slightly swept a glance at the Throtlek of the Torn Kingdom, lazily bothering with this person for anything, killing two people in a row. He has achieved his goal. As for those who came later, if they were still ungrateful, then they would have to continue to kill. Good tactics, indeed. I had some other misfortunes when I heard Mercado speak, but now that I've seen this gentleman with such tactics I understand. Loathsome Pond Bert clapped his hands and said to Su Qing with extreme admiration, Actually, I didn't really want to come out this time, but since I was invited, it would seem like my Huaxia kingdom is too petty if I don't come out. Su Qing slightly moved his feet and walked to a place far away from the crowd. There were several people present who were top-notch experts, and Su Qing had to be on guard at all times. If it was a solo battle, Su Qing could certainly cope and kill him at any time, but there were so many people present that caution was the order of the day. Stop grinding out nonsense. Hand over the demon angel's wings and I'll leave right away. Morcas frowned. The atmosphere was depressing and didn't want to stay any longer. Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Dharma Kingdom wore a hypocritical smile and said, That's how things are. And I didn't come here this time purely for the devil's wings. It's because of my Buddha's need for them. So please also send me a pair of devil's wings for my Buddha's sake. Loathsome Poolbert stared coldly at everyone present. Feeling tricky. These people were too strong. So strong that even their 10 ninth level magicians didn't dare to easily go to war with these people. Could it be that there is no need to continue the discussion? Loathsome Pond Bert's gaze was incomparably cold. What is there to discuss? Sakura Nation's Shadow Wheel's voice was incomparably hoarse. Kill. Seeing this, Loathsome Pond Bert didn't bother to continue reasoning with these people, and the magic stick in his hand suddenly shot up into the sky as a heavenly thunderbolt angrily blasted down. This heavenly thunder attacked a random target, and one Kaikwan of the Yushui kingdom tried to dodge it, but the heavenly thunder was just too fast, directly bombarding the top of his head and blowing it into powder with a single blow. Rubbish, deserve to die. Frotlek of the Torn Nation sneered. Die, the Milky Morcass. That pair of mechanical fists seemed to be able to open up the sky and directly blasted an 8th level magician with a single punch. The crowd could not help but look squarely at the combat power of this newly developed semi-robot from Rice. The big battle is imminent. The scene was chaotic. Su Qing didn't want to get involved in this war, but he was also being targeted by some people. The two rank 9 magicians set their sights on Su Qing and blocked him. Do you guys want to find death? Su Qing didn't bother to entangle himself with these two magicians much, and with a long leap, he wanted to leave. However, these two magicians didn't want to let Su Qing leave at all, casting magic to release a barrier that blocked Su Qing's path. The two of them were also terrified of facing Su Qing. After all, Su Qing had already had the precedent of decapitating a 9th level magician earlier. Su Qing casually blocked a magical attack and leapt up in the turn of a hand. Loathsome Pond Bert didn't know when he had appeared in front of Su Qing. Loathsome Pool Bert laughed lightly and said, "Sir, don't you want demon angel wings? There are a total of 5 pairs of demon angel wings here all for you." 5 pairs of shiny things flew out from the Loathsome Pool Bert from his hands and landed in front of Su Qing's heel. The scene was seen by many powerful people. Looking at Su Qing with unkind gazes, Su Qing instantly understood what Loathsome Pool Bert meant. Are you preparing to shift your target to me? Then your intentions are going to fall through. However, although Su Qing knew that this was a small conspiracy, he didn't reject it, and as soon as he took the 5 demon angel wings into his hands, he put them away, delivered to the door of the demon angel wings. Do not want it for nothing, and do not bother to start a dispute. Loathsome Pool Bird looked at the other country's powerhouses and said with a smile, "Everyone, demon angel wings are a good thing, but in the hands of several of our clans, there are only a few pairs at the moment. However, this gentleman from the country of Huaxia has a minimum of 10 pairs of demon wings in his hands, so as for how to make a decision, it's up to you all. Woe is me. Or you guys know how to play." Mulkas let out a shameful laugh and set his gaze on Su Qing. It's a little ploy by the loathsome Ickbert, but I have to say it works quite well. In this current situation, trying to obtain the devil's wings from the 30-odd clans in the Sunset Kingdom was a difficult task, but it wasn't impossible to obtain them. It was just that there would end up being a large number of casualties. He, old man, you're in trouble now. The Tianju Kingdom's Master Burning Wind was likewise a very clever one, targeting Su Qing. The rest of the powerhouses from various countries saw that both Morcass and Master Burning Wind had shifted their targets, and they didn't dare to continue fighting. Without these two top powerhouses around, their chances of winning against dozens of magicians were getting lower and lower. Shongguaka and a rough voice rang out, "You old man has so many demon angel wings on you, why don't we all share them? 1 pair for each person, and all will be happy, and there is no need to continue the fight." With a slight flash of his eyes, Sakura Nation's Shadow Will had circled around behind Su Qing, preparing to carry out a wraparound attack. Fukinko in the land of Irong, Almarai in the land of the sacred mules and horses, and Sirak in the land of the briny chickens, came forward. As for the Torn Nation Frotlek, the Stick Nation Jin Ifu, the ancient Egyptian Ohak and the ancient Roman Nisona, they hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not go forward. Now that you've made a decision, don't regret it. Su Qing quietly looked at the 7 strong men from various countries that kept walking towards him without any panic. There's no point in continuing to fight, Morcass said coldly. Shongguaka and helplessly spread his hands and said, "There are 7 of us, how can you alone not be able to fight? It would be better to directly and immediately hand over the things to hand over, and then we will target me on these insidious guys. Scholar, I advise you not to resist any further. It's pointless," Master Burning Wind of the Heavenly Dharma Kingdom said. Su Qing said blandly, "Just you bunch of losers, you still presume to compete with me." Without waiting for these people to act, the spirit sword in Su Qing's hand swung out. The first target was Mielka's. A sword slashed out, leaving a deep mark on the hardened mechanical arm of the Morcass. At the mark left on his own hard arm, Miguel Morcass licked his tongue and said with a sneer, "The first one who was able to leave a mark on my arm." Su Qing chortled coldly, "At the same time, I'll be the first one to cut you down. Immortal art, Dead Moon Slash." Su Qing gazed at the bright moon in the sky, and the spirit sword in his hand flew up into the sky. seemingly piercing through the moon before finally falling down violently, bringing up a wave of shockwaves. Miguel Morcas instantly felt a sense of crisis coming on, and shouted at the 6 people behind him, "What are you guys still staying there for? If I die, you'll be the next to die." Master Burning Wind of the Heavenly Dharma Kingdom was finally unable to sit still, and in his hand, he unexpectedly threw out a golden relic. This one cherry seed grew bigger against the wind, instantly becoming like a high mountain, carrying a deep defensive power that blocked that attack from Su Ching. The Sakura Nation shadow will similarly disperse to shuriken, forming a shield in the sky. Shongwa Ka behind him revealed a silhouette as if it was a black bear, while spreading a thick sense of power, coalescing a huge pair of hands in the sky, seemingly wanting to hold that sword light. The Elang Nation's Rivkinko and the Holy Mule Horse Nation's Omarai didn't dare to be slow, simultaneously casting their own means of defense. A ghost-like demon flew out from behind the Halcyon Chicken Kingdom Sirik, floating in the air and letting out a roar. Listen to the rumbling sound, as loud as a cannonball. This sword light of Su Qing's was very strong and powerful, but it didn't break through their defensive blocks in the face of the combined efforts of 7 powerful men. The mechanical arm of the Miguel Morcas trembled slightly, his eyes full of incredulity as he felt as if he was somewhat unable to turn his mechanical arm. But the mechanical arm had the ability to recover itself and was soon back as good as new. Milky Morcas let out a sigh of relief, his eyes staring warily at Su Qing. This Chinese man in front of him was too strong, and unless the top cyborgs from their rice country came, it was absolutely impossible to beat Su Qing. Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Kingdom was struck by this sword and somewhat produced a sense of retreat. Su Qing was able to erupt such a powerful force with just a casual sword. If Su Qing were to catch him, wouldn't he be able to kill him all in a second with a single sword? Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Kingdom knew that there was a higher realm in this world, and now he suspected that Su Qing was in the middle of it. This friend from the Huaxia Kingdom, the Tianzhu Kingdom, and the Huaxia Kingdom normally don't get into any disputes, so I think the two of us shouldn't continue to tangle with each other. I don't want the devil's wings, so I'll take my leave first. With a slight movement of his mind, Master Burning Wind of the Tianzhu Kingdom uttered these words and wanted to leave. Humph, Master Burning Wind, what exactly are you afraid of? Milky Morcas said coldly. Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Kingdom smiled. It's not that I'm afraid, it's that I'm doing it for the sake of friendship between the two countries. You're afraid of offending his country of China. Aren't you afraid of offending my country of rice? The Rice Nation Morcas said. Ha ha ha, Morcas, don't take yourself too seriously. What kind of thing are you? You also dare to think of yourself as a rice country. The old cassock just doesn't want to continue to dwell on it. What can you do to me? Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Kingdom was amused by this sentence of Morcas and said cheerfully, "Since you want to get lost, then get lost." Morcas said coldly. Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Kingdom wanted this sentence, turned around and left. Miguel Morcas violently jumped to come in front of Su Qing and fiercely threw a punch, but it missed. Morcas turned his head and chided, "Shadow Wheel, Keiho, Rivkinko, Omarai, Sirik, what are you waiting for? Come together. Can't we beat this guy without burning wind?" The 5 men hesitated for just a moment before launching another attack towards Su Qing. Without Master Burning Wind, the 6 of them still had a good chance of winning against Su Qing. Loathing Pulbert's group of wizards just watched the scene coldly from the sidelines, not even saying a word. Torn Nation Throtlek and the others were also watching the good show without any intention of making a move. Rice Molkas doesn't care about that. If these people in Throtrick want to be fishermen, then don't blame Rice for not being polite. Su Qing kept dodging these people's attacks, while at the same time thinking of ways to carry out kills one by one. Dodging the strong attack of Morca's double fists, Su Qing kept backing up. Suddenly, Su Qing felt as if something dangerous was approaching nearby. Within the Sunless Kingdom, the only thing that could give Su Qing this sense of crisis was that kind of powerful weapon. It seemed that the officials of the Sunless Kingdom finally couldn't stand it anymore. This was a preparation to kill all the strong people present in one blow. Obviously, Su Qing was not the only one who could feel this sense of crisis. What's happening? Molkas stopped his attack of his own accord and looked in the other direction. Crap! It's the fluctuation of a supreme weapon. Xiongwa Kahe was extremely sensitive to this kind of weapon and immediately shouted, "Supreme weapon!" Strong people from various countries had some panic. Once the supreme weapon came out, they were unable to dodge away in time and would definitely suffer the danger of death. You Sunblues are really good and sinister, sneaking around behind your backs and firing in cannons. Master Burning Wind of the Tianzhu Kingdom ran back from nowhere. Morcas asked, "Burning Wind, what's going on out there?" These dogs of the Sunblood, with heavy troops guarding the outside, each with fine equipment, and there are also 3 missiles pinpointed towards the side. As soon as we step out of the loathsome Pond clan, these missiles will be launched. Master Burning Wind cursed. Damn it, to have struck at this time, Morcas said in a cold voice. Suddenly, waves of light flickered off of Lofli Ichabod and Mercado, and a magical formation appeared underneath their feet, and with a whoosh, they were shifted to somewhere else. Ha ha ha, you fellows, just wait for your deaths. Dare to break into my loathsome pond family, this is the price. The loud voice of Lofli Poolbert surged up and spread through the courtyard. I don't care which country you are from, hand over the demon angel wings and you'll be let live, or your graves will be born here. It was the voice of the military commander of the one before the Sunset Kingdom. Chapter 90, Transformation of God. Don't go too far, the big deal is that we'll just leave here. Both sides will take a step back, and we won't grab the Sunset family's demon angel wings anymore. Thirdak of Torn Nation feels somewhat aggrieved. Obviously just came to watch the show and didn't offend anyone. That little mess of a fight just now was just a random outburst. Now it seems to be threatened with death. Very unconvincing. The golden clothes foo of the stick country cursed darkly and said loudly, I didn't make a move, but I've been watching the show from the sidelines all along. You guys can't move me. Don't bother with so much more. As long as you hand over all of your demon angel wings, I can guarantee to let you go and definitely won't pester you anymore. The voice of Loathing Poolbert appeared. It was very strong and sure. Loathsome Poolbert felt it was good to say hello to Sunset officials ahead of time. Otherwise, with the group of people in front of them, they were surely going to be cleansed of these Sunset clans. Now that there was support from the top brass of the Sunset Kingdom, these people definitely couldn't get away. And those demon angel wings that Su Qing had grabbed earlier were also able to be returned. Now that the situation is like this old gentleman, why don't you just hand over the demon angel's wings you're holding? Feeling that he still had a few points of face, the golden clothes blessing of the stick country immediately said with a smile. Su Qing merely took a look at this big fat man without even saying a word. Seeing Su Qing belittling himself so much, the stick country's gold-clad blessing could only let out a dark curse and stopped speaking. If it wasn't for the chaos at the scene, Gao would have had a fight with Su Qing. When Su Qing saw the gazes of the crowd all looking towards him, he simply said softly, since the item has arrived in my hands, it's mine, and if you want to snatch the demon angel's wings away from my hands, it's up to you guys to see if you're capable of doing so. In that case, let these people be buried with you. Loathsome Poolbert's chilling voice came out. Immediately, they then heard the sound of energy fluctuations as the artillery was about to fire. Wait, Miguel Morcas waves his hand to stop it. I'll give you one last chance. Don't make me regret it. Loathing Poolbert grunted coldly. Old man, hand over the demon angel's wings, or else, don't blame us for being impolite. Milky Morcas gazed coldly at Su Qing. All of the demon angel wings were now on Su Qing's body. Want to live? It would be necessary to snatch the demon angel's wings back from Su Qing's hands. Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Zhu Kingdom smiled and said, hand over the item, or else dozens of us present won't be able to walk out of this courtyard. Xiongguo Ka and felt that powerful energy artillery fluctuation. At this moment also have some panic. Persuade, right, everyone knows that your ability is strong, but you are now facing not a person, but a country. Their kind of supreme weapon is not you still not clear. Want to resist down that is bound to die. Absolutely no chance of survival. In the end you are obsessed with what? If you want to live in this situation, you'll give me your skills. Su Qing gently shook his head. There was no desire to take the demon wings out. Currently, in total, there were less than 10 pairs of demon wings in his hands, except for the 5 pairs just given to him by Aloof Poolbert, all of which he had worked hard to get. Handing over the devil's wings, that was absolutely impossible, unless the Sunset State gives a greater benefit. Otherwise, it was unlikely that Su Qing would take a step back. The so-called supreme weapon was just that in Su Qing's opinion. Just a few missiles were far from being able to injure Su Qing. It wanted to trap Su Qing or kill him. That would only be a wide release of supreme weapon missiles. But this behavior will undoubtedly panic the inhabitants of the Sunset State. Therefore, Su Qing was able to affirm that the Sunless Kingdom would definitely not activate a wide range of supreme weapons to attack. Since you value your life so weakly, then don't blame us for being impolite. Let's all go together to first kill this person and then take the demon wings and exchange them with the Sunless Kingdom. The Shadow Wheel of Sakura Nation said in a clear and cold voice. For now, that should be the best way. Rivkinko of Ilong agrees with a nod. Originally, we didn't want to engage in hostilities with the people of the Huaxia country, but there's nothing we can do about this situation now. Old sir, so you're welcome. The gold-clad foo of the stick country grunted and laughed coldly. Let's strike together. Subdue this person first, and then there will naturally be an exchange. Ohukar of ancient Egypt, who had never said much, finally spoke at this moment. Nisona of ancient Rome was likewise in agreement, nodding her head. There were 11 strong men present. All of them had reached the level of a 9th-level magician, which was around the realm of a Yuan-ing. There are a few remaining ones of lower rank that are hardly considered a threat. The crowd reached an agreement and prepared to subdue Su Qing first. After all, no matter which direction they went. Su-Ching was the key place for them to get out of the Sunset Kingdom. Su-Ching smiled faintly. Have you discussed it? I'm leaving after you guys have discussed it. You still want to run? Dozens of miles around are all surrounded by us. Even if you are just able to penetrate through space, there are still people waiting for you inside the space. The sound of loathsome Poolbert looking up at the sky and laughing came. You people are really no fun. Su-Ching's helpless voice rang out. Before the crowd could reply, they saw Su-Ching's figure had already disappeared. Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Dharma Kingdom used his Buddhist teachings to begin searching for Su-Ching. But in the end, you can't even see the shadow. How did this guy run so fast? How did he get away? Milka said with a face full of incredulity. Long-distance space travel. The Sakura Nation Shadow Wheel's eyes were extremely shocked. As far as he could remember, not many people in the world were able to do so. Torn Nation Surchik took a hard breath and said, "What are we going to do if this guy leaves? We don't have any demon angel wings in our hands either. So if these people from Sunset want to fight us, won't we be dead?" Originally, they had hoped to be able to snatch the devil's wings from Su-Ching's hands, but now it seemed that it was all a joke. Loathsome Poolbert, you've seen it clearly, and now we don't have any demon wings in our hands either. So why don't you let us go? It's not like we have any grudges. Torn State Thurtuk said helplessly. The man in possession of the devil's wings has run away. I'm afraid those of them who don't have it won't have anything to do with it. Ha ha ha, does he think he can escape our limitations by piercing through space? Let's just wait and see. Instead of the panic he expected, Loathsome Pond Bert had a smile on his lips. As I said before, they had already placed 5 rank 9 magicians in the space. Even if they couldn't catch Su-Ching, it was still possible to delay it. However, Loathing Poolbert's words had just fallen. 3 bodies popped out of the space in the distance and fell to the ground with a thud. Long gone are the breaths. Dead. Loathsome Poolbert was particularly shaken. How could I have imagined? Also in a matter of seconds, Su-Ching then killed 3 rank 9 magicians. This guy is also too strong. I'm afraid he didn't even exert his full strength just now, or else we'd be dead. There are still aftershocks in Bear Country Card and in his mind. This guy is obviously so powerful, and he's still reasoning with us here. There's just no reason. The corners of the mouth of Master Burning Wind of the Tianju Kingdom twitched slightly. I'll just laugh at these 5 pairs of demon wings you guys gave me, and if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Su-Ching's voice came from the distant space and finally faded away. This time, when he came to the Sunset Kingdom, he obtained a total of 9 demon wings. Also, some angelic souls were acquired. Overall it was quite rewarding. But take a step back. Su-Ching is somewhat predatory in nature. This was something Su-Ching felt slightly guilty about in his heart. But think about it. In this world, it can only be said that the weak are the strongest. Wang Feng, you dare to run, but you will always be unable to run out of this world. The Huaxia Kingdom, we will definitely go to the Huaxia Kingdom and make the Huaxia Kingdom hand you over. The voice of Loathly Poolbird roared out in anger. This time it was a real failure. Not only did he fail to capture Su-Ching, but he also gave away 5 pairs of demon wings for nothing. Fire! Kill all of these people? Since we can't kill Wang Feng, we have to make them bury Wang Feng first. Loathsome Poolbert seems to be a little crazy to be commanding the release of missiles. Milkas, of course, sensed the insanity of the averse Ichabod. The dozen or so strong people present used their abilities and tried their best to escape. Only a rumble was heard. A bright light, rising from nowhere, instantly illuminating the sky in darkness. Next, a dark missile fell from the sky. Endless explosions rang out, bringing up a cascade of explosive sounds. A few of the stronger ones, such as Mulkas of the Rice Kingdom and Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Kingdom, were still barely able to resist from this first round of missiles. Before he could take the next step, more and more missiles came roaring in. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Continuous release of 10 nuclear missiles. It's finally stopped. There were no bodies on the ground long ago. Sure, it could also be argued that the body has long since been reduced to powder. Gone. On the ground, there was a pair of mechanical arms that turned black. A pair of robotic arms are from Mulkas. As to whether the person is dead or alive, it is no longer clear. Not a single person could be seen on the scene anymore, dead or running. But the surrounding neighborhood was all filled with people from Sunspot and these big families. How easy is it to get out of here? Not a moment too soon. The Sakura Nation Shadow Wheel was then captured by a 9th level magician. The Sakura Nation Shadow Wheel was particularly fast, hiding itself within space. However, these missiles fluctuate space. Sakura Nation Shadow Wheel still suffered a heavy blow. Now covered with injuries, want to survive is already extremely difficult. What's more, and now he was also caught by a 9th level magician from the Sunset Kingdom. That 9th level magician directly slashed one hand across the neck of Sakura Nation's Shadow Wheel and sent him to the west. Damn, it's really cheap for that old guy. Even after killing all of the dozen or so powerhouses, Loathsome Pond Bert was still extremely angry when he thought of Su Qing. What a big loss. The Sunbelt Army commander, however, laughed. There's no need to rush. Now we'll negotiate with the senior management of the Chinese nation. I don't believe that the Chinese nation will fight against me. Sunbelt, for the sake of a single person, I hope things are okay. Loathsome Pond Bert could only nod slightly at this moment, even if he was 100 times more reluctant. A few dozen kilometers away from the Loathsome Pond clan, Su Qing's figure emerged. Waited about an hour. The Sunset Army commander has left with a large force. There was also a flurry within the Loathsome Pond family to return to their own families. Su Qing surprisingly snuck back in and wandered around the Aversion Pond clan. In the midst of the battle just now, Su Qing saw the Tianju Kingdom's master Burning Wind use a single Sherpa to attack. This time, when he came back again, of course, he was going to take away that sherbet. But after searching around, there was no sign of Sheridan at all. However, Su Qing's return had also caused Aversion Pool Bert to detect a hint of movement. You still dare to come back? We'll surely let you die without a burial place. Loath Pool Bert roared heavily. Before he could open the formation, Su Qing was long gone. Dozens of kilometers away, Su Qing appeared. At the same time, it was conjectured that Master Burning Wind of the Celestial Kingdom was most likely not dead. Su Qing searched around the neighborhood and finally found a faint trace of scent. Surprisingly, it's the rice morcass. It's you! Mulkas was extremely shocked to see that Su Jing hadn't left yet. He had survived a dozen missiles earlier, and his mechanical arm was gone. Now heavily injured, he can no longer walk. Originally, he had thought of resting there, but he hadn't expected to be able to run into Su Qing. Windfall! Su Qing smiled coldly and casually struck Morcass down with a swordlight. Suddenly, Su Qing looked to the west. There was a black figure flying at breakneck speed. Found you, and you're still trying to run. Su Qing laughed lightly. Between the flashes of his figure, he had already chased after that black figure. This person was none other than Master Burning Wind of the Tianju Kingdom. Master Burning Wind was worthy of being the top divine monk of the Celestial Kingdom, and his cultivation was extremely profound. I don't know what kind of method was used to survive the 10 missiles, and there were no injuries on his body. Only his breath was a little low. It's you guy, what are you chasing me for? We've got nothing against each other. Master Burning Wind sensed Su Qing behind him and immediately panicked a little. In this current physical state, facing Su Qing in a single round could result in decapitation. Hand over your relics and you can be let live. I'm as good as my word, Su Qing said flatly. I'll give it to you. And you'll stop chasing me. Master Burning Wind was very forthcoming, without any hesitation, directly pulling out the Sherpa from his bosom and giving it to Su Qing. I didn't expect this Master Burning Wind to be quite sensible. Su Qing put away the Sheridan and didn't bother to continue chasing after it. Seeing Su Qing leave, Master Burning Wind let out a sigh of relief. Lose the Sherpa and save yourself a little life. This deal is well worth it. After a day, Su Qing managed to return to the country of Huaxia, return to White Dragon Mountain by airliner, refine all the demon wings. Day 2. Above White Dragon Mountain, a pillar of heavenly light rose. Su Qing's body slowly elevated, releasing a bright light all over his body. The realm of the transfigured god, he, Su Qing, is back again. Chapter 91, Su Tiandao, Yanjing, China. Jiang Shang was practicing. His eyebrows flickered. He seemed to have sensed something. His eyes looked to the north, and he slowly stood up. Breakthrough. Jiang Shang could feel that it was Su Qing making a breakthrough. And the power fluctuations that occurred during the breakthrough Su Qing had made were much stronger than when he had broken through at that time. From this, it could be proven that Su Qing was definitely much stronger than him. This could be seen from the fact that Su Qing was practically unstoppable during the original Great Battle. Jade Balance, Shaking Light, and a few other guardians were also feeling it in their hearts. One after another, they were praising Su Qing's talent for being truly one of a kind. Recovering to the transformation god stage, Su Qing was now able to travel through space-time tunnels at will. It only takes time to find your way home. It was only that nowadays, Su Qing still had some matters yet to be dealt with. After taking care of these matters, Su Qing could leave the Blue Star, back to the 9 continent, go back to the world where you belong. Su Qing contacted Su Yuyao first. Prepare to gather all of your several children, and all direct descendants are to be present. It was a real family meeting. Once Su Yuyao heard that Su Qing wanted to gather all of his children, she couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart. After all these years, Su Qing was finally willing to walk down the mountain to reunite with these children. The eldest son, Su Tianqiong, and several other children were also thrilled to hear the news. 6 years, they were finally able to see their father. Immediately, Su Tianqiong had all of his children who were outside return. No matter how important the matter, as long as one is alive and able to move, one must return within a day's time. If you can't come back within a day's time, there's no point in going home again. We'll be expelled from the family. Su Tiandong's words were undoubtedly majestic. Those juniors inside the family simply didn't have the guts to disobey easily. Whether you are studying abroad, or maybe he's in the hospital recovering from an injury, within this day's time, the family descendants had all arrived. No one dared to go against Su Tianxiang's words, and as for why they had come back to hold this joining meeting, no one was sure except for a few of Su Qing's immediate children. Day 2. Su Tianxiang, Su Tianzheng, Su Tiansu, Su Tianxiao and Su Tianhong came to White Dragon Mountain to take Su Cheng home. Everyone was thrilled to see their father still alive and well. When Su Qing saw these few children of his, there was a trace of emotion in his heart. In any case, the children were his flesh and blood. In the past, Su Qing thought about completely disassociating himself from these children, but now it doesn't seem so simple to disengage. Yanjing, Su Tianhong Villa. There were about 50 of them. Those who were able to come to the villa to attend the meeting were all descendants of the Su family. Su Qing sat on top of the first seat, silently waiting for one by one of his juniors to arrive. Not a moment too soon, the people have all been gathered. Su Qing briefly scanned the area and already had a number in his mind. All of the descendants present all looked at the old man sitting in the very center. This old man was their ancestor who practiced in the deep mountains. It seems to have a godly feel to it, and it's fantastic. You have been summoned here this time because there is something big for you to do, Su Qing said slowly. Not a single person in the room said a word. Very quiet. All of them were quietly listening to Su Qing's speech. At the same time, they were curious as to what exactly was the great event Su Qing was talking about. Su Qing said indifferently, "Now, each of you line up and go next to me one by one. Tianxiong, you first." The crowd lined up even though they didn't know exactly what Su Qing was going to do. Su Tianxiong arrived in front of Su Qing with doubts. "Hands out," Su Qing said flatly. Su Tianxiong slowly stretched out that dry right hand. Su Qing held it in his hand for just a moment, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Not bad at all." Then, Su Tianxiong felt a wave of memories suddenly flood into his mind. This stream of memories was so heavy that he couldn't take it in for a moment. Soon, Su Qing helped Su Tianxiong accept this memory. Su Tianxiong briefly checked what was in this memory, and then snapped, looking at his father with a face full of shock before finally nodding and stepping back. No wonder his own father was able to possess strange abilities, shedding the fact that his own father was able to survive the battlefield back then and was in better physical condition than ever before. It turned out that there was such a strange thing hidden in his body, such a strange gong method. Su Qing would be leaving soon, and before he left, of course he wanted to make sure that his children would be able to have the skills to gain a foothold. The only way to enable them to live peacefully in this world is to cultivate immortality. Only when one's cultivation was strong could one live. Getting these things done with the serum would be a fulfillment of a wish. It's also a way to settle your own affairs in the red world. In this way, he was also able to fulfill his wish and continue to cross the threshold. Su Tianzheng slowly walked up and extended his right hand. Being a high-ranking member of the state, he already had a guess in his mind. However, after that memory flooded into his body, he couldn't help but be shocked and feel incredible. "Not bad," Su Qing commented. Su Tianzheng, the cultivation talent, was clearly not as strong as his own eldest son, but barely. Su Tianzheng retreated. Su Tiansu walked over and extended his right hand. "Su Tiansu, I am Su Qing's third daughter, now also old. He especially likes to study the medical arts. In Chinese medicine is known as Sai Hua Tua, heavenly doctor godmother." Su Qing had not only imparted to her the spells of cultivation, at the same time, she was also taught various aspects of art. "Thank you, father." When Su Tiansu felt that mysterious power among his memories, his entire body was shaken. The medical skills possessed in it were something she had never delved into in her life. "I didn't realize it was so simple among the memories gifted by my father." Su Tiansu retired. Su Tianxiao came up and extended his right hand at the same time. Su Tianxiao, Su Qing's fourth child. Su Tianxiao had then received cultivation from the previous abbot, and now his cultivation was not shallow, having reached the level of a patriarch. At the same time, Su Tianxiao's cultivation talent was also the best among these children. Su Tianxiao was also the one who understood cultivation the most among these children. Accepting these memories quickly, Su Tianxiao had completely understood them. She was very surprised. If she was able to finish penetrating all of the feats and Dao techniques in this memory, then she would definitely be able to cross onto the highest level. Su Tianxiao retired. Su Tianhong stepped forward while extending his right hand. Su Cheng briefly checked and realized that Su Tianhong's cultivation talent was the worst amongst these children. Being able to have a power at the level of a sovereign was already a stroke of luck. However, Su Qing still reshaped his bloodline, and although his future in the future was not as good as the other children, he was still able to gain a foothold. And then it was time to start testing the other juniors, which were all juniors. Su Yuyo was the first. However, Su Qing had already seen that Su Yuyao's talent was average. After gifting Su Yuya with various means of preserving her life, she let her retreat. Half an hour later, nearly 40 or so juniors were all tested by Su Jing. Of these 40 or so descendants, only 5 possessed the talent to cultivate, and all the others were ordinary and mediocre. Su Qing bestowed these 5 juniors with cultivation techniques. Those who were able to be bestowed with immortal cultivation techniques, Su Qing had set restrictions in their minds. Only direct relatives of the Su family could spread it, and if it was passed on to outsiders, the memories in their minds would disappear. It's done, Su Qing said indifferently. All the juniors present stood aside respectfully. I wonder what's next. Father. Su Tianzhang stepped forward as if he had something to say. How are things in Tendo? Su Qing seemed to be able to read people's psyches, and at the same time, he also remembered his 5th child, Su Tiandao. There's already news about the heavenly Dao, Su Tianzhang said in a deep voice. Su Tiandao was working as a mercenary abroad back then, and at the age of 55, he was killed in a major upheaval abroad, and has never returned. After 5 or 6 years, Su Tianzhang utilized his connections to finally inquire about Su Tiandao's situation. 7 years ago, Heaven's Path was hired with 1,000 mercenaries to guard the return of a big man from a rice country, but fell into a dangerous situation during a siege by the hostile forces of this big man from a rice country. In the end, this big man from rice died, and Tendo, as the leader of the mercenaries, was taken alive. But Tendo was so skilled that he was able to escape from the heavy encirclement and stole a treasure of the Mi Kingdom that was worth as much as the sky. Rumor has it that the treasure stolen by the Heaven's Path was the god of war mech that Rice had stripped down from among a heavenly object in the first place as a godly object, and that it took decades to build a successful god of war mech with this godly object. The first news we got today, that is Tendo, now being chased by a bunch of mercenaries from the rice country, is now in the middle of the Papal forest. The paper forest is a tropical rainforest in Rice. As in the case of today's Tao alone, he is hiding around. The rest of the mercenaries, all of them died in the pursuit. If Su Qing didn't come out of the mountain today, then Su Tianzhang would also go up the mountain again and tell Su Cheng about this matter. Heavenly exotics, god of war mecha, papal forest. Well, I will go forward today. Su Cheng already had plans in his mind. Su Tianzhang hurriedly persuaded. Father, you must not act rashly. Those who are chasing after Tiandao, that is one of the top mercenaries in the country of me. Their leader is a high-ranking member of the country of me, a subordinate of a member of the parliament. Their status is very unusual. Su Tianzhang knew that his father was extraordinary and possessed godlike skills, but facing the behemoth that was Rice, he was still a bit behind. These means of cultivation, no matter how strong they are ultimately no match for hot weapons, in front of powerful thermal weapons. No matter what level of existence you are, if 1 shell can't kill you, then 2 shells, if 2 shells can't kill you, then 4 missiles, if 4 missiles can't kill you, then an atomic bomb. If 1 bomb doesn't work, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last thing Rice needs is an atomic bomb. It's simply not something the ability can stop. Right now I'm negotiating with the country, preparing to make a deal with the Mi Kingdom to get them to give up their pursuit of Tendo. Su Tian is having a few moments of discourse and is preparing to move around in the country's top echelons, but there is little hope. A member of Rice's council's men? Looks like there's a few of them. Scattered. Su Qing smiled gently, gradually turning into a ray of light and disappearing into his seat. This scene caused many of the clan's descendants to look on in awe. On the other hand, the descendants who obtained the 5 cultivation techniques were thrilled. Ugh! Su Tianzhang knew that his father would not listen to him. Don't worry, second brother. Father's strength is something you can never imagine. Su Tianqiao smiled, very confident in his father. Only she knew that her father was the strongest man in the world. There's nothing that can't be done with father himself. Since father has this intention, then there's no need to say anything more. Boss Su Tianqiong also said. Seeing his siblings say the same, Su Tianjing nodded. I hope that my own father will be able to bring the old 5 back safe and sound. Su Cheng arrived at Yanjing's Tongtian Valley, which was where Jiang Shang lived. Knowing that Su Qing had arrived, Jiang Shang descended the mountain to greet him. Congratulations on the breakthrough, Jiang Shang said with a smile on his face. Just a fluke. Su Qing smiled and nodded. What's the matter with this visit? Jiang Shang asked. Su Qing said bluntly, I'm planning to enter the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, and I need permission to do so I might make some noise out of it. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang? Yes. Are you planning to utilize the aura inside to make a breakthrough? Jiang Shang instantly understood Su Qing's meaning. A few years ago, he had also entered the tomb of Qin Shi Huang and absorbed aura inside, advancing his cultivation quite a bit. Only now that his cultivation had reached its peak, continuing to absorb the role of aura was very small. I have other purposes. I'm going to absorb the imperial qi surrounding Qin Shi Huang, Su Qing said flatly. Imperial Qi? You dared to absorb this thing. Don't you want to get killed? Jiang Shang felt that Su Qing's thoughts were just too shocking. Imperial Qi, itself, was extremely domineering, and was the exclusive aura belonging to the emperor. If one was not an emperor themselves, absorbing the emperor's aura would only subject oneself to a more powerful pressure. Not only was this detrimental to one's cultivation, but there was also the possibility that one's realm would be suppressed. How could Jiang Shang not understand why the serum had to absorb the royal qi? Absorbing the imperial qi was just a matter of course, but also absorbing the imperial qi of the strongest Qin Shi Huang. Wasn't this obviously looking for death? He was very confused. Su Qing said indifferently, I have my needs. My fifth son, Su Tiandao, is now being pursued by mercenaries from the Mi Kingdom. I need to go and save him, but my strength is not enough right now. I need to recover to my peak state. Absorbing the imperial qi is the only option at the moment. Jiang Shang vaguely felt that the name Su Tiandao was somewhat familiar and said, Su Tiandao? The one who stole the rice god of war mech? Right. Su Qing said. Terrific. Jiang Shang still had some knowledge of the matter. The Rice Nation had spent decades using parts from heavenly aliens to cause this god of war mech to be stolen by a single person, causing the top brass of the Rice Nation to be enraged. I didn't realize that this person was Su Qing's son. It's true that the father of a tiger is not a son, but you have to understand that rice is not so easy to deal with. The hot weapons in their hands are enough to make us all fear for our lives. Jiang Shang said seriously. Don't worry, it's all the same to me, Su Qing said lightly. Jiang Shang could feel the strong confidence in Su Qing's heart. Okay, go ahead, up there, I'll talk to them, Jiang Shang said. Su Qing nodded, his figure gradually disappearing from sight. Absorbing imperial qi, this time Su Qing was going to directly break through to refined void. Chapter 92 Absorbing Imperial Qi. Qin Shi Huang's tomb. Su Qing's vast divine sense unfolded, sweeping the entire chamber. Immediately, Su Qing found out where Su Fu was hiding. The last time he came to the tomb of the first Qin emperor, Su Fu secretly escaped while Su Qing and Geng Zigao were fighting. This time, Su Qing naturally wouldn't let this Su Fu fellow go. Su Qing stood outside the ancient tomb and gently reached out, condensing a pair of huge arms out in the air. Then, violently probing within the ancient tomb, he reached out and hooked a soul, bringing it up, which was none other than Su Fu. And the moment Su Fu saw Su Qing, he only felt that his eyes were going to be blinded. This old man in front of him was only a month's time, but he had already become so powerful and unfathomable. Far from being able to compare to his peak period at the beginning, when I didn't kill you, it was because you still had some value, but now it seems as if you're no longer useful, Su Qing said with an indifferent expression. Then with a gentle grip of his palm, he crushed Su Fu's soul body. Previously Su Qing also wanted to enter the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang. Need Su Fu's help. Now Su Qing has successfully entered the realm of the god of transformation. Already do not need anyone to help lead into the underground palace. Su Fu's soul body to pinch after the explosion. From its mind to take a memory. In this memory, clearly find out every corner of the underground palace, the items and value, including the direction of the burial chamber of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang buried. Between the flashes of Su Qing's figure, he arrived at the underground dungeon. With just one punch, the stone door in front of him was blown away by one punch. Between the flashes of his figure, he came to a wide chamber. In the center of this chamber, there was a dark coffin. But this coffin was not as gloomy as imagined. Instead, it was extremely noble, looking like a sacred artifact, giving people a feeling of worship. Su Qing was able to clearly perceive that amongst the coffin was Qin Shi Huang. No coffins were opened, because who knows what kind of things will come up when you open it. The cost of doing that was too great, and not even Su Qing dared to do so easily. Sitting next to the coffin, Su Qing reached out and gently tapped the coffin, and a wisp of purple gold smoke breath flew out from within it. This wisp upon wisp of purple gold aura was precisely the imperial qi possessed by Qin Shi Huang. Without any hesitation, Su Qing absorbed all of this imperial qi. Soon, Su Qing's cultivation level then came to the middle stage of the god transformation stage. At the same time, Su Qing could feel that there was a faint insignificant consciousness in his mind that was slowly molding and growing. This is the will that belongs to Qin Shi Huang. When Su Qing absorbed Emperor Qin Shi Huang's imperial qi, he would be affected by Emperor Qin Shi Huang's influence in the underworld, and would give birth to Emperor Qin Shi Huang's personal will. This was definitely not a good thing for Su Qing. This wisp of Qin Shi Huang's will would always be gradually molded into shape as Su Qing's cultivation rose. Time enough to finally form a separate and complete soul will. If Su Qing encountered any dangers in the future, it was even likely that he would face the danger of being stripped of his body by this wisp of Qin Shi Huang's will. Absorbing imperial qi was an extremely dangerous thing in itself, and if Su Qing wasn't in a hurry to raise his cultivation level, he wouldn't have had to risk so much to absorb Emperor Qin Shi Huang's imperial qi. Finally, Su Qing's cultivation slowly came to a halt at the late stage of transformation. Although Qin Shi Huang's imperial qi was huge, Su Qing was currently unable to absorb too much of it. After pondering for a moment, Su Qing planned to look for other tombs that possessed imperial qi. However, the tombs where these successive emperors were located are difficult to access. The first thing Su Qing found was Wu Zetian's tomb. Emperor Wudi's emperor breath was undoubtedly extremely thick. Su Qing's cultivation directly broke through to the peak of the transformation artifact after absorbing the martial emperor's imperial qi. Then, Su Qing came to the tomb of Emperor Kangxi. The imperial qi possessed by Emperor Kangxi was several points stronger than that of Emperor Wu, and it was even more difficult to absorb, but the power it possessed was even more powerful. After absorbing it, it also pushed Su Qing's cultivation to the great perfection of transformation. And at this moment, in the middle of Su Qing's mind, there were already 3 clusters of wills present. These 3 masses of will were all extremely powerful, the maximum Su Qing could currently hold in his mind. If one wanted to continue absorbing the imperial qi of these emperors, then one could only further enhance their cultivation. But now, in order to return to the half-step refined void realm of his previous life, he still needed a most powerful primer. As for this one lead, Su Chang still didn't know how he should look for it until now. Su Chang once again returned to Yinjing and borrowed the Tong Tian divine tree from Jiang Shang. The Tong Tian divine tree was one of the national treasures of the Huaxia kingdom. With the help of the heavenly divine tree, Jiang Shang was able to be comparable to the peak of the transformation god. Su Qing, on the other hand, was able to directly reach half-step refined void with the help of the Tong Tian divine tree. Jiang Shang said in a serious tone, "You have to think clearly. I know that your ability has improved greatly, but in the face of the artillery fire from the rice, not only will you not be able to save your son, but you will also most likely perish wherever you go." "It's fine." Su Qing didn't say anything more, only nodding lightly. Seeing that Su Qing couldn't listen to anyone else at all, Jiang Shang didn't say anything more. This was Su Qing's personal choice, and he had no right to stop it. And Su Qing's purpose was to save his son. This was something that Jiang Shang took even more for granted. Su Qing, before he left, Yu Hong came, along with 6 other guardians. The Jade Balance Guardian said, "Do you need our help?" The relationship between him and Su Qing had always been very good, and this time, when he saw Su Qing taking such a risk, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. "It's all just a small matter." Su Qing shook his head with a light smile. "Yu Hong, you don't have to worry. I'm afraid that Su Qing's cultivation level is the highest in my country of China today. Even if it's the me country that wants to injure him, it won't be that easy." The shaking light guardian smiled faintly. "The Papal forest is near Rice, extremely far from here. Should I arrange a plane for you?" Yu Hong said. "Thanks for the kind words, but that won't be necessary." Su Qing smiled, then quietly took a step, and in the next second, he directly leapt high into the sky, turning into a beam of light that directly broke through the clouds. What a fast speed! I'm afraid it will only take half an hour to reach the meter. Jiang Shang felt Su Qing's terror. This time, Su Qing's trip to the meter country will surely lead to big trouble. Preparations need to be made in advance. Yu Hong said heavily. Jiang Shang pondered for a moment and said, "Use the satellites to observe Su Qing's movements at all times, and activate the nation's highest state of protection in the event of an accident. If, in the end, Su Qing was really captured by Rice, or was controlled and fatally injured, then, the Chinese nation would also leave no stone unturned to protect Su Qing and bring him back safely." Because of Su Qing's cultivation nowadays, one person was enough to stand up to a country. Su Qing's flight at a high altitude drew the attention of many people within China. Someone filmed it, and in the sky a white shadow was flying at breakneck speed. Some say it's a state monitor, others say it's a god. Soon, someone using high-tech instruments figured out that's who it was, but because Su Qing's speed was too fast, before he could see his exact face, he had already disappeared into the sky. There were reports of that one white figure heading toward the east. Chapter 93, The Forests of Paper. Papal Forest. The forest covers an enormous area of more than 3 million square kilometers, where endless dangers are hidden, and it is impossible for anyone who comes here to return unharmed. And at that moment, the road had one fighting machine after another gliding along. There were sets of scanning equipment installed that seemed to be scanning for movement inside the forest. In the middle of the forest, which was all overgrown with grass, there was an extremely secretive-looking stone cave. Hidden by the trees, there was an old man's slumped body, half lying inside the hole, black tattered tunic, covering the wounds on his body, messy long black hair blocking his face, unable to see his exact appearance. Seems to be heard what movement. The old man slowly moved his body, raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes revealed vigilance, like a madman in general. There is a hint of harshness. The chase came so fast, it seems that the stealth of this war god mecha isn't that strong. The old man gasped for air, and struggled to stand up. He was Su Qing's 5th son. Su Tiandao. Beside Su Tiandao's body, there was a round square disc, which was the newly developed God of War mecha of the United States. Previously, the mechanical arm of that me powerhouse, Morcas, was considered strong, but it was only a part of this God of War mech. Gently clicking on the circular wheel, a lightspeed flew up and landed on Su Tiandao's body. A mechanical sound rang out, and a black and gold armor attached itself. The armor wrapped around Su Tiandao's entire body, which could be said to be airtight. The armor carried inscriptions and emitted a dark black glow, as if it was an impenetrable aura that shocked people. It's better to hurry up and leave Paper's forest. We can't wait for the large force behind us to catch up. We'll really die. Su Tiandao quickly judged the current situation. As if opening some kind of mechanism, the mech shoes under Su Tiandao's feet sprouted a ball of flame, and with a whoosh, he ran out, and in an instant, he was already a few hundred feet away. We've captured Su Tiandao's position. Requesting a missile launch. A fighter in the sky sent out a request report. Permission to launch missiles. Receiving the notification from above. One by one, the fighter jets sent out one by one missiles that wiped out a nearby forest. But after scanning the portrait, it could just not find Su Tiandao's location. The pilot once again sent out a request. Report, Su Tiandao is wearing the War God mech. The immediate artillery fire cannot damage him, and at the same time, it cannot capture his position. Requesting the use of the Supreme Missile. In the middle of the forest, Su Tiandao's figure was like a ghost dodging around. Those missiles fell on his body and seemed to cause no damage, merely leaving a trace of dust. Permission to use the Supreme Missile. Once again, the call goes out from above, capturing Su Tiandao's shadow. A Supreme Missile fell from the sky, and with a loud boom, dozens of miles in a radius began to explode. Su Tiandao simply couldn't dodge and was directly bombarded by the aftermath of the cannonball. At this point, even the War God mecha was somewhat unable to hold up in the face of the Supreme Missile. The Battle God mech was scratched by the aftermath of the missiles. Su Tiandao guessed that it would be able to withstand at most 3 Supreme Missile rounds, and this War God mecha would shatter. The God of War mech shattered, and with his flesh and blood, he would not be able to stop the bombardment of the Supreme Missiles no matter what. But the chances of being able to escape from the Papal Forest were now very slim, with guards all around. Meanwhile, outside of the Papal Forest, there were soldiers piloting laser beam weapons. This laser beam weapon was specifically designed to target the Warlord mech. The hardness of the God of War mech was such that in the face of this laser beam, a mere blow would be able to penetrate the mech's defenses. But, the only downside to this laser beam is that it is difficult to carry. It's a tank-type chain weapon that moves slowly. We can only keep running. Whether we can survive or not depends entirely on luck. Su Tiandao sighed. Now he was really desperate. Whoosh! A laser beam shot out from nowhere and exploded with a bang at Su Tiandao's feet. Su Tiandao hurriedly dodged. Luckily, the God of War mech was fast and happened to dodge the blow. But the leg of the Warlord mech was also shattered, leaving a deep crater. I'll be damned. How did these little brats from the meter country bring laser beam weapons into the forest? Su Tiandao cursed angrily. If he had been bombarded with laser beam weapons, he would have been minutes away from death. I'm afraid, Su Tiandao could only keep dodging, hoping to dodge the bombardment of laser beams with speed. Other side, Su Qing's figure drifted and surged, and he had already arrived near the Kaika Zhunar state in the country of Ni. Next to the state of Kaika Jungal is the forest of Napapal. Outside of the Papal forest, there were several fighters parked in mid-air. The arrival of Su Qing's figure immediately caught the attention of these 3 fighters. Incoming from the front, please leave Paper Forest quickly. The fighters are signaling. Su Qing didn't reply, only using his divine sense to scan the entire Papal forest. It was that the Papal forest was too big, and even with divine sense, it was difficult to clearly scan Su Tiandao's figure. Please get out of Papal's woods quickly. The pilot and the fighter signaled again. Su Qing simply ignored it and leapt forward, directly entering the Papal forest. Fire! When the 3 pilots saw that Su Qing didn't answer, they simply stopped making inquiries and directly sent out a shell. They were there to capture Su Tiandao this time, and as long as someone dared to affect their mission operations in the middle of the process, it would be shoot to kill. Su Qing frowned lightly. Because of the interests of both countries, the fact that he hadn't made the first move to solve this 3 fighters was already giving the Me country a chance. Since the Meter country didn't show any mercy, there was no need for Su Qing to continue enduring it. Reaching out, Su Qing directly grabbed those cannonballs. With a light grip, the shell exploded with a loud bang. The pilots of the 3 fighters looked stunned. They understood very well that they had met their match this time. Please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. The 3 fighters signaled at the same time. Su Qing laughed lightly, reaching out and waving his hand, the spirit sword in his hand emitting a bright light. 3 fighters thumped and burst. With a rumble, the 3 fighters exploded directly into pieces. The movements on Su Qing's side caught the attention of the mercenary army chief. For the last time, a warning is in effect. Please leave the papal forest at once. 10 more fighters. 10 fighters were better equipped. The weapons were also much more advanced than the previous 3 fighters. 10 fighters stopped over Su Qing's head and sounded an alarm. Asterisk 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 off. Su Qing's voice grew heavier and heavier as he gently clenched his palm, and the endless void was slashed open, instantly engulfing those 10 fighters. However, the commotion over here completely attracted the attention of that congressman from Rice. 3 supreme missiles from the launch. The target was not Su Tiandao. Instead, it was Su Qing in the air. Listen to the boom as the sky is rendered black. However, when the black mist completely dissipated, Su Qing's figure had long since disappeared. In the next second, the scan picked up that Su Qing was speeding forward through the papal forest. At the same time, the commotion caused by the 3 supreme missiles was particularly great. The scene was also spotted by countries using satellites. The countries quickly picked up the signals from this side, wanting to see what had gone wrong to make Rice make such a big deal out of launching 3 supreme missiles in a row. After inquiries from various countries, it was soon learned that there was a man in the forests of paper who was a target for capture by Rice. And this man stole the top-secret Battlestar Galactica mech from Rice. That's why Rice deployed all kinds of powerful weapons to try to capture him, only to suddenly have another powerhouse come along, bombarded by 3 supreme missiles yet still unharmed. This made people wonder about the origin of this supreme power. Someone recognized Su Qing's identity as the head of the Loathsome Pond clan, saying that this person was one of the most powerful people in the Huaxia kingdom. Things spread quickly, and soon there were people investigating Su Qing's movements from where he came from. This investigation does not matter. One thing is to stun the House of Representatives. Su Tiandao, the man who stole the top-secret battle god mech from the MiG, was the son of this supreme power in China, and this supreme being, called Su Qing. Chapter 94, War Armor. Stop. A fighter jet flew in and jumped down from the air with 5 battle-armored men covered in mechanical equipment. All of their arms without exception are mechanical. It vaguely contained an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. 5 people had smoke and fire coming out from their feet, and with a whoosh, they reached Su Qing's body, blocking the way. You're Su Qing. Su Tendao is your son. If you can't catch Su Tendao, capturing you will be a great achievement. When the time comes, I'm not afraid Su Tendao won't come out. One of the men in a mech said in a cold voice. Su Qing simply didn't bother to say much to these mechs. The spirit sword in his hand was poised to strike, and with a whoosh, he chopped out, and those 5 mechs instantly burst into pieces. Now that Su Qing had been promoted to the great perfection of the transformation god, he had long since ceased to be at the Yuaning stage from before. When he was at the Yuaning stage, it was easy for Su Qing to decapitate these mechs. Not to mention nowadays, in the sky, a fighter jet flew by immediately releasing countless missiles. However, these missiles were somewhat inadequate in the face of Su Qing. Su Qing was able to break through space with his hands and devour those missiles. On the other side, Su Tiandao is frantically fleeing. Behind him, 10 mechs appeared at an unknown time. If 3 or 4 appeared, he would still be able to barely cope with them with his current remaining stamina. But there were too many of them, and he was far from being able to beat the other side. And a few fighters in the sky burst out missiles from time to time, both to tangle with these people behind, but also to avoid the missiles in the sky. After a day of running away, it was already clear that his stamina couldn't keep up. Even with the god of war mecha replenishing his energy again, he felt a bit exhausted. Suddenly, Su Tiandao seemed to sense something. Eyes to the south. There, he sensed a familiar aura. At the same time, he sensed that a battle appeared to be rising there as well. Boom! Su Tiandao takes a shot to the head. The god of war mech was also pierced through a large hole. It pierced right through the arm. Oddly enough, the 10 mechs, however, maintained a balanced speed. There was no speeding up to catch up. Moreover, these 10 mechs vaguely formed an encirclement, seemingly forcing Su Tiandao in one direction. Hopeless, Su Tiandao could then only keep fleeing towards the north. Su Tiandao sensed a hint of something wrong and wanted to turn around and escape in a hurry. The 10 mechs that followed were the ones that had blocked his back. A bright light appeared in front of him. Su Tendao could only escape forward, not realizing that he had already stepped out of the border of the papal forest. To the north of the forest of paper is a plain. Su Tendao was forced to run out of the papal forest. However, just as they ran out of the papal forest, a large troop of tanks was in front of them, as well as dozens of fighters rising up in the sky, and a bunch of mechs waiting on the ground. Su Tiandao sort of understood why the 10 mechs behind him were slowly following behind him instead of directly launching the most powerful attack, which was allowing him to run out of the papal forest, making his figure visible in the attacking field of view, so that even if Su Tiandao had the war god mecha boost, he would not be able to face their capture, which was bound to capture him alive. Su Tiandao, you stole my America's top-secret battle god mecha. Your crime is unforgivable. Put down the battle god mecha and surrender immediately. You can be let live. An airplane landed. Walking down a young man in a black suit was none other than the supreme commander of the Salon mercenaries, Rev Kadir. The one rice bigwig who hired Su Tiandao was killed by Reverend Cardinal Lev Kadir. To be able to mobilize such high-intensity fighters in the United States, and to be able to mass-produce mecha people, you're really good at it. It seems like that person behind you has provided you with a lot of help. Su Tiandao's expression was cold. Su Tiandao, this is still thanks to you more than anything else. If it wasn't for you stealing the latest development of the battle god mecha from the Mi Kingdom, he wouldn't have given me so much power. Reverend Cardinal smiled faintly. In the past, Rever Kadir was dependent on a council bigwig, and the power he possessed wasn't great. At best, he could call on a mech. And now, because of the need to arrest Su Tiandao, it was directly decentralized. This also led to Reverend Cardinal's increased power to be able to send such a powerful team to stop Su Tiandao from escaping. Su Tiandao, surrender! Lefkadir sneered, waving his hand, and the various technological beams behind him pointed at Su Tiandao, locking on directly. Su Tiandao was targeted by so many technological beams, he only felt a tingling in his scalp, and it was as if his entire body was stuck in a quagmire, unable to let go of his hands and feet at all. At this point, what the Warlord mech could bring to the table was minimal. It could only be said that the War God mecha's single combat ability was strong, but in the face of high-intensity group battles, it still appeared to be too powerless. Surrender? No way. Thousands of my brothers were killed by you, wanting me to surrender. No such possibility. Su Tiandao rebuked in a chilling voice. He spent years forming a mercenary corps, and was killed by Reverend Cardinal as many as he could. Trying to get him to surrender is better than taking his life. And, even if he surrendered, his life would not be saved. Might as well make a final counterattack. Aim to be able to take Reverend Cardinal with you. Stubborn, Lefkadir sneered, waving his hand. Several mechs leaped out and surrounded Su Tiandao, attacking in unison. Each mecha man was equipped with fine equipment, enough to be comparable to a Jindan stage cultivator, so it was evident that their abilities were extraordinary. At the same time, the 10 mechs behind Su Tiandao also leapt up, firing laser guns in their hands and attacking back and forth. With more than 20 comparable Jindan mechs attacking at once, even if a Yuaning came, they wouldn't be able to retreat in one piece. Not to mention the fact that Su Tiandao's breath itself was lacking and his power was depleted. Su Tiandao roared. Using the last ounce of strength in his life, the god of war mech erupted, wrapping his entire body in a stormy punch that directly blew up a mech man. But, the ones behind Su Tiandao were also hit by laser guns, revealing a deep pit. The mech was destroyed, and Su Tiandao's physical body was also broken through. But fortunately, there was a protective ability within his body, and he was barely able to not be pierced through his body. Su Tiandao grew more and more courageous as he punched out a mecha man once again. In the last backwater battle of his life, Su Tiandao exploded with unbelievable abilities, and in just a minute's time, he blew up more than 20 mechs. However, Su Tiandao also fell to one knee with a flutter due to the exhaustion of his strength, his body weakening up and his eyes extremely tired. So tempted to close my eyes. Su Tiandao knew that if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't be able to wake up for the rest of his life. Watching so many mechs being easily killed and exploded by Su Tiandao, Reverend Cardinal's complexion was gloomy. Su Tiandao, I really underestimated you. Obviously, you're almost dead, but you can still burst out with such a strong power. I admire you, so I will defeat you with my own hands and let you die with some honor. Lefkadir took a step forward and pulled out a circular square disc from his arms. Clicking on it, a mech wrapped around his body like a snake.